Who? Who? Chen Dong, gasping for breath, collapsed in an abandoned supermarket. In his shocked state, he quickly regained his footing and ran up to the second-floor office, which was secured with an anti-theft door, and locked himself inside. Only then did he feel a semblance of safety. Through the window of the second-floor office, he beheld zombies outside the supermarket who had become mere walking corpses, their expressions vacant and helpless. Not long ago, Chen Dong had been sitting at home when a sudden bout of dizziness overwhelmed him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this strange area. Before he could understand what was happening, the relentless pursuit of zombies forced Chen Dong to dash into the nearby abandoned supermarket. At that moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in Chen Dong's mind. Meanwhile, an augmented reality-like interface appeared before Chen Dong's eyes. At the center of his view, icons for the backpack, trading window, chat channel, and email interface materialized. He clicked open his backpack only to find it empty. Chen Dong's face darkened. After all, he hadn't replenished his energy for a whole day. If the previous prompt were true, a lack of supplies meant only death. The moment Chen Dong instinctively opened the email, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. The infinite resources system had been bound to its host. Soon Chen Dong understood the purpose of this so-called system, for in the first slot of his backpack, an icon for a bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared. At the lower right corner of the icon, an infinity symbol was displayed. Is this the system? A protagonist standard. Chen Dong hastily extracted the mineral water. Sure enough, the mineral water icon in his backpack did not vanish. In a frenzy, Chen Dong repeatedly retrieved the bottle. Only after 500 milliliters of mineral water had filled the entire office did Chen Dong jubilantly confirm that he had acquired the legendary system. This system could supply him with an unlimited amount of a particular resource each day, and today it was mineral water. When Chen Dong clicked on the chat channel, he noticed an icon indicating the same city. At that moment, many voices filled the chat channel. ID 89757, damn it, what is this thing? I was suddenly teleported here with orders to fight zombies. I want to go back. ID 777889, it's over. I don't have a scrap of supplies and zombies roam outside. I'm doomed. ID 589345, I just witnessed a hapless fellow being bitten by a zombie, and he transformed immediately. Thankfully, I was fast enough. ID 450321, instead of wasting time chatting, you should hurry up and gather supplies. After scrolling through all the messages, Chen Dong finally confirmed that it was all real. Those who met the criteria were teleported here, forced to participate in this survival game. Judging by the IDs in the local chat channel, hundreds of thousands of people had arrived in this apocalyptic world, all within the same city as him. Then were there even more people, more cities? And at the precise moment the alert sounded, the game had begun. Some would survive by gathering supplies, while others would soon starve, dehydrate, or be savagely bitten to death by zombies. Chen Dong continued accessing the trading platform and discovered that a few people had already begun selling supplies, mostly food and water, with a few miscellaneous items such as flashlights and lighters. Trade was conducted through bartering. Sellers set conditions, and if buyers possessed the required goods, the exchange could be completed. Observing the limited trade requests, almost all for water and food, and knowing that he least lacked mineral water, Chen Dong promptly cleared every water-related listing on the trading platform. The email notification rang repeatedly with a ding-ding-ding. In an instant, Chen Dong secured the food he had long needed. ID 10086 purchased 5 loaves of bread, 2 packs of snail rice noodles, and 3 servings of Italian pasta. ID 10086 purchased 1 lighter. At the same time, many in the chat began to discuss who this ID 10086 might be. ID 38383, holy SHD. The 5 loaves of bread I offered were immediately snapped up by ID 10086. Such an abundance of supplies. ID 9527, what is this? All the supplies I posted were monopolized by ID 10086. ID 979698, surely ID 10086 isn't some planet agent, is he? ID 56666, they are depleting our supplies and amplifying our survival challenges. It is very likely. How else could someone suddenly amass so many goods? It might well be the work of a mastermind behind the scenes. After reviewing the chat messages and checking his own ID, Chen Dong realized that both parties' IDs were displayed during transactions. This feature had directly exposed him to everyone. Fortunately, the IDs were shown only when a trade was initiated. After exchanging his mineral water for other supplies, Chen Dong used these new items to trade for goods that met further demands. At this point, he could very well set up his own general store. Chen Dong took out a serving of steaming Italian pasta and a glass of orange juice from his backpack, eating as he continued browsing the trading platform, yet he still failed to find the items he desired. Weapons. What he lacked most at that moment was a tool for self-defense. not to mention firearms or ammunition. Even a baseball bat or a fruit knife was nowhere to be found. Upon further reflection, it seemed that those who had scavenged such items had not listed them on the trading platform. After all, in a zombie siege, having even a modest self-defense tool could greatly improve one's chances of survival. However, it was only the first day, and the pressure to survive was not yet overwhelming. Many were still holed up in safe zones, not venturing out to scavenge for supplies. Chen Dong believed that in a few days, when resources were utterly depleted, supplies would gradually become more abundant. For now, he needed only to remain at this abandoned supermarket until he had accumulated enough means to protect himself. Chen Dong descended from the first floor of the supermarket to search for supplies. However, after combing through the entire building, he found nothing. Finally, as he entered the restroom seeking relief, he discovered a wooden crate placed in front of the sink. Is this what they call supplies? Chen Dong murmured as he approached it. Better than nothing, he thought, as Chen Dong directly stowed all the supplies into his backpack. He then looked around the restroom for any usable water, only to find that the faucet was nothing more than decoration. Thump, thump, thump. As he exited and was about to return to the second floor, he heard someone pounding and shouting at the door outside the supermarket. Is there anyone? Please open the door. I'm being chased by zombies. Chen Dong walked to the entrance of the supermarket and peered outside through the narrow gap, discovering a woman standing at the door. She was stunning, so beautiful that he could not bring himself to use cliched phrases like peerless beauty or delicate and charming to describe her. Giving this woman a perfect score was proof enough of her looks. Chen Dong had seen many women, yet this one still made his eyes light up in astonishment. Just based on her face alone, she could rank first among all the women he had ever seen. Who are you? Instead of opening the door immediately, Chen Dong raised his voice and called out from inside. Xianqi's face was filled with anxiety and pleading. Little brother, I've been stranded outside for a whole day with no supplies at all. Please let me in first. I'd be willing to work myself to the bone for you afterward. Chen Dong frowned. After a brief moment of thought, he took a wooden plank from his backpack and opened the supermarket door. Thank you, little brother. The woman hurried inside and quickly voiced her thanks to Chen Dong. Ever since arriving in this apocalyptic world, she had been relentlessly chased by zombies and had nearly died several times. Now that she had finally encountered another human, she suddenly felt a trace of safety. Yet at that very moment, Chen Dong struck without warning. Before the woman could react, he chopped ruthlessly at the back of her neck with the edge of his hand, knocking her unconscious onto the floor. Chen Dong immediately shut the supermarket door again, then bound the woman tightly with a rope and carried her upstairs to the second floor. The human heart is hidden behind flesh. No one can see through it. In the apocalypse, one could never be too cautious when dealing with strangers. A single misplaced trust might demand one's life as the price. The woman woke up groggily, the back of her neck still throbbing with pain. She tried to raise a hand to rub it, only to discover that she had been bound tightly with rope. You're awake. Chen Dong, eating a piece of bread, walked over to stand in front of the woman. Her expression turned somewhat terrified, and she began to struggle with all her might. What are you trying to do? Don't you know this is against the law? Chen Dong could not help but let out a derisive snort. Thrown inexplicably into a world where one could die at any moment, who still talked about laws and crimes? It was almost laughable. Chen Dong squatted down, placed his right hand directly on her, and said with a smile, can't be helped. I have no way to know whether you're a good person or not, so I can only tie you up first, and then see just how good your conscience is. Startled by his sudden roving hand, the woman's eye twitched slightly. Annoyed, she snapped, bastard, if you've got the guts, untie me, and I'll let you really feel my conscience. Chen Dong's expression smoothed out as he withdrew his smile. He rose to his feet and said coldly, you're a prisoner, yet you still want to bargain with me. Aren't you overestimating your own charm a bit? To put it bluntly, even if I kept you tied up and forced myself on you, what could you possibly do about it? The woman bit her lip and fell silent. She knew all too well that what Chen Dong said was the truth. Sitting down on the sofa, Chen Dong lit a cigarette, then continued, tell me your name and background. Perhaps I might be willing to spare your life. After he finished speaking, he waited quietly for several minutes before the woman finally broke the silence. My name is Xianqi. I'm a doctor. I was chased by zombies and ran here by accident. A doctor? Chen Dong was immediately intrigued by Xianqi's profession. In a world like this, having a doctor around was practically a guarantee of survival. Moreover, as long as both parties agreed, a contract could be signed, and there would be no need to worry about loyalty. Chen Dong smiled faintly and said, follow me, and I'll guarantee you food. From now on, you'll be mine. In addition, to put my mind at ease, we'll have to sign a master-servant contract. Xianqi clearly understood the advantage her profession gave her, and she shook her head resolutely in refusal. Chen Dong shrugged, not in any particular hurry. Since there was no real grudge or hatred between them, he would not go so far as to harm her out of sheer cruelty. However, he could not let her go just yet. Caution was the key to long-term survival. After that, he took a sausage from his backpack and began to eat it ravenously right in front of Xianqi. Watching Xianqi's throat move as she swallowed, secretly Chen Dong ate and said, "I forgot to mention earlier, your conscience is extremely good." Xianqi's cheeks flushed crimson. She clenched her teeth, wishing she could tear this hateful young man apart. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Silently, she cursed him, wishing his later years would be plagued with misfortune and that his entire body would sprout red fur. Chen Dong, on the other hand, was intent on recruiting this doctor to his side, but he did not want to resort to outright force. Instead, he chose to pressure and entice her, taking things step by step. After finishing the sausage, Chen Dong took a tissue from his backpack, wiped his mouth, and let out a satisfied burp. "Are you hungry?" Xianqi stared straight at Chen Dong and said angrily, "There's no need for you to toy with me like this." Chen Dong took a bottle of water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and held it to Xianqi's lips, helping her drink. He said earnestly, "Dr. Xia, I truly want you to join me. I can guarantee you 3 meals a day, and with me here, I'll ensure your safety." Thirsty for a long time, Xianqi had no time to respond. She gulped down the water, as if her life depended on it, the coolness flooding her body and instantly clearing her mind. After finishing the water, she chuckled softly. "Little brother, is this the sincerity you're showing me?" Chen Dong looked genuinely puzzled and asked with a smile, "What, giving you water to drink isn't the greatest proof of my sincerity?" Xianqi's voice trembled slightly. "So you gave me lemon water just to make me even hungrier?" Chen Dong replied sincerely, "Dr. Xia, lemon water is my favorite drink, and I don't have much of it in stock. I even took it out for you." Hearing you say things like that really chills my heart. "But if you feel hungry, all you have to do is nod and agree to my terms, and I'll let you have a full meal immediately." Looking at Chen Dong's beaming smile, Xianqi trembled with rage. She knew perfectly well that this man was merely toying with her, forcing her to submit. "You can give up on that idea. I'd rather starve to death or jump from here and be eaten by zombies than take a single bite of your food." Chen Dong remained unconcerned and said with a laugh, "You really won't reconsider. Get out." Xianqi roared. It seemed Xianqi would not submit willingly, not anytime soon. For now, starving her for a few days would suffice to gauge her resolve. If all else failed, she could always be discarded to the zombies. In this apocalyptic world, where survival hung by a thread from one day to the next, Chen Dong had no intention of keeping a useless burden. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have entertained fantasies of keeping her for warmth. But Chen Dong now thought only of survival. "No more overthinking," he murmured, shaking his head to dispel the clutter in his mind. He stripped off his shirt and trousers, hung them neatly on a hanger, and stood clad only in a pair of loose cotton briefs. Xianqi tensed, pressing her knees tightly together as she demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice trembled, more accusation than defiance, and her delicate features, flushed with fear, only heightened the primal urge to possess. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes. "I hardly intend to expend precious energy on physical exertion, not when supplies are this scarce." Caught off guard, Xianqi blushed faintly, poised to retort. "You?" Chen Dong cut her off, stretching out on the sofa and pulling a blanket over himself. "Save your breath. Better to rest than waste it on insults." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, soon breathing deeply, steadily. Xianqi sighed inwardly and resigned herself to sleeping on the cold floor. Yet hunger gnawed at her, twisting her thoughts until sleep eluded her entirely. The lemon water she'd drunk earlier only churned her stomach with acid. Dawn broke the next morning. Sunlight spilled across Chen Dong's face, rousing him gently. He stretched languidly, sat up, and turned towards Xianqi with a wry grin. Well, what's a giant panda doing here? Has China's national treasure been drafted into post-apocalyptic survival training?" There she sat on the floor, pale as ash, bloodshot eyes ringed with deep, bruised shadows. Clearly she hadn't slept a wink. Too exhausted even to muster sarcasm, she let his teasing pass unchallenged, her mind adrift, her spirit frayed. All of this unfolded precisely as Chen Dong had anticipated. A woman starved for an entire day, then given only tart lemon water to quench her thirst. Such torment would inevitably rob her of rest. "Hungry? Breakfast?" Chen Dong produced a sandwich and held it near her lips. At its aroma, her stomach betrayed her with loud, involuntary growls. Still, she clenched her jaw and turned her head away, refusing even to glance. Chen Dong flashed a broad grin and gave a thumbs up. Impressive grit. Then, without hesitation, he popped the sandwich into his own mouth. Chewing with theatrical relish, he declared, "Delicious. Absolutely scrumptious." Having thus breached Xianqi's psychological defenses at dawn, Chen Dong opened his inbox. The system, ever punctual, had already deposited today's supply drop. An unlimited stockpile of 9mm ammunition. Vital ordnance, unlimited. His heart hammered against his ribs. Yet he quickly steadied himself. Finding a compatible firearm wouldn't be easy, especially not yet. Granted, suitable weapons would eventually surface on the marketplace as time passed. But time was not on his side. This derelict supermarket, his fragile sanctuary, could be overrun by zombies at any hour. Should they breach the doors en masse, he'd be finished before he knew it. Without delay, Chen Dong logged onto the trading platform and began scouring listings. By noon, though his haul had been substantial, the items he truly sought remained elusive. "This is harder than it looks," he muttered mid-bite, pausing over his fried rice. "Just eat. Don't do it next to me," Xianqi replied weakly, her voice parched and thin. Chen Dong swirled the bowl lightly. "I could, but I don't have to." She offered no rebuttal, only curled onto her side, eyes shut tight, retreating into silence like an ostrich burying its head. Chen Dong continued, muttering aloud, "This fried rice is too rich. I can't finish it." Xianqi's eyes still closed, heard the sharp thunk of something hitting the trash bin, and instinctively snapped them open. Chen Dong had just dumped the entire portion into the bin. "What on earth are you doing?" she cried, outraged. He turned to her, smiling blandly. "As you see, I tossed what I couldn't eat." Xianqi stared, incredulous. "That's sheer wastefulness. Do you even grasp what you've done? Do you want some? You seem awfully eager. If so, I'll gladly share. I've got plenty." Chen Dong wore an expression of utter nonchalance. Xianqi said nothing, merely shot him a venomous glare before settling back down, eyes sealed once more. Watching her swallow convulsively at the lingering scent of rice in the air, Chen Dong suppressed a quiet chuckle. How much longer could she hold out? He opened the public chat channel and scrolled through today's messages. After yesterday's baptism by fire, many had begun adapting to the rhythm of apocalypse, scavenging supplies, even slaying zombies. Of course, far more had become mere morsels, lunch meat between zombie jaws. As Chen Dong skimmed the log, his gaze suddenly froze, locked onto a single message. User 72727, selling 1 P92 pistol. Any takers? DM with offer. This post ignited a flurry of replies. User 23452, damn, someone's already got a handgun on day 2 while I'm stuck with a razor. User 23345, jealous. Chen Dong immediately sent a private message. Bro, still got it. What's your asking price? A reply came swiftly. Still available, if you're serious. I want 100 bottles of water and 100 food rations. Type doesn't matter. Chen Dong stifled his excitement and countered coolly, that's exorbitant. Scavenging is brutal right now. Just staying fed is an achievement. Your pistol's probably dry, and I'd need to source ammo separately. The other user typed again, so, how much are you offering? Chen Dong replied, 10 bottles. 10 loaves of bread. That's my final offer. This time silence stretched long, tense, and heavy. Chen Dong's pulse quickened. Just as he debated raising his bid, the reply finally appeared. Fine, call it friendship. Undoubtedly the P92 was worth far more. But under these dire conditions, survival eclipsed all else. Few possessed surplus food or water, and he had no alternatives. Moments later, the seller listed the pistol on the marketplace interface. Once both parties confirmed the trade, the transaction finalized, and the goods began streaming into Chen Dong's mailbox. The seller, who received water and food, smugly congratulated himself. A spent handgun, its bullets long exhausted, had fetched a fortune in desperately needed supplies. This trade was pure profit. Yet the moment he glimpsed his trading partner's identification number, he recoiled in shock. Wasn't this the infamous ringer rumored across the network? Or had the rumors been false after all? He immediately broadcast the revelation in the public chat channel, sparking an uproar. Chen Dong remained utterly unaware of the commotion, and truth be told, wholly indifferent to it. A soft chime signaled a new message. His hand trembled slightly as he tapped it open, revealing a sleek matte black P92 handgun resting quietly within. Accept. The weapon materialized into Chen Dong's inventory. He gripped the heavy, cold weight of the P92, and for the first time in days, a profound sense of security settled deep within his chest. He flung open the window and fired controlled bursts at the shambling zombies below. His accuracy was unimpressive, but with infinite ammunition, several creatures still collapsed with guttural shrieks. The sudden gunfire jolted Xianqi upright in bed. She stared at Chen Dong, stunned and disoriented, watching the fallen corpses and the snarling horde gathering around them. Chen Dong calmly shut the window. Only then did he notice Xianqi frozen beside him, eyes wide with disbelief. He merely smiled, then ran his fingers gently over the pistol's grip and whispered at last, I am no longer afraid. At that very instant, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. 96 experience points remaining until next level. Chen Dong stared astonished at his personal interface, astonished to discover he could level up at all. What advantages such advancement might bring, however, remained a mystery. He realized that upon gaining experience, a personal statistics panel had appeared. Tapping into it revealed precise physiological metrics, his own body's quantified essence. Level 1, 4100. Strength 10. Agility 3. Vitality abundant. Though uncertain of the benchmark behind these figures, Chen Dong surmised his strength ranked notably high. Perhaps this was due to his abundant vitality. Beside the stats, a footnote clarified upon leveling up attributes are randomly enhanced. Experience accumulation depended on both the number and tier of zombies eliminated. Chen Dong dismissed the interface and stroked his chin in quiet contemplation. Hiding indefinitely within this derelict supermarket was indeed only a temporary measure. The mention of zombie tiers implied a grim possibility higher tier undead might one day breach the supermarket's defenses. This place offered no lasting sanctuary. That stark realization diluted the elation of acquiring his weapon. Survival demanded action, not passivity. To secure his safety, he must advance, swiftly strengthening his physical being through relentless progression. Chen Dong opened his inventory. His primary armament was the P-92. Alongside it rested a military-grade combat knife, a few Molotov cocktails, and smoke grenades and crude bludgeons, iron rods and rusted fencing poles. He regarded his current arsenal with dissatisfaction. Frankly speaking, only the P-92 and the Molotovs held any real utility against the undead. The combat knife offered little reassurance. As an ordinary man, he lacked the training or the nerve to engage in close-quarters melee. A single bite would seal his fate. After all, he'd watched from the second-floor window as zombies absorbed multiple gunshots before finally collapsing, a testament to their unnerving resilience. Chen Dong ascended to the supermarket's rooftop, raised his binoculars, and scanned the distant horde. The vantage point was ideal. He intended to eliminate zombies from a safe distance, harvesting experience with precision. After estimating range and trajectory, he selected a secure firing position and drew his P-92. Many zombies crumpled before even registering the threat. Others, slower to react, turned toward the gunfire, snarling, lurching, yet still far away. Chen Dong instinctively tensed, then relaxed. These creatures, it seemed, possessed no tactical awareness. They merely shuffled closer, offering no further danger. These were undoubtedly the lowest-tier undead, mindless shambling automatons. A quiet sigh escaped him as he resumed firing. His experience bar rose steadily. Experience gained 1. 93 experience points remaining until next level. Experience gained 1. 76 experience points remaining until next level. Experience gained 1. 59 experience points remaining until next level. After a prolonged stretch of focused fire, a deep resonant hum surged through Chen Dong's body, as if an ancient lock had shattered within him, leaving him lighter, freer, reborn. A system chime sounded. Congratulations, player. Level up achieved. Continue your ascent. Overjoyed, Chen Dong instantly reopened his personal interface to inspect his upgraded attributes. Level 20200. Strength 12. Agility 5. Vitality normal. 4 points had increased, reminiscent of classic MMORPG progression mechanics. Chen Dong surveyed the updated panel with quiet satisfaction. His reflexes, coordination, and sheer speed had demonstrably sharpened. Even the pistol in his hand now felt feather-light. In later stages of advancement, hand-to-hand combat with zombies would pose no insurmountable challenge. Tearing them apart barehanded might even become feasible. Yet such speculations belonged to a distant future. For now, he moved step by deliberate step. Descending from the rooftop, he returned to his second-floor refuge. The moment he entered the office, he found Xia Anqi writhing on the floor like a helpless caterpillar. 2 days without food had already begun twisting her perception into hallucination. Ahem. Chen Dong coughed softly. Xia Anqi jolted violently, her nerves taut as a drawn bowstring, hypersensitive to even the faintest external stimulus. The instant he produced a steaming plate of fragrant fried rice, her emerald green eyes locked onto it with ravenous intensity. Chen Dong inwardly whistled in awe. He'd seen that exact look only once before, in wildlife documentaries, gazing upon starving wolves whose very souls burned with hunger. Would you like some? He lifted her gently and sat before her, holding the dish aloft. She offered no reply. Her gaze dimmed, though her stomach growled audibly beneath her ribs. Without warning, Chen Dong cupped her cheek with his left hand, gently prying her mouth open. The soft, delicate warmth of her skin sent a subtle ripple through his composure. He paused, studying her, exhausted, hollow-eyed, yet undimmed in natural beauty. Xia Anqi blinked, baffled. Are you insane? Wordlessly, Chen Dong scooped a spoonful of rice and slid it into her mouth. She swallowed it instinctively, 2 quick chews, and nearly wept at its rich, savory aroma. Then she snapped back to herself. You'll never break me. Undeterred, Chen Dong lifted a second spoonful and held it near her lips. One more bite. Starvation had eroded her resolve. Though moments earlier she'd stood defiant, her mouth now parted, unbidden, involuntary. In that instant, Chen Dong tilted the spoon aside and fed the morsel to himself instead. Closing his eyes, he savored it deeply, murmuring, "Oh, delicious." Xia Anqi seethed with rage. You're mocking me, eh? Chen Dong swallowed a mouthful of fried rice and replied with a faint smile, "Once you've come to your senses and chosen to follow me, you'll eat whenever you wish." For now, however, that's out of the question. Having spoken, Chen Dong paid no further heed to Xianqi, trembling with fury, and settled back onto the sofa to finish every last grain of his fried rice. He had offered her just one bite, not out of kindness, but from calculated concern. He feared prolonged starvation might dull her memory of taste itself. After days without food, even a single fragrant bite of fried rice would fail to satiate, instead accelerating gastric acid secretion. Like an addict tasting his first hit without the promise of more such torment only deepens the craving. That was precisely the state Chen Dong intended for Xianqi. Xianqi watched Chen Dong devour his meal on the sofa, and suddenly longed to weep. This man showed not the slightest chivalry. He simply tormented her again and again. Sensing her gaze, Chen Dong glanced over. Their eyes met, yet it was Chen Dong who looked away, faintly abashed. It wasn't shyness at seeing a beautiful woman, but quiet remorse. Recalling how he'd treated Xianqi these past days, his still persistent modern sensibilities stirred a pang of guilt. Yet he swiftly admonished himself never soften. He knew well that in this world mercy was a luxury, one that shortened lifespans. In a lawless world, compassion was weakness. Chen Dong uncapped a bottle of mineral water, dissolved some sugar into it, and gently fed it to Xianqi. Then he sat beside her. Exhausted, Xianqi collapsed limply into his arms. Chen Dong sighed softly. Dr. Xia, I must say you are truly stubborn. I've offered you exceptional terms, merely to join me as a comrade, and yet you refuse. Xianqi merely gazed at him in silence. Chen Dong fell speechless. At that moment, a question surfaced in his mind. Dr. Xia, if I set you free, what would you do? She remained silent. Chen Dong too said nothing, and so they sat wordlessly on the floor, she bound tight in his arms. What's your name? Chen Dong. He replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chun, ear radical east phonetic udong. The east and red sun rises in the east. Xianqi nodded once, then spoke with chilling resolve. If you release me, my first act will be to kill you. This despicable man. Chen Dong blinked, then teased. Dr. Xia, despicable man doesn't quite suit me. I neither swindle wealth nor seduce innocence. We've shared nothing improper after all. Still, if you insist on trying, I won't object. Xianqi ground her teeth. Scum, that term, I'll accept it provisionally. But if your very first thought upon freedom is to kill me, I dare not let you go. Chen Dong gently shifted her aside, responding with a wry, knowing smile. Stripping off his clothes, Chen Dong stretched out on the sofa. Dr. Xia, time to sleep. I'd hate for you to die not from starvation, but sudden cardiac arrest. Besides, I'd like someone to talk to. Xianqi, lying on the floor preparing to rest, snapped her eyes open and snapped back. Just shut up. At dawn on the third day, Chen Dong awoke to find Xianqi utterly still. He couldn't tell whether she slept or had simply fainted from hunger. He approached, gently pinching her cheek. Dr. Xia, wake up. He repeated it several times. She did not stir. A grim thought crossed his mind. Could she truly be dead? He pressed 2 fingers to her nostrils, then exhaled in relief. She was still breathing. Only then did he relax, and leaned close to her ear, whispering, Dr. Xia, if you don't rise now, I'll have no choice but to conduct a full physical examination. Feigning sleep, Xianqi finally opened her eyes. Get lost. Chen Dong chuckled, handed her the glucose-laced water, and said, Dr. Xia, while I'm away, behave yourself. Otherwise, if zombies catch wind of you, you'll be snapped up before you know it, and no one will bear the blame. After drinking, Xianqi gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Humph. Even as a ghost, I'll hunt you down. Chen Dong shrugged. No matter. I'm Ning Kaichen, reborn, specially trained to subdue female spirits. After feeding her, Chen Dong ate breakfast while opening his daily system mail to see what supplies the system had delivered. The moment he clicked it open, he thought his eyes deceived him. Rubbing them, he confirmed he hadn't misread. Today's supply was an unlimited quantity of condoms. Chen Dong could only shake his head, half amused, half exasperated. What earthly use could such a thing serve? To fill with water and hurl at zombies. After all, its sole conventional purpose was harmony without conception. Using them as water balloons was a childhood invention, something he and his courtyard friends had devised secretly using free condoms distributed by their community center. Chen Dong pulled one from the pack and turned to Xianqi. Dr. Xia, do you know any practical uses for this? She glanced at the condom in his hand, and her cheeks flushed faintly. Boring. Chen Dong remained unfazed. I mean, any other legitimate applications. As for the obvious one, I'll certainly make use of it when appropriate. Xianqi explained coolly, made of rubber, condoms can substitute for bandages or air bladders. Filled with water, they might serve as crude aerial explosives, though likely useless against zombies. Her insight struck Chen Dong. He suddenly grasped the item's strategic value. Bandages were scarce medical supplies, having a viable alternative significantly strengthened survival odds. As for air bladders, he couldn't predict future conditions, but harsh weather or treacherous terrain remained possible. Crossing a river, for instance, seemed unlikely soon. No vehicles had appeared on the trading platform to date. Yet a makeshift inflatable raft crafted from condoms would be an unparalleled tool for pioneering new territory. Realizing this, Chen Dong felt genuine satisfaction with today's delivery. He casually listed hundreds of condoms on the trading platform, then returned to the supermarket rooftop to dispatch zombies with calm, unhurried precision. Gained 1 experience point. Gained 1 experience point. Gained 1 experience point. Gained 1 experience point. In idle moments, Chen Dong opened the trading platform. To his surprise, the condoms sold astonishingly well, despite his demanding exchange requirements, all essentials. Munching on bread, Chen Dong murmured aloud, "Are these people so driven by impulse that they'll forego meals altogether?" Opening the chat channel, he finally understood. User 38343. Brothers, there's a flight attendant at Dongyuan Residential Complex offering goods in exchange for intimacy. She's skilled and electrifying. I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. User 346304. Whoa. Amazing. Where? Drop the coordinates, brother. User 3838. Same here. I'm curious too. No ulterior motive. User 38343. Coordinates sent 235, 452. Nearby brothers. Charge in. User 10101. Does anyone need a level 1? I'm available. Just give me food and water. Interested parties, please PM me. XOXO. The chat channel buzzed with fervent discussion. Clearly, Chen Dong's swift deployment of his little umbrella owed much to their collective efforts. Chen Dong remained silent. He understood well that in such an apocalyptic world, some people simply could not survive and would sell their bodies for supplies. This was an inevitable reality. After all, in this harsh world, how much was purity worth? Yet Chen Dong still felt a deep, unsettling revulsion. Suddenly, Xia Anshi came to mind. If Xia Anshi could not endure, would she too resort to selling her body for survival? Chen Dong abruptly halted his unwarranted speculation and chuckled softly to himself. Damn it. I can't even guarantee my own survival. Might die any day. Why waste energy worrying about others? With that, he refocused his attention on the zombies roaming the street. 1 experience. 1 experience. 1 experience. Congratulations. Player has leveled up. Keep striving. Level 30300. Strength 15. Agility 7. Vitality starving. Phew. Finally leveled up. Chen Dong shook his slightly aching arms. After over 10 grueling hours of combat, he had finally reached level 3, gaining 3 strength and 2 agility. A small goal accomplished. Now ravenous, it was time to eat. Chen Dong pulled out a pack of crispy noodles and a bottle of mineral water, replenishing his strength while browsing the trading platform. Remarkably, he actually found something useful: a handgun suppressor. An excellent find. With it, his shots would emit far less noise, significantly enhancing his safety. Checking the seller's terms, he saw they only demanded 10 bottles of water. Buying it. Chen Dong, flush with resources, had no intention of haggling. To him, bargaining would be a sheer waste of time. In moments, the suppressor lay in his palm. Mounted onto the barrel, it lent his weapon an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. HM. Just then, Chen Dong's instincts flared sharply. Within his line of sight, a wiry, yellow-haired man with shifty eyes crept stealthily into the supermarket below. Thanks to the thorough clearing of zombies along this street, the intruder encountered no danger. Trouble. Chen Dong's gaze hardened. Gripping his pistol, he descended silently from the rooftop. He had barely reached the staircase when Xia Anshi's desperate cries echoed from the second-floor office. Help me. Someone. Please save me. Her voice was hoarse, raw with terror. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect to stumble upon such a beauty while scavenging. Been pent up for days. Time to let off some steam with you. A stranger's voice rang out from inside the office, followed by the rustle of clothing being stripped away and the sharp, sickening tear of fabric. Chen Dong raised his pistol and bolted down to the second floor. Don't move, or you'll regret it. Just as the yellow-haired man lunged forward, a gunshot cracked behind him. Then, searing agony exploded in his left shoulder. Aya! It burns. Clutching his left arm with his right hand, he screamed in torment. Chen Dong stood frozen at the office door, face like carved ice, pistol steady in his grip, the barrel still faintly shimmering with heat. My person, you dare touch her. His voice dropped low and cold. Then another shot tore into the man's left thigh. Tears streamed down the man's face as he writhed in pain, unsure which wound to clutch, collapsing helplessly onto the floor to beg for mercy. Big brother, I beg you, I'm sorry. I swear I haven't touched her. Spare me. I'll be your slave for life. Your ox, your horse. Chen Dong's expression remained utterly impassive. Even if you called me father, it wouldn't matter. The yellow-haired man's face contorted in abject terror, his whole body trembling violently. Yes, yes, you're my grandfather, my ancestral patriarch. A patriarch disciplining his grandson. That's only natural. Please, great patriarch, show mercy and spare me. Chen Dong listened to the man's frantic shrill pleas and felt only rising irritation. Then he remembered how close the man had come to violating Xianqi, and inexplicably his emotions surged beyond control. You've spoken enough. Chen Dong raised his pistol and emptied the magazine into the man's body. Watching the man collapse, eyes wide with disbelief and frozen in final terror, Chen Dong remained motionless for a long moment before slowly returning to himself. Then he approached the trembling, distraught Xianqi and rolled his eyes. Still alive, Xianqi burst into uncontrollable sobs. Never in her life had she faced such horror. Recalling how narrowly she'd escaped violation, waves of humiliation and sorrow crashed over her. Chen Dong said nothing. He waited until her voice grew hoarse with weeping. Then he untied her bonds, placed a set of clean clothes beside her, and stepped quietly out of the office. Your old clothes are ruined. Change into these. Chen Dong descended to the abandoned supermarket's ground floor and claimed everything from the yellow-haired man's backpack. Nothing of value, far inferior to his own gear. Moments later, Xianqi emerged from the supermarket clad in fresh attire and stood beside Chen Dong. From his pack, he withdrew 10 portions of water and food. Xianqi frowned. What does this mean? Chen Dong shrugged. I'm letting you go. Whether you live or die after this depends entirely on your luck. Before she could respond, Chen Dong turned and walked away from the abandoned supermarket. Having encountered 2 people within just 3 days meant this location was no longer safe. Others would likely arrive soon. He had no choice but to leave. As for Xianqi, he could do no more. Leaving behind basic supplies would at least sustain her for a few more days, a gesture of quiet, unspoken decency. Chen Dong strode onward, never glancing back. Then, suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Multiple level-ups had transformed his physical capabilities, qualitatively, irrevocably. Subtle sounds once imperceptible now rang with crystalline clarity in his ears. Looking back, he saw someone following him about 30 to 40 meters away. It was Xianqi. Chen Dong lowered his gun and walked back. Upon noticing that Chen Dong had seen her, Xianqi began to walk back as well. Chen Dong couldn't comprehend what the other party intended to do, so he allowed her to follow him. The two maintained this pace for half a day. At noon, during a break for supplies, Chen Dong suddenly heard Xianqi scream from behind. He hurriedly rushed back. Xianqi, having followed for so long, felt her legs begin to ache. However, if she stopped, she would quickly fall behind, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and keep up. After a long wait, when Chen Dong finally sat down to rest, Xianqi was also relieved to sit down. But just as she sat down, she noticed a zombie staggering towards them. Xianqi had to run forward and collided right into the incoming Chen Dong. Chen Dong promptly shot it in the head. A few more emerged, but they were swiftly suppressed by firepower. After dealing with the zombies, Xianqi wanted to leave, but Chen Dong held her back, looking somewhat helpless. You've been following me all this way. How much longer do you intend to follow? Come over and have lunch with me. Thus the two sat on a pile of grass, quietly eating their meal. Chen Dong looked at Xianqi, who was now eating slowly, a stark contrast to her previous ravenous manner, and couldn't help but ask, Dr. Xie, you followed me all this way. Oh, what exactly do you want? Today you're lucky to have encountered fewer zombies. Next time if you run into a horde, I won't be able to take care of you. Xianqi didn't answer directly, but asked, does what you said before still count? What did I say? Xianqi replied, I mean joining you, and you have to protect me and provide me with 3 meals a day. You wouldn't back out now, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong chuckled. Weren't you adamant about refusing before? Now you're with me just for that. Xianqi raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit embarrassed. So is it still valid? Chen Dong shrugged and sent a team-up and contract signing request to Xianqi. Of course it's valid. Team-up successful. Master-servant contract signed successfully. In that moment, both their personal information was laid bare. In the team system, players have functions such as location tracking and in-team voice communication. Additionally, teammates can selectively grant some experience points and cannot harm each other. The master-servant contract adds a powerful constraint. If the master dies, the servant dies. If the master lives, the servant lives. Only the master has the right to dissolve the contract. Chen Dong looked at Xianqi and said with a smile, Dr. Xia, why don't you call me master and let me hear it? Xianqi shot him a glare. Those 2 words she couldn't bring herself to say. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two continued to move forward. They proceeded cautiously and fortunately did not encounter any major dangers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the sound of 3 gunshots, Chen Dong took down 3 zombies and gestured to the back. Upon seeing this, Xianqi immediately jogged over to Chen Dong. Chen Dong, how much further? Following Chen Dong made her feel extremely anxious. She even thought it would be safer to stay in the previous small supermarket. Chen Dong didn't think so. He whispered, "Be quiet. There are still more than just these 3 zombies in this building, so keep your voice down." Even with the silencer, there were still slight gunshot sounds. In this eerily silent corridor, the sounds were quite noticeable. In fact, this silencer wasn't the best. Chen Dong regarded its quality as subpar, as the gunfire still emitted a slight airgun-like sound. Chen Dong was quite aware of his own strength and equipment. At present, the only weapon he could proudly present was a P92. With 15 rounds, sometimes he wouldn't even hit the target. Although he had just taken down 3 zombies with 3 shots, to be honest, that was only under specific conditions where the targets were stationary and very close. Looks like I need to practice my shooting skills more in the future. After all, bullets are unlimited. Chen Dong resolved in his heart that once they reached the villa area and settled down, he would clear out the zombies nearby and loot a bit. The reason he was taking Xianqi through various corridors instead of the main road was that he had already observed the area with a trading telescope before setting out. There were too many zombies on the streets, enough to make one feel heart palpitations just by glancing at them. Not to mention, with just 15 rounds from the P92, it was uncertain whether he could kill even 2 zombies. Given his current shooting skills, being able to take down one moving target would be impressive. When the apocalypse first occurred, everyone was teleported here and were basically in a state of confusion. Some were fearless, some disbelieved the danger, and others panicked, running into the streets and attracting the zombies from the buildings outside. Thus, Chen Dong estimated that there shouldn't be many zombies in the building. Additionally, given the narrowness of the corridors, even if there was a large horde of zombies, they wouldn't be able to swarm all at once. Although the zombies were as fast as normal people and never tired, which was quite troublesome, the narrowness of the corridors actually provided Chen Dong with a degree of escape convenience. Chen Dong led Xianqi as they cautiously moved along the wall, carefully listening for any sounds in the corridor. These foolish zombies would stand still when they lost their target. However, they would occasionally wander around searching for fresh flesh to consume. Chen Dong heightened his vigilance, gripping his gun tightly, and signaled to Xianqi with his eyes. "Go open the door." Xianqi's face turned pale, and she trembled as she said, I think we should leave." Chen Dong frowned. "This foolish woman, why is she falling apart at such a time? Open the door, it's fine." Xianqi gritted her teeth, still looking hesitant. I'm scared. Damn it." Chen Dong was somewhat angered. "If you don't open the door, I'll abandon you." Hearing this, Xianqi turned pale, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and rushed over to push the door open. Chen Dong was startled. Was this foolish woman crazy? Did she want to rush in to feed the zombies? He quickly pulled Xianqi back and dashed out, aiming his pistol inside the room and immediately pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Dong fired a series of bullets, turning the 2 zombies inside the room into a sieve. Fortunately, at least he had managed to kill those 2 zombies. Chen Dong grabbed Xianqi and quickly entered the room, shutting the door behind them. He then removed the magazine and took out 9mm bullets from his backpack, loading them one by one. This was the worst part. After finishing this magazine, he still had to load the bullets one by one. Chen Dong said seriously to Xianqi, "Dr. Xie, there's something I need to clarify with you. First of all, we are teammates, not me carrying a burden. And I am the captain, so when I tell you to do something, next time you do it. Never say anything like I'm scared, let's go." Again, this is no longer the peaceful era. Your high-level doctor identity is useless here. If this were not an action to clear zombies, but rather us being chased by them, your hesitation would only lead to both of our deaths. Xianqi's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but she knew that Chen Dong was speaking the truth. "I'm sorry, I understand. I will listen carefully in the future." Chen Dong nodded and said with satisfaction, "Don't worry, I said I would protect your safety, and I won't go back on my word. I had you open the door because I was confident that the zombies wouldn't bite you." Xianqi nodded a bit shyly. Chen Dong was quite pleased with her obedient attitude, taking out a can of luncheon meat, 2 self-heating rice packages, and 2 fruits. Such food was considered a luxury in today's apocalyptic world. Seeing the meal prepared for today, Xianqi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Let's eat something. We will stay here tonight and see if we can leave this block tomorrow." Chen Dong had no intention of leaving. At night, these zombies become very active, with their senses sharper than during the day. At this time, appearing within the zombies' line of sight, even if not detected, any small wound would attract hordes of sharks, like cutting a finger in the deep sea. Chen Dong opened the rice package to let it heat up by itself. "Chen Dong, where exactly are we supposed to go? Today's trek has terrified me. If you ask me, we might as well stay in the small supermarket from before." Chen Dong smirked. "What do you know? I don't know. Why don't you tell me? What's so good about that small supermarket? It has nothing we need and is crowded, plus it's in the city where the population density in the old district is especially high. Staying there for a day or 2 is fine." Chen Dong shook his head, smiling wryly. "But think about it, what happens afterward? If we stay there, if a large-scale zombie tide breaks out one day, we two living people will probably leave no trace behind. After hearing this, Xianqi immediately envisioned a scene of countless zombies rushing towards them. In an instant, her delicate face turned pale. Even though it was just an imagined scene, it still filled her with dread. She couldn't help but think that Chen Dong was very visionary. She was not a foolish woman. Though slightly timid compared to the strong man Chen Dong, she was still quite sensible. Thinking of this, Xianqi felt that following Chen Dong was a very correct decision. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chen Dong seized the time to rest. This was the apocalypse, especially on the road. He couldn't afford to waste even a minute of rest. Physical strength was the most crucial element for survival. Seeing this, Xianqi also lay down beside Chen Dong, closing her eyes to rest. However, lying next to such a masculine man made it impossible for her to fall asleep. She even thought to herself, with such a beautiful woman lying next to him, how could Chen Dong remain indifferent? Was her charm not enough? Xianqi felt somewhat defeated. Before the apocalypse, she was the belle of the highest medical institution in the country. Even in the hospital, she was a renowned genius chief physician. How had she now fallen to the point where even Chen Dong couldn't be attracted? Xianqi was troubled, but Chen Dong wasn't thinking that much. At such times, thinking about those things was simply courting death. Chen Dong adapted quickly to the apocalypse, maintaining a very regular sleep schedule and developing a very good light sleep. This ensured sufficient vigilance. He could wake up quickly in case of danger, while ensuring his body received enough rest and strength replenishment. The next morning, the vibration of his phone woke Chen Dong from his sleep. He turned over and sat up, first looking around to confirm there was no danger. Then he opened today's emails and received today's unlimited supplies. Cold medicine. This was a very practical medical supply. After all, in such harsh conditions, many people are exposed to the elements, and getting cold and fever is quite normal. Without timely treatment, it can be very dangerous. He pushed Xianqi beside him. Chen Dong walked to the balcony, took out his binoculars, and looked at the situation on the street. The street was very calm. Looking around, he could hardly see any zombies. However, Chen Dong was not an ordinary person and would not be deceived by the facade before him. At first, Chen Dong and Xianqi walked on the street. Those cunning zombies may dislike the scorching sun, but that doesn't mean they fear it. Once living humans appeared as targets on the street, they would rush frantically towards them. In the end, Chen Dong and Xianqi had to hide in a nearby residential building to avoid a calamity. Xianqi rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Chen Dong's back with a face full of resentment, muttering, "What a blockhead. He doesn't understand how to cherish a beautiful woman at all." Chen Dong heard Xianqi's mumbling and smiled. "All right, once we reach our destination, I'll let you sleep as much as you want." Xianqi's cheeks flushed. "Let me sleep as much as I want." Chen Dong was unaware of the ambiguity in his words, then continued, "I won't hide it from you. I plan to head to the suburbs this time. Compared to the city, the population density in the suburbs is somewhat lower. I know there is a villa area there where the population density of the wealthy is quite low, so there won't be many zombies. Therefore, finding a villa there as a long-term safe haven would significantly improve our living standards, at least much better than a small supermarket." Xianqi pouted and muttered, "The current living standards aren't much better, are they, eh?" Chen Dong found it amusing. "Isn't this just striving for a better life? All right, stop complaining." We'll set off after breakfast. They proceeded cautiously, seeking a safe place to rest by nightfall. The next morning, Chen Dong woke up and checked his emails as usual. In the next moment, his expression suddenly turned grim. "Damn it, system, you can't be messing with me, can you, eh?" Chen Dong stared at the surplus cotton in his backpack, feeling conflicted. What use is cotton? I'm really at a loss. It's neither edible nor drinkable. Ooh, do you expect me to wrap a corpse with it when I die? Chen Dong thought to himself. What's wrong? Xianqi had just woken up, and seeing the change in Chen Dong's expression couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chen Dong shook his head. The system gave him cotton. Oh, although it was infinite resources, to be honest, it was even more useless than a chicken rib. Chen Dong seriously suspected this was the system's twisted sense of humor, specifically designed to prank him. It was annoying and yet placed at the top of his backpack. However, Chen Dong didn't bother with it and decided to leave it as is. It's nothing. Chen Dong shook his head, ignoring the matter. Yet he still felt a bit disappointed inside. He thought he might receive some medical supplies. After all, he was accompanied by a doctor. If he could get some precious medical alcohol, it would greatly enhance their survival in the apocalypse. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and distant thunder rumbled, with winds occasionally blowing, seemingly heralding the arrival of bad weather. The oppressive feeling brought by the dark clouds made Chen Dong even more vigilant than usual. After all, he and Xianqi were heading towards the villa area, and no one knew how many zombies or ill-intentioned people would be there. Xianqi followed behind Chen Dong, looking at the dark clouds in the sky, and worriedly said, "Chen Dong, it looks like it's going to rain. Do we have an umbrella? In such an environment, if we catch a cold, the consequences could be dire." Chen Dong held a gun in his hand, leading the way. Hearing Xianqi's words, he stopped and turned, saying, "We don't have an umbrella, but if you're worried about catching a cold, I have plenty of cold medicine here, more than enough." Xianqi responded with an, "Oh," then explained, "I'm healthy and not afraid of colds. I'm just worried about you getting sick and leaving me as the only healer waiting to be wiped out by zombies." Upon hearing Xianqi's caring words, Chen Dong felt a warmth in his heart. However, he found her contradictory nature amusing. He teased, "It's all right. Xia doctor, you're the healer. A few sips from you will surely restore my health." After saying this, Chen Dong continued to walk ahead. Hearing Chen Dong's tease, Xianqi's face suddenly turned red. Seeing Chen Dong walk away, she didn't dare to linger too long and could only stomp her feet to vent her small emotions and quickly catch up. "Stinky Chen Dong, wait for me." Finally nearing the villa area, Chen Dong and Xianqi hid in a nearby lookout tower where Chen Dong was observing the situation in the villa area with binoculars. After a long while, Chen Dong slowly lowered the binoculars, remaining silent. Seeing the frown on Chen Dong's face, Xianqi initially hesitated to disturb him, but after a while, noticing he still hadn't spoken, she couldn't help but ask, "Chen Dong, is the situation in the villa area very bad?" Chen Dong finally snapped back to reality. He noticed Xianqi sitting beside him, her gaze filled with concern. Chen Dong patted her hand, gently reassuring her, "It's fine, it's just that the information differs a bit from before. There are quite a few zombies here, even a bit too many, but it's not too troublesome. It just requires some arrangements, and I'm thinking about how to set it up." Xianqi said seriously, "Chen Dong, if the villa area is really too dangerous, we can actually choose not to go there and find another safe haven, returning once we're better equipped." Chen Dong smiled and said, "When have you seen me rush at zombies? I said I'd take you to live in a villa, so I want to deceive you. But you don't let me down again. Adapt quickly to surviving in the apocalypse. Even if one day I'm not around, you should be able to survive well on your own." Xianqi quickly responded, "Puff, don't say such ominous things." But then she pouted, "I know I let you down, but I'm really scared of zombies." Chen Dong looked at Xianqi's guilty expression, feeling a bit soft-hearted. "I understand how any girl would scream upon encountering zombies. But Xianqi, this isn't a game. Once you're dead, it's really over. As your teammate, I hope you can live well and become someone I can rely on. This is the last time I'll say this. From now on, it's up to you." Chen Dong gently patted Xianqi's head, choosing not to say more. Xianqi hated it when others touched her head, but Chen Dong's words stirred a myriad of thoughts within her, and she allowed him to stroke her hair like a docile kitten. Chen Dong set his sights on the most luxurious villa in the area. He wasn't after anything else. He simply liked its north-facing position. Moreover, it was situated by the lake. It was a beautiful view. Although in a world of apocalyptic survival, if conditions allowed, no one would want their living environment to be poor. Chen Dong traded for some Molotov cocktails and 2 grenades on the trading platform, preparing to deal with the zombies. Additionally, he bought a crossbow for Xianqi's self-defense. "Dr. Xia, we're about to enter the villa area. You must stay close to me and follow my lead. This crossbow is for your protection, but don't shoot zombies carelessly or you'll attract attention. For now, practice with it a bit." Xianqi took the crossbow, her gaze firm as she said, "Chen Dong, rest assured, I will never hold you back. I believe you. Let me teach you how to use the crossbow." Chen Dong then guided Xianqi step by step on how to use the crossbow. After ensuring that Xianqi had some self-defense capabilities, he finally felt relieved. Chen Dong said to Xianqi, "All right, let's head in now. Looking at the weather, it might rain, so let's make it quick and sleep in the big villa tonight." Xianqi smiled and said, "Great, I hope there's a big bed inside, so we can sleep well." The two of them exchanged no further trivialities, quickly prepared their supplies, and set off toward their destination. Entering the villa area, Chen Dong led Xianqi along a small grassy path behind the villas. This path was usually used by property management for inspections, and normally very few people walked here. However, with the zombie outbreak, Chen Dong was unsure if this path would be swarming with zombies. He was also taking a gamble. After all, a frontal assault would be like inviting the zombies to a feast. They were fortunate that this grassy path did not encounter any zombies. Just as Chen Dong and Xianqi were about to exit the grassy path, a zombie suddenly stumbled into view at the end of the path. Chen Dong was the closest. As the vanguard, he had been leading the way, and it could be said that he was almost in close contact with the zombie. At that moment, Chen Dong had no time to draw his gun as the zombie lunged towards him with its arms flailing. Whoosh! 2 arrows shot from behind him, grazing his ears and piercing straight into the zombie's mouth. The zombie erupted in a thick spray, toppling forward onto Chen Dong. He shoved the zombie away and looked at Xianqi, who was holding the crossbow still shaken, giving her a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you, Dr. Xia, to have such strong shooting skills." Xianqi snapped back to reality and quickly asked, "Are you all right? You scared me to death. You shot the zombie with the crossbow, and I realized you were so close to it. I was so afraid of hitting you. but luckily you killed the zombie outright." Hearing Xia Anqi's confession, Chen Dong, who had faced the zombie, felt no fear, but cold sweat dripped down his back. Thinking of the arrows that had just whizzed past his ears, he thought that was close just a fraction off. "Ooh, I almost died before my mission began, and it would have been a humiliating death at the hands of a teammate. Alright, I'm fine. Let's keep moving. The shelter we chose earlier is not far now." At that moment, there was a commotion from outside the villa area. "Damn it. Charge and occupy a villa, and once we're inside, the threat from the zombies will be minimal. Fire. Suppress the zombie attacks, burn them." Chen Dong frowned. He hadn't expected other players to have entered the villa area as well. However, this was just right. They could attract most of the zombies' attention. It sounded like they were a fairly large group. Chen Dong pulled Xia Anqi along and took advantage of the chaos to rush out of the grassy path toward the villa they had chosen. Along the way, some zombies noticed the presence of Chen Dong and Xia Anqi and charged towards them. But before the zombies could get close, Chen Dong used a Molotov cocktail to keep them at bay. In the end, he even threw a grenade into the horde. With a bang, the zombie horde suffered heavy casualties, and the two successfully ran into the villa by the lake. The commotion they caused also attracted the attention of that group outside the villa area. "What the hell? Are there players in there too? He even has a grenade. What's so surprising? Don't we also have a grenade? He can't have many. I estimate he has only one. Damn it, I wanted to keep this grenade, but it looks like there's no saving it now." Then there was the sound of another grenade exploding. After entering the villa, Chen Dong and Xia Anqi quickly shut the door and saw several zombies on the first floor. Without waiting for the zombies to react, Chen Dong pulled out his P92 and fired. Along with Xia Anqi's chaotic shooting, they quickly cleared out the few zombies in the villa. The reason Chen Dong was willing to use his limited Molotov cocktails and even expend a grenade outside without taking out his P92 was that he was worried about alerting the other group. After all, while Molotov cocktails and grenades were precious, they could still be bought on the trading platform, but no one was willing to list firearms on the trading platform. They were treated as treasures. After clearing the zombies from the villa, Chen Dong and Xia Anqi confirmed their long-term shelter. Meanwhile, a window popped up on Chen Dong's interface. "Dear player, it has been detected that this shelter is unclaimed. Do you wish to take over?" "Yes, no." Chen Dong clicked on the yes option. With the system's prompt sound, Chen Dong felt that this villa had become the property of their team. Villa area shelter, a place for players to rest, which can later be upgraded with blueprints used to evade zombie tides and challenges among players. Chen Dong turned to Xia Anqi and said with a smile, "Dr. Xia, we can live in this villa for a long time now. You can also think of it as our home in this apocalyptic world." Observing Xia Anqi's relieved laughter, Chen Dong also stepped away from the battle mode. Indeed, having a shelter in a zombie world is a luxurious thing. After wandering around the villa, Chen Dong walked to the balcony on the second floor. The group that had charged in from the front, although they successfully entered the villa area, suffered heavy losses. It was clear to see them, and they must have consumed a lot of supplies. After all, nearly half of the zombies in the villa area had gone over to their side. In another villa, a young man reported to a middle-aged man sitting on an elegant leather sofa, "Brother Jiang, we suffered heavy losses this time. Half of our brothers have died. More importantly, our combat supplies are gone, leaving only some cold weapons." Jiang Kai listened to the report. His face darkened as he slammed his hand on the marble coffee table in front of him twice. "Damn it. It's all because the information was wrong. They said there were few zombies in the villa area, but we rushed in headlong and half of the zombies in the villa area were wiped out. Now there are indeed fewer zombies in the villa area, damn it." Just as he was furious and cursing loudly, a lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky, followed by a thunderous boom. Bang! The dark clouds finally could not bear the burden and poured down rain. The air became damp and cold, and the temperature dropped sharply. The chat channel erupted. "Number 382334, what bad luck. I thought it would rain and I could get some water, but I ended up with a bucket of water that turned out to be acid rain. Not only that, but touching the acid rain burns me but hurts like hell. Number 345345, I was just about to collect water. Never mind, I'll collect it anyway. Just in case one day we really run out of water supplies. Boiled acid rain is sweeter than Nongfu Spring." Number 35233, I actually feel a bit cold now. How long is this rain going to last? If I were to freeze to death in the wild tomorrow. Number 233333, this little broken house of mine is drafty from all sides. I can't stand it. I feel like I'm catching a cold. Chen Dong looked at the sky through the glass, seeing no signs of the heavy rain letting up. Just moments ago, someone in the chat channel had complained about it possibly raining all day, and Chen Dong thought this was not entirely impossible. Yawn. Sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room, Xia Anqi sneezed. She rubbed her goosebumps on her arms, trying to warm herself. Chen Dong sat down beside her and asked, "Are you feeling cold?" Xia Anqi nodded honestly. "It is a bit cold. The temperature dropped too quickly, and I can't quite adapt." Indeed, even the upgraded Chen Dong could still feel a hint of chill, not to mention that Xianqi had yet to upgrade and was still a delicate woman. I need to find something to keep warm. Chen Dong thought about whether to start a fire for warmth. Suddenly, he remembered the unlimited supplies from today. What a coincidence. Cotton can be used to make quilts. While he couldn't make a very warm, sturdy quilt-filling fabric with cotton, was no trouble at all for Chen Dong. Moreover, there was plenty of cotton. If one quilt wasn't warm enough, he could always use two. While searching for fabric and thread on the trading platform, he said to Xianqi, "Wait a moment, he'll perform a magic trick for you." Soon he took out the collected materials to make the quilt. Xianqi looked at the pile of cotton and fabric on the floor astonished. "Chen Dong, how do you have cotton?" Chen Dong laughed. "Of course I exchanged it on the trading platform. Dr. Xia, if you want to get the quilt done faster, can you help me sew the fabric together? I'm not used to using embroidery needles." Xianqi nodded eagerly. "Hee, this is my specialty." With the needle, thread, and fabric in hand, Xianqi quickly made several quilt covers. This level of difficulty was nothing for her coming from a medical background. Soon Chen Dong and Xianqi were happily covered with the quilts. Chen Dong took out steaming food and warm coffee from his backpack, curling up in the quilt with snacks and drinks as if they were on a weekend vacation. Outside the villa, the wind and rain battered while numerous players shivered in the cold, completely unconcerned with them. After eating and drinking enough, Xianqi snuggled in the quilt, murmuring happily, "This is so comfortable." Chen Dong leaned over and asked, "What's so comfortable?" Suddenly feeling the strong breath of a man by her ear, Xianqi's ears turned slightly red. She buried her head deeper into the quilt and playfully scolded, "You naughty Chen Dong, making fun of me again." Chen Dong burst into laughter, ruffling Xianqi's hair. Unlike during battles when he sought caution and even ruthlessness, Chen Dong hoped to relax during non-combat situations, to joke freely with Xianqi, having someone to chat and talk with. If he kept his combat nerves taut, he felt he wouldn't be able to last long. Xianqi also realized that after just a few days of life and death escape, she had become somewhat dependent on Chen Dong. Sometimes she felt uneasy when Chen Dong was not around. Reflecting on how she had initially intended to assassinate him, yet now clung to him like a stubborn shadow, she couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. But she knew her choice was correct. Beside Chen Dong, she found the sense of security that was lacking in this apocalyptic world. At that moment, Xianqi suddenly had a thought. Biting her lip and hesitating for a long time, she suddenly raised her head and asked, "Chen Dong, how about you come to my room tonight?" Chen Dong was startled. Having been single since birth, a stunning beauty was actually taking the initiative. Chen Dong's mind went blank, and he blurted out, "No way. Women would only affect my speed in drawing a gun. Don't even think about touching or even imagining it." Xianqi was stunned. She hadn't expected that being so proactive as a girl would lead to Chen Dong's ruthless rejection. Angrily, Xianqi stood up, snorted, wrapped herself in the quilt, and stomped upstairs, slamming the door shut. At that moment, Chen Dong's mind resumed functioning, filled with regret. Damn it. Was my brain kicked by a donkey? He could only comfort himself that they had just arrived in the villa area and the crisis had not yet been resolved. Thinking about matters between men and women was inappropriate now. Chen Dong looked at the players in the chat channel, still complaining about the weather and the cold, gritting his teeth and muttering, "I'm not happy, so you all shouldn't be happy either." Then Chen Dong used the system screenshot function to take a picture of himself lying on the luxurious sofa wrapped in a quilt. Number 10086. Huh, why don't you have a quilt? I thought everyone did. With picture, number 878732. Number 45432. Ah. Damn. How could such a thing as a quilt exist? Number 99923. 10086. If you have the guts, send me your coordinates, and I guarantee I won't spare you. Number 10086. Huh? I happen to have a few extra quilts. Do you want them? I'm putting them on the trading platform. While chatting in the channel, Chen Dong listed the quilts on the trading platform. But the trading conditions were harsh, only accepting combat supplies. This was equivalent to a sky-high price. Because combat supplies required a large amount of food and water for trading, and exchanging for quilts also needed a significant amount of combat supplies, very few could afford it. After the quilts were listed, the chat channel was filled with denunciations of Chen Dong. Number 93849. What are you doing? You might as well go rob someone. Why trade so many supplies for a broken quilt? Number 10086. You don't have to trade. I'm not freezing anyway. But just a friendly reminder, it looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Number 77777. Let's resist together. Don't let him sell them, save them for the new year. Number 85842. Right. Even if it means freezing to death, I won't buy that broken quilt. Number 34341. How did a quilt get bought? Number 552. Sorry, but the quilt is really warm. Brothers continue to resist. I'm leaving now. Looking at everyone turning their attacks towards number 552, Chen Dong almost laughed out loud. Although he had made many people envious in the chat channel, he still successfully traded several quilts for a large amount of combat supplies. Immediately after, Chen Dong listed some cold medicine and announced in the chat channel, "Brothers, I just listed some cold medicine. The price is reasonable. If you need it, hurry up and buy it. You're not thinking of fighting zombies while dragging your sick body, are you?" This time the chat channel did not denounce Chen Dong as loudly as before. The players were not foolish. They understood the importance of cold medicine. Many players who were already a bit sick looking at the cold medicine still requiring combat supplies in exchange felt disgruntled but had to grit their teeth and trade. Chen Dong had spoken a truth. No one wished to fight zombies while battling illness. Cold medicine was expensive, but if one lost their life, those supplies would merely be looted by whoever came after. In moments, the cold medicine vanished entirely. Chen Dong's backpack brimmed with combat gear, crossbow bolts, bows, daggers, and hand axes. Even hand grenades appeared in trade, an unexpected development for Chen Dong. Meanwhile, some players still hurled threats at him in the chat channel. Player 10,086. Mountains may shift, but rivers flow on. You'll pay for this. Player 10010. Once my cold clears, I'll scatter your ashes to the wind. Chen Dong, absorbed in organizing his combat gear, glanced at the hostile messages and chuckled softly. Player 10086. I'll be waiting. After sending the reply, he closed the chat channel and dismissed it entirely. Molotov cocktails are sufficient, 10 hand grenades, iron bear traps, and ample crossbow bolts. I could even coat some with rust for a tetanus-infused edge. Chen Dong tallied his arsenal. In that instant, he realized his solo capacity rivaled an entire team. Against the other group holed up in the same villa district, he could eliminate them single-handedly, given enough time to prepare. Just as Chen Dong prepared to close the system and rest, a notification flashed across the trading platform. Breaking a gold-tier blueprint, barrier wall, has appeared on the trading platform. This is the platform's first ever gold-tier blueprint. Chen Dong's pulse quickened. It was as if having just yawned a pillow had been handed to him. He'd been fretting over how to shield the villa district from zombie incursions, and now with this barrier wall, such fears dissolved. Without hesitation, Chen Dong opened the trading platform, located the gold-tier blueprint, and murmured, "This one, I will claim it no matter what." Its appearance sent shockwaves rippling through the entire post-apocalyptic world's chat channel. Few could believe it. Less than a week into this apocalyptic world, someone had already uncovered gold-tier equipment. Gold-tier items were unheard of. Even silver-tier ones were rare. Most gear remained bronze-tier. Envy flared across the chat channel. Player 546262. Impossible. This has to be a scam. No one's luck could possibly be that absurd. How? I'm absolutely seething. Player 15424. Exactly. How could anyone possibly obtain something like this? A barrier wall. Find a shelter, deploy the wall instantly. Perfection. What are zombies really? Merely obstacles kept firmly outside. Player 345345. Holy hell. He's actually listing it for auction. But the price is exorbitant. A starting bid of 1,000 essential survival items with increments of 50 per bid. Unaffordable. Amid collective groans, several factions immediately recognized the blueprint's strategic value. They'd already secured shelters. The timing of this blueprint's emergence couldn't have been more fortuitous. In another villa district, a powerfully built man stripped to the waist stared intently at the trading platform and broke into an eager grin. The barrier wall is mine. Anyone who dares challenge Niu Ziqiang will die. With that, the hulking figure pulled on his shirt, descended the stairs, and rallied his comrades, gathering supplies for the impending auction. Inside a signal station, several figures stood silently around a handsome young man awaiting his command. Young Master Zhou, give the word. We'll gather resources immediately and join the auction. Or, a man clad entirely in black leaned in quietly, and with his right hand made a swift, silent, throat-slitting gesture. The young man waved dismissively and sipped his red wine. Unnecessary. This gold-tier blueprint has drawn interest from more than just our faction, and attempting to ambush the seller is futile. The system's protections here are formidable. Moreover, I, Zhou Shujian, do not resort to underhanded means to achieve my ends. Lao Ma, prepare the supplies. We will bid. The black-clad man bowed respectfully. Understood, young Master Zhou. I'll assemble our men at once, secure the necessary supplies, and ensure you acquire this gold-tier blueprint, by any means necessary. Zhou Shujian gave a cold, confident smile. He commanded vast reserves of daily essentials. No rival, he believed, could outmatch him. While common survivors struggled outside, desperate for their next meal, who could possibly compete with him? Jiang Kai, residing in the same villa district as Chen Dong, also coveted the gold-tier blueprint fiercely. Though zombie numbers in their district had dwindled, Jiang Kai had already detected Chen Dong's traces and lacked confidence in repelling other players should they arrive. Yet with the barrier wall blueprint, every concern evaporated. His team could withstand future zombie surges and deter opportunistic raiders alike. But fresh from battle, they lacked sufficient supplies to enter the auction. Frustrated, Jiang Kai slammed his fist onto the marble coffee table. Perched high in a tree in the wilderness, Qian Boudoir adjusted his glasses, staring glumly at his nearly empty inventory of survival essentials. Only one item remained: the gold-tier barrier wall blueprint. He sighed, not because he wished to sell it, but because he had no choice. I hope many bidders join, drive the price higher. That way I buy myself a few more days of survival. Qian Boudoir pushed his glasses up and waited for the auction to begin. Soon the trading platform's auction house activated. A special session convened solely for this gold-tier blueprint. Per platform rules, only gold-tier items qualified for auction. And currently the barrier wall stood alone. Every eligible faction mobilized its full resources determined to claim the blueprint. For them this item was indispensable. Even lone wolf survivors, scattered and solitary, were drawn to the gold-tier barrier wall in the chat channel. Player 46543. Who do you think will win this gold-tier blueprint in the end? Player 254318. Hard to say, but there's a major coalition in the East District led by Niu Ziqiang, self-proclaimed strongest group in the region. They've just seized control of a villa district. They'll almost certainly bid and stand excellent odds of winning. ID 45538. Speaking of large factions, one must mention Zhou Shujian from our South District. Our young master Zhou is chivalrous and compassionate, never harming fellow survivors, and has gathered a group of destitute players bereft of supplies. In just a few days, through his strategic brilliance, he seized a signal station shelter in our district, a feat of extraordinary strength. I believe young Master Zhou can truly rise to prominence. NID 451,846. Who knows? That ID 10086 seems remarkably capable. Do you think he'll enter the auction? NID 10,010. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even with abundant resources, ID 10086 could never muster such an immense quantity for this auction. After all, others command entire factions, whereas he, so far as anyone knows, is utterly alone. Wealth rivaling a nation. Hardly. If he wins the bid, I'll eat zombie flesh on the spot. NID 10,000 exactly. What lowly creature is ID 10086? At best he's profited from trading blankets, yet he dares dream of bidding for a gold-tier blueprint. Ha ha ha. Don't be absurd. He'd be hard-pressed to scrape together even 1/100th of the required survival essentials for entry. And amidst the clamor of speculation, the auction house commenced operations. Niu Ziqiang, Zhou Shujian, and others submitted their auction deposits, alongside several shadowy unnamed factions, including Chen Dong. When Chen Dong accessed the auction interface, he was startled to find over a dozen bidders present, clearly contradicting the chat channel's claim that qualified bidders were exceedingly rare. The apocalypse had lasted less than a week, yet many survivors had already formed alliances for mutual survival, though it remained possible some possessed staggering reserves of supplies. Yet Chen Dong swiftly dismissed the latter possibility. His own abundance stemmed solely from his infinite system, a singular advantage unlikely to be replicated. Esteemed bidders, welcome to the Apocalypse Trading Auction House. May you secure your desired items. To increase your bid, simply click the Raise Bid panel on your interface. At the final bid, the auctioneer will count down 3 seconds. If no further bids are placed, the gavel falls, sealing the sale. All survival essentials held by participating bidders are standardized into survival units: 1 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water or 1 250g portion of food equals 1 unit. Water may substitute for food at a 2:10 ratio. Conversely, food may substitute for water at the same rate. Likewise, if water is insufficient, 2 portions of food may fulfill 1 unit. Chen Dong waited in silent anticipation, as did all others, every bidder poised with razor-sharp focus. Lot 1 gold-tier blueprint, fortified wall. Starting bid 100 survival units. Minimum increment 10 units. In this auction house retains a 2 commission on the final sale price. Bidder 1 raised their paddle. In the virtual auctioneer's mechanical voice, intoned Bidder 1, 100 survival units. And shortly thereafter, Bidder 3 raised their paddle. And the auctioneer continued, Bidder 3, 110 survival units. In Chen Dong, Bidder 8, he remained silent, observing as the price for this gold-tier blueprint surged relentlessly, swiftly breaching the 200-unit threshold. And judging by its momentum, it seemed poised to climb toward 300 units. In Bidder 9 raised their paddle, the first to offer 300 survival units. The auctioneer announced, Bidder 9, 300 survival units. And instantly lone survivors across the public channel erupted in astonishment. Holy hell, 300 survival units. That's 300 bottles of water and 300 food rations, 150 pounds of grain. How long could one survive on that? My God, 300 bottles of water, and 150 pounds of food. This is a bona fide tycoon. And I recognize bidder 9. He's Niu Ziqiang. Whoa, this magnate is terrifying. Where on earth did he amass such vast reserves? And simultaneously bidder 9 posted in the bidder-only chat, this gold-tier blueprint belongs to me, Niu Ziqiang. Let no one dare challenge me. And if you take it today, I'll raise your home to dust and tear you limb from limb. Bidder 5 raised their paddle, ignoring Niu Ziqiang's threat outright. N310 survival units. In the auctioneer's voice chimed bidder 5, 310 survival units. In bidder 5 added in the auction chat, I don't care who Niu Ziqiang is. This gold-tier blueprint interests me deeply. I'm Zhou Shujian. Regrettably, I cannot yield. And upon revealing his identity, bidder 5 ignited another wave of shock across the public channel. And whoa, it's young Master Zhou. And young Master Zhou is the most renowned scion in our region. No wonder he commands over 300 survival units. That's astonishing. And young Master Zhou, I wish to become your underling. Just feed me. And Zhou to hell. Do you really think anyone can just waltz in and become young Master Zhou's subordinate? Look at yourself. Young Master Zhou, I'm strong. I'll work for you. And Zhou Shujian observed the public channel's adulation with quiet satisfaction, savoring the envy and reverence of the masses. He was born to claim the finest things life offered, and no rival could stand against him, nor did he believe any could ever surpass him, especially not in wealth. Niu Ziqiang fired back in the auction chat, your bold Zhou Shujian. Consider this feud sealed. Zhou Shujian replied instantly, Mr. Niu insists on directing this grievance toward me. I have no defense, but neither am I a pushover. Come forth then. NAS for the gold-tier blueprint. The highest bidder shall prevail. Having openly declared themselves, the two clashed fiercely in the auction chat. Chen Dong glanced at these two familiar names. They were the very figures recently lauded in the public channel, rising stars whose names now echoed across the wasteland. And like the other bidders, Chen Dong chose not to join the fray, merely observing as the required survival units for the gold-tier blueprint climbed ever higher. Perhaps the price had grown too steep, or perhaps some bidders hoped to strike at the last moment. The final bid for the fortified wall plateaued at 350 survival units. The winning paddle belonged to Zhou Shujian, and though expected, the result still evoked awe. The sheer depth of resources commanded by his faction was undeniable. The virtual auctioneer's voice resonated, bidder 5, 350 survival units. Are there any further bids? Niu Ziqiang roared in fury within his villa. Ni's faction could no longer afford to commit additional survival units to the auction. Doing so would jeopardize their very survival. The auctioneer repeated no further bids. Then, 350 units. First. Zhou Shujian curled a contemptuous smile at the corner of his lips. Humph, was he not the renowned young Master Zhou? Was there anything he desired that remained beyond his reach? Who was this Niu Ziqiang? Utter trash, hardly worth a second thought. Zhou Shujian almost laughed aloud. He relished this sensation of looking down upon all mortals. He was the undisputed overlord towering above the world. But just then, the virtual auctioneer's voice rang out. Bid from buyer 8, 400 units of daily necessities. It was Chen Dong, striking decisively at the final moment. What? Zhou Shujian froze stunned. He had never anticipated someone lying in wait to seize the prize at the last instant. And not only that, this bidder had thrown in 50 units at once. At this juncture, nearly every survivor guarded their supplies with fierce, desperate care. These were their very lifelines. Not only Zhou Shujian, but everyone in the public channel gasped in unison. Who is this buyer 8? They just bid 400 units of daily necessities. Damn, what an absurdly wealthy patron. 400 units. That could sustain me for how long? This is a stealth tycoon. Who is this magnate? I'd gladly become his woman. Humph, silly flirt. What are you even bragging about? Are you prettier than me? You? Dream on, becoming his woman. I'm the one destined for him. Buyer 8, if you're watching, please send me a private message. I'm truly stunning in person. Step aside up there. Do you really dare claim you're beautiful? Buyer 8, look at me instead. I used to command 500,000 followers as an internet celebrity. I'll be your lover, any position, no limits. 500,000 zombie followers more like. Zhou Shujian clenched his fists, eyes wide with disbelief. His face twisted into a mask of fury as he stared at the torrent of chatter flooding the screen. Damn it. Who is this guy daring to snatch what I, Zhou Shujian, have set my sights on? Has he lost his mind? Fine, fine. I refuse to believe he actually possesses that much supply. Let's test our wealth. I, Zhou Shujian, have never feared anyone in this regard. Zhou Shujian immediately raised his bid, 450 units of daily necessities. He was certain this enigmatic buyer 8 would falter. His move sent the entire public channel into pandemonium. Holy, holy, holy. Young Master Zhou just added another 50 units. What staggering affluence. The owner of these blueprints must be overjoyed. Bid from player 5, 450 units of essential daily supplies. Chen Dong glanced at the new bid, utterly unperturbed. He possessed little else, but he did have water in abundance. While others agonized over parting with even a single unit, he dismissed it without a second thought. To challenge him was akin to meeting one's future father-in-law, and failing to recognize his stature. Raise the bid. 500 units of daily necessities. Bid from player 8, 500 units of essential daily supplies. All eyes widened, riveted on the digits flashing across the screen, their breaths growing ragged and heavy. It was merely a 3-digit figure, but behind those numbers lay sustenance enough to drive men to madness. What? He's still pursuing the bid. Who is this tycoon? How have we never heard of such a figure among us? Unbelievable. Does he command an entire production facility? Is he perhaps its director? That's preposterous. He must have been teleported directly into a food or bottled water factory. Impossible. In this world, most manufactured goods are useless. Supplies can only be obtained by opening resource crates. And the higher the crate's tier, the denser the zombie infestation, a fact known to all. The greater the quantity, the more perilous its acquisition. Zhou Shujian stared dumbfounded at the number glowing on the screen. How is this possible? 500 units, dispensed so effortlessly. Who is this person? Damn it. No matter who you are, you will not take what I Zhou Shujian have claimed. This is mine, and no one shall wrest it from me. Zhou Shujian ground his teeth and snarled, raise the bid. For me. Young Master Zhou, we're running critically low on supplies. If we continue bidding, even our most basic survival will be jeopardized. A black-clad man beside him paled with alarm. Indeed, young Master Zhou, we must stop now. Otherwise we'll be forced to scavenge alongside those horrifying zombies, and worse in zones teeming with them. The cost outweighs any gain. We'll never gather enough materials for the golden blueprint, not in 1,000 years. Young Master Zhou, please reconsider. Our hunger matters little, but you born of noble blood must never go unfed. Without sufficient supplies, all of us are doomed. Zhou Shujian roared, get out of my sight. I refuse to believe he holds more reserves. No one dares compete with me, Zhou Shujian. Bid from buyer 5, 550 units of essential daily supplies. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. So Zhou Shujian commanded considerable resources, enough to amass such a vast stockpile. Clearly no ordinary adversary. Yet, that was all. Chen Dong raised his bid again, utterly indifferent. Bid from buyer 8, 600 units of essential daily supplies. What a 600 units of daily necessities. This is utterly. This time the entire channel fell deathly silent. They stood awestruck, utterly speechless. How many days had passed? Yet someone had already gathered such staggering reserves. Who was this person? And he had raised the bid without hesitation, not a flicker of doubt. Even young Master Zhou had paused before raising his bid. Yet buyer 8 followed immediately, matching each increment precisely, disregarding entirely the minimum bid requirement of 10 units. As if to him these supplies were but a trivial sprinkle of rain. Zhou Shujian's eyes blazed with fury and raw burning resentment. He refused to yield. But when he attempted to raise his bid once more, an alert flashed: insufficient supplies. Zhou Shujian glared unblinking at the merciless screen before him. I will uncover who you are. This time Zhou Shujian did not counter Chen Dong's bid. His reserves were exhausted, his will intact, but his means gone. The virtual auctioneer intoned, buyer 8 has bid 600 units of essential daily supplies. Do other bidders wish to submit competing offers? After a pause, the auctioneer continued, in the absence of further bids, I shall commence the final countdown. 600 units of essential daily supplies. First call. 600 units of essential daily supplies. Second call. 600 units of essential daily supplies. Third and final call. Snap. As the gavel struck, the transaction was sealed. Chen Dong became the rightful owner of the golden tier blueprint fortress wall. Since the auction house featured only a single lot, the auction concluded immediately after the first item was sold and bidders began filing out of the auction chamber. The auction concluded successfully. Congratulations to player 10086 for winning the golden tier blueprint bastion wall. The chat channel fell silent. Then voices gradually emerged. Player 132423. Hey, where did those who claimed 10,086 wouldn't bid even bother to go? I just killed a zombie, still steaming. If you're hungry, I'll send you the coordinates. In player 51,542, unbelievable. Who knew 10086 had so many survival supplies? 600 units. I can't even scrape together a tenth of that. Terrifying. Player 456755. Anyone know where 10,086 lives? I'd risk my life to find him. I beg him to take me on as his junior brother. Across the chat channel, most players were discussing Chen Dong's astonishing power. That he could afford such an immense quantity of essential supplies for bidding suggested he held far more in reserve. Qian Bude stared into his backpack at the staggering influx of resources and burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. With this much, he could survive for a very, very long time. He needed to find a secluded place to savor these riches alone. In this apocalypse, humanity itself was the gravest threat. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possession of treasure invites calamity. He had seen survivors robbed of food and water, even murdered over scraps. He dared not parade such abundance before others. Meanwhile, Chen Dong opened his inbox and received the golden tier blueprint, Bastion Wall, sent by the auction house. He skimmed the required materials. Bastion Wall blueprint, 11 in wood, 20,300 in steel, 66,300 in cement, 3,300 in water, unlimited food, and all these resources were readily available on the trading platform. Chen Dong immediately placed bulk orders on the trading platform. Soon all materials were assembled. He tapped open the Bastion Wall blueprint. Respected player, would you like to construct the Bastion Wall? Yes. Non-selecting, yes. The blueprint vanished from his screen. A thunderous boom followed, startling Xia Anqi upstairs in the villa. Outside their villa, a towering wall surged upward, reaching the height of the second floor. Its thickness was such that even with arms fully outstretched, Chen Dong could scarcely touch both sides. Golden artifact Bastion Wall constructed. Chen Dong surveyed the completed wall with deep satisfaction. Xia Anqi descended the stairs stunned. This is that golden tier blueprint. As Chen Dong's teammate, Xia Anqi naturally knew his player ID. She had also been monitoring the chat channel and understood the strategic significance of this golden tier blueprint. It meant their long-term shelter would become for the foreseeable future an impregnable fortress. Once the shelter was secured, Chen Dong decided to venture into nearby zombie-infested zones to scavenge supplies, leaving Xia Anqi to guard the villa. He took this risk not lightly, but under immense pressure. Everyone's strength was surging rapidly. Higher-tier resources would soon flood the world. Only by pulling ahead now could he endure longer in this desolation. And there was another reason: his marksmanship was abysmal. He needed to hone it, fast. Fortunately, he now wielded the P92 pistol equipped with a suppressor, making stealthy, controlled engagements possible without drawing hordes. Leaving Xia Anqi behind ensured her safety. Upon returning, he would share experience points with her. Though she served as the team's medic, her combat prowess could not remain weak. Chen Dong laid out his plan. Xia Anqi nodded obediently. Stay safe, and return at once if anything feels wrong. I'll wait for you here, and practice my crossbow diligently. Torrential rain poured down. Chen Dong donned the raincoat he'd finally scavenged. After bidding farewell to Xia Anqi, he headed toward the zombie-infested district. Earlier, while silently observing chat conversations, he'd gathered crucial intelligence. His residential zone, this cluster of villas, was naturally isolated from the adjacent district by a dense zombie horde severing transit between areas. Breaking through would be nearly impossible in the short term. Of course, as supplies grew more abundant, such interzonal barriers would eventually fade in significance. Chen Dong marched deliberately toward that very choke point. How long he walked he couldn't say, only that when the rain ceased he saw the district emerge. Silently, he scaled a residential building and eliminated 2 zombies with his pistol, claiming a unit as his vantage point. The unit stood low, just 2 stories high, yet afforded a clear view over the street below where zombies wandered in scattered clusters. The stench of rotting flesh rose from below, threatening to make him retch. Only after pulling on a mask did the nausea subside, though the zombies' shrill guttural cries still pierced the air. Chen Dong raised his pistol, resolved to end it swiftly. Flames engulfed the zombies below. Atop the small building, Chen Dong fired precise follow-up shots. It was a harvest. His aim had been unrefined at first, but the horde was vast. Miss one target, and luck might still strike another. This was the perfect chance to refine his marksmanship. His experience bar surged upward. Gained 1 experience, and gained 1 experience, and gained 1 experience. And congratulations, player. You have leveled up. Press onward. The flames died. Smoke curled faintly from the barrel. Chen Dong opened his character panel. Level 40, 400 in strength, 20 in agility, 9 in stamina. Normal. Gazing down at the charred expanse beneath the building, Chen Dong exhaled a slow, heavy breath. Then he retrieved a ladder, descended, and moved toward the next zombie cluster. He'd already realized something: the abandoned supermarket and villa district formed a relatively safe zone. Fewer supplies meant fewer zombies. But beyond the next district lay a major congregation point. Traversing steadily from the villa district toward the distant hilltop, Chen Dong dispatched numerous stragglers and small groups, and uncovered several supply crates along the way. All were bronze tier. His experience bar now surpassed the halfway mark. Finding a secure low-profile cottage, he climbed onto its roof, unpacked lunch, and replenished his reserves. After finishing his meal, he resumed his ascent toward the hilltop. Not until sunset did he return to the villa district. Having leveled twice, he felt his stamina and endurance transformed, utterly alien compared to before. He maintained a steady, unhurried pace until the edge of the villa district appeared in sight, yet not a trace of fatigue or labored breath stirred within him. As he reached the main gate, 3 or 4 zombies noticed him and lurched forward. Chen Dong shook out his legs and grinned. Perfect warm-up run. Let's test just how far my physical limits have risen. Without hesitation, he charged straight at them. Still cautious, he opted to eliminate them one by one, eschewing reckless frontal assaults against swarms. Even at level 4, prudence remained his guiding principle. Mighty Vajra kick. Chen Dong shouted the classic move from the movie, delivering a flying kick straight into the zombie in front of him. The zombie that was kicked squarely flew back, rolling several times before it finally came to a stop. Chen Dong was equally astonished by his own explosive power. He never expected that his strength could reach such a level. After all, the physical quality of zombies is far superior to that of humans. That kick could make a zombie struggle for a long time before getting back up, or if it were aimed at a person. Chen Dong could already envision that scene. Unlike humans, zombies do not understand fear when they see their companions being kicked away. They simply continue to roar and attack Chen Dong relentlessly. Come at me. Chen Dong drew a silver-grade tang knife he had previously scavenged, wielding it with sheer brute force as he effortlessly hacked down the zombies like chopping vegetables. For a moment, no further zombies appeared. Chen Dong shook off the zombie blood from his tang knife and pondered. It seems the team that entered the villa area with us has truly wiped out the zombie horde. In a while, if other players catch wind of this, they will surely start to move into the villa area. Interesting. However, Chen Dong was not too concerned about the arrival of new players. After all, he already had the barrier wall, and by the time the new players arrived, he should be well prepared. His biggest concern was still the group living next door. Ultimately, they were still a team, and Chen Dong was unsure if the barrier wall could hold them back. What if they climbed over it? Chen Dong could not guarantee that. He thought to himself that he needed to deal with the most immediate threat. As long as he dealt with the nearby threat, Chen Dong was confident that when new players arrived in this villa area, his villa would become an indestructible stronghold. I need to find an opportunity. Chen Dong returned to his villa and underwent facial recognition at the barrier wall. He glanced back at the villa, silently murmuring. Upon entering, Xianqi was already waiting by the door, inspecting Chen Dong from all sides. Chen Dong, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Chen Dong grabbed Xianqi and smiled, saying, How could I get hurt so easily? I'm blessed by fate. I even found a treasure when I went out. Next, Chen Dong shared some experience points, and Xianqi instantly leveled up to level 3. ID 9527. Level 3, 2300. Strength 7. Agility 13. Stamina abundant. Leveled up to level 3, not bad. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. However, the most important thing at the moment was to ensure his own development. In a short time, she would probably fall behind him by a level. Perhaps when the experience requirements increase later on, they would have a chance to level up together. Moreover, Xianqi's physical stats seemed to be inferior to Chen Dong's. He didn't know if it was due to the difference in physical quality between men and women or some other reason. Xianqi allowed Chen Dong to examine her information panel, complaining, You have no idea how worried I was at home watching the experience bar rise so quickly. My heart was in my throat. Chen Dong ruffled Xianqi's hair and laughed. It did have some twists and turns, but it was ultimately safe. This wave of experience points directly led to a qualitative leap in their physical capabilities, especially for you, allowing you to possess a degree of self-protection. Xianqi seemed to have noticed that Chen Dong particularly liked ruffling her hair. However, she wasn't opposed to it, as she was just a bit curious. Chen Dong, why do you like ruffling my hair so much? Xianqi curled her hair a bit shyly. Upon hearing this question, Chen Dong realized that he indeed had a fondness for ruffling Xianqi's hair. He couldn't help it. It felt a bit like petting a cat, a little intoxicating. Chen Dong's hand, which had initially fallen, continued to rest on Xianqi's head as he rubbed it, and said, Why? If I don't ruffle your hair, do you expect me to ruffle your big conscience instead? Xianqi's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. Previously, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Chen Dong felt a stir of desire. Before him, Xianqi's fitted clothing accentuated curves that ignited a man's hormones. Her expression, inviting yet evasive, was marked by nervous fidgeting of her hands. Indeed, beautiful women are the greatest stumbling block for men. Chen Dong swallowed hard. But I want to challenge my weakness. Chen Dong suddenly pulled Xianqi into his embrace, their lips meeting as the suppressed hormones erupted at that moment. Anqi, do you want to take a shower? Xianqi wrapped her arms around Chen Dong's neck, softly saying, I washed my hair and wiped my body. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly interrupted. Dear player, there are a few unidentified players approaching outside the barrier wall you constructed. Chen Dong froze as if doused with cold water, instantly regaining his composure. Xianxi noticed the change in Chen Dong's mood, releasing her legs that were wrapped around his waist and standing on the ground concerned and asking, "What's wrong?" If it weren't for the urgent situation, Chen Dong would never have reacted so suddenly. He exhaled and said seriously, "There are unidentified survivors approaching outside the wall. We need to check it out." Xianxi quickly adjusted her clothing. "They'll go out with you to take a look." Chen Dong took out his handgun, checking the bullets inside. He shook his head and said, "You stay inside, go upstairs and grab the crossbow. If the situation is not right, support me." Xianxi also entered combat mode. She took out the crossbow, nodded to Chen Dong, and ran straight up to the balcony on the second floor, finding a suitable spot for ambush. Chen Dong reloaded his handgun while opening the door, muttering angrily, "It's all because of you lot. The cooked duck flew away. If you don't keep your eyes open, don't blame me for treating you as live targets." Chen Dong shouted from behind the barrier wall, "People outside, stop. No matter what your intentions are, if you get any closer to my refuge, don't blame me for being rude." Outside, a woman spoke in a deliberately coy tone, saying, "Good brother, please open the door. I am Xiao Qian from the neighboring team, sent by the team leader to discuss matters with you." Chen Dong frowned. He didn't expect the neighboring team to come knocking before he even made a move. "If it's about team formation, I'm not interested. Please go back." Chen Dong did not open the gate, but outright refused. For others, banding together would make it easier to gather supplies and deal with zombies, thus increasing their chances of survival. However, for him, others were the greatest threat. "Good brother, don't be in a rush to refuse. Let me in first. Look at me, my backpack is empty. There's nothing inside." Xiao Qian actively opened her backpack. As expected, there were indeed no supplies that could threaten Chen Dong's safety, which demonstrated the other party's sincerity. Chen Dong thought for a moment, opened a crack in the door, ready to shoot at any moment, then cautiously let Xiao Qian sidle in. She was a woman with a voluptuous figure, but an ordinary appearance. Her clothes were tattered, her body was barely concealed. It was hard to tell if it was due to poor conditions or an intentional seduction. Chen Dong chuckled inwardly. Such a person in the past might have caught his attention. However, after spending so many days with Xianxi, his standards had risen sharply within just a few days. "Wow, good brother, is this the golden level blueprint? It seems you are indeed 10,086. Xiao Qian said with admiration on her face. Chen Dong's expression remained unchanged. This was what he feared the most. As soon as the barrier wall was constructed, Jiang Kai's team immediately knew his identity. Although Chen Dong did not expect his identity to remain hidden forever, now was not the time. If Jiang Kai and the others announced his identity in the chat channel, with his current lack of strength, he would be very passive. After all, everyone knew he had a lot of supplies, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would harbor ulterior motives. Chen Dong squinted slightly, forcing a smile as he said, "What is your team only interested in my identity?" Xiao Qian covered her mouth and giggled, saying, "Good brother, how could you say that? Perhaps we still have a chance to become teammates. Don't you plan to invite me in to sit for a while?" Chen Dong squinted at Xiao Qian, unable to discern her true intentions. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, "Haha, guests are welcome. Since your team has shown sincerity, I won't be stingy. Please come in." In another village, Jiang Kai and the others received a message from Xiao Qian in the team channel. They had successfully entered the 10086 shelter and began reconnaissance. Xiao Qian successfully entered Chen Dong's villa. Just as she reported, she was here with a mission. That was to probe Chen Dong's true capabilities. They could not possibly be unaware that 10,086 had spent 600 units of essential supplies to purchase the golden level blueprint. It was important to note that they had also considered the barrier wall. Unfortunately, their strength was insufficient. When they saw Chen Dong establish the barrier wall, they already knew his identity. He was the elusive player number 10,086. Jiang Kai's subordinates had previously advised him to treat Chen Dong's information as intelligence and sell it to those who had ideas about Chen Dong or the golden level blueprint. However, this idea was directly dismissed by him. He even scolded the fool profusely. Afterward, he revealed his own plan. Jiang Kai planned to send someone to probe Chen Dong's true capabilities. Then he would devour this fat sheep himself. He clearly saw that only Chen Dong and Xianxi had entered the villa. This indicated that there were only 2 people on Chen Dong's side. Yet they had as many as 8 people on their side. Although Chen Dong had abundant supplies, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. As long as they understood the layout of Chen Dong's villa, once the opportunity arose, they could quietly scale the barrier wall and effortlessly capture the 2. By that time, they would no longer have to worry about supplies. Such a plan was simply flawless. Thus, the night before, Jiang Kai called Xiao Qian. He first engaged in small talk. "Xiao Qian, how has Brother Jiang treated you?" Xiao Qian replied flirtatiously, "Brother Jiang treats me the best. It was Brother Jiang who saved me from the zombies and Brother Jiang who provided me with food and drink. Xiao Qian will follow Brother Jiang for life. Brother Jiang laughed heartily. Then he said leisurely, Xiao Qian, tomorrow you'll go find out the details about 10,086 and do not bring any weapons with you. Once inside, be sure to gain the other party's trust, and if necessary, you can meet all of their requests. Xiao Qian looked at Jiang Kai in shock. She naturally understood Jiang Kai's meaning, and her expression hesitated for a moment. Brother Jiang. Jiang Kai directly interrupted her coldly, saying, What do you want me to say it a second time? Xiao Qian had no choice but to nod bitterly. Yes, Brother Jiang. Jiang Kai then turned his anger into joy, chuckling. Now that's my good sister. Thus the scene of Xiao Qian taking the initiative to visit after Chen Dong returned the next day appeared. After Chen Dong led Xiao Qian inside, he ordered Xianqi to remain on the second-floor balcony occupying the high ground to observe whether Xiao Qian's teammates exhibited any unusual movements. Then he invited Xiao Qian to sit in the living room. So it's Xiao Qian, let's sit down and talk. I happen to not have eaten yet, would you like some fried rice and orange juice? Sure, since the good brother invited me to dinner, I certainly cannot refuse. Chen Dong nodded and took out items from his backpack, placing them on the dining table. As the aroma of the fried rice wafted through the air, Xiao Qian involuntarily swallowed hard. In this apocalyptic world, even filling her stomach had become a challenge. Fried rice and orange juice were things that only appeared in her dreams. It was as if the experiences of the past few days were an illusion, and she was still the goddess being pampered in the hands of a devoted suitor. After eating a few bites of rice and sipping a glass of orange juice to moisten her throat, Chen Dong got to the point. Xiao Qian, you mentioned wanting me to join your team. I'm curious, after knowing my identity, what confidence do you have to invite me to join? Xiao Qian, wiping her mouth with lingering satisfaction, smiled and said, Good brother, we have a big team of 8 people. You must have seen us exterminating the zombie horde in the villa area before. That's not something just any team can accomplish. Chen Dong nodded. I admit I've observed your strength, and indeed it is formidable. In the past, he would not have had such a profound understanding of Jiang Kai's team's capabilities. It was only after he went out to hunt zombies alone that he realized how strong Jiang Kai's team was. Seeing this, Xiao Qian continued, Although we lost almost half of our people while clearing the zombies in the villa area, we will continue to develop and return. Given time, we can fully become a powerful group that dominates the area. By then, everyone in the team will enjoy enormous benefits. After Xiao Qian finished speaking, Chen Dong arched an eyebrow. Is that all? Xiao Qian blinked in surprise, unable to read his expression. Chen Dong then flashed a toothy smile. If this is the extent of your confidence, your so-called offer to recruit me, then I'll respectfully decline. You ought to know if I alone could procure several thousand units of essential supplies to purchase the barrier wall, and even spare rare food and beverages to host you. Do you truly believe I need to join your team? Xiao Qian fell speechless. So please don't waste any more time on me. For now, we're at least neighbors. Accept this modest token as a gesture of goodwill. If there's nothing further, please take your leave. Chen Dong withdrew 20 units of essential supplies from his backpack and handed them over. Xiao Qian stared dumbfounded at the sudden surplus now filling her own pack. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to be so extravagantly generous, handing over 100 units of vital supplies to a stranger he'd just met. Xiao Qian's eyes flickered slyly as she sidled up beside Chen Dong and sat down, subtly brushing her arm against his with feigned innocence, her expression coyly apologetic. Such generosity from Big Brother. It makes me blush. How about Xiao Qian keeps you company for a while? She extended her hand, probing cautiously, then gradually drifting downward. But Chen Dong seized her wrist firmly and smiled faintly. Frankly, I'm not interested in you. Not in the slightest. Please don't force me to lose my temper. Agreed. Xiao Qian gazed at Chen Dong's cheerful, untroubled face. No trace of malice, no aura of killing intent. Yet an instinctive chill gripped her. If she pressed further, she might well forfeit her life. Flustered, Xiao Qian withdrew her hand and sat upright. Don't be angry, Big Brother. I was only teasing. Chen Dong gently pushed her aside and chuckled. Nothing more to discuss. Please go. Let us remain harmonious neighbors. After escorting Xiao Qian beyond the barrier wall, Chen Dong called out to Xianqi to come downstairs. Her eyes brimmed with confusion. Chen Dong, why did you give them supplies? Even if our reserves are abundant, such generosity borders on recklessness. Chen Dong gave a light, knowing laugh. You misunderstand entirely. Believe me, by dawn tomorrow, or even tonight, they'll be unable to restrain themselves. They will strike. Xianqi gasped. Then why give them supplies? Doesn't that only expose how much we have, and make them hungrier to seize it? Or, are you planning to let them feast first, then fight us at full strength? Precisely, I wanted to give them supplies. Anticipating her doubt, Chen Dong explained patiently. Before today, they saw just 2 of us claim a gold-tier blueprint. enough to plant greedy thoughts. But without concrete intelligence on our true capabilities, they held back. Sending this woman wasn't recruitment, it was reconnaissance. Pure and simple. Watching Xie Anqi sink into contemplation, Chen Dong continued, by giving them supplies I've signaled abundance, stoking their impatience. And we'll turn their eagerness against them, a perfect trap laid in plain sight. Moreover, I'm certain they haven't shared my identity with others. They see us as theirs alone and will guard that prize jealously. Xie Anqi's understanding crystallized. So, what's your plan? Chen Dong retrieved combat gear from his backpack. Molotov cocktails, iron bear traps, bundles of crossbow bolts, daggers, a P92 pistol. Once organized, he declared, I'll rig the interior perimeter with layered traps, ensuring they'll find no escape when they come. Daring to covet what's ours. They've grown far too bold. Xie Anqi watched Chen Dong, calm, decisive, utterly in command, and couldn't help but smile. Is there anything I can do to help, eh? Chen Dong handed her several bear traps and instructed, since Dr. Xie has volunteered, place these discreetly in the corners along the wall, camouflaging them well. Consider it their appetizer. Xie Anqi accepted them obediently. Understood, I'll set them up right away. She stepped into the villa's courtyard and began laying the traps with meticulous care. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian had returned to her shelter, surrendered the supplies, and reported her findings to Jiang Kai. He sat at the center of the living room sofa, chin resting on his palm, eyes blazing with avaricious fire. Unexpectedly, this 10,086 possessed staggering reserves. His foundations were evidently solid. Survival posed no hardship even after the auction. Jiang Kai could no longer contain his restless fervor. He resolved to launch a raid tonight, seizing every last supply, and the gold-tier barrier wall from Chen Dong. As if reading his mind, a henchman spoke up. Brother, hesitate no longer. You heard Xiao Qian's report. Their stockpile could sustain our entire team for months. And if we wait longer, who knows when rival factions might descend upon this villa district. Others chimed in, nodding vigorously. Exactly, brother. He gifted us 20 units outright. Surely he carries hundreds more. Xiao Qian added, her voice whispering persuasively. Jianggu, act now. Strike under cover of darkness while 10,080 SIXS guard is down. A swift, devastating surprise. Jiang Kai slammed a crossbow onto the table, snarling, done. Tonight, we storm 10,080 SIXS nest. The room erupted in cheers. Long live the boss. Jiang Kai, already savoring visions of triumph, threw back his head and roared with laughter. Chen Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, surveying the meticulously laid traps across the villa's interior and courtyard. Hands resting on his hips, he smirked coldly. This time, we'll play the farmer who waits beneath the tree. In the apocalypse, humanity itself is the gravest peril. Chen Dong wasn't cruel, merely pragmatic. With such a threat lurking nearby, rest was impossible. In moments of crisis, that faction could become the blade turned against him without warning. So the moment he sensed their treacherous intent, he chose preemptive action, to eradicate them utterly. Nightfall in the apocalyptic world descended far more swiftly than in the real world. Survivors once again murmured in quiet relief. They had lived another day. What haunted survivors most at night was not the zombies, but the other survivors beside them. No one dared trust that beyond their own squadmates, no rival survivor lurked in the shadows, watching and waiting. Even within the same team, abandonment in the face of mortal peril was all too common, swift, ruthless, and without hesitation. The villa compound where Chen Dong took shelter lay utterly still, as if the world itself had fallen into slumber. Inside the room, only the faint rhythmic breaths of Chen Dong and Xie Anqi broke the silence. Within the fortified perimeter wall, no candles or firewood illuminated the darkness. Instead, the two crouched in stealthy ambush on the first floor living room floor, poised to intercept any unwelcome intruders tonight. By moonlight, Xie Anqi gently tugged Chen Dong's sleeve and whispered voice hushed, Chen Dong, do you truly believe they'll attack us tonight? It's been so long. Chen Dong brushed his fingers over his ears, still tingling from her warm breath, and replied in the same low murmur, we wait. These next 2 days demand absolute vigilance. They will come. Though I'm wagering whether their impatience will drive them to strike tonight and walk straight into our trap. Jiang Kai's team, just as Chen Dong had foreseen, was already preparing for battle. Jiang Kai cocked his crossbow and distributed cold weapons among his men. Arm yourselves. Choose what feels right in your hands. Tonight we seize their compound. His teammates grinned, brimming with arrogant confidence, as if victory were already assured. Brother, we've got numbers on our side. Let's storm room 10086 in one fierce charge. Their lights are out, they're surely asleep. He won't see us coming. Others nodded eagerly while polishing their blades. Exactly. This time room 10086 has finally met its match. He brought it upon himself with all that swagger. Can't blame us for playing hard. Jiang Kai waved dismissively, silencing further chatter then ran his tongue slowly over his lips. Save such talk until after the deed is done. Now we move. Stay silent. No mistakes. They murmured assent. Yes, brother, we won't falter. Jiang Kai nodded satisfied. Good. Let's go. Under cover of night, Jiang Kai led his squad toward Chen Dong's villa, moving like ghosts. As they prepared to scale the perimeter wall and launch their assault, Chen Dong, inside, received a system alert and murmured softly, "Speak of the devil," and the devil appears. They've already reached the base of the wall. Unaware of the wall's surveillance function, Jiang Kai's group did not know that although the system could not physically bar intruders, it would notify the wall's owner the moment unfamiliar survivors approached. Thus, Chen Dong received the alert instantly, fully informed of their movements, while Jiang Kai and his men remained blissfully ignorant, convinced their plan was flawless. Now pressed against the wall's corner, they withdrew pre-prepared extension ladders and ropes, specialized gear acquired at great cost traded for scarce survival essentials. Jiang Kai had winced at the expense, but resolved, as the saying went, no sacrifice, no victory. 3 extended ladders were set upright against the wall. Jiang Kai signaled 3 subordinates to ascend first and scout the villa grounds. They climbed swiftly and silently, then peered cautiously over the wall's crest, surveying the villa in full. The wall's height cast the villa into deep shadow, yet revealed no visible defenses. From atop the wall, the trio flashed an OK sign to their comrades below. Jiang Kai nodded in reply. Then the 3 dropped ropes down and slid noiselessly into the courtyard. Just as expected, the villa stood eerily silent. Room 10086 had grown complacent, neglecting even basic safeguards. Perhaps he believed the perimeter wall alone guaranteed safety. Jiang Kai's team numbered 8. After the 3 scouts entered, the remaining 5 ascended the wall, retrieved the ladders, and passed them down via the system into their teammates' backpacks. From above, Jiang Kai's men caught the ladders soundlessly, no clink, no rustle. In moments, all 8 stood within Chen Dong's courtyard. Jiang Kai suppressed a sneer. Chen Dong's vigilance was astonishingly lax. The wall might deter zombies, but against resourceful survivors armed with tools, it was little more than theater. Without traps or alarms in the courtyard, how could it possibly hold? How laughable. With a sharp gesture of his right hand, Jiang Kai signaled forward, and the team advanced step by careful step toward the villa. Oh! A sudden scream pierced the stillness from behind. Instinctively, Jiang Kai lunged to clamp the man's mouth, only to find him clutching his right leg. Blood gushed forth, pinned beneath a gleaming iron bear trap. At that very instant, another man cried out in shock. "Brother Jiang, look! It's room 10086. Following his comrade's pointing finger, Jiang Kai raised his gaze to see Chen Dong standing calmly on the second-floor balcony. Moonlight bathed his features, serene, unruffled, utterly in command. That tranquil, masterful poise sent a jolt of dread straight through Jiang Kai's core. Danger! Retreat, now! Jiang Kai's heart hammered violently. He'd assumed Chen Dong's negligence left him ripe for the taking, never imagining he was the prey in a carefully laid snare, patiently awaiting their arrival. Even as the words left his lips, a pungent wave of gasoline flooded the air. Then came the sharp cracks of detonation. Molotov cocktails exploded in perfect formation, encircling them in a blazing square at the courtyard center. The inferno raged so fiercely they dared not step, forced instead to huddle together. As flames leapt higher, their flickering light revealed Chen Dong's face clearly. Standing on the balcony like lord of the manor, Chen Dong smiled and called down, "Gentlemen, you've come so far. Why rush off?" Jiang Kai's eyes blazed with fury. He fired first, loosing his crossbow, but Chen Dong retreated smoothly from the balcony, denying him a clean shot. His long-range fighters scanned the perimeter, seeking openings to retaliate, until the next moment shattered their resolve entirely. Through the fire's glare, one teammate screamed and collapsed. His comrades rushed to lift him, only to find a bullet-sized aperture cleanly drilled through his skull. Chen Dong had a firearm. Crack! Another gunshot rang out, and one of his men collapsed motionless to the ground. The others trembled with fear as they turned to Jiang Kai, urgently asking, "Brother, what do we do? Brother, say something." But Chen Dong granted them no time. One teammate after another fell, until only Jiang Kai remained. Jiang Kai's despair sharpened into manic fury. Raising his crossbow, he screamed, 10,086. "If you're a man, step out and face me." Hiding his cowardice. In reply came a bullet tearing into his thigh. Agony nearly wrenched the crossbow from his grip. Perhaps out of perverse courtesy, Chen Dong then proceeded to shatter the weapon in his hands. Only then did he emerge slowly from the courtyard. Chen Dong regarded Jiang Kai as one might observe a rat trapped in a mousetrap, helpless, exposed entirely at his mercy. Bang! Chen Dong fired again, this time striking Jiang Kai's hand as it crept toward a fallen comrade's second crossbow. Then he simply watched unmoved as the man cried out in pain. Jiang Kai bore it with grim resolve, or perhaps resignation, knowing survival was impossible. He spat venom. Damn you. Kill me and be done. No more dawdling. Chen Dong smiled. He lowered his gun and said, accusing others before being accused. That tactic suits you well. Yet it was you who harbored ill intent toward me. I merely fought back. Jiang Kai snorted, spat blood, and growled. I misjudged you. I've lost. Give me a swift end. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Really? Won't you try persuading me? Perhaps I'd spare you. Jiang Kai threw his head back and laughed, a raw, hollow sound. 10,086. If I begged for mercy, would you truly let me live? Chen Dong smiled again, revealing teeth gleaming white from disciplined hygiene. No, I wouldn't. To cut the grass but leave the roots is to invite regrowth when spring winds blow. To release a tiger back into the mountains is folly, not wisdom. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, his lips trembled faintly. Though he knew death was certain, terror still coiled cold in his gut at its approach. Crack. After the gunshot, Jiang Kai remained alive. He opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Chen Dong, while deep within a reckless, exhilarating hope surged unbidden. Could it be he intended to spare him? At that moment, Chen Dong offered an almost bashful smile and fired again. This time the bullet struck dead center on his forehead. Sorry, I missed the first time. Shit. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock as he crumpled to the ground, dying with fury still blazing in his gaze. Under ordinary circumstances, had they exercised caution, this fate would not have befallen them. Yet overwhelming greed clouded their judgment, luring them heedlessly into Chen Dong's trap, scarcely prepared at all. And so they paid with their lives. Chen Dong gathered what little supplies remained among them, then dragged the corpses beyond the outer barricade wall. By dawn, the diligent zombie cleanup crew would erase all traces. With this pressing threat finally eliminated, Chen Dong exhaled deeply, returning to his room and collapsing onto the plush, yielding mattress. At last, I've pulled this thorn from my heart. He shut his eyes and sank into a rare, profound slumber, deep and undisturbed, waking only when his body chose. The surrounding resources of the Villa district were no longer sufficient. To acquire higher-grade supplies, he would need to venture deeper, into zones teeming with hordes of zombies. Fortune favors the bold, and this time his passive ambush had severely depleted his combat reserves. Though he possessed limitless water to trade for food or ammunition, the bottleneck lay elsewhere. The number of active trading platforms simply could not keep pace with his consumption. Chen Dong scoured these platforms relentlessly during every spare moment, even delegating part of the task to Xianqi, who stayed behind to hunt listings full-time. Yet results remained disappointing. It was precisely this shortage of combat supplies that forced him to postpone further expeditions. After all, the P-92 lacked sustained firepower. 15 rounds per magazine demanded frequent reloading. Against swarming hordes, such limitations invited fatal vulnerability. A single bite meant certain death. At that thought, Chen Dong felt a fleeting, wistful yearning. If only the system someday granted him infinite AK-47s or endless Molotov cocktails, he'd ascend without restraint. The notion of infinite supplies jolted his memory. Today's daily allotment was due. He hurriedly opened his inbox to find the system's timely delivery of boundless provisions. Red wine. Chen Dong withdrew the bottle, gazing at the foreign script upon its label, then sighed wordlessly. His English was rudimentary. He recognized barely a handful of words. What quality might this vintage possess? From his backpack, he drew a plain glass tumbler, and with bare hands snapped the bottle's neck cleanly, the fracture line smooth as if sliced by a blade. He lifted the glass to his nose. Even unaerated, without proper decanting, the wine's rich velvety aroma filled his senses. Drinking wine feels incomplete. Cradling the stem, he gently swirled the crimson liquid, murmuring softly to himself. Then, sudden clarity. From his pack, he produced several portions of braised chicken feet. There, perfect accompaniment. Only shame there's no spicy peanuts. That would be true comfort. Chen Dong snapped a photo, a low table bearing the wine bottle and chicken feet, and posted it directly to the chat channel. User 10086. Red wine with chicken feet. Still lacks something. A cold beer would elevate it. Plus those spicy peanuts. Anyone who's scavenged either, list them on the trading platform. Photo attached. As soon as the message appeared, the channel erupted. In this era, even basic necessities were rationed. Many endured hunger for days on end. Luxuries like beer or spicy peanuts belonged to mythic abundance. If anyone did possess them, they'd long since consumed them as emergency rations. Survival always came first. Chen Dong's post, timed so deliberately, was unmistakable provocation, an ostentatious display of opulence. Much like his earlier act of sleeping beneath a quilt while purchasing gold blueprint schematics, it had ignited widespread outrage. User 10,000-10086. You've crossed a line. While others starve, you flaunt such images. What's your motive? User 10010. Exactly. Fine. Eat alone if you must. But posting it, that undermines morale. User 12306. Precisely. I'm starving. 10086. Show some compassion. Gift me supplies, and I'll sing your praises. User 193844. Yes. Proving you're full means nothing. Prove you'll share. Feed us, and we'll honor you forever. Chen Dong watched the wave of condemnation, some bordering on moral coercion, and chuckled aloud. User 10086. Sure. I'll send supplies if you call me dad. Otherwise, stop whining. I post what I please. Dislike it. Don't look. Or go gather supplies yourself, and post them too. Stop blaming others for your own lack of effort. Chen Dong ignored those attempting moral leverage. His worldview had shifted irrevocably. Moral coercion. Apologies, but as long as I stand atop the moral high ground, your leverage dissolves into thin air. Number 10010, 10086. You are too arrogant. Number 89454. Dad, can I have a glass of water? Number 453643. Damn it, seeing 10,086 living so comfortably really makes me envious. Number 894759. Have you guys noticed? This wine seems to be Romanicani. Among the numerous messages condemning Chen Dong, a survivor suddenly appeared recognizing the red wine in Chen Dong's photo. It's worth noting that even Chen Dong couldn't recognize it himself. However, that's quite normal as he had little knowledge of red wine. Number 10010. What Romanicani? Can you say something that others can understand? Number 894759. Romanicani is a top French wine, very expensive. Number 345634. Damn, how expensive can a bottle of wine be? Can it be more expensive than Mao Tai? Number 894759. If you have 30 or 50-year-old Mao Tai, then naturally it is much more expensive than Romanicani, but if you have just 10 or 80-year-old Mao Tai, Romanicani would be worth several bottles of that. The chat channel was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the bottle of red wine Chen Dong was drinking was such a precious top-tier wine. Chen Dong was equally astonished. He never expected that the system would provide him with such a valuable, unlimited supply of red wine. If it were in the real world, it could be said that his worth instantly skyrocketed, ensuring a lifetime of financial security. Unfortunately, in the apocalyptic world, Romanicani was just an ordinary wine. Here no one would support this ridiculous red wine market. Chen Dong looked at the French text on the wine bottle, speechless. So it's not in English. That seems my reputation as an English noob is still intact. Number 345634, 10086. Are you selling wine? Am dying for a good drink. I haven't had any for days. Number 345654. Wow. A wine worth over 100,000, very upscale. At this moment, Zhou Shujian, who had previously interacted with Chen Dong, was also watching the chat channel. He was holding a wine glass, swaying some inferior red wine. Zhou Shujian was enjoying the upper-class experience of drinking top-tier wine. If it were in the past, Romanicani would have been nothing remarkable to him. But in this apocalyptic world, he could only afford to drink a bottle of inferior red wine every day. He had originally comforted himself thinking that being able to drink red wine was already a rare enjoyment. Countless people risked their lives daily just to gather basic necessities. However, upon seeing the picture Chen Dong posted, he lost his composure. Zhou Shujian angrily threw the glass away, splattering red wine against the wall. Why? Why does this 10086 have so many resources to buy fortified walls? Why can he still drink Romanicani in the apocalyptic world? Proud as he was, Zhou Shujian couldn't bring himself to ask Chen Dong to sell him wine. Thinking of this made him even angrier. Number 10086. Exchange for resources. Those who want wine or chicken feet can come to me. Ooh, I only need combat supplies. Number 10010. Am dying of laughter. Do you think it's like the last time with the quilts? That was due to uncontrollable weather. I had no choice but to be taken advantage of. Wine. Chicken feet. Those are just some dispensable supplies. You really think they can be exchanged for combat supplies? Number 10086. So you poor people should just stop making a fuss. Am selling to survivors who have abundant resources and wish to improve their quality of life. Number 10010, 10086. You. Number 10086. All these asterisks can't even type properly. Out with your level, you should retake 9 years of compulsory education. Chen Dong fully utilized his initiative, employing the vocabulary he once used to argue online with keyboard warriors, continuing to direct it at number 10010. This was not the end. Chen Dong even recorded a video taking a large circle in his villa. In the end, he held the red wine and faced the camera below his neck. Brothers, am downing this glass. You all feel free. After this video was uploaded, the chat channel exploded again. The legendary 10,086 actually revealed his true identity. Many people still thought that the legendary 10086 was the kind of middle-aged muscular man with a beard, silent and stoic. This matched their impression of a powerful survivor in the apocalyptic world. However, unexpectedly upon hearing his voice, 10,086 turned out to be a young man. But upon reflection it made sense. After all, 10086 was so sharp-tongued in the chat channel and played with puns anytime, making it more likely that he was a young person. Chen Dong ignored the trivial threats from the other survivors in the chat channel and felt a headache from the numerous private messages. Just now, several survivors secretly sent him private messages. Some wanted to buy red wine, others wanted chicken feet, but they all complained about the price, hoping for a discount. More were just freeloaders. These freeloaders sent righteous phrases asking Chen Dong to give them some supplies. This way they would also accumulate merit for Chen Dong, and they would pray for him. For these freeloaders, Chen Dong rarely bothered to respond. I'm already in an apocalyptic world, and you're still talking to me about accumulating merit. Thinking about how to survive is the priority. However, one message caught Chen Dong's attention. Are you Chen Dong? Tian Xiaoyu. Chen Dong naturally recognized Tian Xiaoyu and was even quite familiar with her. After all, she was the famous campus belle, with suitors filling the cafeteria. Countless boys must have dreamed of her, causing the dormitory toilet paper to run out every year. Chen Dong could chat with her a few times and crack a little joke. However, he had self-awareness and did not have unrealistic thoughts. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and they gradually lost contact. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Chen Dong felt a sense of nostalgia. Coming back to his senses, he sent a message not denying his identity. Tian Xiaoyu, you are amazing. To guess who I am? Yes, I am Chen Dong. This was the first time he encountered an acquaintance, leaving Chen Dong a little dazed. He was also curious as to how Tian Xiaoyu, whom he hadn't seen in 2 years, could determine that the person in the video, without showing his face, was him. Tian Xiaoyu, how did you recognize me? I didn't show my face. Could it be that you have X-ray vision? Scary, you must have seen me many times during the 4 years of university. The chat box displayed that Tian Xiaoyu was typing. Soon she sent a string of text. Of course I recognized your voice. Did you forget that during university, I always said your voice was nice? This is indeed true. The only virtue that Chen Dong possesses is his voice. Back in college, he was one of the top 10 singers. Upon arriving on campus, he won a large number of admirers in his first participation in the campus singing competition. Chen Dong continued to send a message. Tian de Campus Flower, how did you get selected for this apocalyptic game? How is the situation on your end? Chen Dong speculated in his heart upon reading the message. Could it be that he had encountered an old acquaintance? Moreover, since they were playing riddles, it must be a classmate or teacher from university. Who is it? With so many classmates in our class, I can't guess. If I guess one by one, I might be here until dark. Tian Xiaoyu sent a smirking emoji and replied, I won't tease you any longer, I'll tell you directly. It's Zhang Zihao from our class, do you remember him? I'm currently teaming up with him. Seeing these 3 words, Chen Dong's expression slightly darkened. He naturally remembered this rich second generation from his class. Zhang Zihao was a local from the university Chen Dong attended and was famously known as a wealthy young man. Moreover, they shared a dormitory, which allowed Chen Dong to witness the lifestyle of the wealthy for the first time. Luxury items were casually discarded, and his female companions came one after another without repetition. Chen Dong's parents had passed away early, and he had been raised solely by his grandfather. After entering university, his grandfather passed away, and his living expenses and tuition largely depended on his part-time jobs and student loans. Fortunately, Chen Dong was intelligent and resourceful, and the money he earned from working allowed him to live a somewhat comfortable university life. The feud between the two arose from money. Chen Dong still vividly recalled that it was the second semester of his sophomore year on a hot evening. As usual, only Chen Dong remained in the dormitory reading while the others had gone to the largest bar in town to party with Zhang Zihao. When Zhang Zihao and the others returned, Chen Dong greeted them with a smile, exchanging pleasantries as per usual. Then he continued reading. However, that evening was far from peaceful. Zhang Zihao rummaged through his bed and wardrobe, unable to find his watch. When he went out to party, he had intended to wear his royal oak to attract some quality girls. But in his haste, he hadn't searched carefully before leaving. Thus, when Zhang Zihao returned from the party, he wanted to find it quickly for next time. Yet he found that he couldn't locate it. How strange. Where's my watch? Zhang Zihao cursed, and the other roommates gathered around him. A roommate who was particularly close to Zhang Zihao said, What's wrong? Zhang, your watch is missing. That watch must be worth over 100,000, right? The other roommates chimed in with their opinions. Zhang, you should look carefully, you'll definitely find it. It can't have been stolen, right? Suddenly, this statement made the dormitory eerily quiet. Zhang Zihao slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Dong, who was sitting at the desk not far away, frowning. Chen Dong, you were the only one in the dorm earlier. Do you know where my watch went? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong furrowed his brows directly. The implication of this statement was that his missing watch had something to do with him. Chen Dong set down his book and calmly said, I have been in the dormitory the entire time and no one else has come in. You should look again. If you still can't find it in the dormitory, could it be that you lost it? Zhang Zihao scoffed, enunciating each word. My watch has always been at school. I wore it to class yesterday, and you said no one came to the dormitory. I think it was you who stole it. Chen Dong stood up from his seat, a bit angry. Zhang Zihao, what do you mean? Zhang Zihao, facing Chen Dong's questioning, was unyielding. What do I mean? I suspect you stole my watch. What makes you think I stole your watch? Just because I was the only one in the dormitory. Zhang Zihao's facade ripped apart as he cursed. Who in our class doesn't know that you're the poorest? Seeing my good watch, how could you resist? Chen Dong's lips trembled with anger, unable to believe it. So after being roommates for 2 years, this is how you all see me. The other roommates fell silent, seemingly confirming Chen Dong's suspicions. He felt a bit bitter. He had specifically ordered a cup of milk tea today to reward himself for a day of hard work, yet his mouth felt so bitter. Seeing Chen Dong remain silent, Zhang Zihao took the opportunity to be even more aggressive. Chen Dong, if you want to prove your innocence, you can search your suitcase right here for us. How could Chen Dong endure such humiliation? He directly cursed, bullshit. Their argument attracted other classmates from nearby dormitories who gathered at their dormitory door. Chen Dong isn't that kind of person. Although his family is poor, he's still quite principled. Other classmates echoed. Yeah, after 2 years together, you know Chen Dong's character better than anyone, right? Yet Chen Dong's other roommates sided with Zhang Zihao. You don't understand, checking his luggage or searching him isn't a big deal. If there's nothing, just let it go. It's not a big issue. Chen Dong smiled. He felt a lot of pressure. He never expected that those defending him would be classmates from other dormitories. Yet his roommates, who had spent 2 years together, were all siding with Zhang Zihao. Search me. Chen Dong believed that one with a clear conscience has nothing to fear from shadows. Being searched was an insult to his character. He could not accept it. Zhang Zihao, seeing that Chen Dong refused to yield, took out his phone to threaten him. Chen Dong, you'll give you one more chance, otherwise I'll call my dad and tell him about this. You can't even imagine how much power his influence holds in our city. Do you believe that I could have you locked up for 37 days? Chen Dong laughed in anger. He'll say it again, I did not steal your watch. If you want to search my personal belongings, sorry, but I do not agree. If you're so capable, why not let those in charge of security come and search me instead? All right, very well, Chen Dong. I'll call my dad right now. Zhang Zihao sneered and dialed the number. Hello, Dad, my Royal Oak watch has been stolen, but he won't let me search him. Can you tell Uncle Wong from the security bureau to send someone over? Because the call was on speakerphone, many people heard what Zhang Zihao's father said next. That Royal Oak watch. I was just about to tell you the nanny found your watch on the living room sofa today. You forgot to wear it when you came back yesterday. You're always losing things. Zhang Zihao paused for a moment, then with a blank expression nonchalantly said, Oh, I see. He'll pick it up when I return tomorrow. Then he hung up the phone, smiling at the other classmates outside the dormitory, saying, Turns out it was a misunderstanding. Everyone can disperse now, go to bed. At this moment, Chen Dong spoke up. Zhang Zihao, since the misunderstanding is cleared up, shouldn't you say something to me? Zhang Zihao's smile suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, he walked up to Chen Dong, patted him on the arm with his right hand, and smiled, saying, I misunderstood you, Chen Dong. From start to finish, he never uttered the words, I'm sorry, instead adopting a tone of superiority, as if addressing a subordinate. It was the day after this incident that Chen Dong completed the procedures for staying off campus and moved out. This was the entanglement between the two. Even nearly 2 years after graduating from university, recalling this unpleasant memory still made Chen Dong furious. He had no goodwill towards Zhang Zihao whatsoever. He never expected that Zhang Zihao would also enter this apocalyptic world. Moreover, he encountered Tian Xiaoyu and formed a team. Thinking about it, Chen Dong asked, So are you and Zhang Zihao together now? Tian Xiaoyu quickly replied, Not really, I don't like him. It's just that in this environment, I need to find a helper. Considering Zhang Zihao is at least a classmate from our 4 years in college, he can be somewhat trusted. Chen Dong looked at the message from Tian Xiaoyu and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. During their 4 years in university, Tian Xiaoyu had never had a boyfriend. Now that she hadn't ended up with Zhang Zihao, it could be considered good news. By the way, you suddenly came to find me not just to reconnect, right? We are old classmates, don't be a stranger. Tian Xiaoyu replied, You really can't hide anything from you. Actually, I do have a bit of selfishness. I want to buy some supplies from you. I'm flexible on the price. They'll send you my list of supplies, and you can see what you can exchange for. Chen Dong had long guessed that Tian Xiaoyu's visit was likely for supplies. After all, almost everyone knew he never lacked food and water. It was as if someone was supplying him endlessly. If Tian Xiaoyu were to be ungrateful and demand directly, Chen Dong would definitely blacklist her without hesitation. Since it was in exchange for supplies, he had no reason to refuse. No problem. How could I turn down a business opportunity that comes knocking? Send me the supplies you want and I'll think about what to offer in exchange. Although they were classmates, Chen Dong did not intend to let himself suffer a loss by giving away supplies for free. Tian Xiaoyu quickly sent back a message. Really? Thank you, Chen Dong. Actually, I don't want much, just some water and food and a blanket to avoid freezing when it rains. Chen Dong directly agreed. None of that is a problem. Just exchange some building materials like wood and steel for me instead. Compared to essential supplies, collecting building materials was not that difficult, because in the ruins of the city there were plenty of wood and stone materials everywhere. Moreover, low-grade supply crates often contain many of these materials. As long as one is willing to gather, they can generally obtain them. Now, many people on the trading platform have started collecting these items in exchange for essential supplies. Tian Xiaoyu seemed a bit surprised and replied with confusion. Chen Dong, isn't it too unfair for you to exchange building materials for your essential supplies? Chen Dong replied, I happen to have some building blueprints. It's not about fairness. We each get what we need. Tian Xiaoyu, thank you, Chen Dong. Chen Dong did not elaborate further and directly opened the trading window to complete the transaction. After it was done, Tian Xiaoyu sent a message, received it, happy cooperation. Chen Dong asked, can you send me your current coordinates? I want to see how far apart we are. He had always held a deep-seated hatred for that scoundrel Zhang Zihao. It was a chance that he had not had before, and now it was an opportunity sent from heaven. He would settle the score with him sooner or later. Tian Xiaoyu did not think much and shared her current location coordinates. About 100 kilometers. That was a bit of a headache. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. Tian, the campus flower, I feel like I shouldn't say this, but I still want to advise you to be cautious of Zhang Zihao. This person is not trustworthy. At this stage, it was clearly unrealistic to break through the numerous obstacles posed by zombies for 100 kilometers. He could only let Zhang Zihao live a few more days. However, Chen Dong did not expect that Tian Xiaoyu would reply. I actually understand, it's just that compared to others around me, Zhang Zihao is relatively honest. If one day he becomes unreliable, I will find a way to deal with it. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chen Dong thought for a moment and sent over a crossbow and a few Molotov cocktails. These weapons are for you. If Zhang Zihao becomes untrustworthy, take him out without hesitation. Tian Xiaoyu was somewhat at a loss for words. However, she did not refuse. If Zhang Zihao were to unleash his beastly instincts one day, she would rather die than let him benefit. Thank you then. We'll talk more later. Zhang Zihao is urging me. The two ended their conversation. Tian Xiaoyu closed the chat window instinctively, wanting to smooth her flowing long hair that she had cut off on the first day she arrived in this apocalyptic world, only to find nothing. She curled the ends of her hair, which barely reached her earlobes, her face filled with joy. Zhang Zihao approached with a not-so-pleasant expression, asking, so, is 10,086 Chen Dong? Tian Xiaoyu suppressed her smile, nodded, and took out a piece of bread to share with him. It really is Chen Dong. I traded some essential supplies with him. It should be enough for us for a while. Zhang Zihao took the bread from Tian Xiaoyu's hand and started devouring it. They hadn't eaten for a day. If it weren't for meeting Chen Dong, they might have starved. After swallowing the bread, Zhang Zihao said, are you saying that Chen Dong wants us to trade supplies with him? Haha, a poor bumpkin born from poverty will always be a bumpkin, unable to change their habit of being frugal for small gains, trying to take advantage of others. What a miser. If Chen Dong comes to me asking for supplies, I won't just refuse to take his money. Oh, I'll give them to him for free. Tian Xiaoyu could hardly bear Zhang Zihao's mockery. After all, Zhang Zihao was currently eating Chen Dong's food. A typical case of someone well-fed cursing. Tian Xiaoyu lost interest in listening to his incessant chatter, stood up, and said, you eat first, I'll go see if there are any lone zombies around. After saying that, Tian Xiaoyu left the base. Zhang Zihao watched her graceful silhouette and couldn't help but lick his lips. However, thinking about the genuine joy on Tian Xiaoyu's face after her chat with Chen Dong made him very angry. One day, Tian Xiaoyu, just wait for me. I will definitely conquer you, and you will experience what it means to be a woman. Zhang Zihao bit down hard on the piece of bread, making a silent vow. As for why he didn't dare to act on it now, it was entirely because Tian Xiaoyu had gathered a military dagger, and he didn't dare to force her. If things went south, it would be a loss for him. But what Zhang Zihao didn't know was that Chen Dong had quietly given Tian Xiaoyu a crossbow and a few Molotov cocktails. And Tian Xiaoyu was also hiding it well. Chen Dong naturally had no idea that after his trade with Tian Xiaoyu, it would provoke such a strong reaction from Zhang Zihao. On the other side, Chen Dong continued to browse through the chat channel, hoping to gather some useful intelligence. Hard work pays off. Chen Dong saw a message from someone claiming to have information about a golden level supply box, but it required a trade of supplies. ID 353345. I have information about a golden level supply box. Is there a big shot interested? DM me with your offer. The highest bidder wins, no deceit. ID 343454. How do we know if this is real? Even if you say it is, you need evidence to prove it. Anyone can make empty claims. Oh, once you're scammed, you get blocked. This is an old scam from over a decade ago. ID 563434. Exactly, at least post a picture or take someone to check it out, otherwise who would dare buy your information? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Although this message sparked heated debate, few were willing to believe it. Seeming to realize he couldn't convince everyone, ID 353345 quickly posted a picture. The photo showed a large warehouse, and through the glass window, a golden glowing supply box could be seen in the middle. However, outside there were circles of zombies. ID 353345. So do you believe it now? I'm just exchanging coordinates for some supplies with attached image. ID 32532. It really is a golden level supply box. I wonder what good things can be found in a golden level supply box. ID 787754. It can't be that bad. Just think about the barrier walls auctioned before. Golden level supplies at this stage are practically artifacts. ID 75234. So what? Do you have supplies to buy information? ID 74567. It's the big shots competing again. Oh, for someone like me who eats one meal and starves the next, it's best to just be a bystander. Chen Dong was naturally very interested in such supplies. Moreover, he was one of the few survivors who could offer a high price. It was only at times like this that he felt the grandeur of the former richest man in Huaxiao Wang Wanda. 100 million, a small goal. Chen Dong directly DMED ID 353345. Bro, is the information still available? Supplies are not a problem. ID 353345. I need a lot of supplies. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my strength? Chen Dong continued sending messages. I said supplies are not a problem. ID 353345. Then I want 100 portions of daily essentials. Water, rice, flour, and biscuits are all fine. The price for this information was indeed steep. After all, this was just information. Knowing where the golden level supply box was didn't guarantee it would belong to him. Previously at the auction house, it was still the highest bidder wins. Buying information to gamble only to end up giving it to someone else was not impossible. However, Chen Dong did not hesitate for long. All right, 100 portions of daily essentials. Send me the coordinates, and I will verify them tomorrow. If everything checks out, I will send you the supplies. This is 10 portions as a guarantee. ID 353345 numbly opened his backpack. Looking at the 10 portions of daily essentials Chen Dong sent, he fell into deep thought. Is the price set a bit low? Perhaps due to this generous offer, Chen Dong faced little resistance in obtaining the coordinates for the golden level supply box. ID 353345 quickly sent over the coordinates for the golden level supply box. Chen Dong glanced at the location. It wasn't too close to his villa, but not too far either. Chen Dong received. I'll verify the coordinates tomorrow, and once confirmed, I will send you the subsequent payment. Cooperation is pleasant. Chen Dong needed to rest well to be in the best mental state to face the unknown dangers. Moreover, something with infinite supplies would be updated tomorrow. He was looking forward to what he could draw, whether it could provide assistance. Chen Dong called for Xianqi and told her about this matter. After listening, Xianqi pondered for a moment. Chen Dong, I think there's a high possibility that this coordinate is a trap. There's no need to take such risks. If the picture that person sent is fake or in a different location, you would be in serious trouble going alone to the coordinates he provided. Chen Dong nodded. In fact, he had also considered this direction. In this dangerous world, one cannot have overly good expectations of people. But he still said, Anchi, what you and I are thinking is quite similar. Regardless of whether the coordinates are true or false, there's a 99% chance someone will be watching me. However, the temptation of the golden level supply box is just too great. You know the strategic significance of this supply, it's worth the risk. Xianqi furrowed her brows, speaking with quiet concern. But it's truly too dangerous. I'm deeply worried about you. Chen Dong smiled gently and took her hand, reassuring her, it's all right. If anything goes awry, I'll withdraw immediately. Moreover, in terms of raw combat strength, I fear no one. Xianqi sighed softly. I only wish I could assist you. But if we had ample combat supplies and medical gear, I'd accompany you without hesitation. Chen Dong chuckled. For now, stay safely at home. Set up the traps I gave you around the perimeter and refine your crossbow accuracy through steady practice. Once I've gathered sufficient combat supplies out there, you won't be able to stay behind. Even I'll have to drag you along. Xianqi yielded helplessly. Fine then, they'll stay put and guard the house faithfully. After briefly planning tomorrow's operation, Chen Dong and Xianqi spent several hours acquiring supplies, purchasing incendiary bottles, crossbow bolts, iron caltrops, and other combat essentials from the trading platform. The next morning, Chen Dong rose early and opened his system's inbox. Seeing the message confirming an unlimited supply of gasoline, he grinned so widely his mouth nearly split his face. His greatest concern, the sustainability of combat logistics, had just been resolved. With gasoline, he effectively possessed an inexhaustible arsenal of incendiary bottles. Granted, igniting gasoline was marginally more cumbersome than deploying pre-made incendiary bottles from the platform, but its sheer abundance more than compensated. His enhanced physique allowed him to hurl a full gasoline canister over 20 meters with effortless precision. A single gunshot would detonate it amidst a horde of zombies, limitless, relentless, and devastating. Upon claiming the gasoline, Chen Dong felt his confidence surge for the mission ahead. Should a golden tier supply crate truly exist, Chen Dong held firm conviction, given sufficient time, he could obliterate an entire zombie swarm. Not with the desperate struggle of last time, but with decisive, overwhelming force. Without hesitation, Chen Dong set out at once. After bidding farewell to Xianqi, he found a bicycle outside and sped toward his destination. Even after running non-stop for an entire day, provided he maintained adequate sustenance, he felt no fatigue. Mounted on the bicycle, he surged forward at breathtaking speed. It was a road bike, and the coordinates of the golden tier supply crate lay along an abandoned highway perfectly suited for such a machine. Chen Dong raced unimpeded, his velocity rivaling that of elite cyclists from the world before the collapse. Before long, he neared the designated coordinates. Slightly winded, Chen Dong quickly steadied his breath. He stowed the bicycle into his pack, then raised his binoculars toward the warehouse, a structure already familiar from earlier photographs. A faint golden radiance shimmered within, yet ceaseless guttural zombie roars echoed from inside, chilling, unnerving. Clearly the intelligence provided by Agent 353345 remained accurate. Chen Dong advanced slowly toward the warehouse, intent on seizing the golden tier supply crate and returning home without delay. Yet an unsettling sensation prickled his spine. Someone was tailing him. He quickened his pace, vaulted over a large boulder, and dashed behind a towering tree, vanishing into concealment. Moments later, a soft thud confirmed it. Someone had just leapt over the boulder. Chen Dong produced a small mirror and angled it to catch the reflection, revealing a woman delicate-featured, petite, and poised. By conventional standards, she embodied the archetype of the cute girl, a type often idolized by certain collectors. Yet Chen Dong held no fascination for such slender, unassuming figures. His heart remained steadfastly drawn to Xianqi, the fiery, captivating beauty who commanded his devotion. Setting aside instinctual appraisal, he observed her with cool detachment. He knew not which faction she served, but her intentions were unmistakably hostile. If she showed no mercy, neither would he. Seizing her momentary inattention, Chen Dong hurled 2 incendiary bottles in swift succession, both exploding violently beside her. The blast forced her back against the boulder, encircling her in roaring flame. She spun to retreat along her original path, only to find the boulder itself now ablaze, drenched in gasoline by Chen Dong's silent, unseen hand. Trapped once more at the heart of the inferno, she faced Chen Dong's leveled crossbow, as he called out sharply, "Identify yourself," truthfully and without delay. The woman's face paled beneath the firelight. She had never imagined Chen Dong would detect her pursuit, or execute such a flawless, ghost-like ambush. Where had she slipped? Chen Dong, seeing her silence, loosed a bolt, startling her into a plaintive plea. 10086. I'm Agent 353345. I came only to clarify the coordinates. I feared you'd misjudge the location. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, exasperated. Don't play innocent. Your flat-chested doll-like frame holds no sway over me. Speak plainly, and I'll spare your life. My word is absolute. Agent 353345 clenched her teeth in fury. She was a charming beauty, not some underdeveloped Lolita in his crude lexicon. Yet immediate peril erased indignation in an instant. Swallowing pride, she confessed, I'll speak freely, but you must honor your vow and spare my life. Chen Dong wasted no words. Hurry up, no delays. Agent 353345 sighed inwardly. This 10086 was utterly impervious to charm, unmoved even by artful deception. With no alternative, she resigned herself to truth. My name is Bai Shui. My designation, as you know, is 353,345. I sold you the coordinates hoping you'd scout the area or draw off the zombies, so I could reap the rewards unseen. In truth, Chen Dong needed no confession to deduce by Shui's role she intended to be the mantis-catching Oriole, waiting silently while he bore the risk. Alas for her, she'd underestimated Chen Dong. A man rich in resources possessed not only resilience, but the power to reverse fate. What puzzled him, however, was her audacity. How dared she track him alone? Bai Shui, is that right? Your status shows you're in a team. Where are your comrades? Bai Shui lifted both hands above her head and answered glumly, I meant to claim it all myself, so I told no one in my squad. Chen Dong provisionally accepted her explanation. Then, keeping his gaze locked on her, he began walking steadily toward the warehouse. Seeing him depart while she remained trapped in the ring of fire, Bai Shui cried out urgently, "Hey, 10,086. I've told you everything. Aren't you going to release me?" "Hey." Chen Dong didn't pause. Instead, he called back loudly, "I vowed to spare your life, and I have. I haven't killed you. Whether you escape, that lies in your own fortune. It has nothing to do with me." After speaking, Chen Dong spun around and sprinted away, abandoning Bai Shui alone within the ring of fire. Fuming, Bai Shui scratched her hair in place and shouted toward the direction he'd fled, 10086. "You'll pay for this." Chen Dong naturally heard her voice, but he didn't glance back, racing instead toward the warehouse housing the gold-tier supply crate. For a woman who sought to harm him, Chen Dong had no intention of setting her free. Leaving her alive was already an act of mercy, leaving her fate to chance. Others might have feared retaliation and killed her outright. Chen Dong, though, had not laid a hand on her himself. Yet he held little hope she would survive that infernal circle. As the flames spread, death by burning was merely a matter of time. Chen Dong approached the warehouse, teeming with zombies, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the interior. It was a vast open-plan space, offering little room to maneuver. He glanced at the surrounding woods and made his decision. Zombies wandered aimlessly inside and outside the massive warehouse, drawn instinctively to the gold-tier supply crate, the very object that had fed them more than once. Indeed, this crate had sustained them through several feasts. Bai Shui was no stranger to selling intelligence, or rather her information was never exclusive to Chen Dong alone. Before him, she had contacted numerous survivors and groups. Yet each of them had ultimately become nothing more than sustenance for the undead. Bai Shui had profited from their demise, collecting both intelligence fees and loot dropped upon their deaths. This time she had assumed Chen Dong too would fail miserably. Should he perish, she planned to scavenge his remains. But fate had turned against her. She'd finally slipped where she'd long walked unscathed, falling straight into Chen Dong's trap. Clang. Startled by the sudden noise outside, the zombies groaned low and shuffled closer to investigate, only to be hurled violently backward by a deafening explosion. More zombies burst from the warehouse. The blast came from a grenade Chen Dong had thrown to draw their attention, immediately followed by 2 gasoline canisters hurled with precision. As they struck the zombie horde, the Molotov strapped to the cans detonated on impact, igniting the fuel and unleashing a roaring sea of fire. Chen Dong hadn't used gunfire to ignite the drums, not because he lacked ammunition, but because he doubted his current marksmanship. Attaching incendiary devices was far more reliable. While the majority of zombies were lured outward by the conflagration, Chen Dong slipped silently behind the building, entering through a rear window. Even so, the area surrounding the supply crate remained thick with undead. His commotion outside had been mere misdirection. His true aim was to steal the crate unseen, a perilous dance along the razor's edge. Had Chen Dong not drawn gasoline in today's lottery, this plan would have been impossible. No sooner had he stepped inside than the zombies within sensed him and charged without hesitation. Unfazed, Chen Dong retrieved a gasoline drum, unscrewed its lid, and broke into a sprint, dragging the drum behind him while the undead pursued relentlessly. He poured fuel across the floor, can after can, until the entire warehouse floor glistened with volatile liquid. Only then did the zombies outside realize another living soul lurked within. They surged back toward the warehouse. Chen Dong discarded the empty drum, drew his heavy cleaver, and lunged toward the crate, cutting down several zombies en route. He reached out and touched the gold-tier supply crate. Without pausing to inspect its contents, he instantly stowed it into his backpack. Then he vaulted back out the same window. As if enraged by the crate's theft, the zombies redoubled their speed, howling in pursuit. Glancing over his shoulder at the charging horde, Chen Dong pulled out a Molotov. Farewell. He hurled it into the warehouse. Flames erupted, igniting the soaked floor, and the warehouse transformed in seconds into a colossal furnace. At last, the gold-tier supply crate was secured. Chen Dong fled swiftly from the blaze. Before he'd gone far, the warehouse detonated, sending waves of searing heat rolling across the land. Watching his experience bar steadily rise, he knew. This time he stood on the cusp of leveling up. One experience. One experience. One experience. Congratulations, survivor. You've leveled up. Keep pushing forward. Level 50500. Strength 20. Agility 12. Stamina normal. All 5 stat points had been allocated, not to strength or stamina, but exclusively to his weakest attribute, agility. This surprised Chen Dong utterly. With the boost, he felt his reflexes sharpened to such a degree that he could sense, even anticipate, the flight path of a mosquito nearby and swat at midair. The experience gain continued unabated. One experience. One experience. One experience. Not bad. Not bad at all. Chen Dong closed his personal stats panel with satisfaction and withdrew the gold-tier supply crate he'd risked his life to obtain. He was eager to see what treasures it held. Running his fingers over the crate's opulent surface, distinctly grander than its bronze or silver tier counterparts. He murmured softly, "Please, grant me something extraordinary. I'd trade 3 minutes. No 3 days of my life for one stroke of legendary luck. Please." As his fingertips brushed the lock mechanism, a system interface shimmered into view, with an open icon glowing brightly. He tapped it. Though he'd opened countless crates before, this was his first gold tier, and despite his composure, his pulse quickened with anticipation and tension. Drop it. Drop it. Half a minute passed before he slowly opened his eyes and clicked to claim the crate's contents. Successfully opened gold tier supply crate. Received gasoline generator 1. Received exquisite bread 50. Received purified water 99. Received dilapidated Jetta 1. Chen Dong stood frozen, stunned. He hadn't expected a gasoline generator from a gold tier crate, nor even more astonishingly, an automobile. He extracted the car from his pack, popped the fuel cap, and filled the tank. Sliding into the driver's seat, he adjusted his posture and ran his hands over the steering wheel, elation warming his chest. After all, he'd once been an expert driver, working part-time as an unlicensed cab driver throughout university. Now, with wheels beneath him, the fragmented geography of the apocalypse no longer felt like an insurmountable barrier. Moreover, the engine emitted only a muted rumble. So long as roads remained clear, even if some zombies took notice, he could easily outrun them. The marginal risk paled beside the immense advantage. Yet, just as Chen Dong basked in his triumph, a group of surviving zombies emerged from the burning warehouse, sprinting toward him. Eager to test the vehicle's performance, he turned the ignition key. The engine growled to life with a deep, resonant thrum. Fixing his gaze on the approaching undead, he raised the windows and let out a cold, dismissive snort. "You're lucky today. I'm in a hurry to drive home. Consider yourself spared." He released the handbrake and shifted gears in one fluid motion. But the car shuddered violently and died. Cursing under his breath, Chen Dong muttered, "Damn, too long since I drove a manual. Let go of the clutch too fast." The car started again. Just as the zombies began to approach and bang on the vehicle, Chen Dong stepped on the gas, shifted into second gear, and sped away. The zombies were relentless in their pursuit. Chen Dong retraced his route, navigating the path he had just come. He began to regain the familiar feeling of driving a manual car, skillfully shifting into third gear and pressing the accelerator once more. As he was about to shift into fourth gear, he found it impossible to do so. Chen Dong felt a slight ache in his teeth. It was likely due to the car's age, which had caused wear and tear on the gearbox, making it unable to shift. Looking at the car's interior, he estimated it had been around for at least 20 years. But it was still better than nothing. Pressing the accelerator hard, he was still able to reach a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Chen Dong drove past the fiery circle that had surrounded Bai Shui. However, he discovered that Bai Shui had already vanished. To the side, he noticed an escape route covered by dirt. To his surprise, Bai Shui had managed to escape in such a short time. This left Chen Dong somewhat astonished. "Consider yourself lucky." Chen Dong took a glance back, but quickly refocused on driving. He drove onto the highway, accelerating as the car picked up speed. He distanced himself from the pursuing zombies, leaving them behind to roar in frustration. Chen Dong was very satisfied with today's haul. With just a few bottles of water and some bread, he had exchanged them for the coordinates of a golden level supply box. There was no need to complete the subsequent transaction. After all, Bai Shui had used herself as bait. How could Chen Dong possibly honor his promise to deliver the remaining supplies? In this exchange, Bai Shui had suffered a significant loss. Moreover, acquiring the golden level supply box even included a gasoline generator, which was the most delightful surprise for Chen Dong. Today, he had just acquired an unlimited amount of gasoline, and now he had a gasoline generator. Chen Dong felt rather elated, as if he were a reincarnation of a lucky star. In this apocalyptic world, having electricity was incredibly important. With the barrier walls in place, they could power surveillance cameras, alarms, and water heaters. With the car, Chen Dong quickly returned to the villa area. He had set out today after consuming 2 large buns and had traveled for nearly 4 to 5 hours to reach the coordinates of the golden supply box. This time he returned in less than 2 hours. Arriving at the barrier wall, Chen Dong gently honked the horn. Xia Anqi in the villa was startled and hurriedly ran up to the second-floor balcony with a crossbow ready to shoot if the situation seemed dire. It was only when Chen Dong leaned out of the car window and waved that Xia Anqi joyfully ran downstairs to open the gate. After closing the gate behind her, Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and did not immediately retrieve his backpack. At that moment, Xia Anqi rushed out looking astonished at the car. "Oh my gosh, Chen Dong, how did you manage to get a car on this trip?" "Let me think, did you get the golden level supply box and then drove this outright?" Chen Dong laughed heartily, pulling her over to the side of the car. "So what do you think? Do you like it? With this car, our outings will be much more convenient." Xia Anqi nodded happily. "Of course I love it. With this car, gathering supplies will be a lot easier." Moreover, the most important thing is that I can go out with you to collect supplies. One of us can drive while the other hunts. Chen Dong directly awarded her 300 experience points. Checking Xianqi's personal panel, he confirmed that she had indeed leveled up. ID 95, 27 level 40, 400 strength, 10 agility, 15 stamina, abundant. Judging from the panel's stats, Xianqi's physical condition was already quite good. Chen Dong felt reassured to take her out for gathering supplies. After all, keeping Xianqi cooped up in the villa without the chance to face zombies in real combat was not beneficial for her. Chen Dong covered Xianqi's eyes. "Anqi, don't look at the car just yet. I'll let you drive later. Right now, let me show you a big treasure." Xianqi, intrigued by Chen Dong's mysterious demeanor, asked, "What could be so mysterious that you have to cover my eyes?" With one hand covering Xianqi's eyes, Chen Dong retrieved the gasoline generator from his backpack. Then he released his hand from her eyes. "Look at this." Chen Dong pointed at the gasoline generator, beaming with joy. However, Xianqi looked utterly confused. "What is this? A lawnmower?" Chen Dong clicked his tongue. He had intended to surprise Xianqi, but didn't realize that she didn't recognize the gasoline generator. Chen Dong ruffled Xianqi's hair in mild annoyance and explained, "Hey, you silly girl. This is a gasoline generator. We can finally have electricity now." "A gasoline generator?" Xianqi exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring her tousled hair, her eyes lit up. "Chen Dong, does this mean we can use electric lights now?" Looking at the excited Xianqi, Chen Dong affectionately replied, "Can't you be a bit more ambitious? What else could we do with it?" Xianqi fell into deep thought, biting her finger, struggling to come up with any other uses. Suddenly, a light bulb went on in her head. "I know. We can install surveillance cameras and put alarms on the barrier walls." What Xianqi suggested was naturally what Chen Dong intended to do afterward. Installing surveillance cameras and alarms on the barrier walls was a necessary task. Chen Dong had realized this long ago. The villa was equipped with alarms and surveillance cameras. However, they were rendered useless due to the lack of electricity. But this wasn't the answer Chen Dong was looking for. Chen Dong playfully flicked Xianqi's forehead with his fingers, shaking his head with a smile. "Miss Xianqi hasn't bathed in several days. Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Xianqi pouted at the mention of bathing, replying, "Of course I feel uncomfortable, and my body always feels sticky. Haven't you thought that with the gasoline generator we could use the water heater to take a proper shower?" Xianqi indeed hadn't considered this aspect. After all, water was a precious survival resource in the apocalyptic world. She had been reluctant to drink much, let alone bathe. Originally, she thought that in the future she could wash up by the river or on rainy days. However, she didn't expect that in this apocalyptic world natural water resources were undrinkable and harmful to the body. As for rain, it was acid rain. This naturally dashed Xianqi's hopes. So upon hearing Chen Dong's words, she felt a bit helpless. Even if we can generate electricity, we still need water to take a shower. Using precious water resources to bathe would be too wasteful. Chen Dong took out several boxes of mineral water from his backpack, saying, "We have enough water, so you don't need to worry about that. But we can't be too wasteful. Oh, let's bathe every 3 days. "Really?" Xianqi exclaimed excitedly, hugging Chen Dong and giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Chen Dong, you're the best." After that, Xianqi hurriedly ran into the villa, grabbing a change of clothes and darting into the bathroom. Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle. But the gasoline generator isn't even set up yet. Chen Dong naturally carried the gasoline-powered generator to the villa's electrical room to connect it to the main power supply. He had first entered this room shortly after taking possession of the villa shelter, briefly inspecting the electricity meter during a cursory tour. He never imagined he would actually need it, let alone so soon. Retrieving the generator from his backpack, Chen Dong poured gasoline into its tank with steady, resounding gulps. Such large-capacity generators typically sustain operation for an extended period. After all, times had changed in this apocalyptic world, demand for electricity was scarce. Yet Chen Dong had no intention of conserving power. His generator ran on gasoline, and gasoline was precisely what he had in abundance. With fuel secured, he started the generator and linked it to the villa's main circuit. Almost instantly, a soft electronic chime sounded, and every light in the villa flared to life. Next, Chen Dong ascended to the rooftop and began pouring bottled water steadily into the storage tank. This water would serve as their reserve for bathing. And at the very moment electricity surged through the system, a notification appeared before him. "Respected survivor, your villa shelter has activated surveillance and alarm services. You may access live feeds or receive intrusion alerts at any time via your interface window." Chen Dong tested the surveillance feed and discovered the entire villa was covered by seamless 360-degree monitoring. Intelligent sensors automatically identified unauthorized intruders and dispatched real-time alerts directly to him. This ensured he would be informed the instant anything occurred. Combined with the perimeter wall's built-in detection system, it was virtually impossible for anyone to enter or even approach. undetected. What a blissful bath. After completing all these tasks, Chen Dong indulged in a long, soothing soak. He sank into the warm water, letting its gentle heat ease every muscle and nerve. Yet before he could fully unwind, suddenly, beep, beep, beep. Warning: intrusion attempt detected at perimeter wall. Immediate action required. Chen Dong snatched the warm towel from his eyes and pulled up the surveillance feed. The screen revealed several survivors peering curiously into the brilliantly lit compound and already attempting to scale the fortified wall. He hadn't expected other survivors to arrive so swiftly at this villa district. Through the intercom, he issued a stern warning: do not skulk around my gate. Leave immediately, or I will resort to force. The survivors outside recoiled in shock. They hadn't anticipated surveillance. Before they could even climb the wall to scout the interior, they'd been spotted. Worse still, they were now being expelled by the villa's owner. Though they withdrew, Chen Dong continued observing them closely through the cameras, suspecting their intentions were far from benign. Just like Jiang Kai's group before them. Sure enough, once out of earshot, the survivors huddled and whispered. A heavy-set man cursed, "Damn it, someone's already got power. I'd kill for air conditioning right now." Beside him, a gaunt man added, "Why not hit it tonight?" The others nodded eagerly. "That'll work." But the heavy-set man hesitated, recalling the alarm. "How do we deal with those cameras?" The others dismissed the concern entirely. "No problem. The cameras have blind spots. Those tall trees behind the villa. They're completely unobserved. We'll climb in there, slip inside silently, and eliminate everyone within. Ha ha ha. Then the villa is ours." These survivors had fled southward from the north, never intending to enter this district, until a horde of zombies drove them here by sheer desperation. Zombies swarmed everywhere. Only near this villa district did safety begin to re-emerge. Ever since Jiang Kai's team had cleared the area, it had become something close to a sanctuary. Upon entering the district, their gaze locked onto Chen Dong's villa, the sole structure blazing with light. In this desolate world, such brilliance was both eerie and awe-inspiring. This was the apocalypse. Yet here stood a beacon of civilization. Curiosity drew them closer, though they were swiftly repelled by its owner, leaving behind a dangerous fascination. This group had been a burglary ring in the old world. When the collapse came, they remained together, not by loyalty, but by habit and shared instinct. Their luck, however, had run thin. Supplies remained elusive. Some members didn't even possess a single blade. Seeing such a luxurious, electrified villa pushed their restraint to the breaking point. To pass up this opportunity would betray not only their greed, but the very ethos of their imprisoned ringleader. Steal, absolutely steal, and eliminate anyone who stood in their way. As night fell and Chen Dong's lights dimmed, the thieves crept toward the blind spot they'd identified earlier. Yet, like Jiang Kai's group before them, they committed a fatal miscalculation, vastly underestimating Chen Dong's dominion over his domain. Chen Dong detected them instantly. The knives strapped to their waists confirmed their murderous intent. He loaded each round into his P92 pistol with deliberate calm, then murmured coldly, "Since your motives are impure, I may act without remorse." The intruders had no idea what awaited them. Chen Dong roused Xianqi, and together they sat in silence in the living room, watching motionlessly as the thieves scaled the fortified wall. The alarm remained silent, because Chen Dong had disabled it. He wanted to observe exactly how they intended to breach his home. A faint creak echoed from the front door. 1 minute later, it swung open. Indeed, these thieves possessed skill. The lock on Chen Dong's reinforced door yielded with surprising ease. The moment they stepped inside, Chen Dong flipped the living room switch. Blinding light erupted, startling the intruders into frozen panic. But seeing only Chen Dong and Xianqi, their instinctive urge to flee vanished. They exchanged glances and advanced instead. Confident in their numbers, they felt no fear. One thief, brazen and lewd, turned to his accomplice. "That woman. We'll have our fun with her later." The heavy-set thief shrugged, knife in hand. "Just don't kill her with your twisted methods." But the slender man beside him noticed Chen Dong's expression darkening, deepening into something terrifying. Then he saw Chen Dong draw the P92. Before he could shout a warning, a single bullet pierced his forehead. The heavy-set man jolted, violently paralyzed by terror at the sight of that pistol, then met the same swift end. Days of relentless practice had honed Chen Dong's marksmanship to razor precision. At close range, even against moving targets, he rarely missed. In moments, only one remained: the very thief who had first insulted Xianqi. The last thief collapsed to his knees, paralyzed with terror. He had never imagined such a swift and brutal reversal of fortune. From the moment Chen Dong drew his P92 pistol to now, barely a minute or two had passed. His accomplices all lay dead in pools of blood. The thief kowtowed desperately for mercy. Faced with death, surrendering a measure of dignity seemed no hardship at all. Indeed, he would have gladly bled from his forehead to prove his sincerity. Chen Dong ignored his pleas entirely. Without hesitation, he fired a shot into the thief's thigh, ensuring he could not flee, then handed the P92 pistol to Xianqi. Xianqi understood his intent. She was to pull the trigger herself to witness bloodshed firsthand. In this apocalyptic world, only those ruthless enough could endure. Chen Dong frowned and said Anqi feel no pity for them. Look, they're armed to the teeth. Clearly they meant to rob and kill. Such men deserve no hesitation. Imagine if I hadn't been beside you just now. What did they intend? What would your fate have been? Xianqi knew the answer all too well. Without him, her fate that night would have been far more harrowing than death itself. She took a deep breath and slowly raised the pistol. Understanding was one thing, acting upon it quite another. To take a human life, few save the truly depraved could do so without trembling. Chen Dong sighed inwardly. It seemed he must push her across this psychological threshold himself, for only by surmounting it could she truly claim a place in this ruined world. He stepped behind Xianqi, gently clasping her trembling hands, guiding the weapon's aim toward the kneeling thief. His broad arms enveloped her, radiating unshakable security. He whispered softly into her ear, "Don't be afraid. I am always here." The thief on the ground stared at the dark muzzle pointed at his head, eyes hollow with despair. Driven by raw instinct, he endured the searing pain, dragging his shattered leg across the floor, limping toward the villa's entrance in a desperate bid to escape. Chen Dong pressed down firmly on her finger, resting upon the trigger. A muffled gunshot cracked. The bullet struck true, burying itself in the thief's occiput. The impact exploded his skull. Gray matter splattered outward, thick crimson blood gurgling forth. Xianqi dropped the pistol and bolted to the first-floor bathroom, retching violently. Even Chen Dong felt a wave of nausea. Though not his first kill, it was the first time he'd witnessed such visceral, unfiltered carnage. He worried, would this leave lasting scars upon her psyche? Moments later, Xianqi emerged pale as porcelain from the bathroom. Chen Dong hurried forward to steady her. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, her gaze fell upon the headless corpse sprawled in the villa, and she spun away, rushing back inside. Helpless, Chen Dong cleaned the villa and escorted Xianqi to her room to rest. Whether she would overcome this inner barrier, only time and her own will could decide. Chen Dong sensed it clearly. Xianqi had changed that day. He did not know how she had breached that mental wall, but soon after he began taking her with him into zombie-infested zones to scavenge. No longer flustered or frantic, she now stood calm and resolute, drawing her crossbow and striking down the undead with chilling precision. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Zombies crumpled before her, pierced through by bolts. Impressive, Anqi. You've grown remarkably accurate these past few days. Chen Dong smiled, having just dispatched the remaining zombies nearby. Xianqi returned his smile, relieved at last not to be a burden to him. I've been practicing diligently, you know. It was their third day scavenging together. With each outing, their experience accumulated, and their physical prowess surged. Even Xianqi could now sprint over 10 kilometers under heavy load without breaking stride, her stamina rivaling that of elite special forces. After eliminating the thieves who invaded the villa, they revised their original plans. As survivors' capabilities and resources grew, the city gradually reconnected. Other survivors began trickling into their villa district. Some arrived, warily settling into neighboring villas. Others, like Jiang Kai and the thieves before them, arrived with ill intent. All met the same end, executed by Chen Dong and strung up in the district's central flowerbed, as grim warnings to the rest. Thereafter, every newcomer grasped his strength and dared not test it. Yet with ever more survivors arriving, powerful factions might soon emerge. If they failed to prepare, to level up and stockpile supplies, the day might come when even Chen Dong's P92 and limitless gasoline would not suffice to defend this villa. They couldn't douse the walls in gasoline and seal themselves in. That would simply immolate them before any enemy arrived. In this resource-starved apocalypse, their shelter, a conspicuously prominent villa, offered no chance to hoard and hide like timid squirrels. Thus, Chen Dong and Xianqi chose to drive farther afield, targeting dense zombie clusters to scavenge and level up. During leveling, Chen Dong noticed a sharp decline in physical stat gains after level 5. Previously, each level granted substantial improvements. Still, it made sense. If growth continued at that pace, by level 15, one might tear zombies apart barehanded or withstand their bites unscathed. Unnoticed, both had ascended several levels. Chen Dong stood at the precipice of level 10, just shy of the threshold. According to system lore, reaching level 10 triggered profound bodily transformation, rebirth in flesh and bone. Chen Dong awaited it eagerly. Already his physique rivaled that of elite special operatives. Another metamorphosis. Could it elevate him to the very apex of human potential? He resolved to reach level 10 today and discover what gifts the system would bestow. He hoped it would not disappoint. Situated far from the villa district, their current coordinates teemed with zombies. Ample prey to grind experience points. Had Chen Dong lacked infinite gasoline earlier, he would have fled such a horde without looking back. Now with vehicle fuel and self-made incendiary bottles, he welcomed more. While resting inside the car, Chen Dong told Xianqi of his plan. "Anqi, I've reached level 9. Today I'll push straight to level 10 and see what changes my body undergoes." Xianqi wiped the crumbs from her mouth and nodded repeatedly. "Great. This is truly a wonderful thing. Besides, it wasn't easy for us to come out here. It takes over 2 hours to drive here. We might as well take this opportunity to gain more experience and level up." Chen Dong nodded while loading bullets into his handgun. "Then it's settled. You'll drive, and he'll take care of the zombies." Xianqi responded with an and then asked, "Do you have a battle plan?" Chen Dong pondered for a moment before saying, "I was thinking, do you see that patch of grass ahead? We will first douse the grass with gasoline, then drive up to the zombies. They'll shoot to attract their attention, leading them over, and then set it on fire to roast the zombies alive. And look, after igniting the grass, we can quickly drive to that slope on the left, which is far enough for us to finish the harvest." Xianqi clapped her hands in admiration. "Good idea. Chen Dong, you're so clever." Chen Dong felt a bit shy and touched his chin. He noticed that Xianqi was completely obedient to him, now praising him for everything he did, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. This tactic was entirely based on the fact that zombies lacked intelligence and would only pursue instinctively. If zombies became intelligent, such tactics would be completely ineffective. Chen Dong suddenly wondered if there would be intelligent zombies in the future. Otherwise, as survivors' strengths rapidly increased, these mindless zombies would gradually pose less of a threat. Chen Dong had seen many similar zombie movies before. Usually, as the story progressed, there would be mutated zombies or higher-level zombies. However, such concerns were not something Chen Dong needed to worry about right now. First, he needed to reach level 10 and gain a physical enhancement from the system. That was the most important thing. As for whether mutated or high-level zombies would appear later, Chen Dong was confident that by that time, he would still be able to live well. Chen Dong and Xianqi got out of the car and began pouring gasoline onto the grass. Their work efficiency was high, and soon the entire patch of grass was reflecting a glossy sheen under the sunlight. After pouring the gasoline, Xianqi drove directly towards the zombie horde. As they approached the zombies, Chen Dong crouched on the car roof and began shooting. For those that escaped, he pulled out his crossbow for a follow-up attack. Immediately, a large number of zombies began to rush over. Once he had attracted the zombies' attention, Chen Dong shouted to Xianqi at the driver's seat, "Turn, follow the route we planned. Drive slowly, make sure to keep the zombies chasing us." Xianqi followed his instructions. Chen Dong continued to shoot at the zombies until they reached the gasoline trap, then he holstered his handgun and held a torch in his hand. As their vehicle drove over the gasoline-soaked grass, the zombies walked straight into the trap. Chen Dong threw the torch into the grass. Whoosh! A great fire erupted swiftly, instantly igniting many zombies and trapping them within the grass. At this moment, the two of them moved to the slope they had talked about earlier. Looking at the raging fire on the grass, Chen Dong was still not satisfied. "The fire is still too small. We need to give our dear zombie brothers a bit more fire." Chen Dong took out a gasoline canister from his backpack and, using his strong physique, threw it into the grass. With more fuel to feed the flames, the entire patch of grass began to burn fiercely. The fire even spread to the nearby forest. Chen Dong heard many zombies roaring within the forest. The sustained combustion of gasoline was quite damaging to the zombies. Such a simple and crude approach was much quicker than using handguns and crossbows to finish them off from the slope. As for warnings like burning the mountains, serving time, they did not apply in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Dong didn't care about environmental protection. A survival was all that mattered. After watching for a while, he pulled Xianqi back into the car. Standing on the slope, they were both drenched in sweat from the heat waves generated by the raging flames. They turned on the air conditioning and continued driving towards the next zombie gathering point. The massive fire in the area drew the attention of nearby survivors. They were all discussing it in the chat channel, but couldn't figure out what was happening. User 984594. Damn, I'll send you a picture. Look, how did that forest over there catch fire? Did someone set it on fire? Or did it spontaneously combust? Attached is a photo taken from a distance showing the forest burning in flames. User 893743. Haha, setting fire to the mountain, serving time. In this weather, it shouldn't be spontaneous combustion, right? After the acid rain a few days ago, how could it possibly self-combust? It must be arson. Isn't anyone trying to put out the fire? Trees are also life. User 943853. In this post-apocalyptic world, you think we can just put out fires and rescue people? Not to mention that there is no water. Who would risk their lives for that? Do you think being a firefighter is easy? User 234323. God. Such dazzling Buddha light, a living Buddha in the world. Since you care about saving the trees, why don't you go put out the fire and rescue people? User 654554. Indeed, the living Buddha has appeared. User 984594, send out the coordinates, and let this living Buddha save the world. Many survivors found such ridiculous comments utterly speechless. In this world, there are still people thinking about firefighting. How did they survive until now? Luckily, Chen Dong was busy driving and didn't have time to look at the chat channel. Otherwise, he would definitely expose that the fire was set by him and see how user 984,594 would respond. As Chen Dong drove, he listened to the system's notifications. His experience points were rapidly increasing, bringing him closer to level 10. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. Only one experience point left to level up. He was about to level up, yet the experience bar remained stagnant. Clearly, that massive fire had burned all the zombies in the forest, no longer providing experience points. Chen Dong felt a bit speechless. Just then, a zombie appeared not far from the front of the car. Chen Dong was startled and pressed the accelerator. With a bang, the zombie flew through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Gained experience 1. Congratulations, survivor, you leveled up. Keep up the good work. After knocking that zombie away, he successfully reached level 10. In an instant, Chen Dong felt his physical abilities rapidly enhance. It wasn't a leap in strength and agility, but an indescribable sensation. Chen Dong felt he could jump down from the second floor and land unharmed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xianqi sensed the change in Chen Dong and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Dong, you leveled up." "That's great. Yes, I leveled up. Let's head home now, and when we get back, we can slowly study what changes this upgrade has brought." Chen Dong pressed the accelerator. The car speed increased, and the engine roared with excitement. Since he had leveled up, they no longer planned to continue to the next zombie gathering point. After all, they had been out searching for supplies and hunting zombies for 2 or 3 days, and it was time for a good rest. Chen Dong and Xianqi drove back to the villa compound. Under the watchful eyes, both overt and covert, the fortified perimeter wall slowly retracted its electric gate. They calmly guided their vehicle inside. Even though many had been cowed by Chen Dong's earlier brutal methods, and several ill-fated schemers now hung lifeless from the public flower beds of the compound, some survivors still coveted his supplies and the impenetrable barrier wall. One survivor lowered his curtain, withdrew his gaze from Chen Dong, and sighed, "I just don't understand. Where does user 10086 get all those supplies? He even has electricity." "Be grateful," his teammate replied soothingly. "At least we have a place to rest. Damn it. I'll raid his lair one day once I get proper combat gear." "You go ahead then. Haven't you had enough of seeing dried corpses dangling from the park flower beds? You'd rather hang there yourself. Stop daydreaming. Tomorrow we scavenge supplies. Just kill a few more zombies, that's what matters." The survivor who'd been teased merely scratched his head and muttered, "Hell, I know full well his stockpile runs deep. I'd be signing my own death warrant if I provoked him." Meanwhile, Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and lowered the motorized shutter. As Xianqi walked beside him, she counted on her fingers. "Chen Dong, this trip netted us quite a haul. Several boxes of bread plus towels, clothes." Chen Dong, where did you go?" She turned mid-sentence, still tallying supplies, only to find Chen Dong vanished, the corridor empty around her. Suddenly her rear was sharply slapped. She whirled around, but saw no one. Then her cheek was gently pinched. "Ghost?" Startled, Xianqi instantly drew her crossbow, clutching it to her chest as she scanned the air frantically. "Haha, got you good, didn't I, eh?" Chen Dong materialized before her. Only then did she realize it had all been his prank. Yet how had he done it? "You scared me again. What if I'd shot you dead on instinct? And what was that just now? Did you gain a new ability? You have no idea how terrified I was when you suddenly appeared." Xianqi chattered breathlessly, firing question after question. Chen Dong ruffled her hair with a pitiful, exaggerated pout. "I only meant to surprise you, not frighten you." "Oh, how utterly heartbreaking." Xianqi softened at his feigned sorrow. "Chen Dong, that's not what I meant. I was startled, but I'm not blaming you." He said nothing, only pointed gently to his own cheek. Xianqi obediently rose onto her toes and kissed his cheek. Chen Dong nodded, satisfied. "Now that's better. I forgive you." Xianqi froze. Wait. She'd been the one startled, yet she was apologizing. Realizing she'd been playfully outmaneuvered, she flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "Fine. You rotten Chen Dong. You're doing it again. I'm ignoring you." Laughing heartily, Chen Dong swept her into an embrace. They settled onto the living room sofa. Grinning at her puffed-up cheeks, Chen Dong teased, "Who told you to fall for it so easily? Tell me, aren't you just a little bit daft?" Xianqi blushed deeper and reached to pinch his thigh, only to find it unyielding. "Huh." She frowned, puzzled. After all, even at his leanest, Chen Dong's musculature had never felt this densely taut or charged with latent vitality. It wasn't mere muscular rigidity, it was the very surface of his skin that held unnatural resilience. "Noticed it already?" Chen Dong smiled. As a physician, Xianqi quickly discerned the change. His epidermis retained full elasticity, yet seemed sheathed in an imperceptible protective film enveloping his entire body. Curious, she asked, is this the physical enhancement granted upon reaching level 10? Chen Dong shrugged. He wasn't certain. The system had only announced that level 10 would bring bodily reinforcement, without specifying its nature or scope. So far I've noticed a dramatic increase in defensive capability. He drew a dagger and dragged its edge across his forearm. Only a faint red line appeared, no break in the skin. Alarmed by his self-inflicted gesture, Xie Anqi snatched his arm, inspecting it closely. Finding no wound, she exhaled in relief, then gasped in astonishment. A blade had scraped his skin and left no injury. Chen Dong slid the dagger away. Unless pressed with extreme force, even a knife cannot breach my skin. Of course, enemies in battle won't hold back. They'll strike to kill. Still, this reduction in damage is no small advantage. Then before her eyes, Chen Dong dissolved into thin air, yet she still felt his hand clasped firmly in hers. In the next instant, he reappeared before her. That's the second change I discovered. Xie Anqi breathed in awe. Invisibility. That's utterly miraculous. It defies science. She burst into laughter at her own words, the irony striking her anew. After all, waking into an apocalyptic world teeming with zombies and overlaid with a game-like interface had already shattered every scientific law she knew. She'd just called invisibility unscientific, a redundant observation. Seems to be a skill, Chen Dong remarked. No visible restrictions, just activate it whenever needed. For stealth, it's godlike. I can already picture slipping unseen behind hordes of zombies and detonating chaos right in their rear lines. Xie Anqi covered her mouth, laughing. Then she asked, Chen Dong, does this invisibility have drawbacks? And what about your physical stats? Any changes there? Chen Dong opened his personal interface. Modest gains, but sufficient. Roughly the upper limit of human potential, I'd say. Designation user 10,086. Level 10, 01000. Strength 20. Agility 20. Vitality abundant. Skill concealment. Studying the data, Xie Anqi paused thoughtfully. I suspect the system deliberately caps all base stats at 20. To ensure no one is eliminated early due to inferior physiology, thereby forcing greater reliance on supplies to confront zombies and hostile survivors. Naturally, higher-level stats may unlock unforeseen functions later. For now, all hinges on the system's design. Indeed, as Xie Anqi had pointed out, Chen Dong had previously assumed that leveling up would merely yield numerical enhancements, until he reached the point of shattering mountains and cleaving stone. Yet reality proved otherwise. Upon reaching level 10, a skill manifested outright. In this apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, survivors evolved like players in a game, gaining levels and acquiring abilities. Chen Dong could not fathom the intent behind the system, or the unseen hand that had cast them into this zombie-ravaged realm. He shook his head, dismissing such distant speculation. After all, even if he uncovered the truth behind the veil, he possessed no means to alter it. Staying grounded in the present remained the only pragmatic course. Turning to Xie Anqi, Chen Dong said, Anqi, let us test this concealment skill to uncover its true potential. Mastering a new ability demanded immediate practice. Moreover, he dared not discuss it openly in the chat channel, lest he inadvertently reveal its existence. Without knowing whether others possessed it, this skill was his hidden trump card. A careless disclosure in the public channel could well invite lethal consequences. He harbored no illusion that awakening with this power granted him the strength to stand against the entire world. For now, meticulous experimentation and deepening his mastery was the sole path forward. Xie Anqi nodded. Agreed. We'll unravel this concealment skill together. By afternoons, the two had distilled its mechanics and limitations through rigorous testing. The concealment skill rendered the user entirely invisible, including their shadow, yet offered no suppression of sound. During trials, Xie Anqi repeatedly pinpointed Chen Dong's approximate location solely by his breathing and footsteps. Zombies possessed an exceptionally acute sense of smell, a critical vulnerability. Both concluded the skill was ideal for assassination or navigating chaotic environments, truly a divine art under such conditions. Especially when infiltrating enemy ranks, survivors lacked the heightened auditory and olfactory senses of zombies. For Chen Dong, acquiring this skill rivaled unearthing a golden tier supply crate. He was deeply satisfied. The very next day, after attaining level 10 and mastering the concealment skill, the world's climate shifted once more, its second dramatic transformation since the last torrential downpour. They awoke that morning drenched in heat, not the crisp, gentle air of autumn, but an oppressive, unnatural swelter. In truth, they rose soaked in sweat, backs drenched. Even at dawn, the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Intense ultraviolet radiation, though not striking Chen Dong directly, had transformed his east-facing room into a scorching oven. Chen Dong rose, shielding his eyes with one hand as he gazed out the window. The street below shimmered warped by the searing heat. He fell silent, stunned. This brutal weather rivaled the Sahara Desert itself. When he touched the iron window grill, the searing heat lingered on his palm for minutes. Sharp, burning, unforgettable. It seems we cannot venture outside today. Under such conditions, exposure would surely bring heat stroke, or worse, fatal dehydration, Chen Dong murmured, resigned. He had planned to accompany Xia outdoors, helping her reach level 10, to verify whether the skill was uniquely his. Now retreat was inevitable. They would remain within the villa to rest and replenish, and peruse the trading platform for bargains. Fortune, after all, favored the vigilant. Even if no treasures surfaced, Chen Dong intended to list surplus goods. Recent acquisitions from the infinite supply included everyday essentials. Shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, items others might desperately need. Though bathing had become a rare luxury, human nature persisted. Go without washing for too long, and one risked resembling a vagabond. Trading these abundant commodities for scarce resources, steel sheets, lime, alum, or other hardware and chemical supplies, would be a resounding gain. Cool air whispered from the air conditioner as Chen Dong savored a homemade cola popsicle. He opened the chat channel, preparing to advertise his wares publicly. Yet the channel overflowed with complaints about the extreme weather. User 435664 posted, "Is it just me? Or is today unbearably hot? I slept atop a mountain ridge, tent pitched, half dreaming I'd been hauled into a crematorium. Now I'm clinging to a tree seeking shade, but still the heat suffocates." User 834539 replied, "Who among you suffers more? I rose early, determined to cross a plain on foot, only to watch the sun ascend, leaving me utterly exposed with no refuge in sight. Damn it. I've drained 3 bottles of water and still thirst rages. I swear I'll bake alive on this plain." Weeping emoji. User 394793 caution, "Today's temperature defies reason, far beyond any prior norm. Avoid venturing out. If already exposed, wear long sleeves and shield yourself thoroughly, otherwise death by sunstroke is certain." User 837291 added, "Even the deserts of the Middle East pale beside this heat. It will literally roast you alive." User 324655 mused, "First acid rain, now this infernal heat. Next will it hail?" User 38784 retorted, "Silence, you jinx. Though who knows? Perhaps next time daggers will rain from the sky. Haha." User 10086 interjected, "Not so bad. I've set my AC to 20°C. It's almost chilly. Photo attached, thermostat display showing 20°C. I'm tempted to fetch a quilt." At that moment, countless survivors froze mid-typing upon seeing his message. That insufferable 10086 had struck again, prompting an instant wave of collective outrage. User 10,000 snapped, 10,086. "You're back to stoke envy, aren't you? Humph. But there's nothing to envy. I'm luxuriating in a bathtub, blissfully cool." User 10010 shot back, "So you too have joined the parade of humble bragging. How unexpected, from someone with such earnest brows." User 347923 observed dryly, "Shouldn't we instead be asking, how does 10086 power an air conditioner?" User 495839 gasped, "By the heavens, he's got electricity. What in the world?" User 397454 cried, "No, I refuse to accept this. I haven't even finished breakfast, yet someone lives like a bourgeois recluse." User 894759 sighed, "Surely not. You've struggled to meet basic needs for over a week." User 39745 lamented, sob, "I'm useless. 2 meals a day, that's all I manage now." Tearful emoji. User 10086 cleared his throat at him. "Electricity's been running steadily for days. Keep striving. Bread will come. Milk will come. All things shall come." User 93749 muttered, "Never imagined surviving the apocalypse would leave me this destitute." User 10086 added cheerfully, "Almost forgot. I've listed shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. Affordable prices, fair trade guaranteed." Chen Dong spotted a new business opportunity in the chat channel. The current survivors were all suffering under the scorching heat, yet he possessed a refrigerator. He could craft ice pops himself and sell them to the survivors. He felt no anxiety about unsold stock. With so many survivors, surely some would succumb to the sweltering heat and purchase ice pops to cool their bodies and calm their internal fire. Without hesitation, Chen Dong summoned Xianqi and shared his idea, then cheerfully prepared to mass-produce simple ice pops. He poured cola or other beverages into handmade box-shaped molds, inserted wooden sticks at random, and set the refrigerator to its lowest temperature. Within a short time, an entire crate of ice pops was ready. Chen Dong opened the chat channel and typed, "Brothers, would you like some ice pops? No way, no way. This is absurd. People shoot at the very least cannot. Damn it, are you deliberately stirring up hatred again?" 10,086. "I've always loved ice pops in summer. I beg you, 10086, send me just one." May you live a life of virtue and peace. Dragon versus tiger peony blooming on the other shore. Manager Wong offers you a home. Across mountains and rivers flows affection, so please grant me an ice pop. Enough of this nonsense. I've listed them on the trading platform. Buy as you see fit. Some survivors even sent private messages to Chen Dong. Hey there, handsome. I'll show you something delightful. Just give me 2 ice pops, okay? Shortly after, Chen Dong received photos from that survivor. They were highly revealing. Yet Chen Dong remained utterly unmoved. He even let out a cold, derisive laugh. Did she truly believe he was still the same man who once jovially bantered in group chats chasing mysterious links for scraps of amusement? Did she honestly think a few photographs could bribe him? With playful disdain, Chen Dong typed back, "What exactly am I supposed to see here? That's hardly sincere." To his astonishment, the female survivor actually sent more photos, just for a few ice pops. Clearly, she had done this before. Her actions bore the ease of practiced routine. Had it been her first time, she would at least have hesitated. Before long, she even sent a short video. Gazing upon the unremarkable face of a stranger, Chen Dong felt not the slightest ripple of emotion, only the urge to close the window outright. Yet he still sought to promote his product. That's all. If you want ice pops, trade supplies. And since you went to such lengths typing, I'll offer you a discount. Ugh, bad luck. You should have said so earlier. You wasted my time. Chen Dong replied only with a smiling emoji, saying nothing more. He wasn't angry. If anything, he felt a faint, quiet wistfulness. Encountering such a situation for the first time left him with a strange, unsettled feeling. Yet in this world, morality had blurred beyond clear judgment. Everyone simply survived by their own rules. After the extreme heat wave subsided, Chen Dong and Xianqi resumed their intense missions to gather supplies. As increasing numbers of survivors began converging upon the villa district where Chen Dong and Xianqi resided, Chen Dong grew acutely aware of looming danger. He knew that once survivor numbers surged, it was only a matter of time before they turned on him en masse. His abundant resources made him resemble a boss monster in a game, one requiring coordinated raids to defeat. Defeating him would cause all his possessions to drop: fortified walls, a P-92 pistol, a gasoline-powered generator, even Xianqi herself. Everything would be claimed by others. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to Chen Dong. Thus, he grew markedly more urgent and vigilant, driven solely to acquire more higher-grade and more valuable supplies. Out in the wild, several zombies were lured forward by Xianqi's crossbow bolts, then suddenly collapsed. Blood seeped from the back of their skulls. From behind the fallen corpses, Chen Dong emerged silently. Ever since mastering the concealment technique, Xianqi had taken the lead, drawing the attention of a small number of zombies, while Chen Dong closed in unseen to strike or shoot. His proximity dramatically increased his accuracy, greatly accelerating their zombie hunting efficiency. Xianqi approached and asked Chen Dong, "Shall we continue?" "No," he replied, glancing at the time and shaking his head. "Let's head back. It'll soon be noon. We need lunch and a proper rest inside the villa." On the drive home, Xianqi glanced at the chat channel and teased, "Looks like 10086, the one who's kept everyone restless lately, has lost favor. No one's mentioned you much these days, unlike those earlier days when everyone was cursing your name. How annoying." Chen Dong gripped the steering wheel, utterly unperturbed. "Better this way. Lower visibility means less scrutiny. We'll use this lull to gather more supplies. Still, I'm curious. Is this chief fellow really that formidable? Lately, a figure calling himself the sheriff has risen to prominence. Across chat channels, conversations revolve entirely around this enigmatic man. User 45346. Did you know? The sheriff is actively recruiting, expanding his forces rapidly. User 34534. So what? That's hardly unusual. User 34534. Didn't Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang each found their own factions earlier? User 45346. Clearly you're out of the loop. Did your village just get dial-up internet? User 45346. Niu Ziqiang's entire faction was annihilated by the sheriff. User 453536. What? Weren't there over a dozen people in Niu Ziqiang's team? Annihilated? How could that possibly happen? User 646754. I've heard about it too. The sheriff reportedly possesses ample supplies. One midnight, he led just 2 or 3 men to Niu Ziqiang's villa and hurled several Molotov cocktails and grenades inside. Niu Ziqiang and his people were burned alive. User 355663. Holy hell. Is he that terrifying? So now he's expanding his power, aiming for dominance. User 94785. Of course, he's building an empire. And rumor has it his camp offers generous provisions. No matter your combat gear, you'll receive food and water upon joining. User 346533. Really? I only have a fruit knife. Would he even accept me? User 234546. Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. A survivor completely stripped of supplies walked into the sheriff's camp, and he welcomed him without hesitation. User 12315. Greetings everyone. I am the sheriff. I pledge to every one of you join our family and you become kin, bound by mutual support and shared resilience enduring this apocalyptic wasteland together until we glimpse the first light of hope. This is my location 250-857. I await you all there, with sincerity and resolve. Survivors across the channel began discussing the sheriff in hushed awe. No one expected the sheriff himself to appear, issuing a formal call for allegiance. His bold move stunned countless survivors. And after Niu Ziqiang's faction fell to the sheriff, Zhou Shujian grew deeply uneasy. After all, the sheriff's stronghold lay uncomfortably close. Conflict was inevitable, and perhaps sooner than anyone imagined. Fearing an imminent confrontation, Zhou Shujian's most trusted aide urged him to strike first. Zhou Shujian sat in a leather armchair, swirling wine in his glass. He pondered in silence. The sheriff's rise had been meteoric. Within mere days, his faction was already edging perilously close to rivaling Zhou Shujian's own. If he delayed full-scale action, the sheriff would soon grow too powerful, beyond any chance of reversal. After weighing both sides' strengths and weaknesses, Zhou Shujian made his decision. He accepted his aide's counsel and prepared a nocturnal assault against the sheriff. Under cover of night, Zhou Shujian's entire force mobilized, converging on the sheriff's base. Concealed behind a mask, Zhou Shujian waited for the perfect moment until the sheriff dispatched scouts on patrol, then raised his hand. From the darkness, a dozen figures surged forward, only to find the sheriff seated calmly in the living room sipping tea and smiling gently at them. He was clearly prepared. The sheriff was a middle-aged man, his hair swept back in a sharp pompadour, thick sideburns framing a face etched with time's quiet dignity, lending his natural charisma a seasoned gravitas. Zhou Shujian stared at the sheriff's unruffled composure and felt his heart lurch. He'd walked straight into a trap. Then, searing pain exploded in his back, cutting off his breath before he could utter a word. He grunted, lunging forward instinctively. Whirling around, he saw a masked assassin standing behind him, holding a bloody dagger. Droplets of Zhou Shujian's crimson life falling steadily onto the floor. In that same instant, several of Zhou Shujian's own men turned, slaying their unsuspecting comrades with brutal efficiency. Before Zhou Shujian could grasp what was unfolding, half his contingent lay dead. Only those who had betrayed him remained, now standing obediently behind the sheriff. Zhou Shujian whispered, voice raw with disbelief, impossible. Allies cannot directly harm one another. How did you pull this off? The very aide who had earlier urged Zhou Shujian to launch the night raid now stood among the sheriff's inner circle. Hearing the question, he stepped forward. Smiling faintly, he said, Young Master Zhou, yes, allies cannot harm each other. But what if they were never allies to begin with? With that, the traitors removed their masks, revealing faces utterly unfamiliar to Zhou Shujian. Only then did Zhou Shujian realize, somewhere along the way, his own men had been quietly replaced, infiltrated, subverted, turned into the sheriff's hidden agents. Bleeding heavily, Zhou Shujian pointed a trembling finger at his treacherous aide and spat a venomous curse. You fickle, faithless wretch, you'll meet no good end. With a final wet thud, he collapsed, dying in bitter rage. His aide, watching him fall, wasted no time. He rushed to Zhou Shujian's corpse, gathered every last item of salvage, and hurried toward the sheriff with a nervous, ingratiating smile. Sheriff, mission accomplished. Here are all of Zhou Shujian's supplies. Please inspect them at your leisure. The sheriff accepted the haul with a slow, deliberate nod. Once the sheriff had taken possession, the aide rubbed his palms together and ventured, Sheriff, Zhou Shujian is gone. As promised, may I now claim my share of supplies? Though truly, I am yours now, body and soul, utterly loyal. The sheriff smiled faintly, then in a flash of steel drove his blade deep into the aide's chest. The man had believed he'd ascend beside the sheriff, glory and power within reach. Instead, he faced this cruel, unblinking end. Staring up in disbelief, he tried to speak, but blood gushed from his mouth, choking his final words. The sheriff gazed down at the corpse at his feet, voice cold and absolute. I despise traitors. If you betrayed Zhou Shujian today, you'll betray me tomorrow. So death is the only fitting choice for you. Turning to his men, he ordered, clear the courtyard, feed the bodies to the zombies. Then, without glancing back at Zhou Shujian or the fallen, he strode silently into the yard. By dawn, news spread like wildfire. Zhou Shujian's faction had been eradicated by the sheriff, shocking yet another wave of survivors. Having crushed two formidable rivals in swift succession, the sheriff proved far more than ordinary. Even Chen Dong was startled. He'd encountered both Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang before, and judging by the sheer volume of daily supplies they'd bid on, their strength had seemed substantial. Yet neither lasted long against the sheriff. Chen Dong knew nothing of the ambush or betrayal. assuming instead the sheriff wielded overwhelming firepower, perhaps even firearms. Otherwise, how could he have dismantled both factions so swiftly? As Chen Dong pondered this, a private message request appeared on his screen. He opened it and recognized the ID number at once. User 12315-10086. This is the sheriff. Chen Dong frowned. Why had the sheriff sought him out, suddenly without warning? At this point, the sheriff was less a leader and more a harbinger of ruin. Chen Dong had no intention of drawing near. Is there something you need? Are you looking to buy something? The sheriff then sent a voice message 10086. Let's be straightforward. I sincerely invite you to join my team. As long as you join, you will be the one calling the shots besides me and the team. I know your supplies are ample, but in the future the zombies will only grow stronger. Only by joining forces can we survive. 10086, come join us. After listening to this voice message, Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle. This sheriff must have been a lecturer from the Southern Sunshine Project. The grand vision painted a picture of interconnected layers. Chen Dong questioned whether he could survive in this apocalyptic world with Xianqi. Moreover, he possessed an unlimited supply of resources, an absolute game-changer. Joining the sheriff's team, what's the gain? Is it because the sheriff is old and offers a basic income? Therefore, Chen Dong responded without hesitation, that sounds great, but I refuse. The sheriff, eager to expand his influence, was very interested in Chen Dong. After all, 10086 was known for its abundant resources. If he could win over 10,086, it would be a significant boon for the entire team. Perhaps for a while they wouldn't have to worry about supplies. However, he never expected that Chen Dong would refuse his invitation so decisively. Faced with this situation, the sheriff was unwilling to give up. He believed that Chen Dong's refusal stemmed from a perceived lack of necessity. So he decided to appeal to reason and emotions. 10086, you should know that the zombie tide will soon begin and higher-level zombies will emerge one after another. I acknowledge that your supplies are indeed ample, but can you guarantee that they will remain sufficient? Can you sustain them throughout the impending zombie tide? This could very well be a long process. Although Chen Dong wouldn't be candid with the sheriff, he still needed to deflect. Thank you for your concern, Sheriff. However, you're worrying too much. I'm not being overly confident, but I have absolute faith that I can survive in the future apocalypse. So don't waste time on me. The sheriff continued. 10086, I hope you reconsider. I'll be blunt, if we can't be friends, then one day we will surely become enemies, and I don't wish for that day to come. Thus the sheriff, trying to coax Chen Dong, began to threaten him, hoping he would relent. However, the sheriff was merely testing the waters, not harboring too much hope. He sensed that Chen Dong would not easily yield. Indeed, after reading the message, Chen Dong replied directly, the sheriff's threats and temptations are quite polished, combining both soft and hard tactics, but unfortunately, I'm not swayed by this. I'll also be upfront, and as long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother with your business as a sheriff. Let's keep our paths separate. But if you do provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The sheriff frowned as he read Chen Dong's message. Why was 10,086 like a stubborn rock? It seemed there was no way to win him over. Since they couldn't be friends, they could only become enemies. In the past world, the sheriff wouldn't have been so extreme. If friends couldn't be made, they would be enemies. But in the current apocalyptic world, any survivor with ample resources and nearby was a significant threat. Thus, the moment Chen Dong chose not to join, the sheriff decided to blacklist him. What couldn't be obtained must be eliminated. What if resources are abundant? As long as I kill you, won't you become my resource? After all, no man is a hero without risk. Beside him, Poison Spike noticed the sheriff's frown in silence, suspecting that the negotiation with 10,086 wasn't going well, and asked, Sheriff, is there anything you need my help with? Poison Spike was the captain of the special operations team established by the sheriff within his crew. Every member of their team had a code name. It seemed that before entering this apocalyptic world, they were already subordinates of the sheriff. This was why the sheriff could rapidly rise with this special operations team. The sheriff sighed, rubbing his temples. This 10086 is like a stone in a cesspit. It's impossible to negotiate. To be honest, I don't really want to be his enemy. Poison Spike nodded in agreement, speaking with some trepidation. Indeed, 10086 was able to present so many resources during the auction of the barrier wall. I imagine the resources he has now are even more and beyond our imagination. However, Sheriff, you need not worry. Our team is strong, and we have a steady stream of survivors wanting to join us. As long as we are given time, the weak 10086 is nothing to fear. The sheriff cracked his knuckles. He would unconsciously perform such actions while pondering. After a long while, the sheriff slowly spoke. 10,086 can be set aside for now. We will make a decision once our wings are fully spread. The most critical issue right now is to find every means to expand our team. You go out and promote. As long as they come, there will be food to eat. Poison Spike suddenly felt a bit troubled. The resources of their team actually couldn't support the supply of so many survivors. Poison Spike cautiously used the most tactful tone to say, Sheriff, while attracting more survivors to join the team can rapidly enhance our strength in the short term. Taking on the supply for a large number of survivors might be somewhat overwhelming for us right now. The sheriff smiled and gestured for Poison Spike to sit beside him on the sofa. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he finally spoke. Poison Spike, I understand your concerns. Our food supply isn't that abundant, but that's not a problem. In fact, they have been thriving recently and have looted resources from the deceased Niu Ziqiang and Zhou Shujin, so food cannot be considered scarce. It's just difficult to support a rapid expansion of the team. Poison Spike was very confused upon hearing this. Sheriff, I don't quite understand. The sheriff laughed heartily and said, Poison Spike, do you know how Germany in World War II managed to conquer all of Europe? Poison Spike was taken aback, then recalled the explanation from his military class in college and suddenly understood. You mean to sustain war through war? If we recruit a large number of survivors, as long as we can sustain their short-term food supply later on, we can systematically gather resources and distribute them, allowing us to operate like a perpetual motion machine. The sheriff nodded with a smile. His plans indeed revolved around this. The sheriff toyed with the empty teacup, nonchalantly saying, Indeed, as long as our team is operational, the zombies cannot hinder our search for supplies. Moreover, there will always be casualties when dealing with zombies. Poison Spike stood up with urgency, respectfully stating, Sheriff, I understand what needs to be done. I will spread the word immediately and prepare for a second round of promotion to attract survivors to our side. The sheriff smiled and said, Go ahead, this matter is entrusted to you. Soon Poison Spike posted the message in the chat channel. ID 125034. Survivors, I am Poison Spike from the sheriff's team, and we sincerely invite all survivors to join us again. Currently, we have conquered a new horde of zombies and obtained a substantial food supply. We promise that everyone who joins our team will have enough to eat and drink. Same coordinates as before. We await everyone's joining here. ID 343565. Wow, sufficient food and water. Am tempted, very tempted. ID 566432. Am preparing to join the sheriff. Oh, I can't hold on alone anymore. It feels like the zombies are increasing and I can't withstand it. ID 234345. Is anyone forming a team to report to the sheriff together? Let's go together. ID 345343. Let's forget it. Everyone should go their own way and join a team at the sheriff's place. Going to report together now might just get us caught up in a trap. ID 233452. Exactly, I wouldn't dare expose my back to survivors who aren't teammates. It would be fun if someone suddenly shot me in the back. ID 345366. Even if they are teammates, it depends on whether they can be trusted. I once joined a teammate who deliberately attracted zombies to kill me in the middle of the night. After I narrowly escaped, I disbanded the team and killed him instead. Damn it. ID 287484. Is anyone wanting to team up with me? Let's form a team and enjoy good food and drink together. ID 387322. Why team up with you? Isn't it better to go to the sheriff? ID 23434. I really don't find it appealing. The sheriff will surely have many applicants. Instead of going there for a meal, it's better to team up with a few capable survivors. We might get more supplies in the end. ID 423534. That makes sense. Count me in. The sheriff opened a trend allowing survivors without teams to start forming groups. In an environment where zombies were becoming increasingly numerous and fierce, ordinary survivors would soon be overwhelmed without banding together for warmth. Thus, in addition to the many survivors flocking to the sheriff, many self-sufficient individuals with considerable resources and strength chose to gather some survivors to form their own groups. This was an inevitable tide. Chen Dong also lurked in the chat channel. He had naturally anticipated this trend. After all, not all survivors were as fortunate as him with an unlimited supply of resources. Chen Dong himself could be considered the largest force. Xia Anqi watched the messages with some concern and said, Chen Dong, should we also recruit some other survivors? What if a zombie tide or high-level zombies appear in the future? Can we handle it with just the two of us? Chen Dong smiled and pinched Xia Anqi's cheek, saying, Do you have a bit of faith in me? Our resources are definitely sufficient, and besides, our strength is not lacking. We are even relatively strong. Recruiting teammates is a very cautious matter. We must find those who share our heart. It's not that easy, we can only discuss it later. After listening, Xia Anqi sighed, nestled in Chen Dong's arms, and lamented, Sigh, it's so hard. In the apocalyptic world, compact umbrellas had become genuine hard currency. After all, people today bore immense psychological pressure and needed an outlet. Moreover, a growing number of individuals had begun trading their own bodies for essential supplies. Fortunately, Chen Dong had acquired an unlimited supply of compact umbrellas. Otherwise, they would have sold out long ago, leaving none for his own use. Indeed, even the most thorough theoretical preparation proved utterly insufficient when confronted with real-world practice. An hour blurred by in pixelated silence. The two leaned side by side against the headboard nestled close in quiet intimacy. Only now, after this surrender of body and soul, did they truly belong wholly and irrevocably to each other. Chen Dong suddenly retrieved a handgun from his backpack and handed it to Xianqi. Let this pistol be our token of devotion. Zombies grow ever more numerous. Your crossbow is increasingly inadequate, straining your endurance with every shot. This handgun will elevate your survival capability to an entirely new tier. Xianqi did not take it. Instead, she gently pushed it back into Chen Dong's chest and shook her head, declining. If I take the pistol, what will you use? You're the cornerstone of our team's offensive power. This weapon serves its purpose far better in your hands. Chen Dong kissed her forehead tenderly, then extended the pistol once more into her palms, murmuring affectionately, "My little fool. Look again carefully. This is not my P92. Xianqi accepted the weapon and examined it closely. Indeed, it bore subtle distinctions from Chen Dong's usual P92. He continued, like my P92, this pistol fires standard 9mm rounds. I acquired it yesterday on the trading platform. I'd already planned to give it to you within the next few days. Now seems the perfect moment. Gunpowder arms, firearms, ammunition, grenades, incendiary rounds had begun appearing on the trading platform alongside other combat essentials. Though prices had fallen somewhat from their initial astronomical peaks, they remained prohibitively high. Ordinary survivors could scarcely afford more than a few incendiary bottles, even that marked them as affluent. For Chen Dong, however, such constraints held no weight. While others hesitated, he had seized the weapon outright, without pause or second thought. After all, with an inexhaustible reserve of vital supplies at his disposal, food and water posed no concern. What he lacked, urgently, were high-grade combat assets. Consider Xianqi, she still relied upon her crossbow. Its lethality sufficed against fellow survivors, but against zombies it proved nearly useless unless delivering a point-blank headshot. Chen Dong had also observed a disturbing evolution as survivors advanced in capability and resources diversified. Zombies themselves were growing stronger, adapting, intensifying, evolving. As Xianqi's teammate, Chen Dong bore both duty and resolve to equip her with a firearm. At present, a handgun remained nothing short of a divine instrument of war. Hearing his explanation, Xianqi finally accepted the pistol, slipped it into her pack, and wrapped her arms around Chen Dong, with radiant delight, whispering sweetly, "Thank you, Lao Chun." Chen Dong had just dispatched several thousand rounds of 9mm ammunition to Xianqi, ensuring she would never face scarcity, when she suddenly embraced him. Overwhelmed by the warmth of her touch, his composure wavered and his heart stirred deeply once more. Words alone are hollow. Your actions must speak louder. Having acquired the pistol, Xianqi required rigorous firearms training. Unlike her prior experience with the crossbow, the handgun delivered pronounced recoil, demanding mastery of control, stabilization, and deliberate counterpressure. Chen Dong drove Xianqi to a secluded grove of small trees. Located near the village district, the area harbored few zombies, making it ideal for live-fire drills. Chen Dong produced a hand-stitched cloth dummy, secured it to a wooden pole, and planted it 10 meters away. Once the target was set, he returned to Xianqi's side. "Anqi, let's begin with the 10-meter stationary target. Once you've grown comfortable, we'll incrementally extend the range. Your prior crossbow expertise gives you a strong foundation. You'll adapt swiftly." Xianqi loaded the magazine and nodded firmly. "No problem. I'll show you." Chen Dong guided her through proper grip, stance, and alignment, then signaled her to fire. At first, Xianqi struggled to strike her intended mark. Yet as familiarity deepened, and as she learned to harness recoil, stabilize her aim, and leverage the precision honed through years of crossbow discipline, her proficiency surged with remarkable speed. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots struck dead center. Chen Dong broke into applause. Her accuracy on the 30-meter fixed target was now exceptional. What remained was mastering moving targets under real-world conditions. "Anqi, you're extraordinary. Your natural talent far surpasses mine. With a bit more practice on dynamic targets, we'll become an unstoppable duo, storming the very heart of the zombie stronghold." Xianqi pouted. "I refuse to be called the twin demons. Sounds like a villain's epithet." Chen Dong chuckled, agreed. "We'll craft something far more fitting, something elegant, resonant, unforgettable." Thereafter, Chen Dong continued coaching Xianqi on moving target drills. Once she mastered the fundamentals of firearm handling, mobile engagement presented little challenge, and she soon graduated battle-ready. Zhang Zihao had grown increasingly smug of late. In this desolate, godforsaken apocalypse, he had somehow reconnected with his former lackey Ergo. He now intended to summon Ergo to serve as his personal aide. From the outset, Zhang Zihao had found this zombie-ravaged world profoundly alienating. After all, he hailed from elite aristocracy, accustomed to effortless luxury, servants at his beck and call and legions of admirers vying for his attention. Yet here, unlike Zhou Shujian, who had forged a secure enclave and built a life of comfort, he remained rootless, exposed, and deprived. He endured wind and rain, hunger and uncertainty, his stomach empty one day, full the next. Fortuitously, within 2 days, he encountered Tian Xiaoyu, the university's celebrated campus beauty, whom he had coveted since their student days. Having known each other previously, they naturally formed an alliance. Amid this partnership, Zhang Zihao's darker impulses inevitably surfaced, his gaze lingering, his intentions veering toward possession. Yet she proved fiercely resistant, a formidable barrier he could not breach. Meanwhile, every interaction with Chen Dong, whether casual conversation or transactional exchanges, left Tian Xiaoyu radiant, laughter blooming effortlessly across her face. Her joy was unmistakable, authentic, unguarded, luminous. Zhang Zihao seethed with imbalance. Why? Why had she never smiled so freely, so alive, in his presence? Why, when speaking with Chen Dong, did she glow like a woman immersed in passionate love? How could Chen Dong, a man of no wealth, no pedigree, rise to legendary status in this wasteland, revered across survivor circles as the peerless sovereign Shun 10086? Why? Each night Zhang Zihao seethed with resentment over these thoughts, tossing and turning in restless insomnia, especially about Chen Dong. In the past, he had never deigned to regard that wretched nobody as worthy of his notice, for they had never belonged to the same social stratum. Sharing a dormitory had been the sole, fleeting intersection of their entire lives. Yet this very Chen Dong, this insignificant man, had somehow acquired an exorbitantly priced barrier wall upon entering the apocalypse world. Worse still, he lived in astonishing comfort, electricity of villa, and an abundance of food and drink. By contrast, Zhang Zihao himself relied on supplies bartered between Tian Xiaoyu and Chen Dong just to survive. What was he then? A beggar. Zhang Zihao could not bear this reality. One day he vowed inwardly he would break Tian Xiaoyu into his personal plaything. And as for Chen Dong, he would be dried into jerky and fed to the zombies. Such were Zhang Zihao's deepest, most unspoken thoughts. Thoughts he had no opportunity to enact, until one day he stumbled upon a survivor boasting in a chat channel, his tale unervingly vivid. The more Zhang Zihao read, the more convinced he grew that the deeds described mirrored his own past actions. He initiated a private message and discovered to his astonishment that the boastful survivor was ergo his former lackey. "Boss, I can't believe you're here in this apocalyptic world too. What an incredible surprise. Where are you? I'll come find you right away." Zhang Zihao was genuinely taken aback. Even in the apocalypse, ergo remained fiercely loyal, a fact that swelled his vanity to intoxicating heights. "Ergo, I've got food, water, everything. Hurry over. I'll invite you into my squad, share coordinates, and together we'll expand our forces. You'll be among the founding elders. Our rewards will be yours without question." Ergo swiftly accepted the squad invitation. Scanning their relative coordinates, he noted the distance was neither near nor far, still requiring some time to traverse. "It's a bit far, boss, but don't worry. I'm setting off right now. Just wait patiently for 2 days." Zhang Zihao closed the chat window. Already visions of a glorious future bloomed in his mind. Once ergo arrived, he would immediately recruit soldiers, amass power, and swell his ranks. Soon he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the sheriff himself. By then, even the sheriff, or Chen Dong, would mean nothing to him. And Tian Xiaoyu, she would inevitably fall into his grasp. Zhang Zihao glanced toward her resting form nearby, his pulse quickening with feverish desire. He crept closer, gazing upon Tian Xiaoyu's captivating face as she slept. Even clad in a Special Forces combat uniform, her graceful figure remained unmistakably alluring. Unbidden, his hand rose, reaching to caress her cheek, when suddenly she jolted awake from slumber. Her eyes flew open. In one swift motion, she seized his wrist. Zhang Zihao froze, then offered what he believed to be a warm, radiant smile. "Xiaoyu, you're awake. Why not rest a little longer?" She sat up, smiling faintly, yet subtly withdrew his hand. "I can't sleep. I keep worrying about danger." "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. If danger comes, I'll stand before you, shielding you with my own body." Tian Xiaoyu studied him with quiet, knowing intensity, then smiled. "Thank you, Zhang Zihao." Her words sent a surge of triumph through him. Inwardly, he crowed, "That wretched woman has finally realized. I alone am her true anchor." Aloud, she added, "Our rations are running low. I'll need to buy more food and water from Chen Dong." Zhang Zihao fell silent, head bowed. His breath came ragged, his vision swimming. At last he could contain himself no longer. Chen Dong. Chen Dong again. What is he, some kind of deity? Just a stinking nobody. What did he ever give you for your birthday? Handmade trinkets, cheap knickknacks bought roadside. How could those possibly compare to the gifts I bestowed upon you? Now he merely enjoys fleeting privilege in this apocalypse. But soon I'll assemble my own squad, expand it into a formidable force, and force him to grovel at my feet. Startled by his sudden outburst, Tian Xiaoyu instinctively stepped back, putting safe distance between them. Zhang Zihao, you're becoming obsessive. Chen Dong is our university classmate, and was once your dorm mate. Now that he's helping us survive, we should feel gratitude, not repay kindness with malice. Zhang Zihao threw back his head and laughed, cold, contemptuous. Dorm mate. I never considered Chen Dong anything but contamination. Living beside him for 2 years felt like defilement. He's nothing but a crawling insect from the gutter. Why would I call such a creature my friend? Fortunately, he quietly packed up and moved out after sophomore year. Otherwise, I'd have dragged him before the academic advisor myself, to expel him outright. Tian Xiaoyu paused stunned. This was the first time she'd learned of such deep-seated animosity between them. No wonder Chen Dong had warned her to beware of Zhang Zihao. She'd assumed it stemmed only from Zhang Zihao's habitual arrogance, never imagining how viciously he'd privately scorned Chen Dong. No doubt Chen Dong had been utterly isolated in that dorm. A pang of anger stirred within her. Chen Dong is my closest friend. I won't allow you to speak of him like this. One cannot choose one's origins, but Chen Dong carved out a life in the metropolis through sheer grit. He even secured a down payment on an apartment within 2 years. To me, that makes him extraordinary. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu defend Chen Dong ignited a crimson fury in Zhang Zihao's eyes. He seized her shoulders, voice venomous. A friend. You're infatuated with him, aren't you? You rejected everyone for 4 years. Was it because of him? Was it a... No wonder you always showed up at gatherings where Chen Dong appeared, while otherwise drifting through life like a celestial being impossible to summon. His voice rose, veins pulsing at his temples. Just wait, you'll see. One day I will kill Chen Dong. Zhang Zihao, I mean it. I will kill him. Pain flared in her shoulder. Tian Xiaoyu drew a military-grade combat knife from her pack, holding it steady before her chest. Zhang Zihao, don't push me. The blade's icy gleam pierced his rage. He flinched, abruptly sobering. He released her, stammering awkwardly, Xiaoyu. I didn't mean it like that. I just got carried away. Please forgive me. Tian Xiaoyu's expression remained glacial. I'll pretend I never heard those words. From now on, learn to master your emotions. I'm going out to scavenge supplies now. Zhang Zihao hurriedly interjected, Xiaoyu, I'll go with you. It's unsafe alone. But she didn't turn back. No need. Rest well. I'm only scavenging nearby. There's no danger. And with that, she strode resolutely from their dilapidated shelter. At present, Tian Xiaoyu still needs her teammate Zhang Zihao. Alone, she truly cannot guarantee her survival in the apocalyptic world. Therefore, even though she has a strong dislike for Zhang Zihao, forming a team with him provides at least some assurance. However, now Zhang Zihao exhibits an unexpected restlessness that unnerves her. Tian Xiaoyu feels that it is only a matter of time before Zhang Zihao makes a move against her. Previously, it was always because she firmly refused. Otherwise, Zhang Zihao, who had always harbored ulterior motives, would have long since taken advantage of her. Today, their confrontation almost escalated, leaving Tian Xiaoyu somewhat worried. If only her teammate were Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu opened the chat window for Chen Dong and instinctively typed, Chen Dong, how wonderful it would be if you were by my side. These days, Chen Dong has been gathering intelligence from other survivors. In the villa area, as more survivors arrive, the output of resources has sharply declined. Thus, he chose to purchase information. The benefit is that most of the information being sold is about silver-level resource boxes or small groups of zombies, which is quite suitable for Chen Dong. With some everyday supplies, offering a bit of bread and water can exchange for silver-level intelligence, and there's even a chance to obtain information about gold-level resources. Chen Dong feels he is not losing out at all. In fact, he is earning a profit. However, gold-level resources are still far too scarce. Since the last time he acquired a gasoline generator, he has not seen any intelligence on gold-level resource boxes. Of course, it's also possible that other groups in Alliance have already learned about them. After all, the numerous survivor teams led by the sheriff are currently quite formidable. So at this moment, Chen Dong is sipping a drink, slowly scrolling through the chat channel, carefully examining every piece of information without missing a detail. Ding! A private chat notification popped up displaying a message from Tian Xiaoyu. During this period, Tian Xiaoyu has been keeping in touch with Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu has been using some of her scarce resources to exchange for daily supplies with Chen Dong. A bundle of firewood for 20 loaves of bread, 2 lighters for 10 bottles of water, and so forth. The two have rekindled their friendship from school, becoming as familiar as before. However, when Chen Dong opened Tian Xiaoyu's chat box and saw the message, he nearly spat out his soda. Such ambiguous words caught him utterly off guard. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Chen Dong blinked and discreetly glanced at Xianxi, who had just gone upstairs. Then, maintaining his composure, he replied with a message. After sending the message, it showed as read. As a result, the message Tian Xiaoyu had sent was immediately retracted. In a moment of impulse, when Tian Xiaoyu sent the message to Chen Dong, she was still lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. It was only when Chen Dong's notification sound came through that she snapped back to reality. Seeing her sent message, Tian Xiaoyu quickly clicked to retract it. Fortunately, the time interval between sending and retracting was short enough that she could still do so. Otherwise, she would feel too embarrassed to face Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu, blushing, sent a message to explain, "Sorry, I typed it wrong." Chen Dong found it somewhat amusing. "Are you going to exchange supplies with me again today? I just wanted to chat with you. Is that not allowed? Is it only trading that exists between us?" When Chen Dong saw the message, it was as if he could sense Tian Xiaoyu's grievances. It was rather interesting. Chen Dong quickly played it cool. "Ha ha ha, that's not it. We're classmates after all, you can chat with me anytime. Occasionally, I can also be your emotional garbage bin. However, that will cost extra." Tian Xiaoyu sighed. So it turns out he really just sees me as a friend. But this might be something that sets Chen Dong apart from other boys. She is indeed very good looking. Tian Xiaoyu had been aware of this for a long time. Since childhood, the boys in her class have been too shy to talk to her. There were countless love letters from the boys in the next class. When she was younger, she might have felt a bit of pride about it. But as she grew older, she only found the boys around her to be overly superficial. She looked down on them. Until she met Chen Dong. For the first time, she encountered a boy who was indifferent to her. There had been others before, but they all pretended to be aloof in an attempt to attract her attention. Initially, Tian Xiaoyu thought of Chen Dong as one of those boys. But as time passed, she realized he truly seemed to have no other intentions towards her. Unfortunately, this boy seemed to have no interest in her. Coming from a poor background, he was not interested in romance, only focused on making a name for himself. Tian Xiaoyu recalled the time she had tentatively asked Chen Dong what kind of partner he hoped to find in the future, only to receive a cheeky and self-mocking meme in response. "I don't have time to listen to any nonsense love stories right now. Oh, I just want to make money." Tian Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Shaking off the persistent thoughts, she sent another message, "Never mind. Right now, I still rely entirely on Chen Dong for daily supplies. So if I have fleeting emotions, I'll just swallow them whole, teeth and all. I certainly can't afford to pay extra. Still, my stock of essentials is running low. I was hoping to trade for some more." Chen Dong replied, "No problem at all. Thanks to the firewood you gave me earlier, I've incinerated quite a few zombies." Tian Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment. "Chen Dong, could you sell me some weapons? I really need them." Chen Dong frowned upon reading the message. After all, Tian Xiaoyu had never before requested such items outright. Only everyday necessities, rice, flour, water, bread, and the like. Aside from the crossbow bolts and Molotov cocktails Chen Dong had voluntarily offered early on, she'd never once asked for anything else. And now, however, she was proactively requesting weapons. Something had clearly changed. That unsettled Chen Dong. He listed several crossbow bolts, gasoline, Molotov cocktails, and a few hand grenades in their shared trading interface, then typed, "What's wrong? Is there danger nearby? Zombies or other survivors? Do you need me to come help? I've got a vehicle now. Oh, I could reach you within half a day." Tian Xiaoyu accepted the supplies he sent. Reading his words of concern, a faint curve lifted the corner of her lips. And then she replied, "Actually, there aren't many zombies around me. I'm in a relatively safe area." Chen Dong was puzzled. "And so what is going on?" "It's Zhang Zihao. Lately he's been acting strangely. I don't feel safe around him anymore." And she then recounted Zhang Zihao's violent outburst that day and repeated every word he'd spoken. "Zhang Zihao has grown increasingly volatile. Today, upon learning I intended to continue trading supplies with you, he forbade me from contacting you again. He even threatened to kill you. Today he displayed aggressive intent toward me. I had no choice but to stay vigilant. So brazen. And he wants to kill me." In reading that, Chen Dong scoffed dismissively. And to put it plainly, standing motionless and using only one hand, he could easily eliminate Zhang Zihao, a feeble, worthless man. It seems Zhang Zihao truly harbors ill intent. And be careful. If you need anything, even the smallest assistance, you can count on me. And remember, if Zhang Zihao ever crosses a line with you, don't hold back for a second." Tian Xiaoyu savored Chen Dong's concern deeply, even though she knew his care stemmed purely from friendship. Got it. I'm not nearly as soft-hearted as you think. I'll stop here for now. The night has fallen and I must return to my shelter." Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu exchanged farewells and ended their conversation. Yet neither of them knew that another former classmate, someone both knew well, was racing urgently toward Zhang Zihao's location. That night, the full moon bathed the forest in silvery light. Perched atop the roof of a dilapidated house, sat a tall, slender man clad entirely in black. He was evading nocturnal zombies here, a secure vantage point where he could rest and replenish his strength. Gazing at the steadily closing distance on his system's shared location panel, the slender man took a bite of bread and murmured, "Boss, just wait a little longer. I'm almost there." N. And at that very moment, Chen Dong received a new message. 10086, I have a Tangdao blueprint. I'll sell it to you if you're interested. Chen Dong found this odd. A Tangdao wasn't exactly rare or high tier, merely a silver-grade cold weapon. Nate already acquired one before sharp yes, but nothing extraordinary. Checking the sender's identity, he recognized her immediately. Bai Shui, the same woman who'd previously sold him intelligence about a gold-tier supply crate, nearly swindling him. Chen Dong grew wary. Without hesitation, he replied flatly, "No thanks. I'm not interested." Bai Shui panicked upon seeing his response. She'd already pitched this Tangdao blueprint to other well-funded buyers, but the moment they heard the terms, they'd all refused outright, deeming them far too steep. Chen Dong was different. Bai Shui had dealt with him before and knew he was a true heavyweight investor. And if he rejected this blueprint, it would truly rot in her hands. Her team was critically short on supplies and desperately needed to liquidate assets to procure essentials. This isn't an ordinary Tangdao blueprint. Don't you realize it's reusable 20 times? And this blade carries a passive trait critical strike, inflicting 30% additional damage against zombies. Now that's a treasure. 10086. I'm approaching you only because of our old rapport. Rapport. We've got no rapport whatsoever. Last time you were lucky, I didn't kill you. Still, Chen Dong reconsidered the blueprint's value. If Bai Shui's claims held true, if it truly delivered critical strikes against zombies and allowed 20 reproductions, he could keep spares and profit handsomely by reselling them. And after all, rarity commands value. Chen Dong pressed further. If this Tangdao is so exceptional, why don't you forge it yourself and sell the blades for profit? Bai Shui sighed in frustration. The materials required for forging are prohibitively expensive. We simply can't afford them. Chen Dong felt a flicker of genuine interest. He asked her to send the blueprint details. And after verifying them, he replied, "Tell me your terms. I'm beginning to take this seriously." Bai Shui beamed with delight and swiftly sent her terms to Chen Dong. "I want 200 bottles of water, 10 boxes of bread, or 50 jin of rice." Hee. Chen Dong's eyelids twitched involuntarily upon reading the listed supplies. Converted into value, these goods were far from cheap, nearly equivalent to the price he'd once paid for the barrier wall at auction. Still, though costly, the sum remained within his means. As long as the exchange involved daily necessities, affordability was never a concern. Yet Chen Dong had no intention of playing the fool. Though the Tangdao blueprint was impressive, it certainly did not warrant such an exorbitant price, not when raw material costs alone formed a substantial additional burden. Unless the finished Tangdao fetched an astronomical sum, the venture would inevitably end in loss. Thus, Chen Dong resolved to test Bai Shui's patience and drive the price down as far as possible. Go rob someone instead. The zombie hordes are brimming with supplies. I can't afford this blueprint. Find another buyer. Bai Shui grew genuinely anxious. If even Chen Dong refused, the blueprint would either rot in her hands or be sold at a steep discount. 10086, we're old acquaintances. I'll give you a special discount. Chen Dong winced inwardly upon reading her message. He typed back word by deliberate word, acquaintances. Roasted ones perhaps. Yes, that fits perfectly. We share no such familiarity. You tried, and failed, to swindle me only to entangle yourself in your own web. Spare me the false camaraderie. Bai Shui flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, she had miscalculated last time. Her scheme against Chen Dong had collapsed utterly. Most others would have blacklisted her or hunted her down. That Chen Dong still engaged her in conversation spoke volumes about his forbearance. 10086, I admit, I was wrong last time. But you nearly incinerated me too. Had I not dug myself into the earth to survive, you'd never see me again. So let's call it even. And regarding this deal, it's purely online. No risk of deception on my part. Clearly she was desperate to offload it and secure essential supplies. Was she already running dangerously low on rice? Watching her string of apologetic justifications, Chen Dong suppressed a quiet smile. He coveted that Tangdao deeply. The moment to negotiate had arrived. Then lower your price, 50 bottles of water and 20 jin of rice. This offer is fair. Accept it, and all past grievances vanish. Future collaborations remain open as well. Bai Shui instantly rejected the figure. Absolutely impossible. That's far too low. Chen Dong wasted no words. Keep it then. I'm uninterested and unwilling to pay more. Suddenly, Bai Shui retaliated. 10,086. What if I demand the same supplies from you in exchange for a short video of yours? How does that sound? She promptly sent a brief clip. Chen Dong speeding away from a horde of zombies in his car. Somehow she had captured it, and his face appeared with unnerving clarity. Chen Dong's expression darkened. Exposure of his identity would spell disaster. Too many survivors coveted the resources controlled by 10,086. Even now, within the villa district where numerous survivors had taken refuge, many knew only that 10,086 dwelled behind those formidable barrier walls. Yet none knew his face. He concealed himself meticulously, wearing hats or masks whenever venturing out with Xianqi to scavenge, always seated inside the vehicle. Within the villa, the towering barrier walls shielded their inner world completely, and any intruders who dared slip inside, Chen Dong left no witnesses alive. Thus the true visage of 10,086 remained unknown to nearly all. Should Bai Shui release that video, Chen Dong would instantly become every survivor's target, utterly isolated, universally hunted. Even routine zombie hunts would demand constant vigilance against fellow survivors. Unbearable. He had to locate Bai Shui immediately and retrieve that footage. Failure would unleash chaos beyond reckoning. Without delay, Chen Dong purchased an uncharged drone camera from the trading platform and began charging it. The platform now teemed with electrical appliances, rice cookers, washing machines, drones, though scarcity lay not in the devices themselves, but in power. Once fully charged, Chen Dong deployed the drone to track Bai Shui. Coincidence or design? She was startlingly close. In fact, she had deliberately positioned herself near his villa district. Her intent remained unclear, yet proximity granted Chen Dong swift success. The drone soon locked onto her location. Chen Dong set out at once, heading for the forest where Bai Shui hid. Indeed, her choice of concealment was shrewd. Many survivors feared forests, assuming them thick with zombies. Yet in truth, the park's woodland had long since been stripped bare, its undead inhabitants all but eradicated. Only stragglers remained, if any at all. Zombies, being inherently gregarious, instinctively regrouped wherever their numbers dwindled, coalescing anew into fresh hordes. That was why zombie swarms proved inexhaustible, why new waves inevitably surged forth. Chen Dong knew this forest intimately, and knew it held no zombies. Yet many still believed it perilous. Bai Shui, it seemed, possessed exceptional intelligence-gathering skills. Chen Dong moved with astonishing speed, matching a cheetah's sprint, though like the predator, he could not sustain such intensity indefinitely. Soon he plunged into the forest. The drone overhead relayed Bai Shui's precise coordinates, and she remained motionless, rooted in place. Her brow furrowed deeply, her expression clouded with confusion. Why had 10,086 not replied, after so long? Unaware, she felt a subtle shift behind her, and abruptly turned, glancing over her shoulder. Nothing. She sighed, murmuring aloud, have I been sleeping poorly? Is my mental state truly this fragile, seeing phantoms everywhere? Snap! A twig cracked sharply behind her. She drew her crossbow and whirled, but saw only dense, unmoving foliage. Frowning, she puzzled. That snap was no accident. Only weight could fracture wood so cleanly. So why, after turning, did she see nothing? Could any human, or beast, vanish so utterly, so swiftly? In that instant of doubt, searing pain exploded at the base of her skull. Before she could react, her limbs went slack, and she crumpled silently to the ground. At that very moment, Chen Dong dispelled his invisibility, stepping calmly into view before her. Bai Shui's eyes flickered with shock upon seeing Chen Dong appear out of nowhere. She remained still, ignoring the ropes binding her, and spoke calmly. 10086. You gain nothing by capturing me. Though the blueprint is in my possession and killing me would grant you access to my backpack, I must warn you I've backed up the video with my father. Should I die, he will release it without hesitation. Release me now. Let us negotiate peacefully with mutual respect. Chen Dong smiled, revealing a set of gleaming, perfectly aligned teeth. He lifted Bai Shui's chin with a fingertip and said, utterly unbothered, what if I choose not to let you go? I see no leverage you hold for negotiation. If you believe exposure of my identity would severely compromise me, you are mistaken. In my residential villa complex, many people recognize my face. The video is utterly expendable to me. Bai Shui, still held by the chin, responded with a sly, playful smile, her petite fangs glinting mischievously. You're lying. Startled inwardly, but betraying nothing on his face, Chen Dong replied coolly, oh, what makes you say that? A single Tangdao blueprint could never justify such relentless pursuit, or your decision to spare me rather than kill me outright. Clearly it's the video you want. Yet fearing its backup might leak, you sought to interrogate me. I wasn't certain before, but your reaction, your gaze confirmed it. Chen Dong fell silent, unprepared to be so thoroughly read. Gently pinching Bai Shui's cheek, he narrowed his eyes, a chilling edge of lethality shimmering beneath his calm. This woman was dangerous. Then there's no choice. I'll have to kill you. Afterward, I'll go home, take a shower, and wash away this ill omen. Ha. Do as you please. Bai Shui dismissed his threat with utter nonchalance, then suddenly froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? You can take a shower? That's impossible. Such luxury shouldn't exist here. She refused to believe it. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't bathed once. The height of extravagance was rinsing her face with water every few days. or carefully rationing enough to cleanse her hair with shampoo. Chen Dong took showers. Unfathomable. Yet as she studied him closely, the faint lingering scent of shampoo and body wash clung to his skin. Undeniable proof. Chen Dong shrugged, smiling. Nothing's impossible. Surely no one's gone over 10 days into the apocalypse without bathing. No way, no way. Surely no one's that unhygienic. Bai Shui ground her teeth. Was he mocking her? Before she could retort, Chen Dong's expression shifted abruptly. He leaned in their faces mere centimeters apart. She felt his breath brush her skin. Trapped against the tree behind her with nowhere to retreat, her pulse quickened. She'd never been this close to a man. Nervousness flared raw and unfamiliar. What are you doing? Chen Dong, however, stared intently at the strange bite mark on her neck, only then pulling back when questioned. You just said it yourself, I'm a man, and you're beautiful. Of course I'd act. Bai Shui flushed with chagrin. But before she could protest further, Chen Dong seized her cheeks, muffling her words into incoherent muttering. Tell me, this bite on your neck, is it from a zombie? Then why weren't you infected? The mark on Bai Shui's neck bore the unmistakable signature of a zombie's fang. Ordinarily, such a bite would guarantee infection and death. Yet Bai Shui stood unharmed, untouched by any visible symptom. Did she carry antiviral serum? Had she ingested some experimental compound? Chen Dong burned with curiosity. At his question, Bai Shui instinctively shrank her neck inward. Then, feigning defiance, how could it be a zombie? It's a love bite, left by my boyfriend. Chen Dong blinked, then burst into laughter. He pulled down his collar, revealing a fresh, vivid love bite planted last night by Xianqi. Then mocked, boyfriend. Love bite. Have you even watched a single adult film? A bite mark and a love bite aren't the same. This is a love bite. Bai Shui stared speechless. She'd never imagined a love bite was formed by suction, not teeth, leaving clusters of bruised discoloration. After all, she'd never tried it herself. Chen Dong tugged his collar back up and fixed her with a serious gaze. Tell me the truth. What protects you from zombie infection? Still, Bai Shui remained silent. Just then, footage from the drone overhead revealed a group approaching their location. Chen Dong frowned. Did you call them? Bai Shui instantly regained her composure and answered with quiet confidence. Well, who else? Somehow she'd already sent word. Her teammates were closing in. With a quiet sigh, Chen Dong donned a surgical mask and a baseball cap, settling into wait. Moments later, the group arrived. Leading them was a middle-aged man, elegant, composed, radiating an innate scholarly grace. A closer look revealed a striking resemblance to Bai Shui. True to expectation, the man spotted her and cried out, voice thick with urgency. Xiao Shui, how are you? Are you hurt? Dad, I'm fine. Bound hand and foot, Bai Shui raised her voice to reassure him. The man's gaze hardened as it fell upon Chen Dong. Everyone move in. Rescue Xiao Shui. Everyone drew their weapons. Some wielded swords, others crossbows, but none bore firearms. Clearly, this team's combat strength was relatively weak. No wonder they constantly sold intelligence. The primary reason was that they lacked the capability to seize and hold valuable assets themselves. Chen Dong unsheathed his Tang sword, not a pistol, choosing close-quarters combat instead. He wished to test his upgraded physical prowess precisely. Where did it rank among survivors? Having never had such an opportunity before, he would not let this one slip away. All assumed this would be a swift, overwhelming victory, and indeed it appeared so at first. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. In an instant, Chen Dong felled 3 adversaries with his blade, leaving the rest too terrified to advance. Chen Dong himself was astonished. He had expected only a modest edge over other survivors. Never imagined his capabilities would be so extraordinarily superior. His speed surpassed even the reflexes of Bai Shui's teammates. They could not aim their crossbows fast enough to track him. Blood streamed down the Tang sword, as in a single breath, he cut down 3 armed survivors. Halt! We surrender. Bai Xianqing shouted urgently. If Chen Dong continued killing, none of them would survive. Might I ask your esteemed name? Release Xiao Shui, and I, Bai Xianqing, swear to fulfill any condition you set. Chen Dong nodded. I am surnamed Chen. I require little. Merely hand over the Tang sword schematic. Also, I am deeply intrigued, why did Xiao Shui remain uninfected after being bitten by a zombie? The schematic poses no issue. It lies inside Xiao Shui's backpack. Mr. Chen, simply grant Xiao Shui permission to open her pack, and you may take it freely. Bai Xianqing agreed without hesitation, then paused hesitant. As for why Xiao Shui was not infected, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes. He strode to Xiao Shui's side, pressed the Tang sword coldly against her throat, and said, it seems, Mr. Bai, you do not value your daughter's life as highly as you claim. Still concealing the truth at a moment like this. Bai Xianqing grew frantic. Seeing his beloved daughter's life hanging in the balance, he cried, no, no, no. I'll speak. Mr. Chen, please don't act rashly. At that moment, the team's second-in-command stood nearby. Hearing Bai Xianqing's capitulation, he rushed to intervene. Chief, this is unacceptable. That substance is the very foundation of our team. Revealing it now will invite certain death. Yet Bai Xianqing refused to heed any counsel. His sole concern was shielding his daughter from harm. Xiao Shui remained uninfected after the zombie bite, because we possess an antiviral serum. Chen Dong's understanding crystallized in that instant, the source of Xiao Shui's extraordinary resilience. Learning she owed her immunity to the antiviral serum, he felt a sudden fierce yearning. If both he and Xianqi could receive the serum, it would grant unparalleled security. In this apocalyptic world, zombies remained humanity's gravest threat. To become wholly immune to infection, to say nothing of enhanced survival, meant one could simply retreat into seclusion and endure until the end. He must obtain the antiviral serum. For the first time, a desire burned within him, intense, unyielding. I will spare your daughter. Indeed, I will even allow your entire team to depart unharmed, but only in exchange for the antiviral serum. Bai Xianqing's brow furrowed deeply. Then after a tense silence, he clenched his teeth and agreed. Very well, I accept. Yet his deputy immediately protested, voice rising, Chief, this cannot be allowed. Once the serum is surrendered, we are left with nothing. We plan to build our future upon it. Handing it over now is severing our own lifeline. Bai Xianqing's expression darkened. With commanding authority, he struck back. Hey Hu, you must remember I am the leader of this team. I hold final authority. An icy stillness settled over the air amid their quarrel. Teammates on either side tensed, silently dividing into two opposing factions. Bai Xianqing locked eyes with Hey Hu and spoke slowly. Hey Hu, if you wish to strike out alone, I will not stop you. But so long as you remain in this team, I am its master. Do you truly oppose my decision? After a prolonged standoff, Hey Hu finally pursed his lips and gave a terse nod. Fine, fine, you're the chief. Everyone, follow the chief's orders. Chen Dong observed the dispute between Bai Xianqing and Hey Hu with faint distaste. He cared nothing for their internal power struggle. Only the antiviral serum mattered. Impatient, Chen Dong demanded, hand over the serum now, and I will release her. It takes but a moment, surely, mister. Why, there's no need for delay. Bai Xianqing offered a conciliatory smile. Mister Chen, you see, the serum is exceedingly rare. For safety, none of us carry it. We entrusted its custody to a dedicated guard. We must return to retrieve it before completing the exchange with you. Chen Dong acknowledged the explanation with a slight nod. Then he set his terms. Very well. Return here at noon 3 days hence bearing 20 vials of antiviral serum. We shall effect the exchange simultaneously, person for product. At this audacious demand, Bai Xianqing recoiled in alarm. Mr. Chen, we simply cannot produce 20 vials. Chen Dong's face hardened instantly. Gently pressing the sword tip closer to Xiao Shui's throat, he uttered a chilling laugh. I named a fair price, yet you dare play games with me. 20 vials, and you claim impossibility. Bai Xianqing sighed helplessly. Mr. Chen, it is not lack of sincerity. I hold nothing back when my daughter's life rests in your hands. It is simply that we do not possess that many vials. Chen Dong paused, then relented inwardly. Indeed, if such a serum were commonplace, the zombie threat would collapse entirely. Thus he revised his demand. Very well, I will not press further. 10 vials, no fewer. Bai Xianqing still shook his head. 8 vials, Mr. Chen. That is all we have. We acquired 9 vials from supply crates. 1 was administered to Xiao Shui after her bite. The remaining 8 remain intact. They are yours, Mr. Chen. Studying Bai Xianqing's expression closely, Chen Dong judged it sincere. Agreed. 8 it is. From now until our meeting in 3 days, Miss Xiao Shui shall remain my guest. At noon, precisely, here we shall exchange goods for person, no deviations. When Chen Dong finished speaking, he dismissed Bai Xianqing and the others. They had no choice but to comply. Yet as he turned to leave, Bai Xianqing could not shake a deep unease. Mr. Chen, please, these next few days do not harm Xiao Shui. She is still so young. Chen Dong naturally perceived the implication behind the plea. What do they take me for? Chen Dong said coolly. Mr. Why you worry unduly? I presume you have seen the video. I am not some lecherous wretch. I have my boundaries. I rest assured your daughter will be returned to you unscathed. Only then did Bai Xianqing recall that the 10086 in the video was also a young man, his bearing upright, and not the sort to prey upon others in a cowardly way. Bai Xianqing, feeling somewhat ashamed, said, Mr. Chen, please take no offense in my concern, made me speak clumsily. I will take my leave. He then turned and departed. After a few steps, he could not help himself, and turned back, admonishing Bai Xiao Shui, for the next few days you must behave. Do not anger Mr. Chen. In 3 days your father will bring antiviral serum and come to take you home. Bai Shui nodded. That I will behave. You should go home first. Bai Xianqing could not help but sigh. He walked at the head of his team and left first. He Hu glanced back at Chen Dong and Bai Shui before following them away. Only when Bai Xianqing and the others had vanished from the drone's sight did Chen Dong lower his guard. Then, he suddenly bound Bai Shui. What are you doing? Let me go? Chen Dong chuckled. I could let you go, but you must open your backpack to me. Otherwise, I cannot bear to let you wander far. Who knows if you'll strike from the shadows? Bai Shue's face darkened. She did harbor thoughts of running, but she had not expected Chen Dong's vigilance to be so meticulous. He gave her no chance. Helpless, Bai Shue granted access to her backpack. Its contents were at Chen Dong's disposal. He cast a glance inside. The supplies were pitifully meager. The only item of real value was a Tang sword blueprint. Chen Dong left only some basic provisions, bread, bottled water, and the like. He rifled through and confiscated anything that might pose a threat. Once he had eliminated the potential dangers, he untied Bai Shue. Bai Shue rubbed her wrists and suddenly bolted. She had not gone far before Chen Dong, who had pursued her, seized her with a single swift grasp. Behave yourself, or do not test my patience. So long as you keep to your place, I will not harm you in the least. In fact, I will provide you with good food and drink. But if you are foolish and run out to be devoured by zombies, or if other survivors take you as a prize and carry you off as a plaything, I will not be responsible. Having said this, Chen Dong released her hand and walked toward the villa compound. Let's go. Bai Shue grimaced behind him. After a long hesitation, she followed. Unarmed, she could not get far on her own. Let's go. When Chen Dong left, he went to the garage and placed a car into his backpack. Driving back with Bai Shue saved them considerable time. Upon returning to the villa compound, the security barrier sensed Chen Dong's vehicle and automatically opened the gate. After allowing them through, the gate slowly closed again. Inside the villa, Xie Anqi heard the sounds beyond the barrier and the roar of an engine. She knew Chen Dong had returned. She leapt up without even changing her slippers and ran into the yard to greet him. But the sight before her left her momentarily bewildered. Chen Dong had returned, but he had brought a woman. She stepped down from the passenger seat Xie Anqi usually occupied. At first glance, Bai Shue noticed that the woman's features rivaled Xie Anqi's own. Bai Shue said sourly, "Oh, who would have thought hiding a beauty in a gilded house?" Then she strode into the villa, brushing past Xie Anqi. Once inside, she rummaged the refrigerator for a chilled cola and opened it, behaving as if she were no outsider. Outside, Xie Anqi hurried toward Chen Dong and asked anxiously, "Chen Dong, who is she? How did she come to our home?" Chen Dong explained, "Bai Shue is the one who previously sold me intelligence on a gold-tier supply crate. Do you remember earlier today when I told you I intended to purchase a special Tang sword blueprint? It was Bai Shue who wanted to trade it. Originally, I only meant to negotiate, but unexpectedly she pulled out a video of me clearly showing my face. I couldn't let that footage leak, so I tracked her down and captured her, thereby drawing out her father. Then, guess what happened?" Xie Anqi, utterly engrossed, frowned when Chen Dong paused and playfully tickled his armpit to urge him on. "I won't guess, just tell me." Chen Dong burst into laughter and continued. Well, as it turned out, Bai Shue wasn't afraid of zombie bites. Only after questioning her did I learn she'd taken an antiviral serum. So I struck a deal with her father. In 3 days, 8 vials of antiviral serum in exchange for his daughter. "Ah, I see now," Xie Anqi murmured, her eyes widening in sudden realization. "So that's how it was, I thought." Chen Dong hummed softly in acknowledgement. "Thought what?" Xie Anqi whispered shyly. "I thought Bai Shue was some wildflower you'd lured in from outside." Chen Dong laughed heartily. "You silly woman. Why dwell on such nonsense? One flower, you, is more than enough for me. What would I want with others?" Xie Anqi smiled tenderly. "Oh, and what about that person you chat with so often?" "Anqi, don't misunderstand. Tian Xiaoyu and I are simply good friends." Xie Anqi raised a finger and gently pressed it to Chen Dong's lips, silencing him. Then with quiet warmth, she said, "Chen Dong, you needn't explain yourself to me. Just know this: I love you deeply, and I will always stand by your side. All I ask is that you never betray that trust. That is enough." Chen Dong drew Xie Anqi close into a firm embrace. "Anqi, I will love you, always. You may rest assured of that." Cradled safely in his arms, Xie Anqi closed her eyes, breathing peacefully. "Then you must keep your word." Chen Dong smiled faintly and kissed her forehead. The next morning, Chen Dong withdrew the specially forged Tang sword, crafted from the abundant materials he'd just purchased, and examined it closely. Tang sword, silver tier weapon, special. Attack power 15. Special effect, critical strike. When striking zombies, inflicts 30 additional damage, and wounds inflicted cannot heal. Chen Dong ventured to a zombie cluster outside the villa district and selected a lone hapless zombie to test the critical strike Tang sword's power. He casually picked up a stone from the ground, extended his thumb, and squinted through one eye to gauge distance and aim, then hurled it with force. Thud! The stone struck the zombie squarely on the head. The zombie turned blankly toward Chen Dong, then snarled low and lurched forward. Chen Dong unsheathed the Tang sword and assumed a ready stance. As the zombie charged, a flash of silver gleamed. Its left arm severed cleanly at the elbow. A guttural shriek tore from its throat. Chen Dong observed the wound closely and confirmed the gash inflicted by the critical strike Tang sword showed no sign of healing. Zombies possessed formidable regenerative abilities after all. Even severed limbs typically bled only briefly before clotting. Yet this zombie's left stump continued dripping thick, foul-smelling black blood, utterly unhealed. Having verified the sword's lethal efficacy, Chen Dong decapitated the zombie in a single stroke and recorded the entire sequence. Then he began crafting the remaining critical strike Tang swords. Tang sword blueprint. Iron sheets 50 units. Whetstone 1 unit. Additional attribute critical strike. Tier silver. Remaining crafting attempts 19. Craft 19 Tang swords. Yes, no. Chen Dong selected yes. System prompt. 950 iron sheets and 19 whetstones required. Materials confirmed sufficient. Crafting initiated. With a soft chime 19 critical strike Tang swords appeared in Chen Dong's inventory. He kept 10 and listed the other 10 on the trading platform. Within moments, numerous survivors took notice. ID 353346 just saw 10 Tang swords on the trading platform, described as having critical strike effect 30 damage against zombies and wounds that won't heal. Fascinating, but prohibitively expensive. ID 324346. I can afford them. But how do we know they truly perform as advertised? What if they're underwhelming? It's no small investment. ID 10010. Don't say I didn't warn you. This listing is from ID 10086. I doubt he'd part with something genuinely valuable. Wouldn't he keep it for himself? ID 355221. I bought one. It seems decent. But I haven't yet tested it on a zombie. No idea how it fares in actual combat. ID 10,000. You haven't even fought with it. What do you know? Someone like 10,086, who lives off windfalls, wouldn't have anything worthwhile. ID 10086. You two again slandering me. Fine. Watch this video. I just uploaded footage of me using the critical strike Tang sword against a zombie video attached. Chen Dong uploaded the recording. The footage clearly displayed the zombie's condition post-strike and showcased the sword's raw destructive power. It ranked among the finest cold weapons known. After all, most cold weapons on the trading platform were mass-produced generic items. Within seconds of the video's release, all 10 critical strike Tang swords sold out. Scarcity breeds value. Though priced steeply, many survivors could, and would, pay the sum. It came down only to willingness. Instantly, the chat channel erupted with lamentations from those who'd hesitated and missed out. ID 453543. Arg, I missed the critical strike Tang sword. So frustrating. ID 67456710086. Do you still have any left? I'll pay more than the original price. ID 563278. Yes, me too. I've already sent you a private message. Check it 10,086. ID 10010. I give up on you people. So what if it's just a broken Tang sword? What's the big deal? ID 10086. Regrettably, I only had 10 to sell. The blueprint has been damaged. No further critical strike Tang swords can be crafted for now. This is a temporary rarity until a new blueprint surfaces. While disappointed survivors voiced their despair, an astonishing announcement from the sheriff's team suddenly flashed across the chat channel. The entire survivor community trembled with shock. Higher-tier zombies and mutated creatures are emerging, an inevitability now universally accepted among all survivors. Yet none anticipated their arrival would be so swift, leaving them utterly unprepared. Designation 12315. Greetings, fellow survivors. I am the Chief. At this moment, I am overwhelmed with exhilaration and compelled to share this joy with you immediately. Our team has just slain a mutated zombie boar. This marks the first confirmed kill of a mutated creature by any survivor, a historic milestone worthy of commemoration and one I believe demands to be shared. Mutated creatures. So soon. I still detour around even small zombie clusters. I can't keep pace with their evolution. Is this truly meant to be my death sentence? Holy hell, I think I've spotted one too. Wait, what is that? It's nearly the size of a bull. The mutated creature was utterly absurd. It locked eyes on me. Fortunately, I was perched high above it couldn't reach me. I nearly lost control of my bladder. Done for. No match for it. Supplies nearly exhausted. Time to dig my own grave and wait. Chen Dong scanned the messages, his expression tightening. To date, he had yet to encounter a mutated zombie. Its true combat capability remained unknown. Still, the Chief's team had managed to slay the very first mutated zombie creature, an undeniable testament to formidable strength. Chin resting thoughtfully on his knuckles, Chen Dong mused the Chief would surely leverage this spectacle to recruit new members. If this trajectory continued, confrontation would become inevitable. Chen Dong harbored no illusions. The chief was no advocate of peaceful coexistence. After all, Chen Dong's power ran fathomless, posing an existential threat. Once the chief deemed his forces sufficiently expanded, Chen Dong knew precisely when the reckoning would arrive. Yet Chen Dong welcomed that day. He longed to witness firsthand what extraordinary prowess the chief truly possessed. Moments later, the chief broadcast another message across the public channel. A brief video unfolded before every survivor. A colossal boar grotesquely mutated, its abdomen rent by a deep bone-exposing gash, and its hide pockmarked with countless bullet wounds. Were it not infected by the zombie virus, and thus inedible, this monstrous boar could have sustained a group for days. Whoa, the sow outshines an elephant. In designation 78567. Is this even a pig anymore? I assumed it'd be merely a larger variant, but it's crossed into another species entirely. In designation 457346. Tisk TSK. The chief's team is formidable indeed, and they wield firearms. Impressive. Survivors, what are you still hesitating over? Join the constabulary without delay. Our overwhelming strength speaks for itself. In this apocalyptic world, survival hinges solely upon unity. I extend my sincere invitation to all unaffiliated survivors and independent cells to join us. As Chen Dong had foreseen, the chief seized this pivotal moment to amplify his outreach, leveraging the shockwave of the first mutated zombie boar's slaying to flaunt his team's supremacy and draw survivors in. Still, dispatching such a behemoth granted him every right to boast. Chen Dong remained silent, lurking unseen in the channel, studying the image of the mutated zombie boar. That slender vertical wound across its abdomen. He recognized it instantly, a critical strike delivered by a burst-tang sword. That the chief possessed one elicited no surprise. After all 10 such swords were listed on the trading platform, the chief's team could scarcely fail to acquire at least one, if not several. What unsettled Chen Dong far more were the bullet wounds. Though he'd long suspected the chief might possess firearms, confirmation stirred genuine wariness. For firearms rendered cold weapon combat obsolete, two realms separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Yet Chen Dong exhaled softly, easing his tension. Fortunately, ammunition on the trading platform was vanishingly scarce, and the chief's team would inevitably deplete their reserves. Unlike Chen Dong, who could unleash infinite firepower from a single P92 pistol, they lacked such an advantage. Moreover, Chen Dong held one ultimate trump card: invisibility. Even should the chief amass thermal weaponry so overwhelming that Chen Dong himself must yield, stealth assassination remained a viable countermeasure. Of course, all such contingencies hinged upon one condition: the chief's eventual decision to act against Chen Dong with decisive force. Only then would Chen Dong deploy every means at his disposal to ensure survival. By now, numerous survivors within the channel had resolved to pledge allegiance to the chief's constabulary. Earlier recruitment efforts had emphasized provisions, food, and shelter. Yet many had remained indifferent, some even preferring the autonomy and flexibility of smaller independent groups. But after witnessing the mutated zombie boar, doubt crept in. Could they truly endure the escalating tide of ever-stronger zombies and newly emergent mutated horrors? Designation 356547. Our squad deliberated. We've decided to seek refuge with the chief or another major faction. We simply cannot survive alone. Zombies grow stronger by the day, and mutated creatures have already surfaced. We must prepare now. Designation 867896. It's not so dire. Larger factions offer stability, and joining poses little risk. I plan to bring my teammates to the constabulary shortly, pending their consent. Designation 457543. Smaller groups may yield greater shares of scavenged supplies, but unless you're a survivor of caliber 10,086, your wisest choice remains submission to a major faction. Designation 958333. In this apocalypse, abandon grand ambitions. Surviving is the sole triumph worth celebrating. And though the constabulary's public execution of the first mutated zombie creature drew scores of recruits, it cast a deeper shadow across every survivor's psyche. If increasingly potent mutants and higher-tier zombies continued to emerge, could even the constabulary withstand the coming storm? Who could say? And no one knew. And if extinction remained the final verdict, why had they been thrust inexplicably into this zombie-ravaged world at all? Chen Dong, however, refused such despair. Beside him stood Xianqi. He did not know how long he would live. Perhaps falling tomorrow to a high-tier zombie, perhaps enduring until the end. But he chose resilience over resignation. He would keep Xianqi alive. Amid widespread panic, even Tian Xiaoyu sought out Chen Dong once more to purchase weapons. Chen Dong, you've heard about the chief constable slaying the first mutated zombie creature, haven't you? Chen Dong replied promptly, of course. I'd have to be deaf not to notice the chatter flooding the chat channel. Tian Xiaoyu then sent a rapid string of messages. Today we encountered a horde of zombies. Zhang Zihao abandoned me without hesitation and fled. Fortunately, I'd bought a substantial stock of combat supplies from you earlier, otherwise I'd have perished there. Chen Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. That Zhang Zihao had survived this long was deeply irksome. Yet his self-serving nature remained unchanged, an unsurprising if distasteful consistency. What use is such a man? Just eliminate him with the weapon I gave you. Tian Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. Zhang Zihao has always been highly vigilant, and I'm no fighter. I doubt it would be easy. Still, he's recently been eager to join a larger faction. We'll part ways soon enough. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened again. After so many days, his own strength had grown remarkably. It was time to settle accounts. Let me know when Zhang Zihao secures his new allegiance. I'll send him a most memorable farewell gift. A reply arrived swiftly, likely within these few days. He's been pressuring me constantly to switch teams, and especially after today's spectacle, when the constabulary slaughtered that mutated beast, he could barely conceal his eagerness. Chen Dong paused in thought. Securing the antiviral serum remained his utmost priority. Waiting a few more days would entail little risk. By the way, do you need more combat supplies? You barely escaped that zombie horde today. Your stock must be nearly depleted. Tian Xiaoyu sent a nodding emoji. Yes, I'd like to buy some Molotov cocktails, crossbow bolts, and one crit strike tang sword. Chen Dong opened the trade interface, listed the items, completed the transaction, and ended the conversation, then returned to the villa district. He ventured outdoors to test the crit strike tang sword's lethality, then listed it on the trading platform, unaware that hours had slipped by unnoticed until noon arrived. Back at the shelter the moment he stepped through the door, he found Xianqi seated on the living room sofa watching television. The TV was connected to an external hard drive playing nature documentaries like Planet Earth. Chen Dong was astonished. This set had been completely non-functional before. He hadn't expected Xianqi to repair it. Watching television in such circumstances felt profoundly comforting, like a fragile, fleeting echo of the past. How did you get the TV working? I tinkered with it for ages and got nowhere. Xianqi looped her arm through his and smiled. Just a faulty circuit board, nothing serious. I gave it a try and it came alive. Impressive. Chen Dong raised a thumb. But how do you even know how to fix televisions? Repairing electronics was a specialized skill, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xianqi shrugged lightly. I've watched others do it a few times, picked up bits and pieces. This time luck was on my side. A slightly more complex fault, and I'd have been stumped. They curled together on the sofa, sharing potato chips while the screen flickered softly, a surreal lullaby of normalcy, as if the past several days had dissolved into dreamlike unreality. Then abruptly, pounding echoed from upstairs. Hey, is anyone there? I'm starving, shouted Bai Shui. Chen Dong had nearly forgotten about her. Glancing upward, he asked, has she behaved herself? Any mischief? She tried to escape once, Xianqi said, shaking her head dismissively. But under my watch she failed. Well now, truly incorrigible. Chen Dong smirked. Let her fast a while. A lesson in patience. Thereafter they resumed watching television, utterly indifferent to Bai Shui's frantic cries. Only when her shouting finally subsided did they deliver a bottle of water and a packet of instant noodles upstairs. After finishing his meal, Chen Dong left the villa and headed for a nearby mine where, according to Bai Shui's intelligence, a gold-tier supply crate was concealed. At this point, every single gold-tier item was invaluable to Chen Dong, so he set off without delay. Driving to the mine's perimeter, he gazed upon the dark, yawning entrance and recalled Bai Shui's warning just before his departure. Chen Dong, don't say I didn't warn you. The area outside the mine isn't the most dangerous part. With your strength, you'd probably dispatch those threats in 2 or 3 moves. The true peril lies deep inside. I only know there are hordes of zombies within, and survivors who barely escaped claimed there's a giant spider lurking there. No one believed them back then. Now it's clear they must have encountered a mutated creature. Chen Dong nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Indeed, mutated creatures were no simple adversaries. Chen Dong sprang into action, drawing his critical strike tang sword, his movements fluid and precise as he darted behind a zombie and severed its head in one clean stroke. Within mere breaths, he slaughtered every zombie outside the mine with ruthless efficiency, like chopping vegetables. Shaking off the viscous black blood clinging to his blade, he stood before the mine's gaping maw. Beyond the threshold lay impenetrable darkness. Only faint guttural moans of zombies and eerie whistling gusts of cold wind echoed from within. Chen Dong had already resolved, should anything feel amiss once he entered, he would retreat instantly. No hesitation. Gold-tier supplies could be found again. Life, however, offered no second chances. He steadied his breath and stepped into the mine. Darkness swallowed all but the narrow beam of his headlamp, illuminating only the path ahead. Every 5 or 6 meters, he chiseled a notch into the stone wall and wedged in a torch soaked in gasoline, its flickering flame casting long, trembling shadows. This deliberate ritual slowed his advance. As he ventured deeper, he glimpsed zombies, and scattered human remains, severed limbs, shattered bones. These he surmised were likely the corpses of earlier explorers who'd failed to escape. To go further without hope of retreat meant certain death. Several zombies, drawn by the glare of his headlamp, lurched forward with ragged urgency. Chen Dong retreated a few paces to create space, then hurled several Molotov cocktails. Instantly, roaring flames erupted, forming a blazing barrier between him and the undead. Yet these zombies seemed less afraid of fire than before. Many charged onward, even as their bodies blazed, unflinching, unstoppable. He did not reach for his pistol. In the suffocating blackness of the tunnel, he couldn't guarantee a headshot, so he drew his critical strike Tang's sword instead. Wielding one in each hand, he lunged forward. He had never trained in Tang's swordsmanship, let alone dual wielding, but his overwhelming physical prowess granted him brute dominance over the undead. His blade slashed wildly, yet with terrifying speed, rending zombies limb from limb. When the final creature collapsed, Chen Dong inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. One supreme force can overwhelm 10 arts. This ancient saying, passed down through generations, was no idle boast. Armed with 2 critical strike Tang swords, Chen Dong pressed ever deeper, unstoppable, relentless. Truly the critical strike Tang sword, its lethal range perfectly suited to the confined mine tunnels, was nothing short of divine. Roar! As he wrenched the blade from the last zombie's skull, silence rushed back into the cavern like a tide. Yet there was no sign of the gold tier supply crate Bai Shui had mentioned. Something was profoundly wrong. Chen Dong frowned. Had Bai Shui's intelligence been flawed? Or had someone else already claimed the crate? But the presence of fresh zombies rendered that theory implausible. Just then, a silken thread shot from the darkness, ensnaring Chen Dong without warning and dragging him inward with shocking force. Even he nearly lost his footing. Deep in the gloom, a thick strand of web clung tightly to his left wrist. He hadn't sensed the spider during the chaos of battle. Its ambush had waited until his guard slipped. Cunning and treacherous. Cursing inwardly, Chen Dong acted instantly. He snatched up a torch and seared through the silk. By the light of the fallen torch and his headlamp, he finally beheld the legendary giant spider. It loomed across the ceiling, massive, radiant, with an eerie violet luminescence, its gem-like compound eyes, beautiful yet unnerving, fixed intently upon him. Its 8 grotesquely elongated, thickly muscled legs unfurled slowly, spanning the entire width of the cavern roof. Staring at the creature, more akin to a boss from a mythic video game than reality, Chen Dong felt 1,000 thoughts surge, only to collapse into a single wordless utterance. Damn! Facing such a colossal mutated zombie spider, even he felt uncertain. After all, the first mutated creature slain by Captain Jing and his team had required their full coordinated effort. How grueling that hunt had been remained known only to them. Now Chen Dong stood utterly alone, confronting this abomination single-handedly. Clearly this was a perilous trial. He began inching backward, intent on withdrawing from the mine entirely. Since the gold tier supply crate was nowhere to be found, risking annihilation against such a monstrous foe made no sense. Big Spider, you enjoy your solitude. I've got to get home to my wife. Though given your single status, you probably won't understand. As he edged backward, whisper quiet, he teased the mutated arachnid with dry levity. Screech! Screech! The mutated zombie spider shrieked piercingly, then unleashed a torrent of thick, glistening silk. Chen Dong instinctively rolled sideways, narrowly evading the barrage, and muttered a string of curses. Come on, was that really necessary, brother? If I offended you, I sincerely apologize. It was only then he realized the silk wasn't aimed at him. It targeted his escape route. By the time he grasped the truth, the mine entrance was sealed tight. Chen Dong's brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated such high intelligence in a mutated zombie. He'd assumed it would behave like mindless, instinct-driven undead. Yet now he had to concede this mutated creature possessed genuine cunning. With his retreat cut off, Chen Dong rose, drew his pistol, and aimed steadily at the spider's head. Bang! The spider's luminous jewel-like eyes exploded under the impact, spewing foul, pitch-black ichor. The mutated spider shrieked in agony and instinctively raised its legs to shield its eyes. Seeing the first shot land true, Chen Dong seized the opening without hesitation. Fire followed fire in rapid succession. Each bullet was deflected by one of the spider's thick, chitinous legs. Its carapace was unervingly resilient. Subsequent rounds struck its limbs and abdomen, yet merely grazed the outer shell, failing to fully penetrate, leaving only shallow bullet craters. Chen Dong had no time to register his shock. As he fumbled to reload his empty pistol, the spider seized its chance, launching itself from the cavern's ceiling in a lethal, silent dive. He holstered the pistol and drew his impact Tang sword. The mutated spider lunged forward, all 8 legs stabbing like blackened spears. Chen Dong parried with lightning reflexes. Had he not temporarily reached the peak of his level-enhanced physical prowess, he would have been overwhelmed outright. Though massive in stature, the creature moved with uncanny agility, its 8 limbs striking with serpentine precision. And their destructive force was terrifying. One leg whistled past Chen Dong's face. He dodged just in time, only for the stone wall behind him to split open with a thunderous crack, cleaved as effortlessly as tofu. Chen Dong hurled an incendiary bottle, igniting the web, sealing the cave entrance. Yet the web was colossal. The bottle detonated with a muffled burst, setting only a slow, sputtering blaze. He'd already noticed it earlier, when his left hand was ensnared in silk. The spider's webbing had mutated too, proving strangely resistant to flame. He nearly burned his own flesh raw, rubbing the silk frantically against a torch before finally breaking free. Clearly, burning through an escape route would take time, more time than he currently possessed. That time then would be spent deploying every trick, every ounce of wit and will to stall the monstrous arachnid. Throughout the clash, Chen Dong danced across the cavern floor, dodging, weaving, feinting. Then, seizing fleeting openings, drove his tang sword deep into the spider's softer underbelly. Pain only inflamed its fury. Unlike ordinary beasts which weaken under sustained assault, this aberration grew more savage with each wound, responding not with fatigue, but with escalating berserk aggression. Chen Dong pressed his lips together. So this is what those boss fights felt like, back when I gamed. Just as victory seemed assured, the enemy would calmly shift into phase 2 and send you screaming back to the respawn point. But if I fall here, there's no respawn point waiting. He gave a wry, hollow laugh and redoubled his focus, every nerve alight, every muscle coiled tight against the next strike. HSSSS. The spider spat a filament of silk, aiming to entangle him. Chen Dong reacted instantly, tossing 2 incendiary bottles in swift, decisive arcs. Then, sliding low beneath the creature's body, he slashed upward with his impact tang sword, ripping a jagged gash across its abdomen. He grinned, breathless. Lucky you're not a mutated tiger, or that slide would have ended me on the spot. It wasn't true banter, not really. In moments of extreme duress, speech became an unconscious anchor, a lifeline cast into the churning sea of his own adrenaline. Even muttered to himself. The spider's eyes were turning crimson, truly crimson. Its on-Severidian compound eyes bled slowly, ominously, into searing scarlet. Chen Dong felt the shift instantly. The air thickened, pressure mounting like a physical weight. An indescribable aura radiated from the beast, pressing down on him, constricting his breath. Perhaps this was the raw, untamed ferocity inherent to mutated life itself. Then, suddenly, an idea struck him. If it's a spider, could insecticide work? Among the daily ration of infinite supplies, one day's allotment had included unlimited insecticide. He flung both cans forward without pause. A single swipe of the spider's leg tore through the fragile tin casing. With a sharp pop, both cans ruptured, releasing their volatile contents in a sudden, acrid cloud. The spider recoiled, shifting sideways, nostrils flaring. It actually worked. Chen Dong suppressed his disbelief. This absurdity offered no reprieve, only opportunity. He snatched another can and began spraying furiously within the sealed cavern. The spider thrashed its limbs wildly in place, then charged. Chen Dong refused to let it close the distance. Using his superior mobility, he led the creature on a dizzying chase, like a hawk circling a trembling chick. The spider pursued relentlessly behind him while Chen Dong, mask secured, kept pressing the spray nozzle can after can, spiraling endlessly through the mine tunnels. Doubt crept in. Had the insecticide truly taken effect, or was the spider merely reacting to ancient, ingrained survival instincts? But soon the toxin took hold. The spider halted mid-chase, swaying unsteadily on its legs, like a drunken man staggering upright, slurring defiantly, "I'm not drunk." Prolonged exposure to the aerosol proved fatal, even for a mutated zombie spider. Its berserk fury ebbed. The crimson glow in its eyes faded, retreating back to viridian green, and its imposing presence wilted, sagging, listless, diminished. Yet Chen Dong dared not relax. This was insecticide, a substance designed to kill pests, not titans. He'd saturated the entire cavern with it. Even with his mask on, the fumes stung his throat. And yet the creature, supposedly its natural antithesis, was only mildly disoriented. That realization hardened his resolve. Strike while it's weak, finish it. He drew his impact tang sword and surged forward. At the last instant, the spider lashed out with a single leg, aiming to impale him. Exactly as expected, Chen Dong hadn't flinched. He'd anticipated the counterstrike. Seizing the exposed joint, he brought his blade down in a clean, decisive cut. The leg severed cleanly. A guttural shriek tore from the spider's maw as it flailed its remaining limbs wildly. Blinded by dizziness, crippled by injury, its coordination shattered. Attacks that once demanded his utmost strength to evade now slipped past him with effortless grace. One strike, another leg fell severed at the base. Another. His blade slashed across its compound eyes. Again and again, he decapitated the beast, then carved open its abdomen with ruthless finality. Against all odds, Chen Dong had won. He'd only hoped to buy enough time for the webbed exit to burn through, then slip away unseen. Surviving would have been sheer miraculous luck. Never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined slaying this mutated zombie spider, alone, unaided, blade in hand. Still wary, he delivered several more precise strikes, severing every remaining leg, before finally collapsing onto the cold stone floor to catch his breath. This battle had surpassed all others in peril. Though victorious, witnessing the true power of mutation left him heavy-hearted, humbled, sobered, deeply unsettled. So it was true, as many survivors whispered fearfully. In this apocalypse, survival would grow ever more precarious. Soon another wave of attrition would sweep across the remnants of humanity. Just then the web blocking the mine's exit burned through, leaving a narrow, passable aperture. As Chen Dong rose to leave, a golden radiance emanating from the spider's abdomen caught his eye. He pried open the abdomen with his impact Tang sword and revealed a gleaming gold-tier supply crate. Bai Shui's intelligence had been flawless. Such a prize truly lay hidden here. Only, somehow it had been swallowed whole. Without pausing to inspect its contents, Chen Dong stowed the crate directly into his backpack and strode resolutely toward the exit. Sunlight bathed his face, warm, tender, alive. He exhaled, savoring the quiet euphoria of deliverance. Home, he murmured, smiling softly, then climbed into his battered Jetta and drove away, singing loudly, freely into the open road. On the way back to the shelter, Chen Dong sent the photos he took after killing the mutated spider to the chat channel. It was not to attract survivors like the sheriff, nor to kindly warn anyone to run away when encountering mutated creatures. It was purely to show off. Number 10086. I almost died just now. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I successfully took it down with a photo of the mutated spider's corpse. After this picture was sent out, the chat channel fell silent for a moment. Then a flurry of question marks appeared from a group of survivors. Number 567-4435. Number 578-9323. Number 120-9919. Number 2346-2343. Maintain formation. Number 10010. Maintain formation. My foot. This is obviously fake, definitely edited. As everyone knows, 10086 is a lone wolf. How could he possibly handle such a large mutated spider all by himself? It's fake. It has to be fake. Number 10,000. That's right, although I really don't want to admit it, 10,086 does have relatively ample resources, but it is absolutely impossible for him to solo a mutated spider. He definitely had help. Number 567-8567. You two are just hating on 10,086. In this apocalypse, where can you even edit photos? Photos uploaded through the system cannot be fake. Number 10,000. That must mean he found help. Oh, anyway, there's no way he could have. Number 10086. Being invincible is so lonely. Number 10,10086. Number 10086. Believe it or not, I already have the resource box and am going home. I just wanted to share this shy expression. After Chen Dong sent the message, he chuckled and closed the chat channel. His goal had been achieved. It was a joy to attract the hatred of 10,000 and 10,000 every day. Chen Dong pressed the accelerator, deeply speeding past 100 kilometers per hour. The old Jetta raced back to the shelter. Ever since Chen Dong collected the materials to repair the Jetta's transmission, this old car had been revitalized, allowing him to shift gears freely up to 5th gear, greatly improving his efficiency in gathering supplies. Meanwhile, the sheriff frowned as he read the message Chen Dong had just sent, sighing heavily. This 10086 seems to exceed our expectations. His resources far surpass our imagination. They suffered heavy losses in their hunt for that mutated zombie wild boar. A significant amount of resources were spent, causing some expendables to use cold weapons recklessly, which ultimately earned them the title of being the first to kill a mutated creature. If they were a moment later, they would have probably been robbed of the kill by 10,086. Standing next to the sheriff, Poison Spike pondered for a moment before saying, "Sheriff, is it possible, as other survivors speculate, that 10,086 found help?" Obviously, Poison Spike did not believe that 10,086 could kill such a large mutated spider all by himself. After all, he had participated in the hunt for the mutated wild boar and knew very well how troublesome mutated zombie creatures could be. However, the sheriff shook his head at this. It's unlikely. He is a lone wolf. If he needed outside help, he wouldn't have rejected our invitation so decisively back then. Clearly, he does not trust other survivors. Poison Spike looked incredulous and said, "But that can't be. It is simply unimaginable for one person to kill a mutated creature. The sheriff enlarged the picture Chen Dong sent, pointing at the gunshot wounds and knife cuts. Look, these obvious gunshot wounds clearly did not cause much damage to the mutated spider. The focus should be on 10,080 SIXS critical hit tang knife. You also have a critical hit tang knife in your hand, so you should know how sharp this weapon is against zombies. If I'm not mistaken, he must have more stock and isn't sold out as he claimed. Poison Spike nodded slightly. The sheriff is right. The critical hit tang knife is indeed extremely sharp against zombies. But he couldn't possibly solve the mutated spider with just one critical hit tang knife. After all, we spent a lot of resources to deal with that mutated wild boar, and I was the one who went in to reap the benefits. The sheriff waved his hand and said, "That's why I say 10,080 SIXS resources are beyond our imagination. It must have expended resources against the mutated spider before finally using the critical hit tang knife to reap the rewards, that's for sure." Poison Spike frowned and asked, "So are we going to befriend him?" The sheriff snorted with laughter. "Befriend him? That's absolutely impossible. Even if his strength does make me a bit wary, as long as we're willing to invest, resolving this lingering concern will be worth it." "Sheriff, does that mean we are going to deal with him?" The sheriff nodded. "That day is coming soon. I'll let him enjoy himself for a while longer." At this moment, Chen Dong would never have thought that just because of a single picture the sheriff had completely resolved to eradicate him. Chen Dong drove back to the villa area, and the barrier wall slowly opened. "Welcome back, my master." Xianqi and Bai Shui had also come out early to greet Chen Dong, who had been out all day. Bai Shui was quite displeased. "Why do I have to come out to greet you? I'm a hostage, for heaven's sake. How can a hostage be welcomed like this by a kidnapper?" Xianqi smiled and said, "That's not right. Since you are a hostage, shouldn't you try to please the kidnapper? Are you not afraid Chen Dong will tear up the contract?" "That's right. If you annoy me, he'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Chen Dong parked the car in the garage, walked over, and heard the conversation between the two. Xianqi naturally took Chen Dong's hand and gently asked, "Are you hurt? What could possibly happen to me?" "Don't worry." Bai Shui's expression was somewhat strange. "I didn't expect you to actually kill a mutated spider all by yourself. I really underestimated you." Chen Dong rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do you really wish for my death?" Bai Shui snorted. "Of course. If you die, I can just run away without a care for you. Haha, I truly appreciate it. But I'm strong and returned with a golden level resource box. How does that make you feel?" Chen Dong was in a good mood. On the way back, he opened the golden level resource box. An automatic defense armament system. Although it was just this one item for Chen Dong, it was undoubtedly a timely assistance. Currently, both zombies and survivors have begun to increase their strength. What Chen Dong worried about the most was the safety and defense issues of the shelter. Although there was a golden level barrier wall, there had always been a lack of active defense weapons. Once they went out, it was very likely that the shelter would be taken over by other survivors. Now this concern no longer existed. Chen Dong opened the blueprint, preparing to forge. Without hesitation, he clicked the yes button for the automatic defense system. Subsequently, the system displayed the materials required for crafting the automatic defense system. Automatic defense system blueprint: 11 steel, 385-41000 cement, 485-31000 water, unlimited 0 crossbow bolts, 50-20 9mm bullets, unlimited 100. With sufficient materials, Chen Dong began to forge the automatic defense system. The blueprint shattered, revealing numerous protective devices atop the wall. The top of the wall was covered in barbed wire with sharp blades inserted at intervals. The lower part of the wall was littered with shards of metal, preventing any survivor from attempting to climb. Under such protection, even a slight force against it would likely tear flesh away. Next, miniature gun barrels appeared around the cameras. Upon detecting enemies, they could fire directly. In the courtyard, a row of stone statues faced the main gate. Their mouths concealed crossbow bolts capable of continuous fire to suppress incoming intruders. Most importantly, Chen Dong discovered that this automatic defense system could be upgraded as the equipment improved. If in the future there were automatic rifles or similar weapons, they could be swapped for upgrades. Chen Dong envisioned machine guns positioned beside every camera, unleashing a 360-degree barrage on intruders. That image was simply too beautiful. Completing the automatic defense system meant that his shelter would be extraordinarily safe in the future. At least for the short term, there was no need to worry about the shelter being invaded by zombies or survivors. If intruders managed to breach the automatic defense system, they would still face Chen Dong's unlimited firepower. With Xianqi's other handgun, it would be double the fun. Bai Shui was dumbfounded as she gazed at the automatic defense system Chen Dong had built, her expression shifting. "Is this the top-tier resource you brought back?" Chen Dong nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong with it?" Bai Shui said seriously, "This doesn't seem like something that could come from a top-tier resource box. It must have the rarity of a platinum-tier resource box." Chen Dong shrugged, indicating he didn't care. "Who cares? I've already used it. I don't care what tier it is. If it's as great as you say, then consider it a lucky find." Chen Dong took Xianqi's arm and walked into the villa. Bai Shui followed behind, unable to calm down, muttering to herself. What a loss. Xianqi didn't understand, feeling somewhat perplexed. What loss? Chen Dong rolled his eyes and explained irritably, this girl is just upset as she thinks it's a loss because my automatic defense system is too rare and selling it to me at the regular price of a top-tier resource is a bad deal. Right? Isn't that true, Miss Bai? After having his thoughts exposed by Chen Dong, Bai Shui became even more annoyed. After returning Bai Shui to her room, Chen Dong and Xianqi began to enjoy their dinner. After finishing their meal, they lingered on the sofa for a while. Then Chen Dong went to deliver food. He didn't knock and simply opened the door. Then Chen Dong was stunned. Before his eyes lay a dazzling sight. Ah! Bai Shui shouted in panic. But it was too late. Chen Dong walked into the room and immediately saw Bai Shui just stepping out of the bathroom. Although he quickly averted his gaze, what should and shouldn't be seen had already registered in his mind. Bai Shui's mind went blank as she threw the towel at him. Then she covered herself with her hands and crouched down. Get out. Really white. Chen Dong came to his senses, grabbed the towel, and pretended to leave. But just as he took a step, Bai Shui suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Chen Dong decisively stopped, turned around, and stared directly at her with unabashed admiration. What's wrong? Bai Shui was nearly biting her teeth out of frustration. Leave the towel. Chen Dong glanced at the towel in his hand, shrugged, and threw it heavily. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked straight out. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who should be embarrassed is the other person. At the appointed time, Chen Dong arrived early at the designated meeting spot with Bai Shui. It was the same forest, and the same familiar wooden stump. Before departing, Xianqi had also wished to accompany them. Chen Dong declined. Though all scenarios were optimistically assumed, unforeseen contingencies could not be ruled out. This arrangement ensured that should disaster truly strike, he could withdraw unencumbered, without hesitation or restraint. Chen Dong and Bai Shui sat side by side on the stump, exchanging idle chatter to pass the time. They waited half an hour, yet no one appeared. It's been so long. Why haven't they arrived yet? The time has already passed. Bai Shui sat on the stump, her expression puzzled. Indeed, we've waited nearly all day. Bai Shui opened her chat interface and muttered, let me ask right now. A soft ding echoed. Chen Dong suddenly received a message. Hello, this is Heihu. We met that day. Surely you remember me. I presume you've already reached the rendezvous point. However, there's something I must tell you first. You've been deceived by Xianqi. At these words, Chen Dong froze. Deceived? He vaguely recalled Heihu, the man who'd quarreled with Xianqi, second in command of their team. Chen Dong glanced at Bai Shui, who was still conversing with her father. Silently, he typed a reply. What do you mean? Exactly as it reads. Old fox, Xianqi has played you for a fool. There aren't just 8 vials of serum. There are 16 in total. He holds 8, and I hold 8. Yesterday, after you left, he claimed those 8 would come solely from his own stock. But once back at camp, he pressed a blade to my throat and demanded I contribute 4 more. Said it was to preserve our strength. To hell with that. Your daughter is none of my concern. His tone brimmed with indignation, even cursing outright. His resentment toward Xianqi ran deep. Now, in the name of rescuing Bai Shui, Xianqi dared covet his vials of serum. That was the final straw. Oh. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, sensing hidden intent behind Heihu's words. And what precisely do you hope to achieve by telling me this? Hearing promise in the question, Heihu broke into a grin. Simple. I propose a deal. I know your capabilities. Help me eliminate Xianqi, and not only will his 8 vials be yours, but I'll throw in 2 more free of charge. How does that sound? A fair bargain, wouldn't you say? Heihu laughed heartily, a crude bandit-like swagger in his voice. At that moment, Chen Dong's pulse quickened. 10 vials of antiviral serum, entirely. In this merciless post-apocalyptic world, each vial was a priceless treasure. Now 10 vials could be his, just like that. A windfall from heaven. Fortunately, Chen Dong retained his composure and swiftly regained his calm. Was this truly so simple? Agreed, I accept. Excellent. See you shortly. The next instant, Bai Shui turned her head. Chen Dong, I've just spoken with Dad. He sent Heihu to pick us up. What's wrong? Your face is flushed. She noticed his expression and asked curiously. Nothing at all. Chen Dong offered a faint smile, then abruptly seized her wrist. Bai Shui winced in pain. Let's go. Surely you know where Heihu is. Yes, Dad's already sent me the coordinates. Bai Shui nodded. Yet as she stepped behind him, a flash of cold light flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the forest, Heihu stood with several men, waiting patiently. Brother Hu, we're ready. Just waiting for that fool to walk straight into our net. He'll never suspect how clever our leader really is, still dreaming he'll walk away with 10 vials for free. Greed makes fools of even serpents, swallowing elephants whole. Heihu sneered contemptuously. Doesn't even measure his own worth, or whether he possesses the strength to back it. Enough. Bring over the canister, and prepare the gas masks. With a sweep of his hand, his men sprang into action. Soon a canister marked with a skull emblem emerged. At the sight, Heihu and his men immediately donned gas masks and retreated to a safe distance. Inside lay chemical nerve agents they'd collected, potent enough to kill an elephant instantly. This was meant for Chen Dong alone. Heihu, has the trap been set? Don't let it show. A message arrived, sent by Xianxing. Rest easy, chief. I handle things flawlessly. First we'll rescue Xiao Shui. Then, he'll pay dearly. This entire scheme was by Xianxing's machination. He'd instructed Heihu to contact Chen Dong, feigning internal discord within the team, to lure Chen Dong into believing he could reap the spoils without lifting a finger. In truth, the trap had long been laid, awaiting nothing more than Chen Dong's willing descent. Well done. Once we rescue Xiao Shui, shall take us to the villa. The villa. At the mere mention of those two words, everyone's mouths watered. They had gone to such great lengths precisely because Bai Shui had told them that Chen Dong lived in a luxurious villa, complete with electricity and running water, and that a beautiful woman resided there as well. Brother, who there here? Hearing footsteps approaching, who hastily retreated from the toxic gas pit. After taking a few cautious steps forward, he indeed spotted Chen Dong and Bai Shui emerging into view. This way. Who waved urgently. Chen Dong nodded curtly and strode toward him. Who, I've brought the person you requested. Where's what you promised? What are you talking about? What thing? Bai Shui's delicate brows furrowed. Something felt deeply amiss. The next instant, who produced 2 vials of serum. His expression twisted with reluctant pain. You, what do you think you're doing? Where's my father? Why isn't he here? Miss Bai, who winked playfully and grinned. No need to shout. Surely you see how things stand. I've already allied with 10,086. In moments you'll be reunited with your father, though by then both of you will descend into hell together. At those words, Bai Shui's face paled starkly. How is this possible? Traitor! You wretched traitor! Before she could utter another curse, several underlings slapped adhesive tape over her mouth, silencing her completely. She was then dragged unceremoniously back. Only 2 vials. Chen Dong weighed them in his palm, frowning. Ahem, brother, no need to rush. The remaining 8 vials remain in Bai Xianxing's possession. These 2 are merely my advance payment to you. Once Bai Xianxing is eliminated, all his serum will be yours. Who thumped his chest confidently. The next moment, he draped an arm across Chen Dong's shoulders. Let's go. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. We'll speak somewhere more private. Bai Xianxing is no easy target. He's cunning beyond measure. Chen Dong gave a slight nod, his eyes glinting coldly. Fine, let's talk properly. Elsewhere, as Chen Dong and who disappeared into the depths of the woods, several underlings swiftly peeled the tape from Bai Shui's mouth and untied her wrists. Sister Shui, are you all right? I'm fine. She offered a disdainful smile, her sharp, calculating demeanor fully restored. So this 10,086, I'd assumed he possessed some wit. Yet at the mere whisper of 10 vials, he lost all composure. A complete fool. The underlings nodded in agreement. Enough. We must return to camp immediately. Gather our people and seize 10,080 SIXS villa. Haha. On the far side of the woods, who led Chen Dong to a secluded spot, then suddenly whistled sharply. Instantly 3 or 4 figures emerged from the undergrowth. Chen Dong's brow furrowed. Who, what is the meaning of this? In seconds the men encircled him tightly. Who stood at the center, his face twisted in an unsettling grin. You still don't grasp my intent. I'm going to kill you. At that declaration, Chen Dong smiled faintly. Is that so? With just the likes of you? Certainly not. As who spoke, his men hauled forward a canister of toxic gas. I know your martial prowess is formidable, but surely even you aren't immune to every poison. The underlings roared with laughter at Chen Dong's apparent distress, then one by one donned their gas masks. Yet the moment who reached for his own mask, his eyes bulged wide in shock. Damn it, my mask. In that split second, Chen Dong had snatched it from his grasp. You. A wave of dizziness crashed over who's mind. He flailed wildly, shouting orders. Shut off the gas, now. Too late. Chen Dong shattered the canister with a single strike. The lethal vapor billowed outward in an instant. Who collapsed instantly. A mere breath of the toxin sent him foaming at the mouth, limbs convulsing violently. Within seconds, his eyes rolled back lifeless. The remaining underlings panicked. Masked and disoriented, they couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Yet, Chen Dong needed no such distinction. To him, only one figure was ally. The rest were enemies. This is all you've got, daring to seek death. Minutes later, Chen Dong emerged from the woods, discarding the stolen mask as he walked. Spotting discarded ropes on the ground, he deduced Bai Shui and her party hadn't strayed far, and followed their trail without hesitation. Sure enough, a wooden cabin materialized ahead, half hidden among the trees. Voices drifted from within, Bai Shui and Bai Xianxing. Father, I'm home. Xiao Shui, were you harmed? Not at all. Brother He who helped me greatly. That 10,086 truly is a fool. Bai Xianqing smiled faintly, his gaze upon Bai Shui brimming with quiet approval. Then without delay he attempted to contact He Hu, only to find the account permanently deactivated. There existed only one explanation: He Hu was dead. What in the world? He Hu's account. Apologies, he's deceased. At the sound of that familiar voice, Bai Xianqing froze. Then as he lifted his head, a bone-deep chill seized him, as if confronting a specter from the grave. How are you still alive? So he failed. The figure before them was none other than Chen Dong, his expression laced with icy contempt. Unfazed, he strode straight into the cabin amid stunned silence. The assembled group tensed like warriors facing imminent doom, yet none stood a chance against him. Within minutes, all but Bai Xianqing and Bai Shui lay defeated. 10,086. I didn't mean to deceive you. It was all He Hu's doing. My father and I had nothing to do with it. Even now, Bai Shui sought to shift blame, though it was she who had conspired with He Hu to lure Chen Dong into a trap and betrayed the location of his villa. And anyone who knew of that villa could only meet one fate: death. It's too late for excuses. Ignoring their desperate pleas, Chen Dong dispatched both with 2 swift, decisive strokes. He then searched the cabin thoroughly, finally uncovering the remaining 6 vials of serum. Damn it, still only 8 total. No matter. It will suffice. Having secured the serum, Chen Dong returned directly to the villa. From this moment onward, their security would be vastly enhanced. If bitten by a zombie, a single injection would ensure survival. Just as Chen Dong successfully obtained the antiviral serum, Zhang Zihao finally received his loyal henchman, Ergo. He had waited for this moment far too long. Ergo had traveled non-stop for several days, and on one evening, he sent a message. Young Master Zhang, I've arrived. I'm resting at the small convenience store 500 meters from your location. When shall we meet? Zhang Zihao had nearly fallen asleep when the text arrived. So thrilled, he almost leapt to his feet. Yet he restrained his excitement. Stay where you are. I'll come to you immediately. Zhang Zihao slept alone on the sofa. Every night, Tian Xiaoyu locked her bedroom door from the inside. Thus Zhang Zihao slipped out of their dilapidated shelter without disturbing her. Once at a safe distance, he broke into a sprint, and soon reached the small store Ergo had described. Ergo. Hearing the familiar voice outside, Ergo dashed out elated. Big brother. Zhang Zihao clapped Ergo's shoulder and laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly excellent. With your help, that wretched Tian Xiaoyu won't stand a chance against me this time. Indeed. Ergo feigned a smile in agreement. So long as it brings you joy, big brother. Ergo, your arrival has been a godsend. I hereby declare you my sworn brother. Ergo gazed at Zhang Zihao's jubilant face and replied with a quiet, knowing smile, Young Master Zhang, if you ever need me, I'd lay down my life without hesitation. Zhang Zihao decided instantly. Good. Then tomorrow we confront that wretched Tian Xiaoyu. Rest well tonight. Once she's subdued tomorrow, rest assured, I'll see you're properly rewarded. Ergo hastily declined. Young Master Zhang, no need. I leave all such pleasures to you. Zhang Zihao raised a thumb. Sensible. Then I'll head back now. I'll return tomorrow. Ergo nodded. Yes, young Master Zhang. Go ahead and rest well. Zhang Zihao returned to the shelter and glanced at Tian Xiaoyu's tightly shut bedroom door, smirking inwardly. The next morning, as Tian Xiaoyu sat in the living room eating bread, Zhang Zihao strode in, with Ergo at his side. Tian Xiaoyu had noticed Zhang Zihao's absence early that morning. Now seeing him enter with an unfamiliar man, her alertness spiked. Her nerves coiled taut. Zhang Zihao, who is he? I distinctly recall our 3-article agreement forbids bringing strangers into this shelter. Zhang Zihao shook his head and chuckled. Xiaoyu, he's no stranger. He's my sworn brother Ergo. We're simply reuniting after a long separation. And what does that mean? Zhang Zihao dropped onto the sofa opposite her and picked up a slice of bread, chewing slowly. You still don't grasp my meaning. A chill ran down Tian Xiaoyu's spine. I truly don't understand. Zhang Zihao clicked his tongue mockingly. Are you genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending? I've coveted you for far too long. Oh, you're definitely feigning ignorance. After all, didn't you laugh so hard while chatting with Chen Dong that tears nearly spilled over? Ha ha ha. Tian Xiaoyu raised her voice sharply. Zhang Zihao, show some respect. Is this the famed etiquette of a scion of high society? Zhang Zihao shrugged carelessly and laughed aloud. High society? Who gives a damn? In this apocalyptic world, my entire family may already have been devoured by zombies. Right now, I only wish to strip you bare, Tian Xiaoyu, and broadcast the footage to Chen Dong so he can witness your shame in full. Ergo, move. From behind Zhang Zihao, Ergo lunged forward. Tian Xiaoyu hadn't anticipated how swift this unassuming man would be, but she had remained vigilant. She drew her pistol from her backpack before he could close the distance. Zhang Zihao, seated directly across from her, recoiled in shock. A gun. Panicked Tian Xiaoyu missed her aim and fired straight at Zhang Zihao. He cried out in agony as the bullet struck his shoulder. In that fleeting instant, Ergo closed the gap and slammed her pistol from her grip, sending it clattering to the floor. Without hesitation, she rolled sideways off the sofa and drew her crossbow. Ergo charged forward, unflinching, and raised a shield just in time to block the bolt. With a wall behind her, Tian Xiaoyu had nowhere to retreat. Then she recalled the armored combat suit she'd scavenged weeks earlier and snatched it from her pack. The moment the suit settled over her body, Ergo's shield crashed into her with brutal force. Zhang Zihao clutched his wounded shoulder, staring in disbelief at Tian Xiaoyu, now clad in gleaming armor. What the hell is this Iron Man? Though armored, Tian Xiaoyu staggered, dizzy and nauseous from the impact. Ergo kept hammering the seamless, impervious suit with relentless blows. When he finally stepped back, Tian Xiaoyu swayed inside the suit, clutching the wall to stay upright. Zhang Zihao surged forward and delivered a vicious kick, toppling her to the ground. Then, gripping a wooden club in his other hand, he rained blow after blow upon her, until she collapsed unconscious. Darkness swallowed Tian Xiaoyu's vision, then oblivion. Zhang Zihao, still seething, kicked her twice more, cursing, "That wretched bitch. How the hell did she get hold of a gun? This pain is unbearable. It must have been that penniless Chen Dong who gave it to her. Damn it." Ergo approached and examined Zhang Zihao's wound. "Young Master Zhang, I'll tend to your injury first." Zhang Zihao waved him off, his gaze fixed on the motionless Tian Xiaoyu. "Not yet. First bind her securely. Don't let her escape." Ergo nodded and produced heavy chains, binding Tian Xiaoyu's wrists and hoisting her aloft, suspended from the ceiling beam. Next, he retrieved alcohol and bandages from his pack. "This will sting, young Master Zhang. Please bear with it." Zhang Zihao gritted his teeth. "Just get it over with. Better sharp pain than lingering agony." Ergo nodded, sterilized a knife with alcohol, and plunged it into the wound to extract the bullet. Zhang Zihao had overestimated his fortitude, letting out a guttural scream before collapsing into unconsciousness. Tian Xiaoyu awoke. Outside the window, midnight had long fallen. She seemed to have been unconscious for an entire day. Soon she realized she was tightly bound in heavy chains, her wrists suspended high, rendering her unable to retrieve any supplies from her pack to confront this predicament. Zhang Zihao had woken early. Together with Ergo, he had been tirelessly examining Tian Xiaoyu's armored combat suit, struggling in vain to unlock or remove it. There was no way in. Zhang Zihao ground his teeth in frustration. After going to such lengths to capture Tian Xiaoyu, he now stood helplessly before a mere suit of armor, within reach yet utterly untouchable. Ergo asked, "Boss, shall we try another method?" Tian Xiaoyu let out a cold snort. "I advise you not to waste your energy. This suit is impervious to blade and bullet. You cannot overcome it." Zhang Zihao smiled, a chilling, calculated smile, as he stepped before Tian Xiaoyu and said, "Tian Xiaoyu, you are formidable, but I've changed my mind. I'll deliver you to Yi Lang, the leader of the Wild Wolf Brigade, as a token of goodwill, to secure my own induction." The Wild Wolf Brigade was a newly risen power in the region, and the very faction Zhang Zihao had long sought to join. Tian Xiaoyu sneered. "So what if it's the Wild Wolf Brigade? Without opening this suit, what can you possibly do to me?" Zhang Zihao burst into booming laughter. "Tian Xiaoyu, the Wild Wolf Brigade's resources surpass your wildest imagination. They'll find a way to extract you, sooner or later." A tremor of panic flickered across Tian Xiaoyu's face. "Zhang Zihao, how dare you claim you love me yet treat me like this?" Zhang Zihao erupted in fury. "You have no right to speak of respect. You wretched woman. Your head is filled with nothing but Chen Dong. I've seen clearly now, possessing you no longer matters. What I truly want is for Chen Dong to suffer, to watch helplessly as you're defiled, consumed by rage he cannot unleash. Ha ha ha. Just imagining it lifts my spirits. Madness, you're utterly mad." Zhang Zihao ordered Ergo to fetch a wooden club. He would strike Tian Xiaoyu unconscious, then carry her to Yi Lang, the Wild Wolf Brigade's leader, as his formal pledge of allegiance. Powerless to resist, Tian Xiaoyu sent Chen Dong a final voice message before losing consciousness. "Chen Dong, save me." When she awoke again, she was no longer in the ramshackle hut, but inside a vast, echoing warehouse. One thing remained unchanged: she was still bound in iron chains. Well, look who's awake, little beauty." A bald, one-eyed man approached, grinning broadly, revealing a gleaming gold front tooth. This man was Yi Lang, the Wild Wolf Brigade's ruthless leader. While Tian Xiaoyu lay unconscious, Zhang Zihao and Ergo had delivered her to him, offering her as their blood oath token of fealty. Zhang Zihao now stood just behind him, beaming. "Boss, you've already seen the photos I took of her. Only a treasure like this is worthy of your presence." Yi Lang's smile vanished. "Those photos you showed me, could you even see her face? You snapped them from half a mile away. I couldn't make out a damn thing. Still, her figure is impressive. Zhang Zihao pointed emphatically at Tian Xiaoyu's armored suit and thumped his chest. Boss, I swear on my life. This woman will not disappoint you. Yilang scoffed. Humph. I trust you wouldn't dare deceive me. If you did, your head would roll before sunrise. Zhang Zihao bowed repeatedly, laughing nervously. Never, boss. My loyalty is absolute. Only the finest offerings belong to you. Yilang rapped his knuckles against Tian Xiaoyu's armored helmet, growing visibly impatient. But what the hell is this hunk of iron you dragged in? Are you trying to test my patience? Zhang Zihao hadn't anticipated how impenetrable the suit truly was. Even among the Wild Wolf Brigade's elite, no one could breach it. Even here, the suit remained unyielding. Under Yilang's sharp scrutiny, Zhang Zihao bowed low again and again, scrambling to explain. Boss, I had no idea. This wretched woman had been hiding such a suit all along. Impervious to weapons. My guard slipped only because she donned it before I could act. Yilang cast a sidelong skeptical glance. Then tell me, what can you do to get her out of it? Zhang Zihao's eyes darted shrewdly. Boss, if force fails, why not starve her? Deprive her for days. She'll open it herself to survive. Yilang's palm cracked across Zhang Zihao's forehead. Are you stupid? If she'd rather die than yield, what use is she? What use are you? Dazed and stars dancing before his eyes, Zhang Zihao dared not flinch. Boss, just place food and water before her each day. Let instinct gnaw at her resolve. I guarantee she won't hold out for long. Yilang paused, weighing the options. With no better solution at hand, he relented. Fine, do it your way. Fail me, and your life answers for it. Zhang Zihao nodded frantically. Yes, rest assured, boss. Their loud conspiratorial exchange echoed clearly in Tian Xiaoyu's ears. You'll never break me. Not through hunger, not through fear. I'd rather die than let you win. Yilang studied her, head to toe, with predatory calm. Little filly, why not surrender now? Be mine, and I'll ensure you lack for nothing. No hunger, no harm. Is suffering truly worth the pride? Tian Xiaoyu spat. Your words sound sweeter than song, but you and Zhang Zihao are cut from the same rotten cloth. Yilang cursed under his breath and strode out of the warehouse with Zhang Zihao. Yet before leaving, he muttered something, low, vile, and chilling enough for Tian Xiaoyu to hear. If she starves, well, fresh is fresh. Tian Xiaoyu felt tears well, but could not shed them. Regret crashed over her like a tidal wave. She'd feared abandoning Zhang Zihao would leave him homeless, doomed to be devoured by the undead. She never imagined that very pity would become his weapon, that her compassion would chain her, turning her into a captive, and worse, a potential victim. Ding, ding, ding. Only then did she notice, after her collapse, Chen Dong had sent her dozens of messages. The moment he received her distress call, he'd demanded urgent details. Yet every reply vanished into silence. Had her account not remained active, he might have assumed she was already dead. With no response, and no coordinates, he could only keep sending messages, hoping one would land. Her arms remained bound overhead. She couldn't reach the supplies in her pack. Fortunately, the chat interface activated with mere thought. Scrolling through Chen Dong's desperate history, Tian Xiaoyu steadied her breath for the first time since awakening. What's happening? Did Zhang Zihao attack you? Where are you? Reply if you receive this. Tian Xiaoyu couldn't type, so she sent a voice message. Chen Dong, I fainted earlier. I'm relatively safe for now. Chen Dong exhaled in relief upon receiving the message. Then he asked what exactly happened. Tian Xiaoyu told him everything truthfully. Zhang Zihao somehow reconnected with an old friend, apparently named Ergo. This morning at the shelter, Zhang Zihao confronted me outright and tried to grope me. I shot him in the shoulder when he wasn't looking, but Ergo was formidable. I was subdued swiftly. Then the two of them brought me to the wolf pack, intending to present me as a gift to their leader. Now I'm locked inside a warehouse. I don't know its exact location. Hearing the voice note, Chen Dong furrowed his brow deeply. He knew Ergo too. His real name was Go Dongshi, a man who'd once clung tightly to Zhang Zihao like a shadow. A textbook example of bearing hardship alone while letting Master Zhang reap all rewards. And you? How are things with you? Tian Xiaoyu quickly replied with another voice note. I'm fine. I'm wearing a combat suit I scavenged. It's impervious to blades and bullets. They can't remove it for now. However, Zhang Zihao suggested to the wolf pack that they starve me for several days until I strip it off myself. Chen Dong sneered coldly. Such a treacherous, self-serving wretch had no right to draw breath in this world. Tian Xiaoyu continued. Chen Dong, I have an unreasonable request. I need you to come rescue me. As compensation, I'll give you this combat suit. Of course, if it's too dangerous, don't come. I refuse to drag you into peril. Coincidentally, Chen Dong had already secured the antiviral serum and had planned precisely such a trip to eliminate Zhang Zihao once and for all. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll come for you. Send me the coordinates. But make no mistake, if things turn too perilous, I'll walk away immediately. Understood. Tian Xiaoyu hurriedly replied, "Just hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'll send the coordinates right away." Chen Dong received them and frowned faintly. He hadn't expected the wolf pack's base to lie so far from his villa district, nearly 100 kilometers distant. Xiaoyu, our distance is roughly 100 kilometers, quite far. Even driving at full speed it'll take half a day. Until then you'll need to improvise and stay alive. I'll reach you. Tian Xiaoyu sent another voice note. All right, I'll wait for you. For now I'm confined to the warehouse and face no immediate danger. Stay vigilant, Chen Dong. Chen Dong closed the chat window and began assembling combat gear, checking tire pressure. Xianqi noticed and asked what's wrong. Is something urgent? Chen Dong sighed faintly, an old university rival. I'm going to settle things with him. And rescue a classmate. Is it the girl you've been supplying with supplies? Chen Dong nodded, topping up the car's fuel tank. Xianqi retrieved her handgun. I'm coming with you. More hands mean greater odds. Chen Dong refused. Tian Xiaoyu has been taken to the wolf pack, a faction currently rising fast. I can't guarantee your safety. But alone with stealth active I can at least escape if things go awry. Stay here and wait for my word. Xianqi pressed her lips together silently. Fine, but if anything feels amiss promise you'll contact me immediately. Chen Dong gently stroked her hair, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. In peacetime, a 100-kilometer journey would take little more than an hour, but in this apocalyptic wasteland teeming with zombies, every mile demanded cautious evasion. When Chen Dong finally arrived at the Wolfpack stronghold, it was deep into the night. He killed the engine several kilometers out, then advanced on foot, avoiding detection. The compound bristled with guards, lookouts posted every 10 paces. Clearly its scale dwarfed by Shue's group by a wide margin. Chen Dong had never seen the wolf himself, so capturing the leader first was impossible. He chose the most direct path instead. Arson. Tonight Old Li stood watch at the main gate, alongside his dormmate Ah Chun. Both were bone-tired. But duty left no choice. They'd drawn the midnight shift in a lottery. Old Leon scratched his backside and muttered to Ah Chun, "Ugh, so many mosquitoes tonight." Yet no reply came. He turned, and froze. Ah Chun clutched his throat soundless. Blood spurted violently from his neck before he collapsed lifeless. Old Li's eyes widened in raw terror. He lunged toward the bronze bell beside him, only to feel invisible hands clamp over his mouth and nose, suffocating him instantly. Then, a searing burning pain flared across his throat. His consciousness blurred. Chen Dong released the two dead gatekeepers without breaking stealth, pulled out 2 gasoline cans, and poured fuel silently, laying a trail inward from the perimeter. Inside the wolf pack's communal dormitory, many slept, but restless youths crept from their beds. A few huddled under flashlights, poring over a tattered illicit adult comic. They devoured it, eagerly stifling gasps and chuckles. As they lost themselves in its feverish illustrations, one suddenly whispered, "Do you smell gasoline? It's overwhelming." The others sniffed the air. "Yeah, it does smell like gasoline. Probably just a leak somewhere. Are we reading or not? Damn it, the comic's mine. You're not kicking me out. Make space now." The group resumed their fervent scrutiny, until someone shouted, "Wait, hold on. Where the hell did we get this much gasoline?" "Something's wrong, move." They scrambled toward the door, but before they reached it, a deafening explosion rocked the building. A grenade. Flames erupted, instantly racing across the compound. "Put it out," they cried, waking the rest of the sleeping Wolfpack members. Seeing their base engulfed in fire, they fled without hesitation. In this era of desperate scarcity, water was too precious to waste on flames. Each man abandoned the rest and ran for his life. Meanwhile, Chen Dong, still cloaked in invisibility, darted through the chaos, methodically searching every room. Then he saw him atop the 2-story villa. At the compound's center stood a bald man, his right eye milky and sightless, bellowing down at the fleeing wolves. "You spineless curs, what the hell are you running from? Extinguish the fire. Water. Uft. Lose it and find more. Lose this base and you'll be camping in the open, waiting for zombies to feast on you. Damn your grandmothers. Get to work." Under his furious tirade, many fleeing wolves actually halted and fetched water to fight the blaze. The wolf. Chen Dong deduced instantly this scarred, one-eyed man was the wolf pack's leader. He sprinted toward the villa. By now, Yelong had returned to the house and was hastily gathering every portable supply within. Though he had ordered his Yelong brigade members to risk their lives extinguishing the fire below, he himself was already packing his most valuable belongings, ready to abandon these expendable pawns the moment the flames grew uncontrollable. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged behind him, drawing steadily closer. Without hesitation, Yelong whipped out his crossbow and spun around to fire, only to freeze in place upon seeing Chen Dong standing there, pistol raised and aimed squarely at his forehead. Yelong dropped to his knees, instantly flinging aside his crossbow and forcing a trembling smile. "Brother hero, let's talk this through calmly. No need for weapons. No need at all. Whatever supplies I possess, You're welcome to take them all. Chen Dong wasted no words. Tell me, where is Tian Xiaoyu? Yelong blinked in confusion. Who is Tian Xiaoyu? I've never heard of her. A sharp crack echoed. The bullet shattered his kneecap, and he screamed in agony. Frantically, Yelong cried, Brother Hero. Truly, I don't know who Tian Xiaoyu is. Please spare my life. Chen Dong frowned deeply. Then surely you know Zhang Zihao. Where is the woman he brought with him? Yelong's face twisted in despair as he silently cursed Zhang Zihao's ancestors to the 18th generation. Damn it, the woman's name is Tian Xiaoyu. A calamity incarnate. An absolute curse. Yet aloud he remained obedient, Brother Hero. If I reveal her location, will you grant me mercy and let me live? Chen Dong replied coldly, Speak truthfully, and I may consider sparing you. Yelong bowed his head, repeatedly shouting thanks, then disclosed Tian Xiaoyu's whereabouts. She's inside the large warehouse to the right, barely 100 meters from here. The instant Chen Dong confirmed her location, he fired. A single shot struck Yelong's temple. Yelong's mouth hung slightly open as he stared at Chen Dong, then collapsed lifelessly. I reconsidered, Chen Dong said flatly. I've decided to kill you. He strode swiftly toward the warehouse where Tian Xiaoyu was held. Inside the derelict structure, Zhang Zihao instructed Go Dongxi to lift Tian Xiaoyu into his arms. Zhang Zihao intended to flee amid the chaos. Moments earlier, when the Yelong Brigade's base had erupted inexplicably into flames, he and Go Dongxi had slipped away unnoticed. He believed presenting Tian Xiaoyu to the brigade would earn him comfort and privilege, yet instead denied access to her. Yelong had vented his frustration on Zhang Zihao, banishing him to communal barracks and feeding him stale substandard bread. Such squalor was unbearable, especially knowing that those supplies had been scarce before Tian Xiaoyu had bartered with Chen Dong for delicacies. Watching Tian Xiaoyu struggle, Zhang Zihao sneered. Xiaoyu, stop resisting. Handing you over to Yelong would be too merciful, far too easy. I intend to be your first man, then auction you off in the chat channel for supplies. Ha ha ha. Tian Xiaoyu spat furiously. Zhang Zihao, you're a monster. A madman. Mad. No, I'm not mad. If I cannot claim your heart, then I'll destroy you utterly. You love Chen Dong. Then tell me, how will he feel about a woman ridden by thousands? How thrilling. Zhang Zihao. A voice, unfamiliar yet chillingly familiar, cut through the air. He turned sharply. Chen Dong stood at the warehouse entrance, having overheard Zhang Zihao's confession. His eyes burned with fury as he strode forward. Zhang Zihao saw him, and the pistol in his hand, and felt his courage shatter. Chen Dong. Chen Dong raised the pistol, advancing rapidly. You despicable bastard. A gunshot rang out. Another shot followed. Go Dongxi looked down at the 2 bullet wounds blooming across his chest, turned slowly, and with his last breath roared, Run. At the very instant Chen Dong fired, Go Dongxi lunged forward, throwing himself between Zhang Zihao and the lethal rounds. Zhang Zihao froze, staring blankly at Go Dongxi's fallen form, then fled without looking back. Go Dongxi lay drowning in crimson, his vision dimming as he watched Zhang Zihao vanish. Zihao, what a pity. I couldn't stay with you. With a trembling, fading gesture, he reached toward the retreating figure, then let his arm fall limply. He died. Chen Dong rushed forward, lifting Tian Xiaoyu gently. Xiaoyu, are you all right? She nodded. I'm fine. Then snatching the P-92 from Chen Dong's hand, she fired a shot toward Zhang Zihao, who, panicked and disoriented, had bolted blindly backward. He failed to notice that the vast warehouse possessed only one exit, the very doorway through which Chen Dong had entered. Struck by the bullet, Zhang Zihao crumpled, unable to rise. Tian Xiaoyu approached, slowly, pistol raised. Zhang Zihao's face drained of color. He wept uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, I was delirious. Those were nonsense words. We were classmates, 4 years in university. Chen Dong, please speak for me. I don't want to die. Please, spare my life. Tian Xiaoyu roared, and pulled the trigger. Oh! Zhang Zihao shrieked, urinating in terror. Yet he felt no wound. I'm alive. Glancing back hastily, he ignored everything else. Dragging his injured leg, he limped desperately toward the exit. Tian Xiaoyu lowered her weapon, dismayed. Her aim had been poor. The shot had missed Zhang Zihao entirely, striking only a nearby sand pile. Almost there, just a little farther. As he neared the warehouse gate, a fierce primal will to survive blazed in his eyes. Escape meant survival, meant life. Another gunshot shattered his illusion. Agony pierced his chest. He collapsed at the threshold, his fading gaze filled with bitter, unfulfilled longing. Just one step. Tian Xiaoyu lowered the pistol and turned away, her heart heavy. Firing upon a former classmate was no simple act. Yet she knew Zhang Zihao's atrocities warranted death, and in this merciless world compassion was a luxury no survivor could afford. Chen Dong sighed quietly beside her. Let's go. They departed, leaving 2 bodies behind. All of it, the blood, the betrayal, the silence, would soon be consumed by the spreading inferno. Yi Lang, the leader of the Wild Wolf gang, was shot dead in his bedroom by Chen Dong, unwitnessed and unknown to all. Only when the fire rapidly escalated beyond control did the gang's chief strategist rush in, desperate to rouse his leader and flee, only to discover that Yi Lang had been executed with a single bullet to the head, his body lying lifeless and unattended. The news startled him, but only faintly. More overwhelming was his detachment, his instinctive withdrawal. After all, he himself was already teetering on the edge of survival. Had he not feared future retribution, he would have long since fled like the others, bucket in hand, without hesitation. Why risk his life searching for a corpse? With no trace of reverence, the strategist strode up to Yi Lang's body, crouched, and began rummaging through his belongings, only to find them already stripped bare by Chen Dong. Chen Dong had seized the supplies immediately after killing Yi Lang, only then proceeding to the warehouse to rescue Tian Xiaoyu. The strategist scoured every corner in vain, frustration simmering beneath his brow. He glared at Yi Lang's fallen form, then kicked the corpse hard several times. Damn fool. You strutted around this gang like a tyrant, bragging, bullying, playing the big shot, yet died with a bullet between your eyes, failing even to guard your own spoils. Huh, Wild Wolf. You're not even fit to be called a stray dog, just bad luck incarnate. Having spat the curse, he hawked into his palm and shook his hands briskly. As if shaking off the ill omen of rifling through a dead man's possessions, he lingered no longer and departed without a backward glance. After Yi Lang's death, similar scenes unfolded across the Wild Wolf gang's encampments. When danger struck, loyalty dissolved. Each fled alone, scattering like ash in the wind. Who truly cared whether the Wild Wolf gang endured or crumbled? It had never been more than a means to survive, to scrape together one more meal. Most ironically, moments after the strategist left Yi Lang's room, others crept back in, hoping to scavenge what remained. Yet each search yielded nothing. In frustration, they kicked Yi Lang's body again and again, until his face swelled grotesquely. Once revered, now desecrated, a fallen tyrant reduced to a swollen, nameless ruin. But this grim farce did not last long. Before long, the flames surged upward, consuming the two-story villa where Yi Lang had ruled. Soon fire swallowed Yi Lang whole. Nearby, atop a vantage point, Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu stood watching in silence as the Wild Wolf gang's stronghold burned to ashes. Tian Xiaoyu had already shed her combat uniform, a token of gratitude for Chen Dong's perilous rescue, and their transaction was complete. Gazing at the inferno, she recalled the ancient tale of fire sweeping through linked camps. What unfolded before her eyes mirrored it precisely. Suddenly she gasped and turned sharply toward Chen Dong. Chen Dong, if the Wild Wolf gang's supplies are consumed by fire, won't that be a terrible waste? Chen Dong, who had been tracking the fire's advance, shifted his gaze and chuckled softly. No waste at all. The gang's underlings were destitute, their true wealth hoarded solely by Yi Lang himself. I killed him and seized his cash. It's all in my possession now. In effect, eliminating him was tantamount to plundering the entire gang. Tian Xiaoyu's expression flickered with wry amusement. Oh, so you didn't rush straight to save me. You first hunted down Yi Lang and looted his stash. How utterly disappointing. Chen Dong knew she was teasing, but still feigned wounded pride, his face twisting into an exaggerated pout. I needed to locate you first. Finding Yi Lang was merely the most efficient way to do so. She huffed lightly. Well, I didn't know you could play the helpless puppy so convincingly. All right, I surrender. My skin's crawling just from this act. He burst into laughter and clapped Tian Xiaoyu lightly on the shoulder. Who asked you to needle me earlier? This is strategy, victory without battle. Now you see my true mastery, don't you? Startled by the sudden contact, Tian Xiaoyu instinctively drew her shoulders inward. Chen Dong flushed with mild embarrassment, only then remembering she was a woman. By the way, you mentioned seizing Yi Lang's supplies. Were there any rare items among them? A gang leader of modest influence should possess valuable assets, shouldn't he? Chen Dong shook his head, sighing. The Wild Wolf gang epitomizes gilded decay, flashy on the surface, hollow within. Yi Lang, for all his title, carried no firearms. Only mundane provisions filled his pack with scarcely anything worth mentioning. Tian Xiaoyu fell silent, momentarily speechless, not by the revelation itself, but by the effortless condescension with which Chen Dong delivered it. In this apocalyptic world, many still starved to command reserves of water-bred milk. These alone marked a person as formidable, resourceful, even privileged. Yet to Chen Dong, such a figure was little more than a ragged sack, a dismissive label dripping with quiet irony. Tian Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, then asked carefully, you said scarcely anything worth mentioning. So there are some rare items then? Chen Dong nodded, retrieving two objects from his pack, a telescope and a blueprint titled Basic Underground Fortress Construction. Privately, he considered them nearly useless. A telescope? In this world? Who has the luxury or the inclination to gaze at stars? Certainly not me. and even if I did, I wouldn't understand a thing. As for the fortress blueprint, he deemed it even more superfluous. After all, he already possessed fortified walls and a villa. Who would willingly retreat underground into perpetual darkness? These two items may be rare, but they're little more than ornamental curiosities, kept only as precautionary relics. This is my first time seeing a telescope. As for the blueprint, it's upgradable. With my automated defense system as precedent, this underground fortress holds remarkable latent potential. Still, I can't yet envision how either will serve me. For now, they remain mere placeholders, held in reserve should necessity ever demand it. Wait, a telescope, eh? Tian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. It dawned on Chen Dong then that during university Tian Xiaoyu had founded an astronomy club and even invited him to join. Yet he, raised in poverty, knew nothing of celestial mechanics. To him, stargazing had always been the pastime of the affluent, remote, arcane, irrelevant. Watching her radiant delight, he smiled warmly. I'd nearly forgotten. You were president of the astronomy club. If you love this telescope, consider it yours. Tian Xiaoyu had loved watching the stars since she was a child. On her 6th birthday, her family gifted her a telescope. From that moment on, she began to study the mysterious night sky, learning to observe the celestial phenomena. Tian Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised, but felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Chen Dong's words. After all, the value of a telescope was quite significant. It's too precious, so I can't accept it. Chen Dong smiled nonchalantly. No need for us to be polite, it's just a telescope. Tian Xiaoyu looked at Chen Dong's carefree demeanor and explained, Chen Dong, this is a top-grade telescope worth at least 100,000, and that's me being modest. Chen Dong was taken aback. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. He thought that even an expensive telescope would only cost a few thousand. Unbelievably, 100,000 was still an understatement. But he didn't mind and laughed heartily. Xiaoyu, I don't care about its value. To me, it's just a pile of scrap metal. In your hands, it will shine and radiate its true potential. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, you shouldn't consider the previous prices. I reckon now this telescope would be hard to exchange for even 10 kilograms of rice. You don't need to feel burdened. Ooh, just accept it. Then I will take it, thank you. Tian Xiaoyu carefully stored the telescope and said no more. That was enough. Saying more would feel distant. As for the blueprints for the underground fortress, Chen Dong put them back in his backpack. Both he and Tian Xiaoyu felt the underground fortress might not be needed for the time being. They could only keep it for now. The flames at the Wild Wolf Gang's hideout were fueled by gasoline. Without a fire extinguisher, it was difficult to extinguish. Chen Dong watched as the hideout gradually turned into charred ruins and decided not to linger, taking out the car. After starting the car, he called for Tian Xiaoyu to get in. Xiaoyu, our shelter is quite far from here. If you're tired, you can lie down and rest in the car. It'll wake you when we arrive. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head. Don't sleep. Ooh, I've been dizzy all day. How can I sleep now? You drive, and it'll keep you company with a chat about what you've been up to these past 2 years. Chen Dong laughed heartily. Sure, it's been 2 years since we last met, but it's time to catch up. Then buckle up, let's chat while driving. Chen Dong successfully brought Tian Xiaoyu back, and they laughed and chatted on their way to the villa area. It was Tian Xiaoyu's first time at Chen Dong's shelter. The towering walls outside did not astonish her. The automatic defense system did not frighten her either. It wasn't until they entered the villa that she saw a woman with an appearance and demeanor that rivaled hers, dressed casually like the hostess, stepping out of the house to greet her and Chen Dong. Chen Dong stepped forward, embraced Xia Anqi, kissed her forehead, and softly asked, "Did you miss me?" Xia Anqi smiled and replied, "When have I not missed you?" Chen Dong laughed heartily. Tian Xiaoyu followed behind, feeling somewhat awkward as she approached the two. "Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is Xia Anqi, our team's doctor, and also my girlfriend. Anqi, this is Tian." Just as Chen Dong was about to introduce Tian Xiaoyu to Xia Anqi, he was interrupted. Tian Xiaoyu smiled and extended her hand to Xia Anqi, saying, "Hello, I'm Tian Xiaoyu, a classmate of Chen Dong's. It's a pleasure to meet you." They shook hands. Xia Anqi replied with a smile, "Chen Dong often mentioned you before. You are indeed very beautiful. When do you have time? Tell me more about Chen Dong's embarrassing stories from university so I can deal with him properly in the future." "Sure, I know a bit about Chen Dong's mishaps." The two women chatted playfully, linking arms as they walked into the villa, leaving Chen Dong alone in the courtyard. He felt as if he were dreaming. Just when Tian Xiaoyu and Xia Anqi first met, he even sensed a tense atmosphere. But in the blink of an eye, the two were arm in arm, leaving him behind in the villa's courtyard. Chen Dong's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he felt more joy than anything. The two getting along so quickly eliminated many troubles. In the following days, with Tian Xiaoyu's arrival, Chen Dong was pushed by Xia Anqi along with his blanket to another room. Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled, only to receive Xia Anqi's simple reply, "We have plenty of rooms at home. Let's just stay in separate ones." He felt quite aggrieved. It was usually Xia Anqi who clung to him, sometimes waking him up in the night. Yet now that Tian Xiaoyu was here, she had directly kicked him out of the room. Nevertheless, Chen Dong complied. He cleaned up a new room and settled in. In the following days, he did not venture out to gather supplies, but stayed home with the two women. In the morning, enjoying the breakfast prepared by Xianqi, while reminiscing with Tian Xiaoyu about the past was quite pleasant. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. Xiaoyu, can you guarantee that what you've said is absolutely true? Chen Dong looked seriously at Tian Xiaoyu, somewhat unable to believe the terrifying claims she had just made. Tian Xiaoyu nodded, assuring him word by word, absolutely true. This will be a disaster of epic proportions. On a cloudless night, dotted with countless stars, Tian Xiaoyu, like the previous few nights, took out the astronomical telescope gifted to her by Chen Dong and savored the precious moment of stargazing. Unfortunately, she could neither see the blue planet nor the familiar star systems. Today presented an excellent environment for stargazing, and as Tian Xiaoyu observed, she suddenly spotted an unusual trajectory. She found it hard to believe. Rubbing her eyes and pressing closer to the telescope, she was horrified to discover it was no illusion. Groups of meteors were plummeting toward the Indof-world direction, trailing sweeping tails behind them. If nothing unexpected happens, they are likely to arrive next month. Thus, Tian Xiaoyu wasted no time and hurriedly awakened the already sleeping Chen Dong and Xianqi in the middle of the night, revealing this despairing fact to them. Chen Dong rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Xiaoyu, are there many meteors in this group? If they hit the ground, what level of destruction would they cause? Tian Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before declaring, without hesitation, destruction. It's nothing but destruction. It will devastate the ecological environment, causing trees to wither. It will ruin the ground, leaving it pockmarked. Most importantly for the survivors, it would be a catastrophe. Chen Dong tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, murmuring, the blueprints for the underground fortress we obtained earlier might come in handy after all. However, the construction materials are somewhat hard to come by. The underground fortress would be crucial for them to safely weather the catastrophe of the meteor shower. However, this underground fortress requires a special material that had never appeared before, S-alloy. It was the first time Chen Dong had heard of it despite gathering so many resources. Yet S-alloy was indispensable for constructing the underground fortress. Chen Dong felt a mix of joy and concern. Tian Xiaoyu was unaware of the necessary construction materials for the underground fortress and remained quite excited. Chen Dong, the blueprint for the underground fortress we obtained from the wolf pack is finally going to be useful. As long as we build the underground fortress and prepare enough living supplies, we can safely survive this meteor shower, Xianqi said, looking at Chen Dong with great anticipation. Chen Dong shook his head, smiling wryly as he explained, if building this underground fortress were so easy, I wouldn't be having such a headache. Let me show you the blueprints so you can see what construction materials are needed. As Chen Dong spoke, he took out the blueprints for the underground fortress from his backpack and handed them to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Both of them furrowed their brows as they examined the blueprints. What exactly is this S-alloy? I've never heard of it. Chen Dong shrugged helplessly. Yeah, this special S-alloy. We've never heard of it and have no idea what it looks like. Xianqi murmured. It seems we need to go out and desperately gather materials for a while, especially that S-alloy, to have a chance of survival. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoyu suggested, why don't we check the trading platform? Perhaps someone might have it listed there. Chen Dong could only adopt a try-and-see attitude and went to check the trading platform. To his surprise, there really was S-alloy. The prices varied widely, some were cheap, while others were expensive. The reason for such price discrepancies was entirely due to the lack of merchants taking over. The scattered S-alloy was collected by individual survivors by chance. Since there were no reference prices, the prices were quite random. Naturally, many merchants also noticed the emergence of S-alloy. Some aimed to purchase and monopolize it, intending to hike prices later. However, S-alloy lacked a clear description of its uses. Rushing to buy large quantities could lead to a loss if S-alloy becomes widely produced in the future or if its uses are not extensive. Consequently, everyone was observing the situation. Chen Dong opened the chat channel and found that discussions about the uses of S-alloy had already begun. Clearly, many survivors had obtained this item. Chen Dong felt somewhat irritable. He hadn't even seen a trace of S-alloy. User 453493. Brothers, I just found 2 pieces of S-alloy in the supplies I searched. What is this thing for? There's no description, just a task material. User 454756. I collected some too, but I really don't know what it's useful for. It's extremely hard. I wanted to use it to create a shield, but there's no way to process it at all. User 967969. Ha, do you think you're a muscle-bound guy in spandex making shields? This S-alloy, I reckon it's not meant for us to create equipment, right? Could it be for making battle armor? User 223954. You guys are all outrageous. If you can't even make a rough shield, how do you expect to make battle armor? I think it might be for crafting something else using S-alloy. Seeing this person's remarks, Chen Dong couldn't help but admire him. In fact, this was indeed the case. If meteor showers were to occur later, an underground fortress would be essential for survivors. Therefore, the S alloy, a necessity for constructing the underground fortress, would become a highly sought-after item. When the time comes, the prices will skyrocket in an instant. User 957565. So is there anything that needs S alloy for crafting? I have no idea. User 754534. Exactly, this S alloy is of no use at all right now. Originally, I wanted to stockpile some on the trading platform to flip later, but now I don't dare to act. I'm afraid that I'll lose my initial investment if it flops. User 948292. I listed S alloy for a pound of rice. Come and buy it, ha. User 752534. Get lost. Many people are listing prices for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and no one wants them. You're just waiting for a sucker to buy yours at this price. In the chat channel, numerous survivors were chiming in. While some were getting closer to the truth regarding the use of S alloy, the majority of survivors still deemed S alloy useless. It was at this moment that Chen Dong couldn't hide his smile and began to take action. He swiftly purchased S alloy in large quantities on the trading platform from high to low prices. Moreover, worried that these survivors might react and temporarily raise prices, Chen Dong specifically handed ample resources to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, instructing them to join in the buying frenzy. The three of them joyfully began their purchasing spree. For the extremely overpriced S alloy at auction, Chen Dong chose not to act. Not because he couldn't afford it, but he didn't want to cause the price of S alloy to rise too rapidly and spiral out of control. Although his current actions would inevitably trigger a chain reaction, causing the price of S alloy to increase, he remained very restrained, not emptying the trading platform, but rather controlling it at a price he deemed reasonable, acquiring all S alloy below that price. Soon the chat channel was abuzz. Number 578443. Damn, my S alloy has been sold. Let's see who bought it. It was purchased by 10,086. Number 678345. Mine too. It was bought by 10,086. He must know the purpose of S alloy, otherwise he wouldn't buy it. He's not just some fool with money. Number 10010. Hehe 10086 is truly cunning. Look at the remaining S alloy on the trading platform. 10086 is keeping the price incredibly low. Do you know what this means? Number 293853. What does it mean? Number 10,000. It means that after discovering the purpose of S alloy, 10086 hoarded a large quantity of it. After all, once there's a significant demand for S alloy, he can sell it off for a huge profit. His acquisition price is very low. Number 567454. I understand the reasoning, but isn't this just being a middleman? However, this kind of behavior also carries risks, right? What if the production increases later, or it becomes useless? Then 10086 would be the one losing out. Number 10010. But what if he doesn't lose? Are you just going to watch 10,086 profit at your expense? In my opinion, everyone should unite to push the price of S alloy down. Let 10,086 incur heavy losses. Number 734645. Number 324623. Number 234346. I feel something is off. I don't know what to say, but I think you might be a bit misguided. Number 322356. Agreed, let's have all the survivors who have S alloy unite to lower the prices and prevent them from rising. It's like playing a game. If 10086 has the capital to buy out everything at once, then he would truly dominate the market. Number 10,000. Oh no. I told you that you weren't thinking clearly, and you still don't believe me. Imagine a survivor. I'm not even talking about a large organization like the police. If you let them buy up that much S alloy all at once, how much supply will be left? Currently 10086 is truly powerless and can only watch as we unite to sanction him. In the end, he will either have to sell at a loss or be left with stock that he can't sell. Number 645234. Okay, that seems somewhat reasonable. Number 987239. Let's listen to him and give it a try. After all, I can't sell at this price anyway. Even if I sell it cheaper, I'm fine with that. Chen Dong watched the chat logs in his villa, beginning to admire 10,000 and 10010 a bit. These two guys seemed to have a grudge against him, always stirring up trouble for him. This time, if he really wanted to hoard supplies and was unable to follow through, he could very well be tricked. Unfortunately, Chen Dong was only focused on building an underground fortress. In fact, he still didn't have enough S alloy materials and needed to acquire more. Watching many survivors begin to lower their prices, Chen Dong restrained his impulse and didn't act immediately. Not enough. More people might still be watching. For a long time, there was no sign of mass purchases. Number 10,000 and number 10010 were very excited, boasting in the chat channel. Number 10,000, how about it? What did I say earlier? The prices are even lower now, yet there are no signs of mass purchases. This just shows that 10,086 can't hold on. He probably can only watch the price of S alloy plummet, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Haha. It seems that just as number 10,000 said, Chen Dong has taken a big tumble. In the police station, the chief and others were also observing the battle against number 10086. As everyone expected, Chen Dong truly lacked the means to follow through and could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter fruit. Dart looked at the currently cheap S alloy and couldn't help but say, "Chief, shouldn't we also buy some S alloy?" After all, 10086 suddenly splurged on a large quantity of S alloy. He must have received some insider information. Now that the price of S alloy is just right, we could actually. The chief shook his head halfway through hearing this. Dart, first you need to understand that we are a team. Resources must be carefully calculated and used wisely. Acting rashly on an S alloy with an unknown purpose isn't worth it. Dart was somewhat unconvinced. But chief, if S alloy has special uses in the future waiting to buy it, then won't be at this price anymore. What are you afraid of? The chief laughed heartily and didn't take it to heart. With so many people in the police station, we don't need to purchase, just our own output will be enough for future S alloy needs. Given the current situation, the production of S alloy won't be too low. At that moment, Chen Dong was in the villa watching television with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He directly closed the chat channel, completely disregarding the so-called sanctions. In fact, when he saw them threatening to sanction him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. If it weren't for the special circumstances surrounding S alloy and not having enough time to gather it, Chen Dong wouldn't have made a big deal about bulk purchasing. After all, it would draw too much attention. However, Chen Dong was quite grateful to 10,000 and 10,010. Now more and more survivors holding S alloy were setting their prices within a standard range. Those slightly cheaper were quickly bought up by some speculative traders and resold at standard prices. The expensive ones were left at the bottom of the trading page. Prices began to stabilize. After finishing an episode of a TV series, Chen Dong cleared his throat at the two girls still debating whether the male lead should choose the first or second female lead. So what's there to discuss? As a man, of course I want them all. Xianqi's gaze carried a hint of meaning. Tian Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red as she softly retorted, "When we were in school, how come I didn't notice you, Chen Dong, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, had such playful thoughts?" Chen Dong shouted innocently, "Ladies, my comments are solely about the plot of the TV series. Please don't take it personally." Seeing Chen Dong getting flustered, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu laughed even harder. Chen Dong then reached out with a large hand, continuously tickling the sensitive waists of the two girls, causing them to laugh uncontrollably. Only when he heard their pleas for mercy did he withdraw his hands with a victorious demeanor. Enough of the fun, we need to get back to business and prepare to acquire S alloy again. Hearing this, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu quickly got into gear, opening the trading platform and standing by. Chen Dong was waiting for everyone to relax, thinking they couldn't afford to acquire S alloy and recklessly trying to maintain a monopoly on pricing before launching a full-scale attack. The three worked together to buy up all the cheap S alloy. In an instant, there were only a few pieces of S alloy left on the entire trading platform. These were all outrageously priced items meant for amusement. For example, the kind where 10 pounds of rice could be exchanged for one piece of S alloy. Some survivors were just looking to list the S alloy they had recently gathered on the trading platform. Seeing the listed reference prices, they couldn't help but be taken aback, wondering when S alloy prices had risen to such ridiculous levels. The recently listed prices were clearly much lower. When they opened the trading platform, they found that S alloy was almost sold out. A large number of survivors began to denounce this in the chat channel. Number 367434, refund me. 10,000 and 10010, come out. Didn't they say that 10,086 no longer had supplies to purchase S alloy? Now almost all S alloy has been acquired by 10,086. What's going on? Number 464242. Exactly, it made our prices so low. Number 10,000. I didn't expect 10086 to have so many resources. I never saw them take action before. Seems like this person is extremely cunning. We've all been played. Number 10010, right. Who would have thought? This time 10,080 SIXS acquisition is even stronger than the first time. They must have a lot of money. Number 356735, don't talk nonsense. Regardless of how abundant 10,080 SIXS resources are, let's calculate. You two were so determined to unify the prices at first, and now we're in this situation. Who's to blame for that? Number 46453. Damn it, I didn't want to sell so cheap at first, but ended up selling high, getting pushed to the back of the listing pages. If it weren't for my urgent need for resources, I definitely wouldn't have sold at such a low price. This is really unlucky. Number 10086, 10,000, thank you. I have already sent the agreed supplies to you. Let's continue next time. Number 856897, What does this mean? 10,000. Could you explain this to us? Number 29845. You really have some skills. 10,000. Working with 10,086 to lowball purchase S alloy. Number 10,000. Let me explain. Chen Dong looked at the large amount of S alloy in his backpack, feeling overjoyed. These were all acquired back at a low price. I wonder what expression these sellers will have when they realize the importance of S alloy after the impending meteor shower. At this moment, Chen Dong had already collected enough S alloy to support the construction of an underground fortress and naturally would not delay any further. Although Tian Xiaoyu said that the meteor shower would arrive in about a month. However, the sooner the underground fortress is built, the better. Chen Dong planned to construct the underground fortress beneath his villa. Firstly, it would be convenient for ingress and egress. Secondly, because there was already a barrier wall and an automatic defense system outside the villa, building the underground fortress here would be safer. Thirdly, the villa already had a basement. The construction of the underground fortress could completely utilize the basement structure for expansion. Chen Dong took out the construction blueprint for the underground fortress and along with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu went to the villa's basement to witness the construction process. Underground Fortress Primary Underground Fortress Construction Blueprint 11 Ace Alloy 25920. Build the underground fortress. Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked to build the underground fortress and the S alloy in his backpack began to melt slowly, adhering to the walls of the original villa basement, continuously merging and expanding. It was still the same basement, yet not fully the same as before. Chen Dong looked at the walls of the basement, which should now be the underground fortress. The smooth wall of S alloy shone with a silver texture, making the underground fortress resemble a white transit space, full of a sci-fi feel. The completion of the underground fortress drew exclamations from Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. However, Chen Dong rested his chin on his hand, feeling that this underground fortress looked familiar. After deep thought, he finally slapped his forehead. This understated silver texture covering the entire wall with metal was not an upgraded version of iron window tiers. As long as a person accepts the setting in their heart, they cannot change the inherent impressions brought by their subconscious. Now looking at this underground fortress, Chen Dong felt increasingly dissatisfied. Fortunately, the construction of the underground fortress was based on the original basement, so it retained the original spaciousness. It had a -1 level living room and 2 maid rooms along with a bar counter study and many other functional areas. This made Chen Dong quite satisfied. After all, the underground fortress he envisioned at first was like those in movies, crammed into a small space, filled with heaps of resources and survivors. Looking at the underground fortress, where aside from the walls covered in S alloy, everything else had remained almost unchanged, Chen Dong was very pleased. Such an environment would still be very comfortable to live in even without the meteor shower. Chen Dong looked at Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He wanted to renovate this underground fortress. After all, the original basement was based on the initial design, which he didn't quite like. Of course, renovating the underground fortress would definitely require the participation of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Chen Dong smiled and said, "Anqi Xiaoyu, I want to renovate the underground fortress. What do you think would be good for the renovation?" Xianqi was taken aback. "Renovate? What kind of renovation? Armaments or home design?" Chen Dong rubbed Xianqi's head and explained, "Silly, of course, it's a home design renovation. I can handle the armaments myself." Mentioning home design, Tian Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She really liked home design. Tian Xiaoyu said, "Chen Dong, I think the most needed renovation in the underground fortress is the S alloy walls. They are really too cold and intimidating." Xianqi also echoed, "Yes, Chen Dong, the color of S alloy is too cold, even feels a bit harsh on the eyes. We should change it to a different color." Chen Dong looked at the color of the S alloy. He indeed didn't like it. It was uncomfortable to look at for too long. It would be better to choose a warmer color. Chen Dong nodded, agreeing with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu's opinions. "So what color or wallpaper do you both plan to use?" Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu said in unison, "Blue." They both paused, then exchanged smiles. They didn't expect that they both liked blue. Chen Dong smiled and said, "All right, 2-1, the minority obeys the majority, so let's paint the walls blue. But I have to say it beforehand, you both can't slack off. When it's time to work, everyone has to pitch in." Xianqi pouted and linked her arm with Chen Dong's. "Got it, how could I bear to let you suffer alone?" Tian Xiaoyu glanced over and averted her gaze, saying lightly, "Me too, I will contribute my share." Chen Dong continued, pointing at the original living room, saying, "By the way, this living room doesn't need much modification. It's just a simple, genuine leather sofa, coffee table, and TV. That's it. After all, we don't have other furniture, so we'll make do with it." Xianqi walked to the living room and pointed at the wall where the sofa leaned, saying, "Chen Dong, can we hang a painting here? I really like a painting in our upstairs room. It would look nice here too." Chen Dong nodded. "Of course, no problem. We'll take it down and hang it up later." Tian Xiaoyu looked at the existing bar counter, then observed the surrounding layout and said, Chen Dong, it seems our underground fortress doesn't have a kitchen. How about we turn this small bar counter into a simple open kitchen? Many of the supplies are raw and need to be processed before consumption. Usually in the villa, it is Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu who handle this, while Chen Dong waits for the food to be ready. At this moment, upon hearing Tian Xiaoyu's words, he realized that the underground bunker lacked a kitchen. No wonder it always felt a bit lacking in warmth. Xianqi also came to this realization after listening to Tian Xiaoyu. You're right, Xiaoyu, you are so meticulous. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed that the underground bunker doesn't have a kitchen. Xiaoyu, how do you and Anqi plan to design the kitchen? Tian Xiaoyu looked at Xianqi, waiting for her to speak. After pondering for a moment, Xianqi said, this bar counter definitely needs to be replaced. We need to find a table to serve as the stove, then gather a batch of new kitchen utensils, and also place a dining table next to the kitchen. It shouldn't be too complicated, simple is fine. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. After all, the underground bunker is meant for emergency shelter, so there's really no need to overdo it. However, Chen Dong disagreed. That won't do, the kitchen must be done properly. Leave it to me, and I will find suitable kitchen utensils and a stove. Food is a priority for the people. How can we be careless about the kitchen? Moreover, if you two don't have a proper place to cook one day, if something displeases you, you might take it out on the food, and if the food tastes bad, I will have to suffer too. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu chuckled, saying, this is what you said, you are responsible for the kitchen renovation, so no backing out, okay? Chen Dong smiled confidently. No backing out, whoever backs out is a little dog, alright. Then they started choosing bedrooms. Since there were only 2 rooms, Chen Dong was assigned one to himself. Isn't that a bit much? You two share a room while I stay alone. Chen Dong originally thought that later in the underground bunker, he could live with Xianqi again. But unexpectedly, he was teamed up by Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu and sent to another room. Tian Xiaoyu laughed. We're being considerate of you, knowing you're a guy and need to sleep comfortably, so we deliberately let you have your own space. We'll squeeze together, so just be content. Chen Dong had no choice but to accept. The 3 of them did not have many thoughts about the other areas of the underground bunker. There was no need to overdo it, keeping the original state was fine. Then the 3 began to cover the furniture with cloth, preparing to paint the walls. Chen Dong took out paint and brushes from his backpack and slowly mixed the shade of blue that Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu liked, which was somewhere between green and blue. He remembered that in the previous world this shade of blue seemed to be called Tiffany blue. Mixing the paint wasn't difficult. Chen Dong took out a large bucket of blue paint and mixed it with white paint. Once the blue lightened, he gradually added yellow paint, slowly blending it. Soon he achieved the color of Tiffany blue. After mixing 3 buckets of paint, Chen Dong handed 1 bucket and a brush to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu each, and they began painting the walls in sections. The area of the underground bunker was not small at all. If he had been working alone, Chen Dong estimated it would take him a whole day. Before long, the 3 of them looked at the freshly painted walls, feeling a sense of satisfaction. For the kitchen, Chen Dong also purchased a range hood, refrigerator, gas stove, and other items from the trading platform. In the end, he even built a stove with marble by hand and polished it himself. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Dong looked at the somewhat rough marble stove and nodded. It could still be used. After finishing the areas discussed for renovation, he began making some technological upgrades to the underground bunker. The current trading platform already had many technological products. However, due to the lack of electricity and internet, they remained useless. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Dong had previously acquired many technological supplies such as early surveillance cameras and drones. Chen Dong took out a smart lock from his backpack and replaced all the doors of the underground bunker. Finally, he activated a smart assistant integrated with the Internet of Things, connecting it to the cameras outside the villa. This could ensure that even in the underground bunker, they could know the situation above ground at the first moment. In addition, Chen Dong also installed a computer in the living room. Although it couldn't connect to the internet, it was connected to all the cameras in the villa, essentially serving as a monitoring display. Chen Dong didn't expect to do much with this somewhat outdated Pentium processor. Being able to serve as surveillance was already satisfactory. With the addition of the underground bunker, the overall electricity consumption of the villa increased, and the fuel consumption of the gasoline generator skyrocketed. Chen Dong had to frequently run to refuel. Although it was somewhat troublesome, he still needed to ensure that the underground bunker had power to operate normally for a while. After finishing these tasks, the underground bunker was considered renovated. After building an underground bunker that could withstand the impending meteor storm, Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Tian Xiaoyu did not relax. Instead, they started going out early and returning late every day, driving the old Jetta to gather supplies and continuously hunting zombies for experience points. Only by continually enhancing their strength could they find the true path. There are about 100 zombies gathering. There might be high-level supply boxes among them. Getting ready to act. Chen Dong put down the binoculars, returned to the car, and called out to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who were chatting. The three of them were currently in a flat park with the Jetta parked beside the road. In the distance, dust was rising, obscuring what lay ahead. It was only when Chen Dong used the binoculars that he could see the horde of zombies inside. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu stopped their chatter and loaded their firearms. Each of them had 2 handguns. With sufficient ammunition, their combined firepower could achieve a certain level of suppression. During these days of outings, Chen Dong and his companions had delved deeper into the zombies' lairs. With immense risk came tempting rewards. Chen Dong had already upgraded his weaponry. He handed his original P92 handgun to Xianqi and switched to the UMP9 submachine gun, which also used 9mm bullets. Later, he even collected several handguns. He selected 2 compatible with 9mm bullets to give to Tian Xiaoyu, while the remaining handguns were listed on the trading platform for a satisfactory price. Chen Dong also noticed that the team's strength was gradually growing and supplies were no longer as scarce as they had initially been. He could even see many firearms listed on the trading platform. Although most were handguns, it indicated that many other teams were also starting to possess advanced weapons. Chen Dong drove the Jetta heading towards the zombie horde. Without reducing speed, he crashed the car directly into the zombies, sending them flying. Then he had Xianqi take the wheel while he donned his combat gear and charged into the pile of zombies with his submachine gun. Xianqi steadied the steering wheel, unbuckled her seatbelt, and skillfully hopped over from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, taking over driving from Chen Dong. Unlike Chen Dong, her main responsibility was to maneuver around the battlefield where Chen Dong was located. Inside the car, Tian Xiaoyu was responsible for throwing Molotov cocktails and explosives, alleviating some of Chen Dong's pressure. At this moment, Chen Dong gripped his critical strike Tang sword and engaged a zombie in close-quarters melee combat. Though the UMP9 submachine gun's magazine held a decent number of rounds, it proved woefully inadequate against the overwhelming tide of the undead. Chen Dong had no time to reload. Roar! A heavy blow struck him from behind. Though clad in his combat suit, he felt his internal organs churn violently. With a single slash, he felled the zombie before him, then whirled and cleaved downward at the one that had ambushed him. This creature appeared mutated. Unlike ordinary zombies, it was abnormally massive and powerfully built. Yet Chen Dong had long grown accustomed to such anomalies. Since the emergence of mutated creatures, mutated zombies had likewise begun to appear, each possessing enhanced physical strength and resilience, far surpassing their baseline counterparts. Chen Dong suspected that in time, even sentient zombies endowed with unique abilities might arise, akin to the elite boss entities seen in Biohazard-style games. Even the critical strike Tang sword failed to deliver instantly fatal wounds against this mutated foe. Each strike required deliberate, repeated effort. Much like the mutated giant spider Chen Dong had once battled, the mere association with mutation rendered any creature exceptionally formidable. Fortunately, this mutated zombie lacked awakened intelligence. Though it instinctively recognized the danger posed by Chen Dong's critical strike Tang sword, it charged headlong, absorbing blows with its body without ever attempting evasion. Chen Dong fared little better. Though his combat suit absorbed the brunt of the impact, the mutant's tremendous force generated punishing recoil. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xianqi and her companions, witnessing Chen Dong's peril, rushed to assist, only to be blocked by swarming zombies. With no choice but to keep moving, they circled the periphery of the horde, drawing attention and eliminating targets remotely. After all, unlike Chen Dong, they wore no combat suits, thus could not recklessly plunge into the heart of the undead maelstrom. Even having ingested antiviral serum, ordinary humans remained vulnerable to infection. Worse still, zombies could devour a person alive, a fate more horrifying than mere infection. As Chen Dong remained locked in combat with the mutated zombie, others swiftly converged from all sides. He had to break free immediately, or risk exhaustion, collapse, and death. Gritting his teeth, Chen Dong hurled several grenades onto the ground nearby, not directly at himself, but squarely across the path the zombies were certain to take. Boom! The grenades detonated, tearing flesh and rending limbs. The mutated zombie staggered, its movements slowed by the concussive blast. Yet Chen Dong stood within the explosion's radius. The combat suit's armor remained unscathed, even under such staggering explosive force. Yet Chen Dong's internal injuries worsened, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He vowed silently never again would he stand within a grenade's blast radius. Real grenade detonations were lethally unforgiving. The shockwave alone could rupture internal organs. Bear in mind, Chen Dong's body had undergone rigorous enhancement, yet even he had nearly succumbed to internal trauma. For an ordinary human, such damage would have been fatal. Seizing an opening, he broke away without further entanglement and fled. As he retreated, he flung incendiary bottles and grenades wildly behind him. These weapons impeded only the common zombies. The mutated one remained unaffected by such minor assaults. It pursued relentlessly, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Chen Dong cursed his ill fortune, yet behind the mutant dozens more zombies still pressed forward. He opted for evasive maneuvering, signaling Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu to eliminate as many zombies as possible, thereby relieving pressure on his flank. Meanwhile, he seized every opportunity to dispatch ordinary undead himself. Only after clearing the horde could all three unite against the mutated zombie, and only then would victory be assured. Were Chen Dong forced to confront it alone, the outcome would remain deeply uncertain. His previous solo takedown of a mutated creature had been sheer happenstance. Such beings demanded sustained, overwhelming firepower, yet Chen Dong had no time to reload. A deadly chase unfolded. Chen Dong sprinted ahead, his critical strike tang, sword carving arcs of silver light, through the air, unwavering in pace. Behind him the mutated zombie lunged, always a hair's breadth from catching up, yet each time Chen Dong slipped just beyond reach. He was buying time. Though his stamina waned, he endured, trusting utterly in Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu to purge the surrounding horde. Truly astonishing was the mutated zombie's singular focus. Utterly indifferent to its fallen kin, its gaze fixed solely upon Chen Dong. How long had passed? Chen Dong seemed to falter. His steps slowed, then halted entirely. Roar! The mutated zombie surged forward, launching a devastating punch. But before it could land, the blow gunfire struck its frame, non-lethal yet sufficient to halt its advance. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu had completed their sweep and now rushed to Chen Dong's aid. Seizing the moment, Chen Dong swiftly replaced the UMP-9's magazine, then raised the weapon and unleashed a torrent of suppressing fire upon the mutant. Simultaneously, he shouted to Xia Anqi, now reload immediately, then hurl grenades and explosives at the mutated zombie. She and Tian Xiaoyu obeyed without hesitation. Soon Chen Dong's UMP-9 fell silent, but instantly their own volleys erupted, sustaining relentless suppression. Each time Chen Dong reloaded, the cycle repeated, until at last the mutated zombie collapsed beneath the unrelenting barrage of coordinated firepower. Hiss! Roar! With a final furious cry of defiance, the mutated zombie fell, overwhelmed not by brute strength, but by the sheer unyielding dominance of their rotating firepower, bullets pouring forth like an inexhaustible torrent. Chen Dong approached the fallen creature, severed its head with the critical strike tang, sword, then deactivated his combat suit, collapsing to his knees. The sight terrified Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu. They dashed forward, supporting him as he swayed. His face flushed crimson. He coughed once, spitting forth a gout of blood. Clearly his internal injuries had erupted. His condition deteriorated rapidly. On the verge of unconsciousness, Tian Xiaoyu panicked. What do we do? Internal trauma offered no immediate remedy. Yet at that very instant, Xia Anqi gently placed her palm upon Chen Dong's chest, and a soft, luminous white glow emanated from her hand. Chen Dong's pallor receded. In a daze, he felt as though immersed in a soothing hot bath, a sensation both comforting and deeply unsettling, jolting him instantly awake. He realized with astonishment that his stamina had fully replenished and his internal injuries completely vanished, his body restored to peak physiological perfection. All of it stemmed from that mysterious white radiance emanating from Xia Anqi's hand. Meeting their bewildered gazes, Xia Anqi wiped sweat from her brow and smiled. I've leveled up to level 10 and unlocked the skill healing capable of instantly restoring health and vitality to any wounded ally. Chen Dong's elation soared. Xia Anqi had truly become the team's dedicated healer, and even her level 10 milestone granted a purely curative ability. Moreover, this healing skill was extraordinarily potent, nothing short of divine. A near-fatal casualty revived by Xia Anqi would leap back into battle at full capacity as if infused with pure adrenaline. Such power was profoundly terrifying. Such a skill was clearly overpowered. There must be limitations. Chen Dong asked, Anqi, how many times can this skill be used per day? She raised 3 fingers. 3 times. Even with only 3 uses daily, Chen Dong was utterly impressed. Xia Anqi had just leveled up to level 10 and acquired the healing skill, an absolute blessing for their team. The post-apocalyptic world was growing increasingly perilous. Though Chen Dong possessed ample supplies, professional medical resources remained critically scarce for treating injuries and illnesses. With this skill, however, the urgency for such medical provisions was significantly alleviated. Yet one crucial question remained unanswered: precisely what degree of injury could Xia Anqi's healing skill mend? Even she herself had yet to determine its full scope. Chen Dong thus set the matter aside. For now, the skill's effective range would have to be discovered gradually through practice and experimentation. What mattered most at that moment was the mutated zombie they had just slain, and before them now gleamed a golden tier supply chest radiating a soft, luminous gold. Chen Dong opened the golden tier chest. Inside lay 2 rare items alongside several mundane supplies. Laser defense system. Automated Gatling gun. 100 bottles of mineral water. 2 gene of pork ribs. This golden tier chest was exceptionally generous. After all, the villa served as Chen Dong's main stronghold, and beneath it an underground bunker had already been constructed to shelter against the impending meteor shower. A robust automated defense system was therefore indispensable. As Chen Dong gathered all the loot, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Securing 2 items directly applicable to our automated defense system. This expedition was well worth it. Xie Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu shared his elation. The villa's current automated defense system was already outdated, relying mostly on crude crossbows and rudimentary firearms incapable of repelling hostile survivors. Xie Anshi cheered joyfully. Excellent. Our automated defense system has long needed an upgrade, but until now we could only watch, helplessly powerless to act. Tian Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. Indeed, lately survivors from other compounds have been eyeing us suspiciously day after day. I suspect they'll soon lose patience. Times had changed. Possessing firearms was no longer exceptional among survivors. Crossbows, most cold weapons, even Molotov cocktails, were rapidly becoming obsolete, supplanted by high-powered firearms and far deadlier ordnance like remote detonated grenades and explosives. Chen Dong smiled faintly. Now we can rest easy. Should anyone dare test our defenses, they'll leave in coffins, never to return. Let's go home. The 3 climbed into their Jetta and began the journey back. Shortly after returning to their villa compound refuge, the system issued an official announcement. Attention, all survivors, a meteor shower will strike this world in 15 days, unleashing massive radiation and energy shockwaves across the surface. The sole means of survival is constructing an underground bunker. The system will distribute bunker blueprints to all survivors' inboxes within the next 24 hours. Please check your messages promptly. We urge every survivor to complete construction before the meteor shower arrives and seize the chance to live. 1 week had passed since Tian Xiaoyu first detected the meteor shower. Chen Dong's group had already finished building their underground bunker, yet the system's confirmed timeline arrived several days earlier than her prediction. This was no welcome development. Other survivors had received no prior warning, and upon reading the system's bulletin, many were left stunned, unable to process the gravity of the news. Panic rippled through the chat channels. Already traumatized by relentless zombie threats, survivors now faced a cataclysm from the heavens. And not just any disaster, a meteor shower. After all, prehistoric dinosaurs had vanished under similar celestial fury. How could anyone remain unshaken? Survivor 948524, meteor shower. Ah, perfect. Time to quit. Let whoever wants to play carry on. I'll savor my final moments. Survivor 435324. Remember when someone speculated about future natural disasters? You're a genius. Damn. First meteors, next will be earthquakes or tsunamis. Hell, surviving's become pure misery. We scramble daily just to stay alive, barely human anymore. Survivor 352534. Is this meteor shower localized or global? How long must we stay sealed in the bunker? And what about supplies? We're already running low. Survivor 575673. Utter despair. Survivor 756543. Setting that aside, has anyone received the bunker blueprint yet? Survivor 548560. Haven't gotten it. What's wrong? Survivor 967864. Heh. The bunker requires S-alloy for construction. Survivors flooded the chat channel debating survival strategies. Some had already received the blueprint and finally understood the sudden surge in S-alloy demand. Survivor 564533. What? Say that again. What material is the bunker built from? Survivor 345235. I've got the blueprint too. It's confirmed S-alloy. 20 units required with optional upgrades later. Damn it. I sold all mine already. Survivor 764322. God damn it. The lies spun by accounts 10,000 and 10010 ruined everything. Now nearly all S-alloy has been snapped up by 10,086. Survivor 645452. Holy hell. The price of S-alloy is skyrocketing. Looks like 10,080 SIXS about to cash in big time. Chen Dong acted swiftly, listing large quantities of S-alloy on the marketplace. He'd stockpiled heavily, and the scattered listings from others couldn't budge his firm pricing. Anyone attempting to undercut him was immediately outbid by Chen Dong and his 2 companions, who monitored the platform relentlessly, then relist each acquisition at a higher price. Occasionally bargain hunters succeeded, but gradually only Chen Dong's vast inventory remained, dominating the first page top position. Its listed price stood at double his average acquisition cost. ID 867431. 10086, for heaven's sake. Act like a human being. 10 hand grenades, 1 pistol, 2 bulletproof vests, or a silver tier manufacturing blueprint. For just 1 piece of salloy. You might as well rob us outright. ID 346335. Damn it. I stockpiled over a dozen pieces of Saloy and couldn't resist selling them all. Shit. Now my entire fortune barely covers 8 pieces. My composure is utterly shattered. ID 989234. What's the use of lamenting now? Let's focus on gathering resources to exchange for Saloy. The meteor shower arrives in just 15 days. If we don't urgently construct an underground bunker, we're doomed. ID 7564234. So what if we spend everything to acquire Saloy? Even if we painstakingly build a bunker without sufficient supplies, we'll starve or dehydrate to death within it. Far more humiliating than any other fate. Chen Dong silently observed the chat channel. He felt no pity for these survivors, only a firmer resolve to hold firm on pricing and maximize resource gains. In this catastrophe, his sole priority was ensuring the survival of his 3-person team. Lowering prices out of momentary compassion risked enabling other opportunistic survivors to buy up stock and resell at exorbitant markups. Better he seized the first opportunity than let others profit. Once he sold the Saloy, whether prices rose or fell afterward held no consequence for him. He had already reserved a sufficient stockpile of Saloy for emergencies. Chen Dong finally spoke in the chat channel. ID 10086. Attention everyone. Saloy is now available for purchase. This is an essential survival resource. Surely you won't pass it up. ID 353452. I can't afford it. Can't I just gather it myself instead? ID 10086. Brother, I hate to dampen your spirits, but gathering Saloy is no simple feat. In all my excursions these past few days, I've managed only a dozen pieces, each fraught with peril best left unspoken. So heed my advice, secure your Saloy now, before the meteor shower strikes. ID 546342. 10086. Could you at least lower the price a bit? ID 10086. Impossible. As the saying goes, rarity commands value. With Saloy production so scarce, charging less would be an insult to everyone. ID 677454. 10086. We're all human beings. Don't you fear divine retribution for such ruthless exploitation? ID 10086. I've heard that line countless times. It's grown tedious. All I know is if I don't hoard supplies, I'll starve or thirst to death. And spare me the talk of divine retribution. Isn't the meteor shower itself the very judgment you face? Without an underground bunker, you'll perish. That's the system's explicit decree. The other survivors were utterly powerless. Clearly, Chen Dong was impervious to both pressure and persuasion, a consummate survivor wholly unburdened by unnecessary sympathy. Only substantial leverage could sway him. Thus, many survivors reluctantly yielded. After all, when true crisis looms, what are mere supplies worth? The meteor shower would kill, no question. Unlike zombies, which could be evaded, the system announcement made one thing unequivocal: only shelter within an underground bunker guarantees survival. Chen Dong's Saloy listings began selling steadily. Though expensive, the price wasn't entirely prohibitive. After all, constructing a bunker required only 20 pieces. Many still held reserves. Others, gritting their teeth, purchased all 20 pieces at once, leaving their inventories completely depleted. Chen Dong cared little how many pieces each survivor bought. Profit flowed solely to him. He mused wryly, windfall wealth truly was effortless gain. Then he reviewed the boundless supplies acquired recently. Infinite hand sanitizer, infinite cotton swabs, infinite gauze, infinite alcohol, infinite anti-inflammatory medication. For now, supply shortages were no concern. They could even enjoy meat with every meal, ensuring ample daily protein. Occasionally, a glass of Romanicani red wine, air-conditioned comfort, and leisurely television viewing completed the picture. Compared to other survivors, this lifestyle amounted to unparalleled luxury. Yet many had reached their breaking point with Chen Dong. The villa district teemed with chaos. Chen Dong's earlier purge had deterred many who coveted his resources, but the Saloy crisis ignited collective outrage among its residents. They too had been deceived, selling their Saloy to him at low prices. Then the system announcement dropped, and they stood stunned. The meteor shower was imminent. An underground bunker was non-negotiable. Saloy was the sole construction material. And then, its price soared. Time offered no reprieve. They had no choice but to repurchase Saloy at inflated prices before the meteor shower struck. Naturally, they laid this grievance squarely at Chen Dong's feet. Inside a villa in the district, dozens of survivors crowded together, representing multiple factions. Ordinarily, they coexisted in mutual indifference, avoiding all contact. Yet Chen Dong's actions forced these disparate groups into uneasy alliance. In the grand hall, voices rose in fury, united in condemnation of Chen Dong. A burly man growled, 10086 exploits his resource advantage to monopolize repeatedly. What little we painstakingly gathered was effortlessly stripped from us through underhanded means. Humph. Does he intend to claim every benefit for himself? Beside him, a bespectacled young man frowned pensively. Precisely. This Saloy monopoly has triggered widespread upheaval. Everyone residing in this villa district knows full well the turmoil it has caused. Our nerves are frayed beyond endurance. And 10086. Right now he's undoubtedly gloating over our distress. We must overthrow this capitalist lackey. The bespectacled youth's words resonated deeply. Many nodded fervently. Yes, we must unite and eliminate 10,086. Previously we feared his pistol and automated defense system, but circumstances have changed. We now possess pistols and hand grenades. His few firearms and the crossbow bolts and matchlock muskets mounted on his defenses pose no real threat. Down with 10,086. Build a harmonious order. At this the young man adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes. 10086 must fall, but launching a frontal assault risks heavy casualties. We need a strategy, preferably one that achieves victory without bloodshed. Instantly those advocating brute force fell silent. They'd given it little thought before. After all, numbers favored them. Even a chorus of spittle could drown 10,086. Why fear him? But the young man's caution stirred memory. Chen Dong's past feats marked him as a formidable adversary. A desperate final counterattack could easily claim several besiegers' lives. No one wished to bear that risk. So all agreed. The bespectacled youth's approach was sound. The idea of direct assault was abandoned. At that moment the leader of a team spoke up. A masked man with his left arm severed and bound to a sharp sword. If we don't launch a direct assault, we have no way to approach the villa behind the 10086 barrier wall, let alone confront 10,086 himself. Fox was the code name of this bespectacled young man, the leader of another team stationed within the same villa district. Hearing the one-armed leader's question, Fox smiled slyly. Iron-armed leader, no need to rush. I've already devised a plan, one that will catch 10,086 completely off guard. Iron Arm raised an eyebrow, slightly irritated by Fox's deliberate air of mystery. Since you already have a solution, why beat around the bush? Just lay it out plainly. Then everyone can begin preparations without delay. Fox smiled faintly, speaking with calm deliberation. It's actually quite simple. We'll select several individuals to pose as wounded survivors and seek aid from 10,086. We'll promise him generous compensation in exchange for treating our injured. Once we gain proximity and the barrier wall opens, our disguised wounded will strike without warning, leaving 10,086 utterly unprepared with no time to seal the wall again. Meanwhile, our main force will lie in ambush nearby the moment the signal is given. We'll surge forward en masse. Once 10086 loses his strongest defensive shield, he'll be powerless to resist. After hearing the plan, many nodded in approval, but others voiced skepticism. Fox, isn't this plan rather unreliable? What if 10086 opens the barrier wall, but refuses to treat the wounded? Wouldn't that render the entire plan useless? Fox shook his head, his expression supremely confident. Based on my understanding of 10,086, a man driven solely by profit, he will open the gate provided our offer is sufficiently lucrative. Another survivor interjected. Even assuming 10086 opens the gate to assist the wounded, can such a sudden assault truly succeed? Fox said nothing. Instead, he abruptly drew a dagger from his backpack and lunged straight toward the speaker. The man had no time to react. Before he could even flinch, the blade hovered inches from his throat. Only a hair's breadth separated the steel from his jugular. Fox withdrew the dagger and declared confidently, "What if I were the one posing as the wounded? Do you believe I am qualified to launch the decisive strike against 10,086? The survivor wiped sweat from his brow, thoroughly convinced. Fox leader's speed is unmatched. 10,086 won't even register the attack. He might just slay 10,086 outright. Iron Arm and the burly man beside him burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, Fox's speed is legendary. Even if 10086 somehow evades that fatal blow, he'll have absolutely no chance to close the barrier wall. If Fox can buy us just 10 seconds, we'll storm through without fail. With coordinated firepower, 10,086 won't escape, not even if he grows wings." Amidst the praise, Fox remained composed. "You all know, we're the last team to arrive in this villa district. Long before our arrival, ID heard countless tales of 10,086, his exploits, his defiance. I've long yearned to test my skill against this legendary lone wanderer, who dares refuse the police bureau's overture and single-handedly battle mutated spiders. This time, thank you all for granting me this opportunity." Iron Arm replied, "Fox, if we succeed in eliminating 10086, your contribution will be paramount. You may claim first choice of his supplies. Jingang, what say you?" The burly man shook his head. My team raises no objections. If Fox's plan succeeds, it'll yield wholeheartedly. And let Fox choose first from 10,080 SXS stock. Fox waved his hand, lightly smiling. We've gathered here united by shared purpose. No need for such formalities. I only require 10,080 SIXS automated defense armament system. As for the barrier wall and generator, those may go to your two teams. Iron Arm and Jean Gang were thoroughly satisfied with this reply. Their earlier offer of first pick had been mere courtesy. Had Fox demanded excessively, greedy and insatiable, then after 10,080 SXS fall he would have become their next target. Fortunately, Fox understood restraint. Though he claimed the automated defense system, he asked for nothing more, making his terms acceptable to both leaders. Iron Arm said, then I'll take the generator. Jean Gang, how do you feel about that? Jean Gang nodded. The barrier wall is precisely what I've set my sights on. I'd even worried you'd contest my claim to the barrier wall, but since you prefer the generator, this division of assets suits us perfectly. Clearly, the three teams had already treated Chen Dong's rare supplies as their rightful spoils, and were now negotiating their distribution. Ha ha ha, so it's settled. All remaining standard supplies shall be divided equally among us. Iron Arm beamed with satisfaction. He had arrived among the earliest settlers in the Villa district, having witnessed Chen Dong's brutal clash with Jiang Kai's team, and later Chen Dong's iron-fisted rule. He longed for Chen Dong's death. Having such a fearsome presence nearby made even sleep feel unsafe. After finalizing the plan, Fox proposed, leaders, to ensure absolute success, we should lace the relief supplies we deliver to 10,086 with poison. Food and water alike, both must be poisoned. If we can trick 10,086 into consuming them directly, we achieve true, bloodless victory. No risk, no resistance. Jean Gang frowned. But wouldn't that waste all the supplies? Iron Arm strongly endorsed Fox's suggestion. Jean Gang, no sacrifice, no gain. Yes, well, lose some resources, but eradicating 10,086 promises returns many-fold, perhaps 10 times over. Every loss will be repaid in full. Jean Gang clenched his teeth. Fine, so be it. Spray all the supplies with poison. Fox nodded, then addressed the assembled members of all three teams. Comrades, soon we'll enjoy hot showers and air-conditioned comfort. So muster every ounce of focus. Let's eliminate 10,086 in one decisive stroke. The crowd roared in unison, chanting, eliminate 10086, already envisioning the ease and luxury awaiting them. Chen Dong rose early that day, yet he was furious. He hadn't woken naturally. He usually lingered in bed until 8, stretching lazily before rising. But today, barely past 7, he was jolted awake by pounding on the gate. 7 or 8 survivors from the Villa district, several bandaged, as if wounded, shouting urgently outside. Chen Dong seethed. Damn it. What's with the early morning racket? Who the hell picks fights before sunrise? Chen Dong was quite displeased as he activated the loudspeaker of the surveillance system, stating indifferently, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to approach my refuge? Or have you forgotten my warning over time? The fox, disguised as an injured person among them, heard Chen Dong's voice, lifted its head, and shouted loudly, 10086, we are not here to provoke trouble. We seek your assistance, please help us. Chen Dong snorted coldly and said with indifference, then you've come to the wrong person. This is not a shelter, and I will not provide assistance. However, the fox remained unhurried and said, 10086, we request you to give us some medical supplies, and we can offer daily necessities as compensation. Moreover, the compensation will definitely satisfy you. Chen Dong pondered for a moment. He had an unlimited supply of alcohol and anti-inflammatory medicine, so exchanging for some daily necessities wasn't out of the question. After all, he did not have an infinite supply of food. The more he could fill his stomach, the better. Chen Dong said over the loudspeaker, all right, wait for me a moment, I'll come down to open the door. The fox felt a surge of joy in its heart. Sure enough, upon hearing the mention of compensation, 10,086 couldn't resist. People die for wealth and birds perish for food. Unfortunately, this time you will fall into my hands. Chen Dong walked down to the second floor. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu were already up and making breakfast. They had also heard what Chen Dong said over the loudspeaker. They were not too keen on Chen Dong's reckless decision to open the door. Xianxi said, Chen Dong, have you forgotten about Jiang Kai's team? They also came to probe us and ended up launching a night raid. If it weren't for our ample supplies and the preparations we made in advance, we would have already fallen victim to them. You must be cautious not to repeat the same mistake. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen Dong, we have always used Iron Fist tactics to intimidate the entire villa area, making them dare not act rashly. Their sudden visit must have an ulterior motive. Chen Dong smiled slightly. Of course I know this. I will not simply open the door. Only when they deliver the supplies into my hands will I take the next step. Tian Xiaoyu frowned, still concerned. But what if it's a trap? They could lure us in with supplies, wouldn't that be exactly what they want? Chen Dong nodded. That is indeed possible. So you all must not rush out of the courtyard. I will go out alone. If the situation is amiss, I can quickly put on my battle suit and activate the automatic defense system. Xie Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. As long as Chen Dong remained vigilant, the outsiders would have little opportunity to take advantage. Be careful. We will keep a close watch from inside. At the slightest sign of trouble, we will provide you with fire support. After discussing, Chen Dong walked to the courtyard. He called out through the gate. What supplies do you intend to offer in exchange? Let me be clear, if you want to obtain assistance from me without satisfactory compensation, I won't cooperate. The fox immediately opened the trading window, sending Chen Dong 10 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of rice, and a few barrels of clean drinking water. 10086. This is our sincerity. What do you think? We just want you to help us heal our wounds. Chen Dong accepted the supplies sent by the fox. The richness of these supplies exceeded his expectations. He did not expect these individuals to be so generous. At the same time, it also made Chen Dong secretly vigilant. After all, such a quantity of supplies was no small matter. These teams typically allocated resources, carefully distributing them in limited quantities daily. They would not indulge in the luxury of eating to their fill like he did. Thus, the supplies Chen Dong considered substantial would be astronomical figures for their team. To be willing to part with so much in exchange for medical assistance felt unrealistic. It seemed that this group was not here with good intentions. Chen Dong sneered inwardly. This was a perfect opportunity to capture them all and eliminate any future worries. Chen Dong slowly opened the barrier wall and let a few people in. The fox stepped in first, looking up at the automatic defense devices in the courtyard. They were merely outdated crossbows and firearms, practically just decorations. To be cautious, the fox tentatively asked, 10086, your automatic defense system seems to be of little use, doesn't it? Chen Dong snorted lightly, unimpressed. Aren't you here to receive treatment? Critiquing my home will get you kicked out. Why not just give it to me? The fox laughed heartily, tearing off the pretense. He pulled on the bandage around his right hand, revealing a military dagger. Then he fiercely lunged the dagger towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. How reckless. Facing the attack, Chen Dong was not flustered and easily seized the fox's wrist. The smile on the fox's face instantly froze. The dagger in his hand was close to Chen Dong, but it couldn't advance even a fraction. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed outside the barrier wall, and the wall had not been closed. They knew the fox's plan had succeeded. Now was the perfect opportunity for them to storm into the barrier wall. Iron Arm was the first to charge out, followed closely by King Kong. A group of survivors followed suit, shouting loudly as they sprinted from behind the concealed flower bed into the wall. The slightly ajar gate was forcefully pushed open by Iron Arm and King Kong. Iron Arm lifted his arm, which was bound with a sharp sword, and held a handgun with the other hand, shouting loudly, "Kill!" The survivors behind him echoed the battle cry. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! The crowd surged into the barrier wall. This was their first time entering the barrier wall. It turned out that 10086 was living quite comfortably. There seemed to be 2 beautiful women in the villa. However, they were not focusing on luxury cars and beautiful women at the moment, but rather on the fox and other teammates who had fallen to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Only one person remained standing. That was a figure clad in high-tech armor resembling a steel man from a movie who was now beckoning them to join him. Undoubtedly, this was 10,086. Though they did not know how he acquired such battle armor, making him look like a mech warrior from a film at this point, Iron Arm and the others would naturally not be intimidated. Moreover, they had firearms in hand. How the fox died was of no concern to Iron Arm and the others. It was highly likely that the assassination failed and 10086 had brutally killed him while wearing the suit. Perfect, one less person to share the supplies. The Iron Arm aimed a gun at Chen Dong, then commanded others to swarm forward, attempting to capture him using a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Bang! The enemy's armor remained unbroken. The bullet struck Chen Dong's battlesuit, producing a crisp sound. Aside from leaving a scratch, it caused no significant harm. Chen Dong naturally saw through the Iron Arm's intentions. Capturing him alive was a very effective method against someone in battle armor, just like what happened before with Tian Xiaoyu. However, Chen Dong would not give them the opportunity. He pulled out the UMP-9 submachine gun. Damn it! The Iron Arm and the Diamond running at the front cursed loudly, wanting to stop in their tracks. But they were pushed forward by teammates rushing into the barrier. At that moment, Chen Dong had already unlocked the safety of the UMP-9 and was wildly spraying bullets at the dense crowd. In truth, the UMP-9's power wasn't that extraordinary. But with so many people, it became overwhelming. Suddenly, 20 or 30 people rushed into the courtyard, inevitably causing congestion. There was no need to aim. A burst of fire resulted in screams of despair. Those survivors who had been full of confidence just yesterday wanting to hunt down Chen Dong, quickly became ghosts under his gun. Some guys who failed to rush into the barrier saw their teammates swiftly fall before them, utterly powerless to fight back. They turned and ran. At this point, Chen Dong had finished clearing the intruders from the courtyard. Seeing there were still some who slipped through the net, he shouted, "Don't run." Then he dashed out from the barrier, chasing after them. He cleaned up all those involved in this operation. Next, it was time for the aftermath. He rummaged through the supplies of these three teams, dragging the corpses out onto the street of the villa area, waiting for zombies to clean them up. Using the water that the fox had previously traded to him, he washed away the bloodstains in the courtyard, throwing the poisoned food onto the pile of the fox's corpses. He originally did not know these items were toxic. He was just prioritizing safety and tested it with an instrument. The result showed it was toxic wastewater. Chen Dong naturally dared not keep it. Although it was a pity, he could only discard it. Over the next few days, while searching for supplies, Chen Dong obtained some fresh seeds. When opening the supply box, Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Tian Xiaoyu leaned in to look at several bags of vegetable seeds, tomatoes, peas, rapeseed, beans, sprouts, a variety of types that left them feeling at a loss. In the past, they were just young people following the routine of studying in the city. Not to mention children from wealthy families like Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Even Chen Dong, who had once been poor and depended on his grandfather, had never done such things. Xianqi curiously asked, "Chen Dong, how do we plant vegetables?" Tian Xiaoyu blinked and hesitantly said, "Should we just plant them and then water them a bit?" Chen Dong held the bags of seeds, looking conflicted. Although it's true that planting and watering fertilizer is enough, every type of vegetable has different characteristics. Some prefer to absorb moisture, while others can survive with less water. This is a bit troublesome. Tian Xiaoyu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "Hey, how long has it been since we had fresh vegetables and fruits? It's all canned fruits and vegetables. Finally, we have some seeds, but we don't know how to plant and care for them. I really regret not learning how to grow fruits and vegetables from my uncle." Chen Dong laughed heartily. Tian Xiaoyu's pitiful expression amused him. "Xiaoyu, we didn't know before, but now we can learn to plant vegetables. Anyway, we have several bags of seeds, enough to squander learning how to plant them." Tian Xiaoyu nodded, but then felt somewhat unconvinced. "What do you mean by squander? Planting vegetables is such a simple task. I can figure it out after a bit of experimentation." Chen Dong shrugged without saying anything, but his expression said it all. Tian Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and pulled Xianqi to form an alliance. "Anqi, let's plant vegetables together. If we succeed, we won't let Chen Dong eat any, making him watch fresh vegetables with envy." Xianqi nodded eagerly in agreement. Chen Dong watched as the two girls quickly sidelined him, with just a few words, pondering. Could it be that during this time he had lost his authority as leader in front of them? Chen Dong did not back down either, and said with a light snort, "All right, let's have a competition to see who can grow fresh fruits and vegetables first. The loser must agree to any condition from the winner. What do you think? Are you two up for it?" Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu dismissed it, patting their chests to show their confidence. "Why wouldn't we dare? Just wait for you to help us wash clothes for a week." Chen Dong chuckled. "Let's see then. I'm the planting champion, you two just wait to lose." He showed no signs of embarrassment. In other respects, he could indeed be considered a planting champion, just that nothing had sprouted so far. To make space for planting these seeds and growing fresh fruits and vegetables, Chen Dong specifically collected a lot of fresh and fertile soil from the wild. Then he filled a foam box with soil and seeds, placing it in the courtyard and on the rooftop terrace. Due to their lack of planting experience during their first attempt, they placed the seeds too densely, resulting in no growth for a long time. Initially, Chen Dong thought it was due to the strong sunlight, so he diligently watered them, hoping for germination. Until he discovered that the seeds had rotted from being soaked and had not sprouted, he attempted to take out the seeds and replant them. This time, Chen Dong was not learning from the unsuccessful experience of the last attempt. He had no clue why the seeds had not changed and assumed he had overwatered and drowned them. Under the blazing sun, Chen Dong, wearing a straw hat, carefully buried the seeds in the soil, murmuring, "Sprout quickly, grow quickly." To encourage the seeds to sprout quickly, Chen Dong directly mixed fertilizer into the soil before placing the seeds. Although he felt that this rough planting method seemed somewhat wrong, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Moreover, he himself didn't know how to plant. He might as well just go for it and raise them however he could. Perhaps they would sprout after all. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu felt the same. Although they didn't scatter a handful of seeds like Chen Dong, they placed one seed in each foam box. Logically speaking, that ample space should be enough for the seeds to grow and sprout. However, they made the same mistake as Chen Dong, watering too much. The two stood in front of the foam boxes planted with vegetable seeds in the courtyard, looking at each other in confusion, seemingly not understanding why the seeds in the boxes had not sprouted for several days. What on earth was the reason? Xianqi looked at Tian Xiaoyu, who was frowning in silence, and said, "Xiaoyu, did we do something wrong? Why hasn't it sprouted after so many days? Logically, a fresh seed should sprout within a few days." Could it be that our seed is dead? Tian Xiaoyu pursed her lips, her face filled with doubt. It shouldn't be dead, right? The seeds Chen Dong gave us definitely aren't dead. After all, they came from a supply box. Xianxi pondered for a moment and said, that doesn't make sense. We've watered them so many times every day, morning, noon, and night, and the sunlight in the yard is sufficient. How could we have killed them? Tian Xiaoyu clasped her hands together with a serious expression, saying, I know. It must be because we didn't use enough fertilizer. Xianxi, surprised, pointed at the foam box filled with fertilizer, somewhat unconvinced. Can we really have used too little? We've already put in half a bag. This seems like too much. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head confidently, saying, Anshi, we were just thinking too conventionally. Think about it, if we didn't need a lot of chemical fertilizer for composting, how long would it take to use up a whole bag? So we definitely need to use more fertilizer to give the seeds plenty of nutrients. Xianxi was persuaded by Tian Xiaoyu's serious analysis and nodded instinctively. All right, let's pour the fertilizer into the foam box together. Tian Xiaoyu said with a smile, okay. The two girls excitedly covered the seeds with most of the fertilizer, eagerly anticipating their sprouting and growth. At this moment, Chen Dong had already walked from the rooftop terrace to the yard. He pretended to be nonchalant, but in reality, he wanted to see how Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu were planting and gather some intelligence. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu had just finished sprinkling fertilizer on the seeds when they saw Chen Dong approaching, blocking the foam box. Xianxi refused, saying, Chen Dong, no way. We are in a competition now, and what you're doing is cheating. Chen Dong scratched his head. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Just don't suffocate the seeds. I already saw from upstairs that covering the seeds with so much fertilizer won't work. Tian Xiaoyu snorted dismissively. You don't understand, it takes plenty of nutrients for them to sprout. Chen Dong couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyu, your image as a school flower and academic star is collapsing a bit. Hearing Chen Dong's muttering, Tian Xiaoyu clearly noticed the faintly bulging veins on her forehead. Grinding her teeth, yet still smiling brightly, she said slowly, Anyway, I'm an art student. I don't understand agricultural planting, so I can't talk about my image collapsing. But you, Chen Dong, claim to be a planting model. If you don't grow any vegetables or fruits, that would be quite embarrassing. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, looking disdainful. It seems that unless I show some real skills, you two are really taking my words lightly. Facing the provocation, neither side was willing to back down. But only they knew what they were truly thinking. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu were filled with confidence, waiting for the seeds they planted to sprout and bear fruit, hoping to flaunt their fresh vegetables in front of Chen Dong and make him envious. However, if Chen Dong was willing to bet and accept defeat, they could consider giving him an apple. That night, lying in bed, Chen Dong thought, damn, it's been 2 days, and there's still no sprout. It can't really be that I can't grow them right. I boasted earlier that if I lost, I would help the two girls wash clothes. That would be quite embarrassing. After another 2 days, as part of his morning routine, Chen Dong went to the rooftop terrace to water the seeds. He had somewhat given up. No matter what he did, the seeds wouldn't sprout. He simply watered them twice a day and sprinkled a bit of fertilizer, leaving them to their own devices. Chen Dong carried a small watering can to the foam box. A flash of green in the box made him momentarily dazed. They actually sprouted. The seeds, raised with a carefree approach, surprisingly sprouted. Chen Dong quickly ran to the other foam boxes to check the other varieties of vegetable seeds. All had green sprouts emerging, full of vitality. Chen Dong gently touched these precious little lives in a post-apocalyptic world, grinning foolishly. This touch of vibrant green lifted his spirits. Unlike the yellowish and dark green of the old trees and withered grass in the apocalyptic world, this new life shone with fresh, lustrous light under the sun. In the following days, the green sprouts quickly grew, developing small branches. The seeds in these supply boxes seemed somewhat different. Since sprouting, they had been growing at an astonishing speed. In just a few days, he had already harvested the first batch of fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Xianxi and the other seeds still showed no signs of life. This planting competition ended with Chen Dong's victory. That night, while eating the fresh vegetables that Chen Dong had planted, Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu felt embarrassed, but still asked Chen Dong to state his conditions. However, Chen Dong was not in a hurry and planned to save it for later use. He needed to establish a planting area, and later he would need to move these foam boxes to the underground fortress. Everything he did was meaningful. A meteor shower was about to arrive, and they did not have many vegetable and fruit cans on hand. Even with sufficient staple foods and meats, the human body requires various vitamins, minerals, and fibers. If the meteor shower continued for a long time, and the vegetable and fruit cans were exhausted, and there was no way to go out and gather supplies, not supplementing various elements would also harm the body in the long run. Therefore, growing fresh vegetables and fruits was extremely necessary for them. Hastening to plant fresh vegetables and fruits before the meteor shower arrived, due to the special nature of these seeds, Chen Dong and the others had already harvested 2 to 3 rounds of fruit, stockpiling quite a bit. Having resolved the issue of vegetables, the next concern was the defense of the villa. Recently, after experiencing that ambush, Chen Dong felt a strong sense of crisis. He planned to take this opportunity to upgrade the automatic defense system before the meteor shower arrived. Fortunately, he had already acquired the laser defense device and the automated Gatling gun. These 2 items might not seem useful in the hands of others for now. However, in Chen Dong's hands, they were a perfect enhancement. The first step was to integrate these 2 items into the automatic defense system. However, at present, many survivors, even those at the police station, had yet to obtain them. Chen Dong was unique in this regard. Upgrading the automatic defense system required a cooldown period of 1 day, and he had previously refrained from upgrading. After all, constantly venturing out to gather resources meant he had to guard against other survivors invading during this downtime. As a result, survivors did indeed invade. Although the automatic defense system was not in cooldown, Chen Dong realized that the current system was somewhat outdated. Survivors now wielded modern firearms that sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Handguns were increasingly common weapons. In light of this situation, it was surreal that Chen Dong's automatic defense system was still equipped with crossbows and flintlocks. Moreover, Chen Dong noticed that even with invading survivors dressed in combat gear and wielding an UMP-9 submachine gun complemented by Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu assisting with handguns, the automatic defense system's lackluster defenses seemed unnecessary. It must be upgraded. This matter could not be delayed any longer. The survivors from the Fox and Iron Arm group had just been wiped out by Chen Dong, and now was the perfect time to upgrade while their fears still lingered. Chen Dong opened the intelligent assistant of the shelter. The system-equipped shelter assistant emerged from his personal interface, asking in a mechanical female voice, "Dear Master, how may I assist you?" Chen Dong opened the status bar for the barrier wall and clicked to add materials for the upgrade. Upgrade barrier wall. Do you need to inject materials for the upgrade? Chen Dong continued to click and then added S-alloy. The system prompted, "Dear Master, S-alloy materials are special. Upgrading the barrier wall will require a large amount of S-alloy and the upgrade may fail. Do you wish to continue?" Without hesitation, Chen Dong clicked yes. Materials required for barrier wall upgrade, S-alloy, 24,950. Upgrade failed. Chen Dong was stunned. He watched the red box pop up from the system indicating that the barrier wall upgrade had failed, and he had lost 50 pieces of S-alloy from his backpack. Hiss! Chen Dong inhaled sharply. He couldn't believe that upgrading the barrier wall could actually fail. He opened the intelligent assistant and asked assistant, "What is the success rate for upgrading the barrier wall?" The intelligent assistant immediately replied, "Dear Master, I am sorry, but I cannot disclose the success rate for upgrades. If you fail, please try again." Chen Dong gritted his teeth and cursed the system for being a swindler. You really know how to play the game. With the scarcity of S-alloy, you still make it possible to fail the upgrade and do not disclose the success rate. This move is learned from some penguin company, isn't it? The intelligent assistant did not respond. After all, it wasn't truly intelligent and could only reply to preset questions. Chen Dong clicked to upgrade again, refusing to back down. I don't believe it. Failing the first time means failing the second time as well. Let's do this. Upgrade of the barrier wall failed. Chen Dong looked at the S-alloy in his backpack, which had already decreased by 100 pieces. It felt like throwing money into water. Nothing happened, yet everything had changed. Chen Dong pressed his lips together. Now the S-alloy in his possession could only support 2 upgrades. If he couldn't succeed in upgrading this time, it would truly be a waste. However, the barrier wall absolutely needed to be upgraded. Currently, the barrier wall was merely a solid wall made of a mix of concrete and steel. Though hard, Chen Dong dared not guarantee that it wouldn't be broken by the meteor shower. Chen Dong gritted his teeth again. There's no way a gambler loses all the time. Upgrade of the barrier wall successful. S-alloy wall upgrade completed. It worked. Chen Dong couldn't help but nod vigorously, cursing under his breath a few times before exhaling deeply. No more gambling. With the S-alloy wall upgrade completed, the entire surface of the original barrier wall was covered with S-alloy, absorbing light under the sun without being ostentatious, retaining its original frosted silver texture. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Chen Dong could only comfort himself in his heart. He then asked the intelligent assistant, will there be a failure rate for future upgrades of S-alloy equipment? The intelligent assistant replied in its gentle mechanical voice, "Dear Master, upgrading S-alloy equipment will not fail. The reason for the failure of the barrier wall upgrade is due to the significant resource consumption, which results in a failure rate. Of course, you can also opt for a guaranteed upgrade." Chen Dong was confused. He hadn't heard of a guaranteed upgrade before. What is a guaranteed upgrade? Then the intelligent assistant listed the guaranteed materials for the barrier wall upgrade. Chen Dong exclaimed in admiration. The guaranteed upgrade for the barrier wall only required 120 pieces of S-alloy. He had spent 150 pieces of S-alloy to succeed in the upgrade. He had even forgotten the way home. Knowing that he had been tricked by the system, Chen Dong felt helpless. All right, I understand now. You can go. The intelligent assistant replied, okay, master. Chen Dong adjusted his frustrated state and continued to upgrade the automatic defense system. Compared to the barrier wall, this upgrade was much easier. Chen Dong opened the panel for the automatic defense system and clicked the upgrade button. Would you like to upgrade the automatic defense system? Yes, please insert the equipment for upgrading the automatic defense system. A pop-up panel appeared for upgrading, displaying numerous pieces of equipment, all of which could be used for this upgrade. Chen Dong glanced at those various pieces of equipment that would have the opportunity to further upgrade the automatic defense system in the future, feeling excited. If all these diverse pieces of equipment were equipped and upgraded to the automatic defense system, it would truly be as solid as a fortress. Chen Dong found the laser defense device and the automated Gatling gun, clicking to add these two pieces of equipment he already possessed. Upgrade. Automatic defense system upgrade successful. Cooldown period countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. No unforeseen complications arose. Unlike the Saloy wall upgrade, and Chen Dong effortlessly completed the upgrade of the automated defense armament system, entering its pre-established cooldown phase. All that remained was to await the system's full activation and observe its enhanced capabilities. Meanwhile, Chen Dong retrieved his combat suit and attempted to upgrade it using Saloy. He discovered, however, that the suit's upgrade remained incomplete. Saloy was merely one required component. Additional alloys were also necessary. Chen Dong removed the matte silver combat suit encased in Saloy, and for the first time realized it might accompany him far longer than he had ever imagined. If upgraded with multiple advanced alloys in the future, might this suit truly grant him the ability to soar into the heavens or plunge into the ocean depths? Chen Dong speculated boldly, his heart stirring with quiet awe. Once the upgrade concluded, the three began systematically relocating supplies and furniture from the surface villa into the underground bunker. Yet Tian Xiaoyu's movements seemed strangely stiff. Her expression too appeared oddly strained, as though she were suppressing something with great effort. Chen Dong studied her closely for several moments before suddenly exclaiming in alarm, "Damn it, Xiaoyu, you're bleeding." The words hung in the air. Silence fell instantly. "What are you even talking about?" Tian Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson, and she bolted from the room without another word, leaving an awkward stillness behind. Chen Dong rubbed his nose only, then belatedly grasping the situation. After all, every woman has those few days each month. The next day, the automated defense armament system completed its upgrade. Chen Dong surveyed the newly installed laser rifles and humming blue-flamed Gatling guns, replacing the former crossbows and flintlock cannons, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. He even found himself half hoping some reckless survivor would appear uninvited, serving as a willing if unwitting quality tester to verify the system's upgraded lethality. Next, Chen Dong opened his daily mail to see what infinite supplies had arrived. Sanitary pads. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For several days prior, the deliveries had consisted solely of cosmetics, foundation, concealer, essence serums, designed for women. Now came sanitary pads, yet ironically perfectly timed. Tian Xiaoyu could use them immediately, if Xianxi would soon need them as well, and reselling a portion would undoubtedly benefit countless women across the wasteland. Meanwhile, part of the Saloy stock had been traded for mechanical grappling hooks, parachutes, and specialized hemostatic agents. The meteor shower disaster warning had dramatically accelerated the escalation of survivors' supply tiers. Not long ago, people risked their lives for mere cold weapons or scraps of bread and milk. Now high-tier supply crates emerged in rapid succession. A nearby survivor team recently secured a platinum-grade supply crate, inside which they found an armored vehicle. For them, it was a quantum leap in combat power. Eager to test it, they launched sudden assaults on rival groups, and thrilled to discover the armored vehicle moved through enemy strongholds like a phantom through empty halls. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off its hull, leaving not even a scratch. It barreled into enemy bases, crushing barricades and structures alike before its crew leisurely disembarked to finish off resistance and seize spoils. The team soon flaunted its dominance, adopting the imposing name Dongxing, Eastern Star. Other groups grew wary of the armored vehicle and avoided provoking them unnecessarily. Yet Dongxing, riding high on momentum, refused to miss such a golden opportunity for expansion. They issued formal notices to neighboring survivor teams demanding unconditional integration into their ranks. Those who resisted the notice declared would be crushed by iron-fisted force. Weaker, under-resourced teams either submitted reluctantly or fled under cover of night. Some teams, confident in their own strength, tore up Dongxing's notice outright, dismissing it with contempt. Within hours, however, Dongxing's armored vehicle stormed their camp and suppressed them in brutal, bloody fashion. In the wake of these actions, Dongxing's reputation soared. Chen Dong, too, received their invitation. Upon reading its abrupt, imperious contents, he couldn't suppress a wry chuckle. It was less a letter than a decree. Dongxing boasted of its abundant resources, the invincibility of its armored vehicle, and the elite caliber of its members. It concluded with a demand that Chen Dong join them, adding with thinly veiled threat that they preferred to avoid armed confrontation. As Chen Dong tore the letter apart, he mused aloud, "Have I truly displayed too little strength? Why do these fools keep lining up to challenge me?" In return, he sent his own reply. With a single bold stroke of his brush, he inscribed only 2 characters, "Fool." Then he handed the note to the messenger waiting outside the wall, instructing him to deliver it back. Upon receiving Chen Dong's response, Simu, the leader of Dongxing, exploded in fury, sweeping everything from his desk onto the floor in a violent gesture. "00086, I'll shove it where the sun doesn't shine." Simu roared, his rage refusing to subside. He had long believed his armored vehicle placed Dongxing on equal footing with the legendary 10,086. Indeed, he'd envisioned absorbing 10,086 into his own ranks. To be rejected outright, so brazenly, was intolerable. Did Chen Dong truly think Dongxing was comparable to the ragtag bands of Fox or Iron Arm? They wielded firearms, and now an armored vehicle. That 10086 dared defy him so arrogantly was utterly unforgivable. After a moment's pause, Simu's mind sharpened with resolve. He would seize 10,080 SIXS supplies. Instantly, he summoned his female secretary and commanded, "Issue orders to all members. Prepare for action. After lunch, we'll smash through 10,080 SIXS wall, drag him out, and parade him through the streets." The secretary bowed respectfully and departed. She relayed the command to every member. After lunch, Simu strode from his quarters onto the staircase, gazing down upon his assembled followers, standing rigid and expectant, his chest swelling with triumph. "Brothers, just now 10086 rejected Dongxing's offer and called us fools. Can you bear it?" Dongxing's members roared in unison, "No." Simu pressed further, "Then should we swallow this insult?" Their faces flushed deep red as they bellowed again, "No." A slow smile spread across Simu's face, then hardened into grim determination. With a sharp crack, he slammed his palm onto the stair railing. "Then shall we reclaim our honor?" The crowd erupted once more. "Yes. Yes." Simu nodded, deeply satisfied with his men's fervor. He lowered his voice, his tone hoarse, yet piercing. "So, how shall we reclaim our honor?" Dongxing's members raised their firearms high above their heads. "Kill 10086. Kill 10086. Simu threw back his head and laughed, a rich booming sound. "Excellent. Full of spirit. Brothers, we depart now. Whoever severs 10,080 SIXS head will receive 20 gene of rice and bottled water. My word is law. Where there is heavy money, there will always be bold men." Dongxing's henchmen bristled with eagerness, jostling for space. The armored vehicle could not hold them all, so a number of them went ahead on foot, and the entire force thundered toward the villa where Chen Dong lived. On the rooftop terrace, Chen Dong was tending the fruits and vegetables with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, watering and fertilizing without noticing that Dongxing's column was closing in on them. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoyu heard the roar of the armored vehicle's engine. She rose, rubbed her aching waist from bending so long to water the plants, and glanced toward Dongxing's direction. When she looked closely, she saw a group of armed men bearing down on them, plainly intent on assault. She hurriedly called out, "Chen Dong, that Dongxing. It looks like they're about to attack us." Situ from atop the armored vehicle spotted Chen Dong, standing, drew a pistol. At that distance, he could make the shot. Bang! Bang! "Careful!" Tian Xiaoyu shoved Chen Dong aside with a fierce motion. Then she clutched her abdomen and collapsed to the ground. She had been hit. Situ's marksmanship was far from poor. From that range, he scored a direct hit. Chen Dong watched with eyes burning as Tian Xiaoyu took the bullet meant for him, fury tearing at his heart. He scooped Tian Xiaoyu up and called to Xia, and she hunched and fleeing from the rooftop terrace. They rushed back down into the underground bunker, Chen Dong's mind in chaos as he watched the blood that would not stop flowing. Xianqi said, "Lay Xiaoyu on the bed, while cast a skill." Carefully, Chen Dong laid Tian Xiaoyu on the mattress, his face grave, as he said, "Anqi, I'm counting on you." Xianqi nodded and activated healing. White light flickered from her right hand, covering the bullet wound on Tian Xiaoyu. With a softly spoken command, the light flared, surging with greater intensity. The bullet within Tian Xiaoyu's body slowly loosened and was drawn out. She gave a muffled groan. Healing did not dull pain. This was a bullet extraction performed without anesthesia. Xianqi wiped the sweat from Tian Xiaoyu's brow with her left hand. Though her heart ached, she offered encouragement, "Xiaoyu, hold on. It will be out soon. I believe in you." The pain blurred Tian Xiaoyu's consciousness, She clung to sheer willpower. The bullet eased free of flesh, and the wound began to knit. In the end, the skin smoothed as if untouched, not even a scar remained. Xianqi exhaled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. There, it's out. At that, Tian Xiaoyu's eyes fluttered and went black. She sank into unconsciousness. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned. Xianqi quickly reassured him, it's not serious, just exhaustion. She needs rest. She'll wake soon. Then we'll replenish some energy. Chen Dong nodded. Thank you, Anqi. Xianqi smiled on the team's medic. This is what I must do. I'll stay here with Xiaoyu. You go out and see what Dongxing's men intend. Be careful. The moment Chen Dong heard the name Dongxing, his face hardened. I was just thinking of settling accounts. Those bastards nearly killed Xiaoyu. That debt must be collected. Xianqi frowned. Don't be impulsive. Chen Dong smiled dismissively. Anqi, when have I ever been impulsive? Rest assured, I'll make every one of them pay. Cross me, Chen Dong, and they will regret it for the rest of their lives. With that, he rose and strode out of the bunker. He walked out of the courtyard step by step, already dressed in his combat armor. He gripped the Baoji Tang Dao, its blade glinted coldly, flashing a blinding light. By now, Situ and his men had driven the armored vehicle onto the large patch of ground before Chen Dong's villa, flaunting their power. The henchmen whistled as they watched Chen Dong stride slowly out from behind the Saoloi wall, faces full of disdain. One man scoffed. One guy. Is this a one-man hero movie? He was even wearing full body armor, like some sort of superhero. Could this rubbish really withstand an armored car collision? Dongxing's men laughed uproariously. Beneath his armor, Chen Dong emitted a low, cold snort. Do you know, he said, voice like iron, I have never been as angry as I am today. And you are the very cause of that anger. What should I do with you? A henchman who hadn't bothered to climb into the armored vehicle swaggered forward and sneered at Chen Dong, shaking his leg. Holy hell, I'm so scared. I want my mommy. Ha ha ha. 10086. You clearly haven't grasped the situation. You dare speak of dealing with us. Later, when we're done, you'll thank us for leaving you whole. Chen Dong slowly raised the Baoji Tang Dao and murmured to himself, dismemberment perhaps. Not a bad idea. Before the sentence finished, he launched forward like a projectile toward that henchman. The power in his legs erupted, his burst of speed outrunning the eye-blink reactions of Dongxing's men. Silent as a shadow, with a dull thud, a head rolled free. Chen Dong held the Baoji Tang Dao, still unblemished by blood, and kicked the severed head onto the armored vehicle. He said indifferently, so you only just realized. Your talk was all bravado. You illiterate fool. I hope you study hard in your next life. Situ stared at the head dripping blood against the armored vehicle's glass, his body trembling. A battle-hardened boss like Dongxing would not be cowed by a single head. He trembled with anger. To have so badly underestimated 10,086. To dare kill one of his men in front of him. A slap to the face. Situ roared from within the armored vehicle, all of you move in. Use your weapons. Shoot him. Dongxing's henchmen, shaken from their earlier fright, recovered and opened fire. Bullets peppered the air with metallic clatter. Chen Dong could even detect a faint, almost musical resonance in his own combat suit. The bullets joined that sound, playing against the armor as they struck. Though the rounds could not pierce the Saoloi suit, they still insisted on making noise, testifying to the effort they expended on his armor. Chen Dong strolled forward toward the henchmen clustered outside the armored vehicle, raising the Baoji Tang Dao high. With a curved stroke, he severed an arm. One henchman wailed on the ground as blood fountained. Annoying noise, Chen Dong said coldly as he drove the blade straight down. The arm's owner's scream was cut short in an instant. Chen Dong had pierced the man's throat. He moved on to his next target, but was suddenly struck and sent flying by the armored vehicle. Situ was at the wheel, stomping the accelerator and charging. Die, you bastard. Chen Dong had not yet fully risen when the vehicle slammed him into the Saoloi wall. The violent impact forced blood to the corner of his mouth. The armored vehicle reversed, preparing for another ramming assault. Chen Dong, of course, would not wait passively for doom. Seizing the space left by the vehicle's retreat, he swiftly sidestepped and dashed straight toward the group of Dongxing underlings. The underlings fired frantically, yet not a single second slowed Chen Dong's advance. By the time their magazines ran dry, discarding their pistols to flee was already too late. Chen Dong caught up with one underling and delivered a crushing blow to the back of his skull. The man's eyes rolled upward in agony, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Dong seized the underling's ankle and dragged him slowly toward himself. Even as consciousness faded, the man still tried to crawl forward, desperate to escape. A sickening crack echoed. The underling screamed in excruciating pain. His left leg snapped at a grotesque, unnatural angle. From beneath Chen Dong's combat suit came a low metallic chuckle. Does it hurt? Good, it should. Chen Dong pressed down hard with his boot. The underling's skull shattered instantly. Next, Chen Dong lifted his gaze toward the remaining Dongxing underlings, now trembling pale with terror. Which one shall I choose first? One underling could bear it no longer. Damn it, I'm done. Who's the real triad thug here? Him or me? He turned and fled. BRRT, BRRT, BRRT. In an instant he crumpled into a pool of blood. Chen Dong raised his UMP-9 submachine gun and spoke calmly. Now. Running away isn't allowed. Not at all, huh? Every Dongxing member shuddered violently. This wasn't a man. He was a blood-maddened demon. Situ hesitated, swallowing hard, as he sat gripping the armored vehicle's steering wheel. Damn fool. How utterly deranged. His female secretary adjusted her glasses beside him, her voice tight. With worry, boss, should we withdraw? Situ slapped her across the face, hard. A vivid red handprint bloomed instantly on her cheek. Withdraw? The word doesn't exist in Dongxing's dictionary. Either he dies, or we do. That's all. If you utter another useless word, I'll cut you down myself. The secretary bit her lips silent. Situ's gaze turned icy. He reoriented the armored vehicle and charged forward once more toward Chen Dong. Situ gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes burning crimson as he floored the accelerator. This amphibious armored vehicle, weighing several tons, surged forward at over 100 kilometers per hour. Even clad in his combat suit, Chen Dong faced lethal danger from such a collision's impact force. He relied solely on his agility, dodging, weaving, and exploiting blind spots during the vehicle's turns to evade the crushing onslaught. The Dongxing underlings watched briefly, then without hesitation turned and fled. Chen Dong seized the brief window created by the armored vehicle's sluggish turning radius and opened fire with his UMP-9. Flesh and blood underlings stood no chance. They fell in droves. Too slow to outrun him, too weak to overpower him. Only death awaited them. Situ's eyes had long since turned bloodshot. Obsessed with killing Chen Dong, he abandoned all restraint. Even friend or foe meant nothing now. Just as Chen Dong closed in on fleeing underlings, Situ rammed the armored vehicle headlong into them. Chen Dong evaded the impact with fluid grace, but Situ crushed his own underling beneath the vehicle's treads, splattering brain matter across the asphalt. Situ didn't flinch. All he wanted was Chen Dong's death, 10,080 SIXS death. After sending his underling to the underworld, he muttered softly, Bing Zai. You rest easy. Brother will avenge you by killing 10,086. In our next life, we'll still be brothers. When Situ finally registered what had happened, the open expanse before the villa lay thick with his fallen men, many reduced to unrecognizable pulp beneath his own treads. And there stood Chen Dong, unharmed, unwavering, directly before him. Boss, we're going in. Several underlings inside the armored vehicle urged Situ to engage. There were only 5 or 6 people inside. The driver, Situ, his secretary, and the core enforcers of Dongxing. Situ nodded grimly and handed them several grenades. Along, I trust you. Go. Along nodded solemnly, then led his men out of the vehicle. They wore bulletproof vests and helmets, gear Chen Dong had yet to acquire. Clearly Dongxing still possessed hidden reserves. Along and his men opened fire with pistols, but their shots proved futile. Once their ammunition ran out, they drew cold steel, brutal razor-sharp broadswords. Chen Dong holstered his UMP-9 and unsheathed his impact tang sword. He savored the visceral thrill of blade meeting flesh. Compared to distant gunfire, close-quarters steel combat ignited his blood like wildfire. Along and his men surged forward, swinging their swords in furious horizontal slashes from multiple angles. Yet Chen Dong remained utterly calm, unshaken. He lunged forward, not with technique, but raw, brutal thrust. A wet, tearing sound. The impact tang sword pierced Along's abdomen. Chen Dong twisted the blade sharply, then wrenched it free. Along dropped like a felled tree. Chen Dong slashed throats and pierced hearts in swift succession. The last elite enforcers of Dongxing lay motionless upon the ground. One underling gasped his final words, relying on that armor doesn't count as real skill. Chen Dong, who had spoken not a word throughout the entire battle, offered a faint detached smile upon hearing the accusation. Skill. Possessing this suit is my skill. If I refuse to use it against you, would that make me foolish? The underling's eyes bulged wide. He tried to speak again, but Chen Dong, weary of his noise, stomped hard on his windpipe, silencing him forever. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle spun around and sped off. Chen Dong let out a cold laugh, retrieved his Jetta, and slid into the driver's seat to give chase. Running. Do you truly believe you can escape? Dongxing was finished. To stay would be sheer idiocy. Situ slammed the accelerator, desperate to shake off Chen Dong. But Chen Dong drove a sedan, a vehicle inherently faster than the armored behemoth. Shaking him off was pure fantasy. Still, Chen Dong made no haste. He held steady pace, tailing the armored vehicle closely, curious to see where Situ would flee. Situ now drowned in bitter regret. Why provoke anyone, but especially 10,086? So many warnings had come before, and yet he'd learned nothing. Wretched fool. Situ pounded the steering wheel as he drove. He'd believed the armored vehicle his ultimate safeguard, only to find it had become little more than a tool of flight. Its heavy frame now weighed upon him, more burden than advantage. Situ didn't know who the woman he'd shot was, but he suspected she must mean everything to 10,086. Otherwise, why would 10086 have stormed forth from the Saloy wall without hesitation, immediately unleashing slaughter? He knew, beyond doubt, that reconciliation with 10086 was impossible. There was only one path forward onward at any cost. The armored vehicle barreled onto the highway leading into the zombie-infested zone. Situ gambled, hoping 10,086 would abandon pursuit, fearing the undead. But when 10086 followed without pause, Situ's heart chilled. Worse still, the fuel gauge flickered ominously. The tank was nearly empty. Situ's inner turmoil surged. Damn it, nearly 90 liters per 100 kilometers. I'd rather drive a coal-powered tank. He simply didn't possess enough diesel to sustain the fuel-hungry amphibious armored vehicle. That was precisely why he had long confined his raids to the Villa district, dominating its periphery, seizing supplies. Venturing farther was impossible. His diesel reserves could not carry the armored vehicle beyond those limits. The armored vehicle ground to a halt, its fuel tank utterly drained. Chen Dong eased it to a stop, stepped down, and strode toward the vehicle's entrance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chen Dong withdrew a saw and began grinding with deliberate, unhurried precision. Time was not in short supply. Bang! A gunshot cracked sharply from within the armored vehicle. Chen Dong did not pause. He murmured softly, almost to himself, could it be suicide? Moments later, however, the armored door swung open, of its own accord. The female secretary emerged, her face streaked with blood, dragging Situ's lifeless body behind her. A sycophantic smile twisted across her lips. I've killed Situ. Will you spare my life? I'll be your dog, your toy, anything you wish. Chen Dong offered a faint detached smile. Very well. Your life is spared. Then he retracted the armored vehicle. He left behind the secretary, stunned, hollow-eyed, and the shambling undead, drawn ever closer by the scent of blood. After the chaos wrought by Fox Iron Arm and Dongxing, the Villa district had reverted to its original desolation. Only Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Tian Xiaoyu remained as residents. Initially, after Chen Dong eradicated Fox and Iron Arm, other small factions had still lingered in the area. But Dongxing, wielding the armored vehicle as both shield and scourge, coerced or intimidated every unaligned group into flight, leaving the Villa district under penalty of death. Then Dongxing launched an assault against Chen Dong, only to suffer total annihilation. The Villa district thus emptied further still. With Dongxing eliminated, the most valuable spoils were naturally the armored vehicle itself, and several sets of bulletproof vests and helmets. Back at the Villa, Chen Dong immediately issued one full set to each of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He himself wore a combat suit, and held no particular desire for such gear. From the outset, his sole intention had been to equip them. Though Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had ascended in rank and enhanced their physical prowess, they remained flesh-and-blood mortals, unlike Chen Dong, whose combat suit offered full-body protection. Chen Dong urgently sought protective gear for them, yet such equipment was exceedingly scarce, and none had been found until now. Tian Xiaoyu's recent injury served as stark, sobering proof of its vital importance. Fortunately, this time yielded ample bulletproof vests and helmets from Dongxing's cache, granting both women a newfound measure of security. They donned the gear. The form-fitting armor did not burden their figures, but instead accentuated a fierce, untamed grace. Xianqi approached Chen Dong, turned slowly before him, tilted her head slightly, and gazed up with quiet, hopeful anticipation. Do I look good? Tian Xiaoyu, equally outfitted, glided soundlessly to stand just behind Xianqi, hands clasped tightly behind her back, fingers twisting nervously, eyes locked intently on Chen Dong. Chen Dong's gaze flickered, soft, unreadable, as he met their fervent, expectant stares. Then with effortless ease he smiled. Of course you do. How could you not? If you streamed live, legions of devoted fans would flood the chat with 666 and shower you with virtual rockets. Xianqi's face lit with delight, then swiftly fell into a playful pout. I'd never stream for anyone else. I only perform for you. Tian Xiaoyu nodded beside her, voice gentle yet earnest. I have no interest in streaming for strangers. I'd rather show myself to you, Chen Dong. Chen Dong could only chuckle, speechless at their candor. You too. Why must these vests and helmets be worn only for me? You'll need them when venturing out to gather supplies. Honestly, two silly girls. He lifted a hand to his chin thoughtfully, then shifted topics abruptly. Still, the system recently launched a live streaming interface. It's become quite lively. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, poised to protest, paused instead, drawn in by his mention of the new broadcast feature, and shared their own reflections. Lately, they had indeed followed the system's newly opened platform, a live streaming hub for survivors. Xianqi shook her head. I can't fathom the system's purpose in launching this. Is it merely an outlet for survivors' pent-up emotions amid the apocalypse? Yet most streams consist of idle chatter, or worse, vulgar, degrading content. There's little sense in watching any of it. Tian Xiaoyu smiled gently. Anshi, how could apocalyptic live streams compare to what we watched before? Everything here is raw, unprecedented. Every moment holds novelty. Perhaps the system intends to foster deeper connection among survivors. Speaking while watching real-time comments does soften the distance, makes us feel less isolated. As Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu spoke, Chen Dong opened the live streaming channel. It bore no categorized sections, no content restrictions, no moderation. To him, it felt eerily akin to the dark web platforms he'd once heard whispered about online. Unregulated, unfiltered. Its name was Stark Unadorned Apocalypse Live. Without governance or guardrails, the streams ran rampant, ranging from grotesque Russian roulette broadcasts and grisly real-time zombie dissections to warm, ordinary domestic conversations. Chen Dong scrolled past the restricted tier content, his attention arrested instead by two young women. Though unremarkable in conventional beauty, they radiated an irrepressible sunlit vitality. They were introducing their team's shelter live on air. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu instantly fell silent, ears pricked, listening intently to the voices drifting from the stream. They edged closer to Chen Dong. Xianxi feigned indignation. Oh, so you've been secretly watching beautiful streamers behind our backs. Do we fall short in your eyes? Chen Dong sighed wryly, turning the screen toward them with helpless amusement. What nonsense. You two outshine them effortlessly. I'm merely curious about their content. Tian Xiaoyu laughed softly. Since when did you grow so silver-tongued, Chen Dong? Who knew? Chen Dong, flustered by their dual teasing, threw up his hands. I speak only truth, enough banter. Come, both of you, gather round. Let's watch together. Chen Dong pulled Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu to sit beside him, and they began to watch the live stream together. In the live broadcast room, the two girls were enthusiastically introducing their shelter to the viewers. One of the girls, wearing glasses and exuding an artistic youth vibe, spoke to the camera. Dear survivors, my name is Huan, and this is my sister Qian. In tonight's live stream, we will introduce the newly established shelter of our team. Right now, we are sitting on the sofa in the underground fortress. Everyone look at the size of our underground fortress. Then Huan turned the camera to show the entire underground fortress, allowing the viewers in the live room to see it clearly. I must say this underground fortress is quite large. Chen Dong even felt that it was bigger than the one they built beneath their villa. I don't know where they found such a large construction base. However, the decoration of this underground fortress is not elaborate. It has a distinctly industrial style and is an unfinished space. The alloy walls are exposed, and there are no tiles laid on the floor. As Huan walked while live streaming, one could even see the dust being stirred up. This underground fortress has quite a few residents. Unlike Chen Dong and his group, who can comfortably live in one room, at most Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu are together. The scene captured by Huan's live stream resembles a collective dormitory from Chen Dong's school days. 4 to 5 bunk beds fill a room that is not too big, housing 8 to 10 survivors. Huan entered a room and prompted a few burly men who were eating to greet the live stream. With mouths full, although reluctant, they waved at the viewers in a perfunctory manner. Then they continued to devour their food. The audience in the live stream watched closely. These men were eating quite a lot with meat, eggs, and rice. Is the food supply in this underground fortress that good? Many survivors in the live stream's comment section expressed their desire to know what conditions are required to join their shelter. User 563563. Huan dear, I want to join your shelter. Are there any requirements? User 856445. While the previous comment is too greasy, I'm disgusted. User 235557. Huan, I'm quite interested in your underground fortress. I'm a solo survivor. Can I join you? User 754035. I'm also a solo survivor, and I can't build an underground fortress myself. Can I just crash there? Not to freeload. I can work. The barrage was lively, with many expressing strong interest in joining their underground fortress. This was precisely Huan's aim. After glancing at the comments, Huan smiled and said, I just looked at everyone's comments, and many are asking if we still need people in our underground fortress and what the conditions are. Here, let me explain. We still have a lot of space with 4 or 5 rooms available, so we can accommodate dozens more people at least. Additionally, our team doesn't have any entry barriers. As long as you have the ability to work, we welcome you. Here, as long as everyone puts in the effort to build together, we can all share the meals. Chen Dong listened with a slight frown. This model sounded so familiar. However, he didn't dwell on it and kept his thoughts to himself. Once Huan finished explaining, a flood of comments appeared. Many survivors signed up wanting to join their shelter. Many were also sending gifts like bottles of water and pieces of bread, trying to stand out among numerous competitors. Following closely beside Huan and keeping an eye on the live stream dynamics. Her sister, Chen smiled as she read out the names of those who sent gifts. Thank you very much to I want to join your shelter for sending a barrel of purified water. The boss is generous and I wish the boss good health. Alright, we've seen your message. Please DM us later. There were also some rather embarrassing usernames in the live stream. Chen hesitated for a moment, but continued to read. And this one, thank you for the 10 grilled sausages from Huan Chen, I want them all. The gifts in the post-apocalyptic live stream were somewhat different from those in the previous world. They were directly taken from Backpack's real material goods. Huan and Chen live stream reached the top of the popularity charts that night. Large numbers of survivors unable to build their own underground fortresses to cope with the meteor shower clamored to join their shelter, seeking a glimmer of hope. According to system data, the population in Chen Dong's district reached over 100,000. The villa area was located in the suburbs, giving it a desolate appearance. However, in reality, the sheriff and several other large teams had their bases stationed in densely populated areas, making them quite lively. Under such circumstances, many lone wolf-like survivors existed. They lacked the ability to build underground fortresses to face the meteor shower. With the countdown to death approaching, they had to find every possible way to survive. Huan and Chen during their live stream that night candidly stated that joining their underground fortress required no conditions at all. If any condition had to be stated, it was simply having the ability to work and being physically sound. Compared to other teams, this was practically no barrier at all. Teams like the sheriff's office and other large groups that owned underground fortresses required newcomers to pay a hefty sum of supplies as a sort of entrance fee. Once inside, resources were distributed based on labor. A points mechanism was also established. Each time survivors went out to gather supplies, those who collected more would earn points. After reaching a certain number of points, they would upgrade their internal rank and enjoy better living conditions and resources. In comparison, Huan and her team's shelter was simply a paradise. Naturally, it wasn't long before they filled up with survivors. In terms of numbers, they quickly became comparable to the sheriff's office and other top-tier teams. However, what Chen Dong favored more was the model of those large teams in the sheriff's office. In the initial phases of team establishment, distributing resources evenly might work, but it was not a wise choice. Clearly, the sheriff's office had also suffered losses in the past. Hence, they changed to a point system where those who worked more earned more. As long as one joined, there would be food. But if Zhang San worked more while Li Si worked less, they would end up with the same amount of food. Continuing down such a path is very dangerous. With the meteor shower approaching, if survivors created chaos due to uneven distribution of supplies, unless they were teams like the sheriff's office with strong military power to suppress it, it would only lead to chaos within the entire team, even causing it to disintegrate. Clearly, Huan and her group, who initially were a small team, did not possess such emergency capabilities. It is not the scarcity that is worrisome, but the inequality. Huan and her rapid success would inevitably lead to trouble. When Chen Dong tuned in to Huan's live stream again, chaos had already erupted in the broadcast room. Huan and Cici were too preoccupied to manage the stream, while the comment section swarmed with bewildered onlookers. What's going on? User 546347, what happened? I just joined. Anyone who knows the situation, please clarify. User 875484. I'm not sure either. I just arrived. User 648345. Well, I caught part of it earlier. Huan got into a heated argument with a man from the shelter, apparently over insufficient rations. People weren't getting enough to eat. User 673257. This isn't just a simple quarrel. The place is utter pandemonium. People are already forming factions and fighting outright. It's escalating toward full-blown, armed conflict. User 754734. Look, Huan's walking toward the camera. Looks like she's resolved it. The fighting stopped entirely. Huan stepped before the live camera, her expression deeply embarrassed as she offered repeated apologies. We sincerely apologize for exposing you all to such an undignified scene. The issue has been resolved. Please rest assured. As Huan and Cici resettled before the camera, viewers flooded the comment section with questions. User 854845. Huan, what exactly happened just now? Why did it suddenly erupt into mass shouting and chaos? User 675953. Was the argument about unequal distribution of supplies. User 845873. Whoa. Just now they looked ready to draw guns and shoot. That instigator, the burly man, is new. We've never seen him before. He even clashed with the elder brother who greeted us last time. Huan glanced at the comments, her expression tinged with bitterness. Truthfully, it wasn't a major issue. Our shelter was suddenly inundated with survivors, and our stockpiled supplies simply couldn't keep pace with consumption. Some people went hungry and emotions ran high. It's understandable. Still, fellow viewers needn't worry. We'll resolve this swiftly. Chen Dong scoffed coldly upon hearing this. Humph. If it were that easy, things would be settled already. And many others continued commenting in the stream. User 743756. Glad it's alright. Glad it's alright. User 623575. Still, I think your team's current model is fundamentally flawed. There are historical precedents to learn from. User 234657. Ahem. I'm from the precinct. I speak with some authority on this matter. We used to operate the same way, but once we expanded, too many opportunists slipped in, loafing, freeloading, doing nothing but sponging off the group. Eventually, the chief expelled them all from the base, leaving them to fend for themselves, and instituted a merit-based point system with labor-linked distribution. Honestly, Huan, you should reform your system now, while your team is still small enough to pivot without resistance. User 456342. Exactly. Equal distribution is unsustainable. While your newer survivors haven't yet entrenched themselves, revise your system decisively. Those unwilling to adapt can leave, no great loss. User 526334. Absolutely. Better to excise the problem early than let it metastasize into something incurable. And Huan read every comment carefully, sighed deeply, then rallied her composure. I've read all your suggestions, and I've reflected on them seriously. Indeed, we advanced too hastily. Moving forward, we will reform our allocation system and broadcast the entire process live. Please stay tuned. A viewer interjected in user 453673. That hulking newcomer who nearly started a brawl. He strikes me as untrustworthy. Be cautious. User 735474. Such destabilizing elements should be removed immediately. They're like ticking time bombs. User 865856. Exactly. That's precisely what I thought. Yet Huan merely smiled faintly, unconvinced. There's no need to overreact. He's not malicious. Just newly arrived, hungry, and emotionally overwhelmed. After all, we pledged that no one here would go unfed. Other team members have already calmed him down. He's compliant now, see. Heh. An as Huan spoke, a thunderous crash echoed from behind her. Gunfire followed. Inside the underground bunker, a faction of newly arrived survivors broke away from the group and opened fire with handguns. Many hadn't even entered alert status before falling, suddenly fatally struck. Huan's original team members collapsed one by one. At their head stood none other than the very unreliable newcomer mentioned earlier, the burly man. Now he strode toward Huan and CC, pistol in hand. Huan reached for her handgun inside her backpack, only to have the barrel pressed hard against her temple. If I were you, I wouldn't move. Huan and CC submitted helplessly, hands bound tightly behind their backs, faces etched with despair, every moment captured live on stream. All viewers watched in real time. Though now a captive, Huan remained composed. Deshawn, why are you doing this? Has our team wronged you these past 2 days? The burly man named Deshawn chuckled darkly. What do you think? Have you treated me fairly? And Huan hesitated. Have you? At those words, Deshawn seized her throat, his voice a venomous snarl. How could you ask that? I've worked harder than anyone since arriving. Today alone, I carried 1/3 of all the timber unloaded from that warehouse. And yet, I starve. Is that fair treatment? Huan faltered. I didn't know. And Deshawn roared, you don't know anything. The men behind me came here, trusting your reputation. Yet they shoulder the hardest, most exhausting labor while receiving the smallest rations. And you're still streaming live. Damn it. And Huan bit her lip, guilt-stricken. I'm sorry. I'll change the distribution system. And change it. Too late. From now on, I'm the leader. Deshawn laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with dangerous light. Huan tried to retreat, but his grip on her throat held her fast. Panic flared in her eyes. Deshawn, what are you going to do? And he turned his gaze toward the live camera. Some comments condemned him, but he ignored them all. What am I doing? Streaming live, of course. And this time it's for profit, real-time barter for supplies. And then with urgent precision, Deshawn repositioned the camera for optimal framing. Tears streamed down Huan's face as she pleaded, don't touch my sister. And Deshawn dismissed her with a derisive snort. Are you instructing me now? The heat in the live broadcast room increased. Deshawn, drenched in sweat, worked even harder as he watched the rising gifts. Many people also left the live stream, such as Chen Dong. With 2 beautiful women by his side, he was not desperate enough to look at others. Instead, the desperate and piercing cries around him made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Dong turned off the live stream, lit a cigarette, and looked up with a sigh. People. Chen Dong prepared to upgrade to a mid-level underground fortress. This was a decision he had considered for a long time. While having dinner, Xianxi served Chen Dong a bowl of rice and casually brought it up. Chen Dong, where should we move the vegetables we planted when the meteor shower comes? Chen Dong chewed the rice and answered without thinking, of course we should move them to the underground fortress. Xianxi frowned and sighed. But our underground fortress doesn't have enough space to place all the fruits and vegetables, and most importantly, how can we ensure they can photosynthesize? Chen Dong replied, the photosynthesis issue is not difficult to solve. We have plenty of light bulbs in stock. However, I haven't really paid attention to the space. Now that these fruits and vegetables have grown, they do take up quite a bit of room. The unlimited supplies Chen Dong received yesterday happened to include light bulbs, so he didn't need to worry about the photosynthesis of the plants. One light bulb is not enough, so we can use several. However, space is a big problem. Currently, the fruits and vegetables they planted have filled the yard and rooftop terrace. It is unlikely to move everything into the underground fortress. After all, the underground fortress is only the size of a villa. Excluding the living area, there isn't much space left. Beside her, Tian Xiaoyu asked, Chen Dong, can the underground fortress be upgraded? Chen Dong nodded, placing down his bowl and chopsticks. He pondered, it can be upgraded, but upgrading to a mid-level underground fortress requires a large amount of concrete, and we don't have that much on hand. If we slowly stock up on goods on the trading platform, it might be uncertain whether we can upgrade by the time the meteor shower arrives. Tian Xiaoyu twirled her hair in thought, then suddenly had a bright idea. Chen Dong, how about we look for a team to trade with? As far as I know, many large teams stock up on a lot of goods for trading. Some hoard steel, some hoard wood. If we patiently search in the chat channel, we might find a team that has a large stock of concrete. Chen Dong blinked thought for a moment and nodded. That sounds feasible. This is an opportunity. Otherwise, it would be a pity if the fruits and vegetables we planted were wasted due to one meteor shower. Tian Xiaoyu wholeheartedly agreed. Of course, we have worked hard to grow so many fruits and vegetables. It would be too regrettable if they just disappeared without notice. I happen to know a team that seems to be trading concrete. Do you want to find out more? Of course. Chen Dong smiled and nodded, saying, Sure, Xiaoyu, how do you know which team is concrete? I don't even know. Tian Xiaoyu smiled, sweetly, feeling a bit shy. Well, I actually found out about this team by chance. They were selling lipsticks on the chat platform before, and I learned that they have a large supply of concrete for sale at the same time. Xiaoyanqi beside her also suddenly realized. Oh, Xiaoyu, was it the last time you bought those gold bars that they sold? Tian Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Yes, it was their team's goods. Anqi, did you find it useful? Xiaoyanqi nodded wildly. It's really super useful. Oh, I often bought this lipstick in the old world, and it's incredibly moisturizing, spreading easily. The two women quickly began discussing lipsticks at the dining table animatedly. Chen Dong smiled wryly. Hey, we are discussing upgrading the mid-level underground fortress. How did you two end up on lipsticks? But Xiaoyanqi and Tian Xiaoyu ignored him, indulging in their conversation. Chen Dong couldn't interject and could only shake his head helplessly. He silently finished his meal and cleaned up the dishes. Chen Dong had always wanted to upgrade the mid-level underground fortress, but he lacked sufficient upgrade materials. He never expected to learn from Tian Xiaoyu that there was a team hoarding a large amount of concrete. This naturally strengthened his resolve to upgrade the mid-level underground fortress. Chen Dong opened the chat channel, searching for the team that Tian Xiaoyu mentioned. ID 347343. Damn, upgrading to a mid-level underground fortress requires 500 units of concrete. Where on earth can I find that? The trading platform is only offering scattered goods, which is utterly useless. ID 573353. What the hell? Are you upgrading to a mid-level fortress? ID 374343. I am the leader of the drug lord team. Do you think we have the capability to upgrade the mid-level underground fortress? The drug lord is a newly established large team. The police department serves as a unique large team, followed by the second-tier teams. The drug lord occupies a place and cannot be underestimated. ID 845634. Damn, big boss, awesome. ID 678965. I see the real person. ID 845534. Our team has just built a primary underground fortress. Indeed, we cannot compare with large teams. ID 745343. Drug lord leader Snake. We have a large amount of concrete here. Are you interested? I am Lu Nung, the leader of the Saturn Ring team. The Saturn Ring is also a large second-tier team. There are rumors that this team has 2 giant bulldozers. Their most famous achievement is leveling an opposing force overnight. This secured their position as a second-tier team. Seeing the statement from the Saturn Ring leader, Chen Dong was overjoyed. He estimated that the large team Tian Xiaoyu mentioned was this Saturn Ring. The leader of the drug lord team, Snake, also responded happily upon seeing the message. Lu Nung, I've heard of you. If you have a large supply of concrete, we can talk. Oh, let's chat privately. Lu Nung replied likewise. Of course, I can ensure that the concrete supply is sufficient. My Saturn Ring will not ruin its own reputation. A business must emphasize integrity. Snake, I have already messaged you privately. Let's discuss in private. The two leaders of the large teams exited the chat channel and began a private conversation. Chen Dong also quietly closed the chat channel and clicked on Lu Ning's profile to enter the private chat window. Hello, Mr. Lu Ning, I am interested in purchasing a large quantity of concrete. Can we talk? However, after sending the message, it was as if it had sunk into the sea as he received no response for a long time. Not responding to me. Chen Dong frowned slightly. What's going on? Just earlier, Lu Ning was quite enthusiastic when facing the leader of the drug lord team. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he indeed needed to purchase a large amount of concrete to upgrade the mid-level underground fortress, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Just wait a bit longer. Just as Chen Dong was idly browsing the trading platform for concrete, Lu Ning finally replied. The renowned 10,086 wants concrete. I have plenty here, how much do you want? Chen Dong had already collected 500 units of concrete. He was still 4,500 units away from upgrading to a mid-level underground fortress. I want to exchange 4,500 units of concrete. The price is negotiable. Lu Ning quickly sent a message. 4,500 units, that's a trivial matter. 10086, you are looking to build a mid-level underground fortress, right? It seems the last time you made quite a profit from S-alloys. Chen Dong was confused and didn't understand why Lu Ning was bringing up past matters. He just wanted to complete the transaction quickly, so he didn't address that topic. Let's get straight to the point, quote your price. I'm in a hurry. Lu Ning then quoted a price that made Chen Dong's expression turn cold. I won't ask for much, it's a flat price of 150 S-alloys. After Chen Dong monopolized the market, the price of S-alloys had changed and now belonged to the realm of exorbitant precious metals. Although Chen Dong had hoarded a considerable amount of S-alloys back, then he had used most of them. Now Lu Ning's outrageous demand for 150 S-alloys was simply wishful thinking. If S-alloys were to be used as the bargaining chip, Chen Dong's psychological expectation was that 50 was already the highest he could go. Anything above that price was absolutely ridiculous. Lu Ning was clearly trying to exploit him. Knowing that Chen Dong wanted to upgrade to a mid-level underground fortress and couldn't quickly gather enough concrete on the trading platform, he raised the price astronomically. Chen Dong squinted slightly and sent a message. All right, let's make a deal. Lu Ning was momentarily stunned, somewhat taken aback. Are you sure? Chen Dong couldn't help but send a voice message. At 3 in the morning tonight, you'll be lying in bed. By then, don't be surprised if even 250 S-alloys are being fought over for a trade with you. After listening to the voice message, Lu Ning immediately mocked him. I thought 10086 had some great capabilities, but it turns out you can't even scrape together 150 S-alloys. They say there are no mediocre people under a great name. I see you as nothing but a useless fool. Chen Dong chuckled. He felt like Lu Ning was playing him. The other party clearly had no intention of selling to him. He sent a gesture emoji and then closed the private chat window. Lu Ning received the emoji but wasn't angry. Sitting on his leather sofa, he rubbed his shiny bald head and smirked disdainfully. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief and was quite pleased. A middle-aged man beside him couldn't help but say, Boss, why don't we sell concrete to 10,086? We just sold to a drug lord's team for 50 S-alloys. Why are we at odds with 10,086? Lu Ning slapped his thigh and glanced sideways at the man beside him, dissatisfied, saying, Guang Kuan, you thick-head fool, what can I say to you? Who is 10,086? That was the guy who monopolized the S-alloys. We were severely ripped off by him before. Selling concrete to him? No way. Guang Kuan, as the manager of the Saturn Ring team, spoke earnestly. Boss, in business, it's not appropriate to avoid dealing with someone just because of past grievances. Lu Ning laughed heartily. Guang Kuan, you're truly something. There are more and more teams wanting to upgrade to mid-level underground fortresses who's worried about not having buyers. Our concrete is in high demand. What are you afraid of? I want sell the 10,086. There are plenty of people lining up. Guang Kuan slapped his forehead. It seems so, boss, you're quite the clever one. Hearing the flattery, Lu Ning's mouth curved slightly upward. Yet he retorted, get lost. Let me tell you, we have past grievances with 10,086, and you need to inform the brothers below. Don't show him any goodwill. Guang Kuan nodded respectfully. All right, I'll follow your orders and let the brothers know later. Chen Dong naturally didn't know that his previous issues with S-alloys had led to grievances with the Saturn Ring team, resulting in the failed concrete purchase. But even if he knew, given another choice, he would still want to give that guy a good beating. For now, he could only look for the next seller with concrete. The most frustrating thing in the world is not facing a pile of resources that can't be bought or exchanged, but rather having the money, yet being unable to acquire sufficient resources. This was Chen Dong's predicament. He didn't know of any other teams besides the Saturn Ring that could provide a large supply of concrete. Even though he had gathered 500 units of concrete on the trading platform, he was still 4,000 units short of upgrading the mid-level underground fortress, which remained a significant figure. Chen Dong and the two others sat on the sofa in the villa's living room, looking helpless. They racked their brains, but couldn't come up with an effective solution. They could only continue gathering concrete on the trading platform while probing whether other teams were willing to sell large amounts of concrete. Xianqi lazily leaned on the sofa looking up and sighing, raising her hands over her head. Why can't we find any team besides the Saturn ring that has a large supply of concrete? It's so difficult. Tian Xiaoyu smiled, rubbing Xianqi's hair, saying, "Oh, Anqi, don't be discouraged, we still have time. The meteor shower is still a week away. Perhaps by then there will be a breakthrough. In the worst case scenario, we just have to abandon these fruits and vegetables and start over. It's not a big deal." Chen Dong quietly focused his gaze on the two girls. After spending some time together, the two girls had become extremely close friends. They originally dressed quite lightly and often played around, inevitably revealing some glimpses. For Chen Dong, it was quite a feast for the eyes. Chen Dong felt increasingly that his self-control was slipping, so several times he sneakily used a spare key to unlock Xianqi's room after Tian Xiaoyu fell asleep at night, engaging in some indescribable activities. But recently his relationship with Tian Xiaoyu had become somewhat delicate and awkward. The bathroom in the bedroom is broken. The three of them wanted to take a shower, but could only use the communal washroom outside. As usual, Chen Dong walked over with a change of clothes. But there was someone inside. Chen Dong draped a bath towel over his shoulder and was about to turn back. At that moment, he noticed some clothes left outside the washroom. Without thinking much, Chen Dong stepped forward and casually picked them up, intending to take them to the washing machine on the balcony. They should be the dirty clothes that were washed today. However, feeling the smoothness of the fabric, he sensed something was off. It didn't have the sticky sensation of sweaty, dirty clothes, rather it felt like clean garments. Instinctively, Chen Dong brought the clothes to his nose and sniffed. A faint lavender scent of laundry detergent wafted from them. They were indeed clean clothes. At that moment, the door opened. Tian Xiaoyu stepped out wrapped in nothing but a bath towel. The towel wasn't thick and was barely enough to cover half of her thighs. Tian Xiaoyu stared blankly at Chen Dong, watching him smell the clothes she was supposed to wear shortly. Their eyes met, and the situation became quite awkward. Chen Dong was at a loss for words. He felt like one of those perverted characters in a low-budget film sneaking a peek while the female lead was bathing. Damn it, there's no way to wash this clean. Chen Dong wailed inwardly. He could only sheepishly hand over the clothes. Xiaoyu, your clothes. Tian Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Grabbing the clothes, she stepped back, retreating into the washroom to close the door. But at that moment she stumbled. Tian Xiaoyu cried out, falling heavily to the ground. Chen Dong had already turned to leave, but upon hearing her shout, he quickly turned back. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu fall, he hurried in to help her up. "Xiaoyu, are you okay? Falling in the bathroom can be quite dangerous." Fortunately, Tian Xiaoyu had gone through many upgrades, and her physical condition was now much better. For her, it wasn't dangerous. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head. "I'm fine." But she noticed that Chen Dong didn't speak immediately. She awkwardly lowered her head. Her bath towel had slipped during her sudden movement. She had forgotten to take her clothes into the washroom. Upon realizing this, she didn't think much of it, quickly tied a knot in the towel, and went outside to get her clothes. However, she hadn't expected so many unexpected events. Chen Dong finally understood why Tian Xiaoyu was the campus belle. Descriptions like as white as snow and ice-like skin did not even begin to express a fraction of her beauty. Tian Xiaoyu was also blank-minded. After a few seconds, she quickly pulled up the towel to cover herself. Chen Dong rubbed his nose, wiped his face, and finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, let me help you out to sit. The floor is cold." Tian Xiaoyu looked a bit melancholic and softly said, "You go out first, I need to get dressed." Okay." Chen Dong immediately got up and quickly slipped out. Both of them tacitly chose not to mention this incident afterward, treating it as a secret between them. Thus, seeing Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu playfully bantering, Chen Dong really couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He could only stand up and say, "I'm going to the rooftop to water the vegetables." He hurriedly left. Watering the fruits and vegetables finally calmed his mood. He then recalled the concrete issue, and his earlier excitement vanished. As he watered, he talked to himself as if speaking to the vegetables. "If I can't upgrade to a mid-level underground fortress, I'll have to leave the vegetables here." Chen Dong shook his head and walked to the gazebo on the rooftop terrace, sitting on a stone bench while checking today's infinite resources. Infinite diesel. Yes, not bad. Earlier he had captured an armored vehicle from Dongxing, but due to a lack of diesel it had been sitting idle. Now this problem was finally resolved. This could be considered a significant combat power. Next, Chen Dong browsed the chat channel looking for sellers of concrete. ID 763468. Recently, it seems many people are buying concrete. ID 672345. All bought up by some big teams. Upgrading the mid-level underground fortress requires 5,000 units of concrete. Can you not go crazy with the buying? I've also flipped some concrete for a small profit. ID 845645. That's great if our team almost emptied its savings to build this underground fortress, let alone a mid-level one. It's too far from us. ID 845232. Our team has quite a bit of concrete, we just don't know who to sell it to. The police station, drug lords, and those teams all have no need for it. It's tough, having it just sits around doesn't help. Our team hasn't even built the underground fortress yet. ID 763466. Damn, is it that pitiful? Having concrete, but no S alloy, how dramatic. ID 325534. Brother, keep looking for buyers, there will still be someone interested. If all else fails, take the resources and join a big team. Surviving is the priority. Many people in the chat channel expressed pity for this team that had plenty of concrete, but no S alloy to build an underground fortress. Many others relished the misfortune. ID 674645. If you can't sell concrete, just keep it to build yourself a coffin. Very sturdy, ha. ID 623465. Joining a big team has its requirements. Their team can't even gather enough S alloy to build an underground fortress. Do you think a big team would want such garbage? Don't make me laugh, okay? ID 10086. Looking to buy a large amount of concrete, private chat me. Chen Dong sent a message. Finally coming across someone and having a large amount of concrete while struggling to find a market, he naturally wanted to give it a try. After that, he closed the chat channel and waited for the other party to privately message him. However, after a long while there was no response. Chen Dong couldn't help but doubt his judgment. Were they really not that desperate for resources? Otherwise, why hadn't they made a move after so long? Chen Dong finally waited for the second team that possessed a large quantity of concrete. Moreover, they reached out to him, first granting Chen Dong significant leverage. Recalling his previous negotiations with Lu Ning, the leader of the Saturn Ring, Chen Dong felt speechless. This team had adopted a very humble approach and introduced themselves right away. Hello 10086, it's an honor to meet you. I am Lei Jun from the Dami team. I saw in the chat channel that you wanted to purchase a large amount of concrete, and we happen to have plenty available. How much do you need? We can discuss it, a price is not an issue. Lei Jun was very humble from the start, and Chen Dong naturally reciprocated with courtesy. Hello Mr. Lei. I did mention needing to acquire a large quantity of concrete. To be direct, can your side provide 4,000 units of concrete? Lei Jun quickly replied. Of course, we have plenty of concrete here. Chen Dong continued to inquire. That's great. Let's talk about the price. So what materials do you want in exchange? As long as I can meet your needs, we can negotiate. Lei Jun swiftly sent a message. As expected, their team requested to exchange for S alloy. Hello 10086. Our team only needs S alloy. It's a bit tragic, but we haven't built an underground fortress yet, so we don't need other materials for the concrete, please understand. Faced with such a seller, Chen Dong was very straightforward. You worry too much, or I can understand. Moreover, with you being so open, I do not wish to take advantage of you. How about this? I will give a sincere price, 50 units of S alloy. What do you think? This is my bottom line. Lei Jun was shocked. He never expected Chen Dong would offer such generous terms. Their team's psychological expectation was only 40 units of S alloy. Now Chen Dong directly offered 50 units of S alloy, which was an unexpected delight. Lei Jun quickly replied, fearing Chen Dong would back out. Alright, it's a deal. It was then that Chen Dong realized his offer was quite high. Otherwise, Lei Jun wouldn't have been so eager to finalize the deal, afraid that he might change his mind. However, Chen Dong didn't mind. As long as it didn't exceed his psychological price, he would accept it. Furthermore, he preferred to work with someone straightforward like Lei Jun for long-term cooperation. Chen Dong opened the trading panel, completed the transaction with Lei Jun, and received 4,000 units of concrete. Mr. Lei, I am very satisfied with this transaction. If there are suitable materials in the future, you can also contact me, and I will offer you a satisfactory price. At this moment, Chen Dong appeared to Lei Jun as a wealthy tycoon, saying to himself, money is not an issue as long as you have the goods. Thus, Lei Jun quickly agreed, accepting the olive branch offered by Chen Dong. Great. In the future, as long as we have a similar opportunity for large quantities of materials, we will definitely reserve them for you, provided our team is fortunate enough to come across such opportunities. Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled. Opportunity? What opportunity? Perhaps having just completed such a large transaction with Chen Dong, Lei Jun had lowered his guard significantly. Facing Chen Dong's question, he was open. We Dami are a small team, and being able to produce thousands of units of concrete is quite ridiculous, isn't it? Actually, we just happened to find a concrete factory, which is how we obtained so much concrete, and it coincided with your trade for S alloy. Otherwise, when the meteor shower arrives, our team would surely just have to wait for death. After hearing Lei Jun's explanation, Chen Dong finally understood. He had been curious about how an obscure small team could suddenly produce thousands of units of concrete. Although concrete is not as scarce as daily necessities, the sheer volume is overwhelming. When converted to daily materials, it also represents a considerable sum. Chen Dong then asked if it was convenient for him to share the coordinates of where they obtained the materials. He could also use materials to exchange for information. Without hesitation, Lei Jun sent over the coordinates. This isn't exactly a secret, it's just an industrial park in the old city area. Many people have been there. However, there are quite a few zombies, so it has never been deeply developed. We were also quite lucky to have stumbled into that concrete factory and managed to get out in a daze. If you're interested, you need to be prepared before going in. Chen Dong received the coordinates, expressed his gratitude, and closed the private chat window. Their transaction was complete, and there was nothing else to discuss for now. Chen Dong checked the coordinates, and it was indeed near the old city area. The development of this city radiated outwards in a circular pattern. Chen Dong was located in the villa area on the outskirts, while the sheriff and others were in the city center, and the old city was situated in the middle. The old city had also become the area with the highest density of zombies in this city. Initially, it was very difficult to use as a base, and was even unsuitable for survivors to live. However, as the survivors' resources and weaponry improved, the old city gradually began to be developed. With danger came opportunities. In the old city, large numbers of resource boxes could be seen everywhere. Police stations, drug lords, or some unknown small teams often ventured into the old city to take their chances. Finding high-level resource boxes could turn airplanes and cannons from a fantasy into reality. Chen Dong also planned to visit the old city. Previously, he had always feared the zombie hordes there. The scale was not just a few dozen or 100 zombies like in the villa area, but truly like a tide, endless at a glance. If trapped, there would be no way to escape. However, now Chen Dong possessed the skill of stealth as well as an armored vehicle and a UMP-9 submachine gun, significantly boosting his strength. Moreover, he needed more powerful weapons. In the suburban villa area, high-level resource boxes had become quite rare. Even the police station had moved away from its original base to the city center. It was only after relocating to the city center that the police station's power stabilized, overpowering major teams like drug lords and the Saturn Ring in that area. This illustrates the abundance of resources in the city center, not to mention the more densely packed and higher-level resource boxes in the old city. Chen Dong planned to upgrade the intermediate underground fortress, and then before the meteor shower arrives, make a trip to the old city. Currently, the top priority was still upgrading the underground fortress. Chen Dong's heart surged with anticipation as he hurried back to the underground bunker. The bunker was a metallic chamber, its foundation and walls fully encased in alloy. Upon upgrading to the intermediate-level underground bunker, it gained enhanced defensive attributes, resistance to extreme cold, intense heat, and lightning strikes. Only after this upgrade could it truly be deemed a proper shelter. After all, the villa where Chen Dong and his companions resided could only repel zombies. Even the basic-level underground bunker offered merely sufficient protection against meteor showers. Should future cataclysms such as magma rain or glacial storms emerge, the intermediate-level underground bunker would become indispensable, though no signs of such phenomena had yet appeared. Yet foresight demanded preparedness. Upgrading early would eliminate future anxieties. Chen Dong opened the bunker's information interface. Underground bunker. Level basic. Description: a foundational alloy subterranean structure endowed with rudimentary defensive capabilities capable of withstanding most disasters. He tapped the upgrade button. Upgrade underground bunker. Yes, no. Chen Dong selected yes. Underground bunker intermediate. Materials required: concrete 5000 alloy 16520. The 5,000 units of concrete and 20 slabs of alloy vanished from his inventory with a soft chime. Then, through seamless transmutation, the bunker ascended in rank. The bunker expanded outward from its original footprint. Its basic-level iteration had been constructed upon the villa's pre-existing basement. This intermediate upgrade extended the space outward along the direction of the villa's courtyard. Chen Dong watched in real time as an entirely new subterranean zone emerged, matching the exact surface area of the villa's courtyard. Now their freshly cultivated fruits and vegetables had ample room to be stored, and still left considerable spare space. That expanse was wholly unobstructed, unlike the surface courtyard, which housed a garage, flower beds, ornamental trees, and other assorted structures, rendering the newly excavated underground area far more pristine and utilitarian. Underground bunker intermediate upgrade complete. New attributes acquired: cold resistance, heat resistance, lightning resistance. Upon completion, Chen Dong ascended the stairs to inform Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. They blinked in stunned silence. Moments earlier, they had still been pondering how to gather enough concrete for the upgrade, yet now it was already done. But then came the cheerful shrug: who cared how? It was upgraded. No doubt Chen Dong had secured concrete from a cooperative team. Elated, the three swiftly relocated all fruits and vegetables from the courtyard and rooftop terrace into the bunker. Within the bunker's cultivation zone, they suspended numerous daylight spectrum lamps to ensure optimal photosynthesis. Mission accomplished. Chen Dong wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Yet he felt no exhaustion from the repeated trips up and down the stairs. Seeing his carefully nurtured seedlings preserved from calamity filled him solely with quiet joy. With this pressing concern resolved, Chen Dong could now devote himself fully to preparing for his upcoming expedition to the Old Town District. He slept soundly through the night. At dawn, he immediately claimed his daily allotment of infinite supplies, infinite 7.62mm ammunition. A true game-changer. While 9mm rounds were limited to pistols and submachine guns, lacking decisive stopping power, this new caliber promised transformative firepower. Equipped with infinite 7.62mm rounds, acquiring a rifle would dramatically elevate his combat effectiveness. More crucially, the Gatling machine gun mounted in the courtyard finally had limitless ammunition, no longer constrained by scarcity. Well fed and ready, he set out. On the highway, silence reigned, an eerie, absolute stillness. No cicadas sang, no breeze stirred. Only endless, suffocating quiet. In the distance, the roar of an engine shattered the highway's hush, injecting a sudden pulse of life. The vehicle sped forward at breakneck velocity, the tires hissing sharply against the asphalt while the gale-force wind ripped a rusted roadside sign from its post. With a hollow clang, the sign crashed onto the shoulder. Though faded by time and rain, its printed characters remained legible. Industrial City. Chen Dong had driven continuously for 3 hours. Along the way, he had neutralized numerous zombies. On deserted stretches, he floored the accelerator without restraint. At times, he even hummed a tune. The night is dark, the road slippery. The world is complicated. Mid-chorus, he spotted a precariously swaying sign bearing the words Industrial City. He knew his destination was near. Upon entering the Old Town District, he parked and stepped onto the street, walking slowly, deliberately. The name Old Town District proved apt. Its architecture evoked the white brick-handed tile aesthetic of late 20th century China, reminiscent of the 1980s and 1990s. Even the sidewalks fronting storefronts retained their original gravel-inlaid cement. Chen Dong passed a barbershop whose exterior windows and door lay shattered. Inside stood a vintage tin-plate barber's chair and a circular mirror, transporting him instantly back to childhood. It was as if the district itself had frozen in time, unchanged for 2 decades. Tap, tap, tap. From the second floor of the barbershop, footsteps descended, slow, heavy, unmistakably undead. It wore a moss-green sleeveless vest, a receding hairline, cropped shorts, and sandals, and stared blankly at Chen Dong. Grr. The zombie growled low. Chen Dong set down the barber's scissors he'd idly picked up and smiled faintly. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. The creature snarled again and lunged. Rat-a-tat. Chen Dong drew his UMP-9 submachine gun and placed a precise round into its skull. Through relentless, resource-bounded practice, his marksmanship had sharpened considerably, not yet rivaling elite sharpshooters, but far beyond his initial fumbling, when he couldn't even hit a zombie standing before him. After dispatching the zombie, Chen Dong ascended to the second floor, not expecting treasures, merely exploring. Yet there he discovered a bronze-tier supply crate. He stowed 2 bottles of water and a loaf of bread into his pack, surprised by the unusually high density of supply crates in the Old Town District. I've barely entered the district, just wandered casually through a barbershop, and already found a bronze crate. Deeper in will silver and gold crates abound. No wonder, chiefly, the wily old fox moved so decisively to the Central District and now seeks to develop the Old Town District too. Heh, the Villa District really is fit only for retirement. After steadying his thoughts, Chen Dong exited the barbershop and continued deeper into the Old Town District. In truth, it wasn't vast. If traversed by car at normal speed, one could cross it north to south in under half an hour. Yet on foot, reaching its central thoroughfare would still require time. Chen Dong walked openly, unhesitating down the main avenue. Clad in tactical armor, he advanced at a measured pace, meeting charging zombies heeded. Though zombie hordes could coordinate, currently only disorganized clusters roamed, making such bold traversal feasible. He held absolute confidence in his own strength, armed with an UMP-9 and carrying a devastating tank-style Dao blade across his back. Zombies posed no threat. Of course, should a true horde descend, strategic retreat, without hesitation, would be imperative. Or better yet, retreat into an armored vehicle and flee at full speed. Chen Dong had once watched videos posted by fellow survivors in chat channels, footage of Old Town District zombie hordes. When such a tide surged, the very street beneath his feet would become utterly impassable, every inch crowded with zombies. In the video, another survivor wielding a submachine gun attempts to flee, but too late, forcing him to turn and fight. Though his firepower is fierce, he slaughters a horde of zombies in the blink of an eye. Yet the zombies surge forth endlessly, wave upon wave, until they overwhelm him, dragging him down and devouring him in an instant. Chen Dong asks himself, even clad in battle armor, could he possibly withstand being swarmed and torn apart by a mob of zombies? Thus, should a zombie tide erupt in the old district, he would seize his armored vehicle without hesitation and depart immediately. After slaying several zombies, their grisly display seems to daunt those lurking in shadow, hesitant yet drawn forward by primal instinct. Clutching his critical strike, tamed Chen Dong thrusts, slashes, and cleaves his way forward unimpeded, his experience points steadily rising, until before long he arrives at a supermarket. According to the System Assistance dossier, this appears to be the very first supermarket, not only in the old district but across the entire zombie-infested city. Chen Dong frowns, perplexed. He cannot determine whether this world is a meticulous replica of the old one, or a parallel reality ravaged by the zombie plague. The dossier on the old district is suspiciously exhaustive. If it truly is illusory, the disorientation is profound. Like the old district itself, the supermarket bears the unmistakable patina of age. Yet its scale is impressive, 3 stories tall, with the ground floor alone spanning some 600 or 700 square meters. Chen Dong advances cautiously, senses sharpened, every step deliberate. It mirrors the very first supermarket he encountered upon arriving in this world, shelves standing bare, stripped of all goods. But here zombies emerge swiftly, almost eagerly. Chen Dong raises an eyebrow, lifts his submachine gun, and opens fire across the ground floor. When his magazine runs dry, he seamlessly switches to his critical strike, Tang Dao. Once the ground floor lies silent, his battle suit is spattered with thick black zombie blood. There amid the wreckage, he discovers a silver-tier supply crate. Inside lies a handgun, chambered for 6 35mm rounds. Of little practical use to him, it will fetch modest value on the trading platform. Chen Dong ascends to the 2nd floor, only to confront another teeming mass of zombies. Hardly catching his breath, they charge en masse at the sound of his footsteps. Speechless, Chen Dong reloads his UMP-9 and resumes firing, muttering under his breath, "Truly have I unlocked the endless mode." Round after round, same grim conclusion. In a corner beside the 2nd floor shelves, he locates another silver-tier supply crate yielding scattered miscellaneous supplies. Among them, a dozen hand grenades stand out as the most valuable combat assets. After stowing everything into his pack, Chen Dong climbs onward to the 3rd floor. He murmurs aloud, "Surely not another horde on the 3rd floor. This is exhausting." He reaches the top floor, only to find a children's play area, slides, miniature castles, arcade cabinets. No zombies in sight. Gazing at the dust-shrouded playground equipment, Chen Dong hesitates. Could this floor be utterly mundane, devoid of both threats and rewards? But soon he notices the most unsettling detail: the arcade cabinet is powered on, though the entire floor is otherwise without electricity. Even in his battle suit, a chill creeps up his spine. Such paranormal phenomena send shivers down the spine. Yet he steels himself and approaches the cabinet, its screen displaying the King of Fighters, a game from his childhood. He drags over a stool and sits before the cabinet. As the familiar theme music plays, he selects his longtime favorite character, Yashiro Nanakase. The cabinet, as if sentient, chooses its own fighter, Orochi. Stunned, Chen Dong watches helplessly. Orochi, though simple to control, unleashes devastating power. Back in elementary school, Orochi was taboo. Anyone who dared pick him was swiftly crushed. Now, with the cabinet controlling Orochi, Chen Dong's Yashiro is routed without mercy. He loses immediately. Refusing defeat, he shouts again, only to lose once more, predictably. His face darkens, glaring at the flickering screen. He slams his fist down. What the hell is this nonsense? A shriek pierces the air, raw, piercing, blasting directly into his mind. Instinctively, he shuts his eyes tight. When he opens them again, the cabinet is gone. Before him stands a grotesque, obese zombie, its head crowned with a chrysanthemum. An illusion. Chen Dong recoils in shock. The entire arcade sequence had been the mutant zombie's psychic construct. Now wounded by the backlash of Chen Dong's shattered illusion, the mutant shrieks wildly, disoriented and enraged. Though baffled by how swiftly he broke free, Chen Dong wastes no time. He grips his critical strike, Tang Dao, and delivers a brutal, decisive slash. The mutant falls absurdly easily. Its guarded golden-tier supply crate yields effortlessly to Chen Dong. As he pries it open, he stares dumbfounded at the legendary weapon within, a sleek obsidian black rifle gleaming with lethal luster. An AK-47. Coincidentally, his daily infinite supply allotment today includes 7.62mm ammunition, the perfect match. Chen Dong lifts the rifle, turning it slowly in his hands. This iconic weapon, ubiquitous across the third world, in his past life hailed for 2 decades as the world's most beloved firearm. For a fleeting moment, he nearly cries out its infamous battle cry. In his former life across the third world, one could survive without RPGs, without grenades, without SAM missiles, even without firearms altogether. But to claim legitimacy among that world's people, One simply had to wield a Soviet-made AK-47. Rugged, unforgiving, indifferent to neglect. The AK-47 thrives in any environment. BRRRT. Chen Dong fires a short controlled burst, just to test its balance and bite. Indeed a masterpiece. Yet before he can savor it, further distant explosions echo, followed by relentless gunfire. From the third-floor window, Chen Dong trains his binoculars toward the source. The moment the scene resolves in his lens, he grins. There unmistakably stands the chief, his old acquaintance, engaged in some unknown endeavor. Wherever the chief is, Chen Dong decides is precisely where he needs to be. The sheriff was now extremely annoyed. If he could, he would have aimed his handgun at the top of the scorpion's head and loudly demanded, "Who the hell leaked the information? Find out for me." Lu Nang, the leader of the Saturn Ring team, looked at the sheriff with a smile, as if to say, "Surprised to see me here." Alongside him stood the leader of the drug lord team, the Viper, with his own group of brothers. The three leaders stood apart with their teams, creating a tense standoff. They had come here for the same thing, a platinum-grade supply crate. Just a few days prior, the sheriff had uncovered some information. In an industrial park on the outskirts of the old city, there was a platinum-grade supply crate. Moreover, the accompanying horde of zombies wasn't too large, just a few mutated ones. However, for the current police station, mutated zombies were hardly a concern. After all, the police station now had helicopters. Every elite capable of participating in the operation was equipped with a handgun, while key figures like the Scorpion had automatic rifles. Thus, the sheriff had long since arrived at the industrial park, the coordinates of the platinum-grade supply crate obtained from intelligence. A group of elites armed with hot weapons surged forward from the helicopter, sweeping away the zombies. Just when the sheriff was about to secure the platinum-grade supply crate, Lu Nung and the Viper appeared. This was supposed to be a covert operation known only to a few within the police station. There was a mole. The sheriff glanced at the people around him, his gaze flickering. All were his trusted aides, but he couldn't ascertain who had betrayed the operation. Lu Nang and the Viper joining forces put the sheriff in a passive position. The gap between the police station and the Saturn Ring and drug lord was not that large, but now with the two teams united, it was truly troublesome. Lu Nung smiled and said, "Sheriff, your police station is risking so much to gather the platinum-grade supply crate. Why didn't you inform us? We came to help you." The Viper merely chuckled from the side, remaining silent. The sheriff forced a smile, his tone icy, as he replied, "No need for your assistance. We can handle the zombies ourselves. Now we can smoothly obtain the platinum-grade supply crate. It's a pity for you and your brothers to have come here for nothing." The Viper of the drug lord team revealed his intentions. "Sheriff, we haven't come here for nothing. It's said that those who see should share. Why don't we go in together and see what this platinum-grade supply crate looks like?" The platinum-grade supply crate was located in the warehouse of the industrial park, right in front of the sheriff and his team. Finally, Lu Nung and the Viper revealed their true intentions. Although the sheriff had a premonition, he was still furious at the blatant display of intentions by the Viper. After all the effort to obtain the platinum-grade supply crate, was he now to become someone else's pawn? As soon as the Viper spoke, the situation became somewhat chaotic. Before the sheriff could speak, his subordinate Scorpion and other elites raised their guns, aiming at Lu Nung and the Viper's team members. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. The police station's helicopter rotated, its rotor blades hovering in midair, also targeting Lu Nung and the Viper. Any reckless movement would trigger the machine gunners on board to open fire. The Saturn Ring and drug lord teams similarly brought out their deterrent forces. The Saturn Ring deployed 2 bulldozers, while the drug lord team produced 2 rocket launchers. If a conflict broke out, both sides would surely suffer. It wasn't impossible for several leaders to perish here. Therefore, despite his grim expression, the sheriff instructed his men to refrain from making any rash moves. "Scorpion, tell everyone to lower their guns." Scorpion, standing beside the sheriff with an automatic rifle aimed at Lu Nung and the Viper, reluctantly complied. "Sheriff, this." "Fine." Lu Nung and the Viper also signaled for their subordinates to lower their weapons. Both sides faced off stalemate. This scene was clearly witnessed by Chen Dong, who had just been chased away from the supermarket in the old city. So that room inside actually has a platinum-grade supply crate. At this moment, Chen Dong was activating his conceal skill, hiding nearby, feeling a wave of shock. Seeing the sheriff continue speaking, Chen Dong stopped overthinking and listened intently for useful information. "Lu Nung, Viper, are you two going a bit too far? I, the police station, have worked hard to eliminate the mutated zombies and the horde, and you two just want to come and reap the rewards. Hee, that's probably not going to fly." Lu Nung laughed heartily, stroking his bald head. "Sheriff, I'm sure the platinum-grade supply crate has plenty of good stuff, right? You can't possibly consume it all by yourselves." The sheriff sneered. "You don't need to worry about whether we can consume this platinum-grade supply crate. If you want to share, I'm afraid you're not up to the task. No one would complain about having too many resources. How could they ever be unable to consume a platinum-grade supply crate? A few more, and they would still be able to wipe it clean." Thus, facing Lu Nang's aggressive stance, the sheriff was quite irritated. The Viper cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. With a grin, he said, "Sheriff, at this point what you say is useless. Why not be frank and discuss this properly? Neither Lu Nang nor I are greedy. Let's open the platinum-grade supply crate together, and you can set aside 2 pieces of gold-grade resources for us. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" The sheriff almost cursed out loud. After all the hard work and countless bullets spent to deal with the zombies, now these two wanted to come and demand 2 pieces of gold-grade resources. But the sheriff had to admit that the union of the Saturn Ring and Drug Lord teams indeed posed a significant threat and pressure on him. He had to seriously consider this outrageous request. This was absurd. The Saturn Ring and Drug Lords had actually formed a bond due to the last concrete deal and were now joining forces against him. The sheriff's mind raced with thoughts, but he ultimately exhaled a sigh of frustration. "All right, I agree to let everyone enter together to open the platinum-grade supply crate. I promise to give each of your teams 1 piece of gold-grade resources. But which one you receive will be my decision. That is my bottom line." Lu Nang and the Viper exchanged satisfied glances. The two of them felt that this trip wasn't in vain. They knew they couldn't push the sheriff too far. If they tore the facade, they would definitely fare worse than the sheriff. So nodding at each other and exchanging glances, they agreed to this distribution plan. "No problem. Sheriff, you're magnanimous. Well, just follow along and enjoy some broth." Wishing the sheriff good luck in opening great resources. "Humph." The sheriff snorted coldly and was the first to lead his team into the warehouse. Lu Nang and the Viper followed closely behind. The 3 factions squeezed into the storeroom containing the platinum-level supplies. However, it was completely empty. Lu Nang slowly clapped his hands, mocking the sheriff truly possesses remarkable skills. Oh, what a clever trick to secretly maneuver. While we were talking, they took away the platinum-level supplies. Impressive, truly impressive. The Viper also let out a cold laugh, his expression very displeased. A cooked duck just flew away. They directly allowed the sheriff to take the platinum-level supplies, leaving them with nothing. After all, the police station was a large, unique team. If they truly wanted to rob him of meat from his mouth, they had to be prepared for a complete wipeout. Lu Nang and the Viper naturally lacked the courage to do so. If the sheriff did not die and return to recuperate, he could methodically deal with both their teams one by one. They could not afford to gamble and could only grit their teeth and swallow their losses. But the more aggrieved party was not them, but the sheriff. Upon entering the storeroom and seeing it empty with no trace of the platinum-level supplies, a thought emerged in his mind. Damn it, where are the supplies? The sheriff initially thought Lu Nang and the Viper had secretly sent someone to intercept. But from their reactions, it seemed they were not responsible. This meant that besides them, there were other factions fishing in troubled waters. The sheriff was furious and ignored the cold taunts of Lu Nang and the Viper. Viper immediately called a group of brothers to conduct a carpet search from this circular area. Also have a helicopter fly overhead to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Yes, the Viper complied and immediately arranged for personnel. Lu Nang and the Viper watched as the sheriff hurriedly and ostentatiously seemed to be looking for someone vaguely suspecting the situation. They also quickly called their team members to conduct a carpet search. This was a tremendous opportunity for them. If the platinum-level supplies were not in the sheriff's hands, and if they found them first, then they would not belong to the sheriff. Each of the 3 factions harbored their own agendas, nearly dispatching all their subordinates. At this moment, Chen Dong had long since left the industrial park. He had not even had time to open the platinum-level supplies and stow them in his backpack before swiftly departing. Long before the sheriff confronted Lu Nang and the others, Chen Dong had already used the invisibility skill to quietly enter from behind the storeroom and take the platinum-level supplies. He did not drive. That would have made him too conspicuous. The sheriff likely suspected that the platinum-level supplies had been intercepted and was now searching the entire city for him. Chen Dong ran swiftly along the streets. Hurry! Faster! As long as he could run beyond the outer limits of the old city, he could quickly retrieve his car and return to the villa area unnoticed. But at this moment, a horde of zombies suddenly surrounded him. Damn it! Chen Dong cursed inwardly. Reluctantly, he could only draw his dagger and slay the zombies. For safety's sake, he did not use any loud firearms. However, soon he heard the noisy sound of helicopter rotors in the sky not far away. Chen Dong realized that he had likely been exposed. He never expected the sheriff's reaction to be so swift, finding him so quickly. Suspicious individual spotted. In the helicopter dispatched by the police station, the pilot was flying the helicopter patrolling around the vicinity of the industrial park. Suddenly, he spotted someone fighting zombies not far away and quickly reported to the others beside him. Some key members of the police station were aboard the helicopter. Upon hearing the pilot's words, they quickly took up binoculars to look in Chen Dong's direction. Although they were not sure if Chen Dong was the one who stole the platinum-level supplies, their instincts told them that this person was problematic. The key members of the police station put down the binoculars and opened the chat window. "We must report this to the sheriff immediately." Then the helicopter slowly flew closer, recording a segment of video to send over. After Chen Dong finished slaying the zombies, he saw the helicopter approaching him and waved at it. Then he quickly ran into an alley. It must be him. The people in the helicopter were very certain. This arrogant demeanor could only belong to the thief who stole the platinum-level supplies. The sheriff also received the clear video. The Viper was watching beside him, frowning as he said, "Sheriff, this suspicious individual is wearing combat armor. We don't even know who he is." The sheriff's face darkened. He never expected to encounter this person in the old city. It's 10,086. There was intelligence previously that when 10,086 wiped out the Dongxing team in the suburbs, he was wearing silver combat armor. But how did he end up here? The Viper was startled. Is it him? He had nearly forgotten about 10,086. Originally, there was a time when the police station treated 10,086 as a hypothetical enemy. However, as the police station moved to the central area and grew stronger, the Viper had completely lost interest in 10086, who was dubbed by survivors as having reached his peak the moment he debuted. The sheriff frowned and said, "Immediately send brothers from other locations to that area. Ensure they are cautious. We don't know if 10086 has any powerful weapons. We must not have any mishaps." The Viper nodded. "Yes, I will notify the people below right away." Lu Ning and the Viper, overhearing this news, also instructed their subordinates to rush toward that direction immediately. Though they did not know the specific coordinates, such a large helicopter was the best landmark. A sudden sense of unease rose in Chen Dong's heart. It could be anticipated that once the helicopter spotted him, it would definitely call others over. By then he would become a turtle in a jar. However, at present, he had no way to boldly escape from the old city. The helicopter was constantly patrolling the sky, giving him no opportunity. He could only scurry back and forth in the alley like a fish, constantly avoiding the surveillance from the helicopter. Chen Dong leaned against a wall, walking in an alley. As he turned the corner, he heard voices from the other side. "I wonder how this 10,086, who stole the platinum-level supplies, managed to do it right under everyone's noses. Who knows? We don't dare to speculate. If we do, we might get shot by the sheriff." "What do you mean?" "To put it bluntly, it's just blind." The speakers were two members of the police station. They seemed to be stationed on the outer perimeter of the industrial park and were unaware of the situation inside. At this moment, they had also arrived at the encirclement to hunt down Chen Dong. These two police members, one fat and one thin, were joking and laughing, not taking the sheriff's orders too seriously. Clearly, they belonged to the more lax type. The next moment, as they jokingly stepped out from the corner, they happened to run into Chen Dong. The fat man blinked in surprise and turned to the thin man. "Is he 10,086? And then the thin man also paused, bewildered. "And it looks like it." And then he hastily drew his sidearm. But Chen Dong reacted faster. After all, he had been waiting for this moment. And then with a single devastating punch, he struck the fat man squarely across the face, sending blood spurting as the man clutched his mouth, silenced before a sound could escape. In quick succession, Chen Dong wrenched the thin man's neck with brutal precision. And then drawing his combat knife, he slashed the fat man's throat, before clamping a hand over his mouth to stifle even the faintest gasp. The fat man could only feel his lifeblood gushing forth in frantic hissing jets, dying in silent terror. And in having eliminated the two vanguard enforcers, Chen Dong wasted no time. He bolted from the alley, vanishing into the city's labyrinthine shadows. This area was no longer safe. And sure enough, a helicopter soon swept over the narrow alley's crook and discovered the two fallen officers. From inside the chopper, the comms officer transmitted an urgent alert to every officer within the perimeter. "Target sighted. RAC confirmed. Coordinates 433 E096. Encircle him now." With aerial surveillance overhead, Chen Dong's movements were perilously exposed. And at that moment, his concealment skill remained locked in cooldown, unavailable for now. He had no choice but to weave and evade, buying precious seconds. And yet it wasn't long before he was cornered. A dozen officers converged, boxing him into a dead-end alley. They opened fire en masse, yet their handguns proved futile against Chen Dong's Saloi reinforced tactical suit. And he simply stood, then began walking forward, unhurried, unbroken. The hunter often enters disguised as prey. And then Chen Dong rolled his shoulders, loosening up with a slow, deliberate fist. "And then hold your fire. I'll handle him." And then their leader stepped forward, a hulking figure bearing the insignia of the Special Operations Unit on his shoulder. Clearly a veteran officer. And then he stood well over 6 feet, 3 inches tall, his bulging musculature radiating raw, visceral intimidation. From his pack, he retrieved a pair of steel gauntlets armored from elbow to knuckles, his battle spirit blazing. "And in 10086, I've heard you've slaughtered countless foes up close, shielded by that suit. Today we settle this, hand to hand. Remember this name. I'm Jean Gang of the police directorate. And then Chen Dong chuckled dryly funny. I once killed a team leader named Jean Gang too. Just as massive. Roared loudest. Died fastest. Fury crimsoned Jean Gang's dark face. And then without another word he charged, like a rampaging water buffalo. Die. And then Chen Dong met the blow heat, his right fist intercepting Jean Gang's furious strike. And then the impact hurled him backward, crashing hard against the alley's deadened wall. Shit. And then that was the only unadorned word that flashed through Chen Dong's mind. And in pushing himself upright against the brick his heart hammered, not with fear, but shock. Was Jean Gang truly a water buffalo reborn? And in how could such brute force exist? And in Chen Dong's physical enhancements placed him at the absolute apex among survivors. Yet one punch had sent him flying. It defied reason. And in Jean Gang granted no respite, immediately launching another thunderous strike. Chen Dong ducked low, evading cleanly, then seized the opening, driving a vicious blow deep into Jean Gang's flank. And in right where it counted. Jean Gang grimaced in sharp agony, giving Chen Dong a fleeting sense of equilibrium. And in so, he was the classic glass cannon overwhelming offense brittle defense. And in an opening, a chance. Exploiting Jean Gang's staggered guard, Chen Dong delivered a brutal upward kick, aimed true and driven with full force. And in crack, and in like eggshells shattering, Jean Gang collapsed, clutching himself, his face contorted in anguish. Cowardly. And in Chen Dong calmly raised his AK-47, aiming at Jean Gang's temple. Never claimed I was noble. 3 sharp reports echoed. The officer fell silent. And even in death he remained curled in that undignified, agonized posture. And in the remaining officers stared stunned. Their indomitable deputy commander Jean Gang felt so ignobly. Panic seized them. Fall back now. And in Chen Dong opened fire with controlled bursts. And in too late to run. And into Ta. And in guided by gunfire the helicopter swiftly circled overhead and opened fire. That chopper has to go. And in clad in his armor Chen Dong darted behind cover and thought swiftly. Inside the helicopter the senior officer watched Jean Gang's body crumple, his heart lacerated. And in Jean Gang, brother. And in lock onto him. Fire relentlessly. Kill him. And in drop lower. Lock on you fool. And in the pilot hesitated. Fire Wolf deputy commander. This is already the minimum safe altitude. Going lower risks catastrophic crash. And in Fire Wolf drew his pistol, voice venomous, afraid of what? Death. I fear nothing. So why do you? And in descend. Target 10,086. Avenge deputy commander Jean Gang and every fallen comrade. Or I'll execute you myself. The pilot had no choice. Altitude dropped sharply. And in Chen Dong froze, then smiled. And in Yuri handing me an opportunity. And in one fluid motion he yanked a heavy armored vehicle from his pack and scrambled into the cockpit. A colossal amphibious assault vehicle erupted into existence before the chopper, its matte black cannon barrel leveled unwavering at the cockpit. Shit. And in the pilot recoiled in horror, desperately trying to gain altitude and distance. And in but ascent demanded time. Time Chen Dong refused to grant. Boom, boom, boom. And in the vehicle's primary armament, a 30mm autocannon, roared with savage intensity. After 3 rapid rounds the helicopter exploded midair, black smoke billowing as it plummeted to earth. And in Chen Dong retracted the vehicle and stared coldly at the inferno disdain etched upon his face. This isn't bullying the innocent, it's self-defense. When a dragon swoops down to your face you don't bow, you strike. And in still his ammunition was scarce. After days of relentless scavenging, he possessed only 10 30mm rounds, now expended, irrevocably gone. And in ding. His concealment skill had just exited cooldown. And in without hesitation, he activated it and melted into the dusk. When Chief Inspector and Poison Thorn arrived moments later, they surveyed the carnage, the corpses of Jean Gang and Fire Wolf, and their faces twisted in fury. All were elite officers, yet all lay dead. And in the directorate had suffered a catastrophic blow, loss of a platinum-tier supply crate, 2 irreplaceable commanders, and a downed helicopter. Even the chief, renowned for his elegance and strategic mastery likened to the legendary Zhou Lang, let out a guttural sky-rending roar. 10,086. I swear, eternal enmity. We shall never share the same sky. Back at the Villa District, Chen Dong sneezed abruptly, and he rubbed his nose, then grinned, holding aloft the platinum-tier supply crate, as he pushed open his front door. I'm home. After a day's journey, Chen Dong returned home. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu heard the sound of keys turning and directly came out to greet him. Oh, you all are waiting at the door. Chen Dong took off his shoes and put on slippers. Seeing the 2 women standing at the door, he smiled and teased them. The 2 sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Dong return unscathed. Chen Dong insisted on not letting them accompany him to the old town, believing it was too dangerous and that they should stay home instead of worrying. Xianxi pouted, I was so worried about you. Tian Xiaoyu carefully examined Chen Dong. It seems you weren't hurt. Oh, we really overthought it and worried for nothing. Chen Dong chuckled as he walked into the living room with the two. Don't say that it was indeed very dangerous this time. I almost lost my life. Fortunately, I didn't take you with me, otherwise I would definitely regret it. In fact, the old town was indeed extremely perilous. Only with the skill of invisibility and the enhancement of his battle suit was Chen Dong able to escape from under the watchful eyes of the police Saturn Ring and several drug lord teams. If Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had been there, even wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, they would not have been able to withstand the fierce firepower of helicopters. As Chen Dong recalled the battle in the old town, he felt thankful. Only he knew that if it weren't for the cooldown of the invisibility skill ending just in time and the police helicopter descending rapidly like a gust of wind, he would have had no way to escape the encirclement of several major teams. However, good luck is also a skill. But Chen Dong dared not be overly confident anymore. This encounter with the police had given him a clear understanding of his current strength. In terms of individual strength, Chen Dong was formidable. Combined with the invisibility skill, he could become an excellent assassin. However, when faced with a sea of people, he couldn't sustain long-term combat, turning an assassin into a warrior. On his way back, Chen Dong summarized his role and decided to actively leverage his advantages and develop in that direction. Imagine an assassin wearing a battle suit and capable of invisibility lurking in the bedroom of the enemy team's leader. Just as the leader was about to undress for a romantic evening, he suddenly deactivates his invisibility and strikes the leader's kidneys. That would be invincible. After returning, Chen Dong comforted the small concerns of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He knew that the two had been waiting for him at home without any news, which was indeed torturous. But he simply couldn't take the two of them out with him. The current situation was changing too rapidly, and the battle equipment of the major teams completely overwhelmed Xianqi and the others. Chen Dong could only try to gather higher-level resources to ensure that Xianqi and the others would be upgraded. He also took out a discarded UMP-9 submachine gun and handed it to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Comparatively, Chen Dong preferred the AK-47, which had greater firepower. Swapping out the UMP-9 submachine gun also raised his teammates' strength. The three of them had already returned to the living room, sitting on the sofa. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu looked at the UMP-9 submachine gun placed on the coffee table and exchanged glances. The two ended up being too polite with each other. Xianqi placed the UMP-9 submachine gun in Tian Xiaoyu's arms and said, "Xiaoyu, you take this submachine gun." Tian Xiaoyu, however, did not accept it, but instead pushed it back into Xianqi's hands. "Anqi, I can't take this. You are our team's doctor and need the powerful fire support to protect yourself." Xianqi smiled and shook her head, pressing the submachine gun into Tian Xiaoyu's hand and patting the back of her hand. "Xiaoyu, you have more shooting and combat experience than I do. This submachine gun will be more effective in your hands. Besides, we are always together. Can't you protect me?" Tian Xiaoyu wanted to argue. "But Anqi, what about you?" But was interrupted by Chen Dong, who said, "All right, no more politeness. Xiaoyu, you take it. Anqi is right, you have more combat experience. If you feel bad about it, then next time there are good combat supplies, you can let Anqi have it first." Xianqi also nodded with a smile. "Right, Xiaoyu, we are good sisters after all." Tian Xiaoyu pursed her lips and finally nodded determinedly, saying, "Anqi, I will definitely protect you well. Next time, if there are better combat supplies, you must not let me have them." Xianqi smiled and said, "I know, just don't overthink it." Then Xianqi looked at Chen Dong. "By the way, Chen Dong, did you gain anything from your trip to the old town?" Chen Dong nodded, took out a platinum-level resource box, and placed it in front of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He spoke with lingering fear. "This time in the old town, I encountered the police Saturn Ring and drug lords, three major teams intent on dividing this big prize. It was because of this big prize that I was chased by the police helicopter and almost didn't make it back from the old town. But fortune favors the brave. The heavens favored me and allowed me to return safely." Although Chen Dong described it lightly, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu could feel the imminent danger he faced through his simple words. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong actually had a direct confrontation with three major teams. Xianqi looked pained. "Why do you take such risks? What if something goes wrong?" Chen Dong held Xianqi's hand. "Silly, didn't I return safe and sound? You can't get a tiger's cub without entering the tiger's den. Oh, some things must be done." Tian Xiaoyu looked at the platinum-level resource box and asked curiously, "Chen Dong, how did you manage to snatch it from the tiger's mouth?" Chen Dong chuckled and explained the resource box was placed in a storage room. "I activated invisibility while the police chief and Lu Nung were confronting each other outside the storage room. I took the opportunity to sneak around to the back and grab it." Tian Xiaoyu laughed so hard her stomach hurt. "What a ridiculous story. How did they discover you?" Chen Dong sighed, feeling quite helpless. Originally, I was about to leave the old town, but on the way out, the invisibility skill entered cooldown. Just then, I was blocked by zombies creating some noise which alerted the helicopter patrol. In the end, I could only fight my way out. At least you're fine, Tian Xiaoyu comforted. But after your identity is exposed, the police won't let it go so easily. Chen Dong was quite carefree and didn't mind at all. Let them come. I definitely won't give up the platinum level resource box. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure they return empty-handed. If the platinum level resource box turns out to contain something like pulse cannons or surface-to-air missiles, that would be fun. Tian Xiaoyu smiled as she reached out her finger and gently poked Chen Dong's head. You dream too beautifully. How could a platinum-grade supply box contain such things? It's like expecting a fighter helicopter to fall from the sky. In the next moment, Tian Xiaoyu realized her actions were somewhat overstepping, and she nervously glanced at Xia Anqi. She breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering Xia Anqi's attention was focused on the platinum-grade supply box. Xia Anqi opened the platinum-grade supply box. Chen Dong felt a tingle of excitement and rubbed his nose. Seeing Xia Anqi open the platinum-grade supply box, he quickly said, Come, let's see what good fortune Anqi has and what treasures she has found. Xia Anqi smiled faintly and replied, It seems like there are some decent items here. My luck isn't bad. Chen Dong stared at the supplies in the box, his mouth slightly agape, unable to react for a long time. The supply box contained a wide variety of items across multiple categories. Energy shield, water purifier, blueprint, high-quality fruit and vegetable seeds, fruit and vegetable cultivation, liquid, 200 pounds of beef. Each level of supply box is guaranteed to have one item of equal grade with a chance of having two or more items of the same grade. Although the supply box Chen Dong and the others opened only had one platinum-grade energy shield, both the water purifier blueprint and the fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid were of golden grade, making them quite practical. Chen Dong collected all the supplies, examining the description of the energy shield, unable to calm down for a long time. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaoyu was praising it with admiration. Anqi, you've opened a treasure. This energy shield is incredibly powerful. Xia Anqi also sighed in relief. I was worried I would get useless supplies, but thankfully it turned out to be the energy shield. After all, this was something taken from the three major factions. If it were all junk, it would have been too disappointing. Energy shield is set up on the outskirts of the shelter, absorbing solar, wind, water, and electric energy as power to activate the shield. Once activated, it forms a protective barrier around the shelter capable of blocking attacks from outside. As long as the energy supply is not interrupted, it can continuously resist attacks, while also allowing counterattacks from the inside. In simple terms, it means I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Such is the domineering nature of this platinum-grade defensive device. Chen Dong excitedly hugged Xia Anqi and kissed her, saying, Anqi, you're amazing. This energy shield is truly invaluable for us at this stage. With this item, even if the police station wants to settle scores later, they won't be able to do anything to us. I refuse to believe they can produce any weapon of mass destruction to destroy the energy shield. Xia Anqi blushed slightly as Chen Dong unexpectedly hugged her and kissed her. I'm also a team member. I'm just happy to help a bit. Oh, you smell bad. Go take a shower first. Don't hug me. Chen Dong had just rushed back from a fierce battle in the old district, so he naturally smelled of sweat and hadn't had the chance to clean up. He sniffed the sour smell of sweat on himself and awkwardly said, He'll go take a shower now, and then he'll come out to check on the other supplies. Then Chen Dong walked into the bathroom with an embarrassed expression to quickly clean himself. Not long after he walked out of the bathroom, he had washed away all the grime on his body and also rinsed his battle suit in the bathroom. Chen Dong wiped his hair with a towel and plopped down on the sofa, sitting across from Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He couldn't wait to say, Let's take a look at the other supplies. I'm quite curious about that water purifier blueprint. Huh? Tian Xiaoyu looked a bit puzzled. She had thought that with so many supplies opened from the platinum-grade supply box, the water purifier blueprint was the least important item for their team. After pondering for a moment, Tian Xiaoyu said, Chen Dong, we shouldn't be lacking in water, right? While others are still worried about their daily water supply, we have already started taking showers with drinkable water. Xia Anqi also looked at Chen Dong with confusion. She couldn't quite understand why he was so interested in the water purifier blueprint. Chen Dong smiled wryly, saying, You two pampered little princesses, we do have an ample water resource, but all the water at home needs to be filled from the rooftop water tank to supply, and it's always me who has to do the laborious task of refilling it. Okay. Refilling it once a week becomes quite troublesome over time. Upon hearing this, both Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. In their subconscious, they had assumed that water supply would be automatic like in the old world. Now that Chen Dong brought it up, they finally realized. I'm sorry, Chen Dong, we didn't notice this before. Chen Dong naturally didn't blame them and didn't feel wronged. After all, he was also a beneficiary. He laughed and said, I didn't blame you, I just wanted to tell you that with the water purifier we won't have to go through the hassle of wasting drinkable water for bathing or mopping, and it's also not troublesome. Chen Dong took out the water purifier blueprint to see what materials were needed. Then he exclaimed, his expression somewhat dazed. This caught the attention of Xia Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu, who leaned over to look at the blueprint with Chen Dong. He felt the faint fragrance of the two girls, and the slight brushing of their arms against him made his heart flutter. He could only pretend to be nonchalant as he adjusted his pants, trying to ease his discomfort. Xia Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu were quite surprised. They hadn't expected that this water purifier blueprint could be manufactured infinitely. As long as there are enough materials, it can be produced in large quantities and sold on the trading platform. Xia Anshi exclaimed in astonishment. How is this possible? Previous blueprints always had a limited number of uses, but this water purifier blueprint has no limits at all. That's just unreasonable. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. Exactly, the water purifier blueprint we have on hand has unlimited uses. This means we basically monopolize this market, and we can set our own prices. Wow, the huge business opportunity behind this. Now, the vast majority of survivors are just trying to ensure they don't die of thirst. They can't even gather enough water for daily living. For waste elimination, they can only run out into the wild to solve it themselves. Taking a shower is an even more distant dream. Even a leader of a big team like the sheriff can only take a shower once a week. The members under him would take even longer. Most of them can only wash their hair or wipe their bodies. Therefore, this water purifier blueprint is very much in demand. After all, the original water resources in this world are still quite abundant, it's just that they are unusable due to pollution. Once the water purifier is released in large quantities, it will definitely change this situation. Shampoos and body washes listed on the trading platform have gone unnoticed due to lack of market demand. They will thus rise in value along with the water purifier. Chen Dong carefully examined the materials needed for the water purifier's blueprint. After all, this was not a small household water purifier, but rather a large one meant for the community. If there were too many materials required, it would be quite troublesome. Fortunately, the production of the water purifier does not require too many materials, only a certain amount of stainless steel and water filters. As for the other materials, the blueprint did not specify any additional requirements. Chen Dong purchased some materials on the trading platform, attempting to manufacture the water purifier. Survivor, do you wish to use the water purifier blueprint? Yes, no. Yes. Water purifier. Stainless steel, 12,050. Water filter, 131. After clicking to start manufacturing, Chen Dong produced 2 water purifiers. Manufacturing completed. 2 large water purifiers stood before Chen Dong and the others. The stainless steel casing looked very high-tech. Without needing any complicated operations, Chen Dong plugged in the power and poured in the contaminated water from the faucet. The water purifier began to operate. After 2 beeps, the mechanical sounds could be heard within. A few minutes later, the red indicator light turned green, indicating that the contaminated water had been purified and was now drinkable. Chen Dong took a cup and filled it with pure, pristine water. Xia Anshi looked at the cup of purified water with some concern and said, Chen Dong, can this really be drunk? No one knew if the water purifier could truly purify the contaminated water. This is not the old world. In the post-apocalyptic world, what could happen was uncertain. Chen Dong licked his dry lips. We have to try it. Since it's a golden level resource, it should be fine. He then took a sip of the purified water, swished it in his mouth, and gulped it down. How is it? Xia Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu were very nervous, fearing something might happen to Chen Dong. Chen Dong nodded and smiled. It's drinkable. It doesn't have any taste. It's acceptable as drinking water. Xia Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. With practical evidence that the water purifier worked properly, it could now be sold for profit. Chen Dong recorded a short video. In the video, he held the cup in front of the water purifier, filled it with purified water, and took a big gulp. He then posted this video on the chat channel. User 10086. The water purifier can purify outdoor contaminated water into drinkable purified water. Hurry to the trading platform to buy one. Attached video. User 854235. What the hell? Is this real? There's actually a water purifier. User 231534. It must be fake. How could there be a water purifier? User 967645. I checked the trading platform, and it is a golden level resource, so it should be fine, right? User 866623. Even if it works, it's way too expensive. User 10086. Everyone, don't rush to say it's expensive. This thing is not cheap to manufacture. I can't just lose money doing charity, right? I've already minimized the profit margin. It's a great value. User 735423. Do you call that value for money? At the price of 30s alloy, how much food and drinking water could that buy? Chen Dong frowned slightly at this price. He didn't see any problem with it. It was quite reasonable. For 30s alloy, one could obtain a large water purifier, eliminating the need to purchase drinking water in the future. This was clearly a one-time investment. Why couldn't these survivors understand? Chen Dong felt somewhat frustrated. User 983534, bro, stop complaining. 10086 is a wealthy survivor, and their definition of value for money is different from ours. They say value for money is the bitterness of the poor and the delight of the rich. We belong to the former. Boo-hoo. User 962234, that's painful, my friend. User 5382344, so are you buying? Funny expression, many survivors expressed their desire but felt powerless. User 346754, I come from a small team, why would I buy this? Our team's construction of an underground bunker is already hanging by a thread, let alone a water purifier worth 30s alloy. User 853464, as a solo survivor, my drinking water can last for a long time, and taking a shower doesn't seem that important. User 853453, damn. Don't say that. I can smell it through the screen. Chen Dong looked at the content on the chat platform and sighed. It seemed improbable to sell a large number of water purifiers in the short term. But he was unwilling to lower the price. In the old world, there were always things referred to as an intelligence tax. For example, weight loss pills. There are always people who fantasize about losing weight without any effort. For instance, diamonds. The artificially controlled mining quantities linked with love skyrocket in price. Many people scoff at these things, even mocking them. Do people really buy such chives? Is there really someone willing to be a chive? But these things were never meant to serve ordinary people. They only need to gain the approval of the service groups to make a fortune. And Chen Dong currently had such a plan. The large water purifier is expensive and not accepted by the public. That's fine. As long as teams with some capability need it and can afford it, a few sales would still yield immense profits. After all, teams capable of producing 30s alloy equivalent to buy a water purifier are most likely large teams with a huge demand for water. As long as their leaders are not foolish, they will eventually come to buy. Many people in the chat channel were pessimistic about Chen Dong's water purifier. User 10,086. Are you treating everyone as chives for you to chop at will? User 94525, it really is too expensive. At 30s alloy, I could exchange for quite a bit of drinking water. User 564343, wait. It seems someone bought the water purifier. Who's so impressive with money to buy a water purifier? I want to go hug the rich guy's thigh. Chen Dong received his first profit directly trading with 30s alloy without using any other equivalent materials. However, when he received this buyer's private message, Chen Dong couldn't stop grinning. Private chat window. User 12315-10086. The platinum resource box is pretty good, right? This water purifier is one of the items, right? Just wait for me. It was the sheriff and their police station had become the first chive. Fate is truly a trickster. The water purifier Chen Dong listed on the trading platform was exorbitantly priced. Only a handful of elite teams possessed the financial capacity to purchase it. That the police department would reluctantly place an order came as no surprise to Chen Dong. After all, as the city's sole premier large-scale team, the police department consumed staggering quantities of water daily. For them, a high-capacity purifier represented exceptional value for money. Little wonder then that the police chief had ordered 2 units outright. Facing his private message threats, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the chief's own sake. He had endured immense hardship and suffered heavy losses just to acquire that platinum-tier supply crate, only for the endeavor to unravel in waves of misfortune. First, Saturn Ring and the drug lord factions had swooped in like vultures amid the chaos. Just as an agreement seemed within reach, Chen Dong executed a masterful sleight of hand, stealing the prize from under their noses. Were their roles reversed, Chen Dong knew he himself would pursue the thief relentlessly without mercy or pause. Thus, he could almost taste the chief's seething fury, until with a quiet irony he recalled, I was the one who took it. Ah, well then never mind. Chen Dong sent the chief a grinning emoji, then typed the platinum-tier supply crate truly delivered, yielding a trove of exceptional items. Even this water purifier blueprint feels almost ordinary by comparison. Furious beyond measure, the chief hurled his water tumbler across the room. Even from afar, the grinding of his teeth echoed like stone on stone. Chen Dong had become the very embodiment of his hatred. Where once he had merely regarded Chen Dong with wary caution, now he burned with a single savage desire to tear him limb from limb. Chen Dong, don't grow too complacent. Your respite won't last long. Prepare yourself for the full wrath of the police department. You will learn once and for all that crossing the police department is the gravest mistake you've ever made. The threat hung raw and unvarnished, his resolve to retaliate absolute and unshakable. Yet what incensed him further was Chen Dong's response, another grinning fanged emoji, eloquent in its silence. It was sheer unadulterated dismissal. Chen Dong closed the chat window without another word. He'd listed the purifiers on the trading platform casually. No obsessive monitoring, no anxious waiting. Teams in genuine need would act when ready. As for the remaining contents of the platinum tier crate, they warranted careful exploration, particularly the fresh seeds of fruits and vegetables. Chen Dong already possessed such seeds, but these were rarer cultivars enriching his existing inventory with novel varieties. Fortuitously, he had recently relocated his prior crops to the underground fortress's cultivation zone, leaving ample vacant space, ideal for sowing these new strains. Inside, the fortress banks of fluorescent lamps bathed rows of fruits and vegetables in steady life-sustaining light, ensuring a continuous fresh supply of produce for Chen Dong Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Since acquiring these fresh seeds, they had not touched a single canned vegetable for weeks, a boon attributable to the extraordinary nature of post-apocalyptic cultivars, most matured within mere days. To rely upon the capricious whims of weather as in the old world would be utterly futile. Chen Dong dug rich, nutrient-dense soil from the surface and filled foam crates, preparing them for planting. Next, he retrieved the golden ear item from the platinum crate fruit vegetable growth solution. This potent elixir, pure, untainted, and indispensable for agricultural advancement, promised revolutionary yields. Yields of 8,800 per mu. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Chen Dong drew a single drop into a pipette and let it fall upon a freshly sown seed. Let's see if it truly lives up to the legend. A soft plink. The solution struck the seed. Nothing happened. Chen Dong stared, expressionless, thoughts churning inwardly. Could this golden tier solution be counterfeit? Or perhaps, had he applied too little? He administered a second drop onto the same seed. Still, no reaction. A wave of silent exasperation washed over him. Crouched before the foam crate until his legs went numb, eyes locked unwaveringly on the inert seed, he waited, hopeful, patient, expectant, and watched nothing unfold. And that was it. Chen Dong turned and walked away, unaware that deep beneath the soil the seed had already begun to glow with a faint inner luminescence. Emerging from the underground fortress, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu noticed Chen Dong's glum expression and assumed the water purifier listing had faltered. Chen Dong, what's wrong? You look like you've just bitten into a bitter melon. Didn't you list the purifier on the trading platform? Did it fail to sell? Chen Dong sat beside them and sighed deeply, saying nothing. It's all right, Chen Dong. Purifiers are non-negotiable necessities. Perhaps buyers find the price steep at first, but once scarcity eases, demand will surely follow. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in earnest agreement. Exactly. We're not strapped for resources right now. Take it slow. Chen Dong sighed again, offering a wry smile. I'm not troubled by the purifier at all. In fact, I sold 2 units today, 60 Saloy credits deposited. The two women gasped, astonished the purifiers had moved so swiftly. Then puzzled they asked, then why the long face? Surely this is cause for celebration. Chen Dong inwardly groaned. I never said I was upset about the purifier. It's the fruit vegetable growth solution. I used a drop, applied it directly to a seed, and nothing happened. Feels like a wasted effort. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances, then nodded, unconvinced the solution held transformative power. Tian Xiaoyu smiled gently. Chen Dong, these post-apocalyptic seeds are already hyper-accelerated compared to pre-collapse varieties. I suspect the growth solution doesn't hasten maturity, but enhances flavor instead. Xianqi concurred precisely. Our current crops mature in days, then yield successive harvests. If the solution were purely growth accelerating, where would it stop? Could it force ripening in hours? That would be terrifying. Tian Xiaoyu's voice softened, drifting into memory. Oh, Anchi, remember our school-era farming games? The fertilizer worked exactly like this. Apply it at dawn, and by noon, fresh harvests awaited. Xianqi nodded. How could I forget? I used to pilfer others' crops constantly. Once even stole from my elementary homeroom teacher. She teased me the next day, asking me to write a self-critique. The farm they spoke of was a mini-game that once swept the nation. It is a nostalgic memory for a generation. In elementary and middle school, Chen Dong could only watch his neighbor Xiaopeng play games and die repeatedly, feeling quite happy, while he could not comprehend the childhood memories discussed by Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Things like Ice and Fireman and Golden Miner were foreign to Chen Dong. His childhood was more about skipping stones and chasing the old hen from Uncle Air's home. Chen Dong pondered for a moment and interrupted Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. So according to you, this fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid is probably for increasing yield or improving the taste of the crops, not related to acceleration. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu nodded. That's what we believe. Then there's nothing we can do. Chen Dong felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought that this fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid would accelerate growth. If it was just for increasing yield, it wouldn't matter much to them. After all, they had plenty of seeds to spare. Xianqi linked her arm with Chen Dong's. While increasing yield is still good, we can eat more vegetables every day. This time the platinum-level supply box even yielded 200 pounds of high-quality fresh beef. We'll fry steak for you tonight. Chen Dong ruffled Xianqi's hair, clearing away his negative emotions. Great steak tonight, I can't wait. Then we'll go cook now. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu stood up. It was already time for dinner as the sun set. Just sit tight and wait for your steak. Chen Dong chuckled. All right, I'm waiting for the steak. He sat on the sofa feeling bored, as if a thorn was stuck in his heart, making him restless. No way. I have to go take a look. Chen Dong ran back to the underground bunker, wanting to try the fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid again. He was not willing to accept this. Could the golden level resources just be about increasing yield? That doesn't make sense. Africa's agriculture is underdeveloped and relies on gold fertilizer. Chen Dong didn't need that. Such good things are enough for the brothers in Africa. Arriving at the planting area, Chen Dong exclaimed, "Whoa." The seed that had received 2 drops of fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid earlier had now grown into a vibrant green lettuce. In contrast, the seed buried at the same time in the soil remained unchanged. What is this? This is simply a miracle. Describing this phenomenon, which directly defies the growth rules, as extraordinary is not an exaggeration. Chen Dong muttered to himself, "Awesome. Awesome." He was astonished. He knew that golden level resources could not possibly be so useless. It couldn't merely be about increasing yield or optimizing taste in a perfunctory manner. Chen Dong took out that large bottle of fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid. 2 drops at a time, wouldn't it take a year and a half? He continued to use the dropper to apply the liquid to other seeds. This time, Chen Dong patiently sat in the planting area. Finally, after 10 minutes, he witnessed the entire process of a seed sprouting, growing leaves, and maturing in an incredibly short time. Chen Dong pulled out a few lettuces, still exhilarated. I declare the fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid is amazing. He ran upstairs with the lettuce, excitedly shouting to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, "We're having lettuce for dinner." Truly, it is worthy of being a platinum-level supply box. Based on Chen Dong's experiments, every item obtained was incredibly useful. The energy shield ensured that the 3 of them were much safer in the shelter. With the upgraded Saloy walls and automated defense system, their shelter could be described as impregnable. The water purifier blueprint could repeatedly manufacture large water purifiers to sell to other survivors. This was a necessity for others. After all, they were not like Chen Dong, who had an unlimited supply of mineral water. Even though the prices he posted on the trading platform were high, people began to buy them one after another. This would be Chen Dong's main source of income for a long time. The fruit and vegetable cultivation liquid, once deemed the most useless golden level resource by Chen Dong, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, unexpectedly turned out to be a huge reversal. Just 2 drops of the cultivation liquid could make crops grow from an unplanted seed to maturity in 10 minutes. Such power is nothing short of miraculous. It can be said that this is the most valuable golden level resource. Apart from this, Chen Dong also kept the sheriff's declaration of war in mind and began to prepare. Although the fighting had not officially begun, he already sensed the taste of crisis. This time the sheriff was serious. The first thing that needed to be done was to activate the energy shield, providing protection for the entire shelter. The energy shield, as the only platinum-level resource, had immense strategic significance. The fact that it could be charged through various natural energies was already outrageous. This meant that there was no need to worry about energy shortages. Taking a step back, even without natural energy, it could still be charged. Chen Dong took the energy shield out of his backpack and began to set it up. "Dear survivor, do you wish to activate the energy shield?" "Yes, no." Chen Dong eagerly clicked the yes button. This was his first time obtaining a platinum-level resource. This long-lost feeling of excitement was last felt when he won the barrier wall at the auction house. The first golden-level resource, the first platinum-level resource. Chen Dong was looking forward to the energy shield showcasing its platinum-level resource prestige. The energy shield is under construction and will require 72 hours to complete charging. This time, constructing the energy shield surprisingly required no building materials, allowing it to be placed successfully. However, this charging time made Chen Dong feel quite pained. Every minute and second felt tense. He couldn't afford to wait 72 hours. It's possible that tomorrow or tonight the sheriff would launch a surprise attack. Chen Dong didn't believe the sheriff would abide by any rules of martial virtue. He probably wanted to do everything possible to take him down. Chen Dong asked the shelter's AI assistant, "Is there any way to reduce the recharge time of the energy shield?" The AI assistant emitted a soft beep upon hearing the query. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it?" Chen Dong's lips trembled faintly. After drawing in a sharp, icy breath, he clenched his teeth and enunciated each word with deliberate precision. "I said, I want to reduce the recharge time of the energy shield." The AI assistant responded promptly, "Understood. Initiating search now. Please wait a moment." Moments later, it delivered its answer. That answer made Chen Dong curse the system as a shameless profiteer. Respected survivor, our sensors indicate that your deployed energy shield requires an additional 71 hours, 58 minutes, and 45 seconds to fully recharge. You may accelerate this process by supplying external energy. Without hesitation, Chen Dong demanded, "What kind of energy is required?" Electricity is the most efficient energy source for energy shield recharging. Sensors confirm electricity is available within your shelter. Shall I establish the charging conduit? Connect it. Chen Dong did not hesitate, but a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How much time will this acceleration save? The AI assistant paused briefly before replying with exactitude. Respected survivor, with supplementary energy input, the energy shield's recharge time will be reduced to 6 hours. Chen Dong frowned slightly, arms crossed. Though reducing the recharge time to 6 hours was indeed exceptional, he remained uneasy. He feared unforeseen incidents might occur during those 6 hours. Yet perfection, he knew, was an illusion no survivor could afford to chase. He urged the AI assistant to expedite the connection. Confirmed, the charging conduit is now active. A calm, synthetic feminine voice echoed around him. At the instant the conduit engaged, Chen Dong saw it. A faint translucent dome shimmering in midair above the villa, barely visible, like tempered glass. Currents of energy coursed through it like veins across a living body. So this is the energy shield. Curious, Chen Dong stepped beyond the Saloy perimeter wall and reached out to touch its edge. His hand passed through empty air. It was utterly intangible. As for those 6 vulnerable hours, there was nothing to be done. He turned instead to inspect the automated defense systems and the Saloy walls, ensuring no repairs were needed. Next, he adjusted the surveillance cameras encircling the villa, then returned to his bedroom and rested, eyes closed, breath steady. The night passed without incident. Ding, ding. 2 system alerts chimed. One announcing the daily allotment of unlimited supplies, infinite 30mm autocannon rounds. Perfect. Now his armored vehicle would finally fulfill its true purpose as a mobile artillery platform. The second alert signaled the completion of the energy shield's recharge. Respected survivor, the energy shield has completed its initial charge. Thereafter, it will autonomously absorb ambient energy for continuous replenishment. Chen Dong could hardly contain his eagerness. He skipped washing entirely and dashed outside to behold the fully charged energy shield. He blinked up at the empty sky, uncertain. Last night, a faint film-like transparency had hung in the air. Today, after full recharge, utterly vanished. Chen Dong stepped past the Saloy wall. Dressed in combat gear, he cautiously tapped the air 1 or 2 meters beyond the wall, the outermost boundary of the energy shield. Ripples. His fist met invisible resistance, stalled mid-thrust. At the point of impact, concentric waves shimmered outward like water disturbed by a stone, emanating precisely where the energy shield's protective field began. Just like science fiction, nothing visible, yet ripples bloomed in midair. He struck again, harder. This time the ripples surged more violently, clearer, broader, radiating from his fist, as if dispersing kinetic energy evenly across the entire shield surface. Chen Dong began to grasp the energy shield's operational principle, and grew intensely curious just what magnitude of threat could it withstand. He retrieved his critical strike Tang sword and other bladed weapons, including crossbow bolts. The energy shield effortlessly deflected every strike. This outcome was unsurprising. A platinum-tier defensive system that failed against cold steel would be less reliable than tofu, hardly worth dying for. Next, he tested it with firearms. First a handgun. 2 sharp reports echoed, and Chen Dong's jaw dropped. He watched wide-eyed as both bullets froze in midair, suspended motionless just beyond the energy shield, before dropping silently to the ground. That split-second suspension was unmistakable. The sudden gunfire jolted Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu awake. They rushed outside, convinced the police chief and his entire force had stormed their gate. Instead, they found Chen Dong in combat gear firing at his own front door. Instantly, they understood. He was conducting live tests on the energy shield. Chen Dong then drew a high-yield grenade and hurled it into the air, only to startle when he spotted Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu standing in the courtyard. The grenade detonated. The energy shield activated instantly, deflecting every fragment outward. Then with eerie elasticity, it rebounded the shrapnel downward onto the ground. Chen Dong recoiled in genuine alarm. His greatest fear had been a catastrophic failure. What if the shield faltered and the grenade detonated inside the courtyard? That would have been catastrophic. Fortunately, this platinum-tier equipment proved flawlessly reliable. The explosion also roused other survivors across the residential compound. As they flung open windows, cursing loudly, they froze upon seeing the figure in white combat gear, designated Survivor 10086, and swallowed their insults whole. Lately, 10,080 SIX's ruthless exploits had spread like wildfire, seizing a platinum-tier supply crate from the police department, Saturn Ring, and the drug lords. and slaying 2 deputy leaders of the police department in Old Town. Now Chen Dong was nicknamed the Honey Badger, fierce, fearless, unstoppable. Yet most survivors still didn't know his real name, or even his face. Still, clues from his posted videos suggested a young man. Finally, Chen Dong raised his AK-47 and opened fire. Muzzle flames licked the air, spent casings clattered rhythmically at his feet. Yet even this torrent of lead left the energy shield virtually unscathed. Chen Dong lowered the rifle, rotating his stiffened arm to ease the ache from prolonged firing, then approached the shield once more, studying it closely. Gazing upon the flawless, undiminished barrier, he could only whistle in awe. Shield energy loss 1, recovery in progress. Now that's what platinum tier gear looks like. Thus, as long as the zombie hordes outside did not amass into overwhelming numbers, this energy barrier would serve as an absolute shield of safety for his family of 3. He wondered whether offensive action against external threats was possible from within the energy barrier. If not, it would serve only as their final line of defense. Chen Dong returned contentedly to the villa. At that moment, an instant message suddenly appeared, a private chat request flagged by the system as a trade inquiry. Seeing the note labeled trade request, Chen Dong deduced the survivor lacked 30 glass alloy ingots. After a moment's thought, he opened the chat. ID 78945. Hello user 10086. I wish to purchase the large-scale water purifier in your possession. Our group consumes vast quantities of water daily, depleting precious resources just to secure supply. Yet I lack sufficient glass alloy. Might alternative items be accepted in exchange? In this world, survivors lacked not only food, but water most acutely. Acid rain fell with unnerving frequency. This was no mere echo of pre-apocalyptic acid rain. It was true unadulterated acid rain, 10 to dozens of times more corrosive than anything known before. From public channel conversations, Chen Dong knew this all too well. Poverty persisted even in the apocalypse. Impoverished survivors were everywhere. Many pleaded for aid on the World Channel, even begging for a single bottle of water. Yet in a world starved of resources, who could afford compassion? If I give you my water, what becomes of me? In this world, kindness is a death sentence. Resources are simply too scarce. Drinking water could only be found in early-stage supermarkets or convenience stores, in meager quantities, or obtained by opening supply crates. Some desperate survivors, defying reason, drank the acid rain. The next day, they flooded the World Channel with pleas for help, racked by agonizing abdominal pain. Soon others posted graphic footage of survivors after consuming the rain. Their deaths were grotesque, intestines ruptured, faces twisted in unbearable torment, though outwardly they appeared merely distressed. Then came videos of their final moments, wailing so harrowing that every survivor trembled at the sound. The horror of such a death deterred all from ever drinking the rain again, even if it meant perishing of thirst. Chen Dong felt quietly gratified upon reading the message. He knew large-scale purifiers held immense market value, especially in the apocalypse. Tell me what you have. A barbecue grill schematic. Chen Dong rolled his eyes and replied coldly, goodbye. A barbecue grill schematic. Do you take me for a beggar? Chen Dong had no time to waste on such trivialities, nor patience for feigned desperation or pitiful appeals. Such pleas only deepened his irritation. He was now a merchant. Merchants by nature were ruthless opportunists who saw only profit. Wait, please, we desperately need this purifier or we will die. The survivor hastily sent another message. Chen Dong responded with detached indifference. I am no saint. Your words change nothing. You'd do better to plead with God, but even then I doubt he'd hear you now. I have other items. Name your price. I'll accept any substitute you propose. The survivor, panicking, fired off the message instantly. Chen Dong was about to close the chat, then paused, a sly glint in his eye. Tell me what you possess. That alone grants you one more chance to speak with me. Your next sentence must name something truly compelling. Otherwise, I'll terminate this chat and blacklist you immediately. He knew the survivor's need was dire. After all, water was the source of life. A person might survive a week without food, but only 3 days without water. This survivor reaching out to him clearly had no other recourse. 30 glass alloy ingots were astronomical for most. Those ingots were now the cornerstone of base construction, yet no one preferred slow dehydration over parting with them. Chen Dong understood humanity's primal fear of death, and thus stood firm amid complaints. Every person was selfish. This man expected to barter away a purifier with a barbecue schematic. Chen Dong didn't believe it for a second. No survivor who'd endured this long was naive, and this one certainly held back. As a merchant, Chen Dong intended to extract every last value from him. And as expected, after sending that ultimatum, the survivor fell silent. The survivor hesitated, frantic yet calculating. Chen Dong made no move to end the conversation. He knew the man's anguish, and waited calm and unmoved. Sure enough, a new message soon arrived. I admit, a barbecue schematic was unreasonable. So I offer our most valuable asset, a gasoline-powered generator. What say you? Chen Dong smiled faintly and replied casually, apologies. But do you know who approached me just moments ago? Who is it? I don't know this person either, but he also desperately wants the water purifier blueprint. Moreover, it seems his situation is even worse than yours. People have already starved to death in his base. Do you know? If it were him, I would feel more pity. Number 78945 cursed under his breath and quickly replied, you can't sell it to him. My offer will definitely be higher than his. You're in business, how can you engage in a losing deal? Chen Dong nearly laughed himself to death. This person's true nature was indeed revealed. With just a little provocation, his true colors are immediately exposed. Just now he was playing the emotional card, trying to use a barbecue grill blueprint to fish for profit. Now he actually wants to be all businesslike with me. Chen Dong smiled and said, but this person's offer is significantly higher than yours. He offered 2 gasoline generators. 2 gasoline generators. To me, this is much better than your barbecue grill blueprint. What barbecue grill? I can easily make a simple one myself. There's no need to exchange such a precious water purifier for it. Don't you think so? Number 78945 panicked instantly. No, I can offer you even more. I have something even better than he does. Better? Oh, I'm curious to know what else you have that's better. If it's good, I can consider you as my first choice for the trade. You should know my water purifiers are few and far between. If I accidentally sell out, I would truly be sorry. I wouldn't be able to help you. Moreover, later on, I might even sell purified drinking water. Chen Dong chuckled. Number 78945 gritted his teeth and said, you win, I'll exchange it for a backpack upgrade scroll. When I opened the supply box, I got a backpack upgrade scroll that can increase the carrying capacity of all item types. This time it was Chen Dong's turn to be surprised. You actually got that thing? This was no wonder Chen Dong was so astonished. As the survivor's strength increased, the resources obtained became more abundant, and the original backpack space gradually became insufficient. Often there was no choice but to discard some impractical items. At this time, someone opened a backpack upgrade scroll from the supply box. However, this item had a very low drop rate and was virtually non-existent in the market. Chen Dong realized he had struck gold. His infinite resources did not take up space, which was a bug. However, with more and more resources, his backpack was becoming a bit cramped. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he calmly replied, this is a good item, but there's only one. Don't you think that's a bit too few? Although the backpack upgrade scroll is very useful, it's not indispensable. After all, you can place excess resources in the shelter. They don't necessarily have to be in the backpack. Number 78945 hurriedly said, I really have no more, there's only one. Then I suppose it's fine. You just need to list all your resources: 1 barbecue grill blueprint, 1 gasoline generator, and 1 backpack upgrade scroll. The other party quickly placed all the resources in the trade box. Then Chen Dong confirmed the trade and happily received his second crop. Walking into the house, the 2 women were busy cooking. Chen Dong mysteriously leaned closer to Xianqi. Xianqi noticed Chen Dong, and seeing how close the 2 were, felt a bit unnatural, casually glancing at the focused Tian Xiaoyu beside her. Then she whispered, what are you doing? Chen Dong chuckled. I have a surprise for you. Tian Xiaoyu was startled by Chen Dong's sudden voice. When she reacted, she cast a resentful glance at him and muttered, what surprise could there be? You took a gun early in the morning and shot at our home's barrier. What good thing could possibly fall from the sky and hit you on the head? When Xianqi heard Tian Xiaoyu mention our home, she secretly glanced at Chen Dong's expression. Finding he hadn't noticed this detail, she secretly chuckled. Of course, Chen Dong didn't notice this matter and cheerfully said, although it's not anything that fell from the sky, it's still a pleasant surprise. Tonight we can have barbecue. After saying that, Chen Dong took out the barbecue grill blueprint he had just traded for to show the 2 women. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were both astonished. Although the 3 of them were already living quite well, it still lacked a bit of flair. What did you use to trade for this? Xianqi asked. Chen Dong proudly replied, the water purifier. To his surprise, both of their expressions changed upon hearing this. Xianqi complained, you didn't trade just the water purifier for this, did you? Tian Xiaoyu also pouted, somewhat confused. Chen Dong laughed and said, didn't I hear you 2 talking about missing barbecue from your past life a couple of days ago? Just right, with this we can have barbecue tonight. Tian Xiaoyu's face turned red at this. She hadn't expected that Chen Dong would remember her casual conversation with Xianqi from a few days ago. This made her involuntarily develop some small, delightful thoughts. Xianqi, being perceptive, naturally noticed the change in Tian Xiaoyu's expression. But Chen Dong with his wooden head had no idea what Tian Xiaoyu was thinking. That's good, this time I'll consider it as you being thoughtful, so we won't hold it against you. Chen Dong smirked and said, do you think I, your husband, am really that foolish? just using a barbecue grill to trade for a large water purifier. I also traded for a gasoline generator and a backpack upgrade scroll. In the future, we won't need to conserve electricity in our little home, and we won't have to worry about the backpack being insufficient. Xianqi's face turned a bit red. Although Tian Xiaoyu knew what her relationship with Chen Dong was, they hadn't been this close in public before. Moreover, the relationship between Tian Xiaoyu and Chen Dong was slightly delicate. Xianqi was certainly not as thick-skinned as Chen Dong. As Chen Dong's little woman, Xianqi's thoughts were also quite delicate. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Tian Xiaoyu's expression eased a little. That's good, no losses there. Of course. Chen Dong grinned and said, "Get ready, I'm going to build the barbecue grill." After saying that, he turned and headed to the outdoor platform on the second floor. Set up the barbecue grill in the open space, then click to start making it. At this moment, Chen Dong and his companions have an abundance of supplies. Making a barbecue grill is not a concern at all. Effortlessly, the barbecue grill was constructed. Afterwards, Chen Dong returned to the villa, admiring the busy figures of Tian Xiaoyu and Xianqi in the open kitchen. It must be said that both girls are endowed with stunning figures and captivating beauty, especially at this moment as they busily work, dressed very lightly and pleasing to the eye. Xianqi noticed Chen Dong's gaze and turned her head to give him a playful glare, causing Chen Dong to feel a stir in his heart. Looking out at the overcast sky, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Such a life is not too bad. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Chen Dong lit the charcoal fire in the barbecue grill, while Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu had already prepared the ingredients. Chen Dong leisurely sat in the lounge chair. Beside him was a glass of unlimited resources from earlier Romani Kani red wine, as he watched the two girls have fun. It must be said that this wine could fetch sky-high prices in the old world, and Chen Dong was increasingly learning to enjoy life. However, he did not notice that while they were enjoying the barbecue, a drone silently arrived above the villa. The people from the police station were not enjoying such comfort. On the contrary, it was somewhat tragic. The last time they suffered heavy casualties in the old town, they depleted a large amount of combat supplies. There was no choice but to spend more living resources to exchange for combat equipment, maintaining the strength of a unique large team. After all, the Saturn Ring and the Drug Lord's teams had suffered no losses at all, watching the police station's misfortunes with amusement. Now, if they were to act on their greed, they might seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. It was hard to say who would win, but the losses would certainly be more severe. Thus, with no other options, the police station had to exchange for combat supplies. The result of this was that the supplies for everyone in the police station were cut by more than half. The chief took the lead in eating compressed biscuits, drinking water, and straining to swallow. His heart bled. Brothers, enduring hardship is a blessing. If we get through this tough time, we'll have meat for every meal in the future. However, before they could enjoy the meat, the members of the police station saw others eating it. Far away in the central area of the police station, everyone was staring intently at the scene before them, nearly drooling. Handsome men and beautiful women enjoying themselves were busily barbecuing. This was the first time the members of the police station had seen Chen Dong's true appearance. The drug lord was controlling the drone, clearly capturing Chen Dong's face. Looking at Chen Dong's contented demeanor, he snarled, "Damn. This guy is actually barbecuing and drinking red wine at home, completely disregarding us at the police station." In the earlier wealth of the police station, meat was not that rare. However, it was simply a matter of boiling the meat or roasting it over a fire. Such treatment was something only the members of a large team like the police station could enjoy, when compared to the so-called first-rate teams like the Saturn Ring and the Drug Lords. Except for core members and leaders, there was no need to worry about this. Ordinary members, they had to exchange contribution points for it. Members of the police station once took pride in this, feeling proud to be part of the police station. And now Chen Dong had ruthlessly pressed their pride onto the barbecue grill to roast. It's so unfair. Why does a lone wolf player like 10086 have a barbecue grill? And so much meat. Chen Dong and the others made ample preparations, gathering a large number of bamboo skewers, threading pork and beef, and placing them in baskets by the barbecue grill. Sprinkled with cumin powder and mixed sauces, the aroma immediately filled the air. Not just the other members of the police station, even the chief instinctively swallowed hard, his throat moving. Never would have thought that after 10,086 received his private message, he could still barbecue so leisurely in his own villa. The drug lord was nearly drooling. He was a young man who loved barbecues and beer immensely. Living in a coastal city, he grew up surrounded by family drinking beer and eating barbecues. Using the words from his hometown, "If you don't drink while grilling, half the fun is lost." After arriving in the apocalypse world, the drug lord could only suppress his previous habits. It was not that he no longer liked drinking and grilling, but rather that he truly lacked the conditions. Originally, he thought there would be no barbecue in the apocalypse. Yet in front of his enemies, he saw his most favorite food. This feeling was extremely complicated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It's ready. The cheerful voices of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu came through the footage transmitted by the drone. Those qualified to observe Chen Dong from the conference room in the police station were all newly promoted corps members along with the drug lord and the chief, two familiar faces. Upon hearing the sounds transmitted by the drone, they all focused intently, leaning forward to listen more closely. Every word could potentially become intelligence. Old Chen, come eat some skewers. Xianqi held out a skewer. Ignoring the large beads of sweat on her forehead, she excitedly handed it to Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu also handed over a few hot dog sausages she had grilled herself. The two girls gazed at Chen Dong with eager anticipation. Chen Dong held the food grilled by the two girls in his hands, feeling utterly happy. Even though it was slightly overcooked, he savored it heartily. With his mouth full of food, he mumbled, delicious, truly delicious. The drug lord, seeing the audiovisual footage from the drone, could no longer hold back. Damn, I want to eat too. The chief kept his gaze fixed ahead, but the veins faintly visible on his forehead revealed his inner turmoil. Drug lord, mind your words and actions. The drug lord could only stifle his grievances in reflection. As the leader of a large team, the police chief was naturally impervious to such petty temptations. It was akin to quenching thirst by merely imagining plums. When parched beyond measure, even hearing the word plum and picturing its tart, juicy flesh would involuntarily draw forth saliva. Though the police chief could not suppress this instinctive physiological response, he swiftly quelled the fleeting distractions with unwavering willpower. In the old world, he had not been a police officer, but a mercenary surviving for years abroad in a life of constant peril where every day balanced on the edge of a blade. He held himself to exacting standards. Though the aroma of roasted meat was intoxicating, he believed the visceral euphoria of slaying his enemies would sate his soul far more deeply. As for the origins of the police station and his title, it stemmed solely from his childhood vow to become a policeman. From an early age, he trained rigorously, mastering Sanda grappling techniques and excelling academically, consistently ranking first in his grade. Teachers and classmates alike praised him without reserve. A young man who accumulated awards, effortlessly embodied both scholarly excellence and moral integrity, and harbored profound aspirations for society. Everyone assumed his dream would unfold as inevitably as fate itself. Yet, as a philosopher once observed, tragedy lies in destroying what is most valuable in life before the eyes of others. The police chief never imagined those words would one day mirror his own fate. One ordinary day, towering figures in uniform knocked on his family's security door and took his father away. Neither the police chief nor his mother endured long uncertainty. The man, who had been husband and father, was sentenced to immediate execution. The charge: trafficking prohibited substances. The blow shattered him utterly. With the family's pillar gone and still immersed in studies, he stood adrift, directionless. Then reality struck again, cruel, unrelenting, crushing the young man who had just begun to rise, determined to shoulder his family's burden. His mother hanged herself the following night. Soon after, their home was seized. Orphaned and alone, the police chief vanished, never seen again. He fled to Southeast Asia, raised a rifle, and became a mercenary. From that moment, his life's trajectory irrevocably shifted. Ruthless and decisive, he ascended rapidly. Within years, he stood as second in command of his mercenary unit. His commander trusted him deeply, admiring precisely that cold-blooded resolve, especially his palpable, simmering resentment toward his own countrymen. The police chief did not betray that trust. He killed his commander, seized his wife and daughter, and assumed command of the unit. Doomsday was among those who followed. Years of dominance deepened his hunger for power. He could not abide his unit falling short of others, nor tolerate subordinates betraying even a flicker of envy toward rival teams. Such conduct remained intolerable, even in the apocalypse. The police station belonged to him, the police chief. Doomsday, intimately familiar with his temperament, shuddered involuntarily. He instantly realized his earlier remarks to the drone had already drawn the police chief's disfavor. Back in the old world, a comrade had once uttered an ill-considered phrase, something about their unit's pay being too low that it paled beside another team's, and was executed on the spot, his skull blown open before all witnesses, then kicked into the sea to feed the fish. He remained unharmed now only because of years of loyal service. But one more misstep. No, even one more. And Doomsday dared not guarantee his head would stay upon his shoulders. Doomsday hastily offered his contrition. Boss, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. It was sheer folly. Then before everyone's eyes, he struck himself twice, hard, across the face. The force swelled both cheeks instantly. Only then did the police chief deign to glance at him, his irritation slightly abated. Enough. Don't let it happen again. Maintain surveillance. Fly lower. Doomsday nodded vigorously and maneuvered the drone downward. The police station crew, undeterred by the brief incident, continued observing Chen Dong and the two women on the villa balcony. On screen, Chen Dong savored skewered meat, declaring it delicious to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Yet both women found his answer dismissive and unsatisfactory. Pouting playfully, Xianqi teased, "That won't do, Lao Chun. Tell us plainly whose grilling tastes better." His rapport with Xianqi had grown increasingly intimate, their address shifting seamlessly from formal names to affectionate, almost marital endearments. Upon hearing her words, Tian Xiaoyu arched a brow, unwilling to yield ground, and fixed Chen Dong with a sharp, expectant gaze. Faced with their united insistence, Chen Dong's head throbbed. If he praised one, he'd offend the other. Both were formidable, untouchable matriarchs in their own right, and he dared not cross either. A grimace twisted across his face, tighter than a bitter gourd's rind, as he remained stubbornly silent. Xianqi burst into laughter, teasing, "Silly Lao Chun. Just kidding. Dare say either of us grilled poorly, and you'll get none of it. You'll roast your own." Tian Xiaoyu too broke into a radiant smile. Without prior coordination, she and Xianqi had acted in perfect synchrony, setting a gentle trap for Chen Dong. Chen Dong finally grasped the jest. "Oh, you two little rascals, you've been teasing me all along. Just wait till I get my hands on you." Laughing together, they chased each other around the balcony. The police station crew exchanged bewildered glances. Had they truly expended precious resources on a long-range drone, only to witness a handsome man leisurely barbecuing and frolicking with two captivating women on a sun-dappled balcony? Had this transaction then ended in staggering loss? The police chief remained silent, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the live feed streaming from the drone. On screen, Chen Dong dashed forward in a single stride, scooping up Xianqi and tickling her waist until she burst into unrestrained laughter. Tian Xiaoyu watched from the side, suppressing giggles behind her hand. At that moment, she sensed something amiss, an unfamiliar sound. Not the mechanical hum from the barbecue grill, but something sharper, more rhythmic, the whir of spinning propellers. Tian Xiaoyu jerked her head upward toward the sky and caught sight of the police department's drone hovering overhead. Damn it! The officers aboard recoiled in alarm. They had been exposed. Unthinkable. Had they flown too low? Tian Xiaoyu's mind raced with the same suspicion as she urgently called out to Chen Dong. "Chen Dong, look up. Look at the sky." Chen Dong was still lost in playful banter, not even glancing up. "Nah, I don't buy it. Mom always said never trust a beautiful woman too easily." Unmoved by his teasing, Tian Xiaoyu rushed before him, gripped his shoulders firmly, and guided his gaze skyward. Chen Dong's light-hearted grin vanished instantly. In that split second, his thoughts surged. This drone hadn't drifted here by chance. Someone was spying, gathering intelligence. But far more urgent was the realization their true identities were now compromised. Was it the police chief? Chen Dong had every reason to suspect so. After all, tensions with the precinct had escalated through a string of escalating confrontations. And then there were those veiled threats in the chief's private messages. Chen Dong was now certain this was no ordinary drone. It belonged to the precinct. He waved cheerfully toward it and called out, "Chief. Long time no see. Hope you've been well." The drone, poised to retreat, froze midair. The chief pressed down hard on Du Si's hand, halting further control, ordering the drone to hold its position. Since concealment had failed, there was no point in pretense. Seeing the drone hover motionless, Chen Dong grew even more convinced this was indeed the precinct's surveillance craft. And it could stream audio in real time. Otherwise, why would it halt the instant it heard his voice? So, the chief was watching him right now? Chen Dong smiled faintly, plucked a skewer from the grill, and extended it toward the sky. "Chief, care for some barbecue?" Then with mock realization, "Oh, I forgot. You can't taste it. This grill was designed using schematics I traded for a large-scale water purifier. Technically, I owe you thanks for that, ha ha ha." The chief watched Chen Dong's taunting flourish with stony composure. Beneath his calm exterior, his knuckles whitened as he gripped the armrests of his chair. Chen Dong tore off a piece of grilled meat, savoring it slowly. Then remarked, "Chief, isn't covert surveillance of private residences rather unseemly? Fine, if you're watching me, that's one thing. But what if my two companions were bathing or changing clothes? How exactly would you settle that account?" The chief had no reply. So Chen Dong continued, half to himself, a modest compensation for emotional distress, say a few hundred Saoloy credits, would seem only fair. Though speechless, the chief let out a low, contemptuous snort. Yet what Chen Dong said next ignited his fury anew. "If you can't produce the Saoloy, well then, chief, how about your head instead?" Chen Dong chuckled softly, drew a pistol, and aimed it squarely at the drone. "Goodbye." With a sharp report, the drone exploded in a plume of black smoke, plummeting straight down into the courtyard. Then, as though discarded like refuse, tumbled over the villa's wall and crashed onto the road outside the gated community. Xianqi's face clouded with worry. "Chen Dong, what do we do now?" Chen Dong sighed helplessly. Their cover was blown. There was no turning back. "What can we do? Stir fry it, I guess." Tian Xiaoyu interjected calmly, "Actually, our exposure isn't catastrophic. A clash with the precinct was inevitable. We'd meet sooner or later. Moreover, the drone is destroyed. Only the precinct's inner circle has seen our faces, not the entire force. Chen Dong relaxed visibly. Right, you're absolutely right, Xiaoyu. I'd nearly lost my bearings. He added quietly, we're locked in a life-or-death struggle with them. Whether our identities are known or not hardly changes the stakes. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like the precinct will descend upon us soon. We must prepare immediately. This time they would come in full force. Chen Dong couldn't predict what other advanced weaponry they might deploy. Nor would he abandon the sanctuary he'd built with such devotion. Fleeing with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu was unthinkable. Chen Dong, Xianqi asked, so, what's your plan? Chen Dong pressed his lips together, then spoke with quiet resolve, inspect the energy shield. Restock the automated defense system's munitions. After that, we wait and watch. Tian Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. That's all we can do. Indeed, no alternative remained. The trio abandoned the barbecue, hastily cleaned the grill, and swept the balcony. Then they turned to inspect and reinforce the villa's perimeter defenses. With the drone destroyed, the precinct lost all visual access to Chen Dong's compound. And the footage captured offered little intelligence. No time to scan beyond the immediate area. All they'd seen was 10,086 and two female companions laughing, eating, and playing on the balcony. An expensive drone, shattered for such trivial, useless intel. A sheer waste. Still, they took grim solace in one fact: they had finally glimpsed 10,080 SIX's true face. Though the chief had previously estimated Chen Dong's age, seeing him in person stirred reluctant admiration. Such maturity of mind at so young an age, echoes of his own youth. He was certain, given time to grow, 10086 would shake the very foundations of this ruined world. The thought of personally extinguishing such a rising star brought a slow, chilling smile to the chief's lips. It was exhilarating. Back in his mercenary days, he'd faced countless prodigies and rebels. Taking on 10 men alone, or hacking into the FBI's central mainframe, were mere parlor tricks. Yet none of those names echoed in mercenary lore. The reason was simple: the chief had eliminated each while still vulnerable, dumping them one by one into the Pacific. So yes, he admired. But he did not believe 10,086 would ever leave that villa alive. Fleeing now, packing up and vanishing across the wasteland, might preserve his life, however meagerly. But the chief knew better. That wasn't Chen Dong's way. Chen Dong was no coward. If he feared death, he'd never have seized supplies single-handedly from the precinct's Saturn ring and the drug lords alike. His fate then was sealed, just like those brilliant doomed stars of yesteryear. 10086, you will pay dearly for this. The chief tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest. Cross me, and death is the only path forward. Dosai, standing respectfully nearby, said, Chief, time waits for no one. Let us depart immediately to eradicate 10,086. At these words, the other core members of the precinct swiftly voiced their agreement. A burly man added, Indeed, Chief. This 10086 has grown far too arrogant. I can bear it no longer. At your command, I sang Biao vow to lead the vanguard and tear 10,086 limb from limb. Another hulking figure rushed to join in. Chief, issue your order. I Crow pledge to serve as your spearhead, to level 10,086 and avenge my elder brother. His hair was dyed a deep crimson. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Huo Lang, the firewolf whose helicopter had been destroyed by Chen Dong, resulting in his fatal crash. These two young men had replaced two fallen core members of the precinct. The precinct chief watched his three loyal subordinates clamor for action before slowly tapping his armrest and saying, So, you are staging a coup. Moi. These words sent chills down their spines. All three dropped instantly to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Chief, we were wrong. Silence fell. In the conference room, the only sound was the faint crackling static emanating from the projector, still linked to the drone Chen Dong had destroyed. Dosai and the others dared not move, not even when ants crawled across their faces, biting with maddening itch. They bore the torment without so much as twitching a finger. Haha. A sudden cold chuckle from the chief tightened their nerves to the breaking point. He ceased tapping the armrest and rose slowly to his feet. I see your loyalty. This time I shall lead every elite operative of the precinct myself to the Villa District and extinguish 10086 once and for all. Dosai sang Biao and Crow exchanged glances, relief flickering beneath their solemnity, then shouted in unison, Chief, your wisdom is unmatched. The chief paid no heed to their flattery. Suddenly he asked, Have you located the person I tasked you with finding? Dosai's expression darkened. He replied gravely, Yes, Chief, we have found him. The chief walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back. Bring him here. Yes, sir. Dosai saluted and strode out of the conference room. Moments later, he dragged in a blood-soaked man. The moment the man entered the conference room's gleaming tile floor was stained with gore, and the air itself thickened with the sharp metallic stench of blood. As soon as he caught sight of the chief, the man wailed desperately, "Chief, I beg you, grant me a swift death. I can't endure this any longer." Dosai held him down with a boot on his back. The man could only writhe helplessly upon the floor, pleading. It was this traitor who had exposed the precinct's position at the Old City Industrial Park, leading Saturn Ring and the drug lord to ambush them like hunters waiting for prey. Later, Chen Dong seized the opportunity amid the chaos, stealing a platinum-grade supply crate and slaying two of the precinct's elite operatives, Jin Gang and Hualang. The precinct was forced to expend precious survival rations to replenish its combat gear. As a result, everyone subsisted on compressed biscuits, living in grim austerity. All of it stemmed from this traitor's betrayal. The chief turned slowly, his expression unreadable, a faint, unsettling smile playing upon his lips. "Can't endure it. And yet, it has barely begun." The traitor hurried to speak. "Chief, I was wrong. I was bewitched, possessed. I should never have listened to Lu Neng and Snake. I betrayed the precinct. Yes, I did. I was wrong. I truly was." "What then tempted you to betray us?" the chief asked, calmly, unflustered. "I've treated my subordinates fairly. Have I ever slighted you?" The traitor's lips trembled faintly, but he confessed. "They promised they'd deliver the beauty streamer I coveted. Hand her over to warm my bed." Dosai erupted in fury and delivered a hard kick. "You dog! You'd stab your brothers in the back. For a woman?" "Huh." The chief paused, then laughed dryly. "In ancient times, Wu Sangui stormed the gates for a beauty's sake. Today you betray your entire organization for a live streamer. Ha ha ha, how absurd." Then his voice thundered with wrath. "Because of you I lost two of my finest generals, Jin Gang and Hualang. Because of you every soul in this precinct must tighten their belts and starve. I could kill you 100 times, and still not quell the rage in my heart." It was the first time the chief had ever flown into such unbridled fury, though perhaps unsurprisingly so. After all, Jin Gang and Hualang, like Dosai, had served the chief for years. Witnessing their brutal deaths stirred in Dosai the same sorrow that follows the fall of a kindred spirit. The chief took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and steadied himself. "Dosai, take this traitor away. Execute him by the old method." "Yes, sir." Dosai saluted and hauled the traitor out. The old method was a punishment carried over from the pre-collapse world. The condemned was bound head to toe to a wooden post while a pendulum hammer struck his forehead, repeatedly, rhythmically. At first the blows caused little pain, but over time they would split the skin, fracture the frontal bone, and erode the mind through slow, inescapable dread. Only those of ironclad will could face such torture without flinching. Yet tragically, Dosai and the others had applied this method many times, and no one had ever endured it to the end. Most succumbed to madness long before the final blow. Once Dosai departed with the traitor, the chief ordered, Sang Biao Crow, "Go inform the rest of the brothers. Prepare for immediate deployment to the Villa District to eradicate 10,086. Sang Biao and Crow bowed and withdrew, beginning to muster the precinct's elite forces. The chief sank back into his seat and resumed tapping the armrest, each soft resonant thump echoing the pendulum's grim cadence. He intended to make 10,086 taste that very same despair. Doozy dragged the traitor into the interrogation chamber and ordered his subordinates to bind him to a wooden post. The traitor struggled violently, begging for mercy. "No, please, Boss Doozy. I've served you loyally since the very beginning. I beg you, spare my life. I'll surrender all my supplies to you. Please." Doozy suspended a pendulum hammer from the ceiling, squinting one eye as he carefully aligned it with the traitor's forehead. "Bangzy, from the first day you entered this apocalyptic world, you've stood by my side. I treated you as a brother, and even intended to groom you as my right-hand man. Yet this time your actions have been utterly dishonorable, and you still dare beg for clemency. Let me tell you plainly, after you die, I'll scatter your ashes to the four winds." Having spoken, Doozy activated the electric pendulum. The hammer began striking Bangzy's forehead. Satisfied, Doozy turned and strode out of the interrogation chamber. Only then, hearing the traitor's piercing, terror-stricken screams echoing behind him, did he feel a sliver of grim satisfaction. He returned to the conference room, where Sang Biao and Wuya had already reported back. The three gathered before the police chief, standing at rigid attention, awaiting orders. Inside the conference room, the chief sat in silent repose, eyes closed. His subordinates dared not utter a word. After a moment, the chief opened his eyes himself. "Move out." "Yes, sir." Doozy rushed to the door and held it open for the chief. Once the chief stepped through, Doozy followed immediately, first among his peers. Sang Biao and Wuya exchanged a glance, then smirked faintly. Without hesitation, they fell into step behind him. The police station possessed an open-air plaza, a pre-apocalypse feature that upon adoption as their base had become their training ground. Now every elite member of the station stood upright and motionless on the plaza, arranged in immaculate formation. These were men forged under the chief's rigorous mercenary-style regimen, each bearing a ferocious countenance, thick-set jaws, and hardened features. They resembled a pack of starved wolves. At that moment the chief arrived. Gazing upon his disciplined ranks, he felt deep satisfaction. This force was his ace, the irreplaceable core of his authority. Whether confronting hordes of zombies or rival survivor factions, he held unshakable confidence. The chief ascended the command platform, a repurposed flagpole dais from the plaza's pre-collapse days. Facing hundreds of elite operatives, he declared, "Brothers, this battle is a righteous one." Since the dawn of the apocalypse, the criminal syndicate known as 10,086 has committed atrocities beyond reckoning. Just days ago, they brazenly stole a platinum-grade supply crate, rightfully ours. Tell me, shall we not exact vengeance? The elite forces roared in unison. Yes. Excellent. Full of spirit. Maintaining solemn composure, the chief continued his rousing address. Then, how shall we exact that vengeance? Without hesitation, the troops raised their weapons high above their heads and thundered in perfect cadence, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" At the deafening, earth-shaking cry, the chief threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Good. That's precisely the fire I want burning within you. This time we act as heaven's executioners, to purge this tyrannical scourge for all survivors. Let the world know the authority of our police station is inviolable. Move out." "Yes, sir." A resounding chorus of affirmation echoed across the plaza. Sang Biao and Wu Ye led the vanguard forward. This operation saw near total mobilization, the station's elite deployed without exception. Only a skeleton crew of ordinary members remained behind to guard the base. The chief intended to overwhelm 10,086 with overwhelming decisive force, crushing them utterly, leaving no ripple of resistance. The station had originally possessed 2 helicopters. One had been destroyed by Chen Dong during the Old City battle. Without hesitation, the chief deployed the remaining aircraft. The chief and Doomsday boarded an armored SUV, while the rest climbed into the cargo holds of several heavy trucks, bound for the Villa district. For security, the SUV did not lead the column nor occupy its center. Instead, it trailed closely behind the trucks, minimizing exposure to potential ambushes. Doomsday rode shotgun. Sang Biao and Wu Ye, excluded from the SUV, joined the others in the trucks. Still, they were permitted to sit inside the truck cabs, not the cargo beds. Doomsday glanced back at the chief seated in the rear, asking respectfully, "Boss, do we truly need to stake everything on this one operation? We're deploying our entire elite force. If something unforeseen strikes the base, our remaining personnel may be insufficient to hold it." The driver navigated smoothly. The chief, eyes half closed, appeared nearly asleep. At the question, he smiled faintly and replied, "Doomsday, are you worried our rivals might seize the base while we're away?" Doomsday nodded. "Indeed, boss. I feared precisely that. Your words suggest you anticipated such a possibility." The chief chuckled, chiding gently, "You flatter too easily." "Yes, I've considered it. But even if Saturn Ring or the drug lord truly betray us, so what? Our station's strength lies in these elites. So long as they remain intact, our foundation stands unshaken. A base. Let them take it. All vital supplies are in our hands. A single base means little. We can reclaim it or establish a new one elsewhere. It changes nothing." Doomsday froze, stunned. He hadn't imagined the chief would entertain abandoning the base outright. "Boss, the base was wrested from the Golden Spear faction after a brutal, hard-won campaign. To simply forfeit it, wouldn't that be a terrible loss?" Golden Spear had been an early faction based in the Central District. When the station first relocated from the suburbs to the city center, it urgently needed a stronghold, and set its sights on the school with the open-air plaza. That school, however, was occupied by Golden Spear. Thus, the station's inaugural battle in the Central District commenced, its first true test of dominance. In those early days, resources were scarce and combat was raw and visceral, blade against blade, flesh against steel. In the struggle for the school, the station emerged victorious. According to numerous eyewitness survivors, it took the station 2 full days and nights merely to cleanse the premises, removing bloodstains and corpses alike. Such was the savagery of that battle. And now, the chief spoke of relinquishing it as though discarding a worn glove. Doomsday could not comprehend it. "Your vision is narrow, far too narrow." The chief sighed, his gaze distant, carrying the quiet solitude of one who stands alone atop a summit. "Even assuming the base falls, which remains hypothetical, do you truly believe retaking one would be difficult today? First we eradicate 10,086, the thorn in our side. Then we consolidate our foothold in the old city, systematically gathering height-year supplies and expanding our arsenal. By then, even if Saturn Ring and the drug lord unite against me, what could they possibly do?" At those words, Doomsday's understanding crystallized. No wonder the chief was the chief. His strategic foresight spanned far beyond the horizon. Likely relocating the base to the old city had been his intention all along. The police task force pressed forward without pause. Small groups of zombies were crushed beneath their wheels. Not until nightfall did the precinct chief order everyone to pitch tents on-site and rest, preserving strength for what lay ahead. At dawn the next day, Chen Dong first received his daily allotment of infinite supplies red flower oil. I should find someone to give me a massage soon, he mused. Moments later, a cacophony of automobile engines echoed from beyond the villa complex. In this entire area, he was the only one who owned a vehicle. Ascending to the rooftop balcony, he needed no distant vantage. Crowds of people were already plainly visible. Sure enough, the precinct chief and his forces had arrived. A helicopter circled overhead, its skids bristling with two heavily armed men brandishing submachine guns. Below, several large freight trucks had already rolled through the main gate of the villa compound. Over 100 personnel stood in disciplined formation outside the perimeter wall, a dense, surging mass of humanity tightly packed. After stepping out of his vehicle, the precinct chief tilted his head upward, locking eyes with Chen Dong atop the roof. He had spotted him the moment they entered the compound. That face. He would recognize it even if reduced to ashes. Chen Dong stared back coldly. This was their first encounter, and likely their last. Today's battle would claim at least one life. Chen Dong refused to be that one, so the precinct chief would have to die instead. Yet victory was far from assured. Earlier, Chen Dong had single-handedly cut through the Dongxing team, a force numbering dozens. But those were mere amateurs, armed only with machetes and crossbows. Their firearms amounted to just a few pistols, their armored vehicles lacked even live ammunition. The precinct, by contrast, equipped every elite operative with a sidearm. Even if ammunition reserves were uncertain, that alone rendered them overwhelmingly superior to Dongxing. And that did not account for the hovering helicopter, nor for whatever hidden assets they might still conceal. Chen Dong found it inconceivable that such a formidable force would possess no ultimate trump card. By comparison, Dongxing seemed little more than children playing at war. At that moment, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu rushed up to the rooftop. Gazing down at the heavily armed precinct elites below, their expressions tightened with quiet apprehension. What are you two doing up here? Get inside now. Chen Dong's scowled voice sharp with urgency. Though an energy barrier shielded the exterior, its power was finite and depleting with every impact. No one knew where its threshold lay. Naturally, he could not afford to let Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu remain exposed. Hearing his stern rebuke, they felt warmth bloom in their chests, even as their resolve hardened further. Xianqi declared, "We're your teammates. Danger is shared." Tian Xiaoyu nodded firmly. "Yes, we stand with you through all things." Down below, the precinct chief watched the three exchange words. Though he couldn't hear them, it made no difference. He issued commands without hesitation. Raising his radio, he ordered the submachine gunners aboard the helicopter to open fire. Target the two women. Leave 10086 for later. He wears combat armor. Bullets may not penetrate. Without hesitation, the two marksmen opened fire, spraying bursts of gunfire toward the two graceful, radiant women. BRRT. BRRT. Submachine gun rounds tore toward Tian Xiaoyu and Xianqi. Yet the next instant, all witnesses beheld something utterly unthinkable. Mid-flight, the bullets slowed, spinning sluggishly like projectiles sinking into thick mud, then froze motionless in midair. Finally stripped of all momentum, they dropped straight to the ground. Had ghosts intervened? Stunned, the helicopter gunners resumed firing, again and again. Each volley met the same fate, halting midway, unable to advance a single inch. Chen Dong observed the spectacle, not with relief, but grim gravity. "You must descend immediately. The precinct has begun its assault." Yet Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu calmly drew their firearms, donned bulletproof vests and helmets, their expressions resolute. "We can defend ourselves, and we will aid you." "Very well," Chen Dong conceded after a brief pause. "Go downstairs, take position at the windows, and suppress their advance with the Gatling. Above all, guard your own lives. The energy barrier can fail. Stay vigilant. Should it collapse, do not expose yourselves beyond the windows. Understood?" Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu nodded. "Understood. Stay safe." Then they sprinted downstairs, took aim from the second-floor windows, and opened fire on the precinct forces below. Chen Dong remained atop the roof. Donning his combat suit, he turned his gaze skyward, toward the circling helicopter. "If I can destroy one helicopter, I can destroy a second." He sealed his helmet visor and raised his AK-47. Meanwhile, the precinct operatives stood paralyzed, reality itself seeming to unravel before them. Impossible. What sorcery is this? How did 10086 achieve it? Du Ci frowned deeply. Bullets fired, yet hung suspended in air before plummeting earthward. Such defiance of natural law exceeded every known boundary of human comprehension. His bewilderment mirrored that of most precinct members. The precinct chief's face darkened as he watched Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu take positions at the second-floor windows, preparing to unleash fire upon his troops below. With no time to ponder, he bellowed, "All units, target the second-floor windows. Fire!" Instantly, every operative pivoted and opened fire toward their positions. Some even hurled grenades. Gunfire erupted in deafening waves, like New Year's fireworks detonating in rapid succession. Other survivors sheltering within the villa complex trembled in their hiding places, too terrified to raise their heads, fearing collateral annihilation. Holy hell, that's more absurd than any Hollywood blockbuster. Namo Amit Ba Buddha. May the Buddhas protect me. I'm innocent, don't hit me. The precinct chief had assumed those two women, so closely linked to 10,086, or perhaps even his lovers, would perish instantly under concentrated fire. After all, who could survive sustained volleys from over 100 handguns? Even wearing ballistic vests and helmets offered no guarantee. Yet reality struck him like a slap. Far from falling, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu deployed a heavy machine gun. "Take cover, now." The precinct chief's expression twisted in alarm as he shouted the command, then dove behind a massive tree himself. DRRRT. Blue flames spat from the Gatling's muzzle as 7.62mm rounds screamed forth. In an instant, several operatives caught unprepared were riddled clean through, limbs and torsos torn apart, bodies obliterated. Dozens of rounds per second transformed the battlefield into a torrent of molten metal. The sheer volume of fire pinned everyone flat. Even the precinct chief watched hard, hammering. This suppression, this staggering rate of ammunition consumption. Was there any path to survival? Where did they acquire so much ordnance? Had they seized an entire armory? Some operatives, having secured cover, seized fleeting gaps to return fire towards Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Still, their shots failed. Every bullet stalled midair, its spin collapsing, before dropping harmlessly to the ground. The precinct chief narrowed his eyes. Peering intently, he discerned subtle ripples shimmering across the air at a precise distance, like an invisible membrane deflecting every foreign intrusion. Was it some kind of defensive apparatus? The police chief instantly grasped the situation. Turning to his subordinate Duzi, he ordered, "Keep our men firing. Don't spare ammunition." Duzi froze, panic edging his voice. "Chief, our ammo won't last under this kind of reckless expenditure. We've got over 100 men." The chief frowned. "Fool. Clearly 10086 possesses some unknown defensive apparatus, a barrier shield that's repelling our fire, and judging by its resilience, it's no low-tier artifact. I suspect it came from that platinum-tier supply crate." Hearing this, Duzi's eyes widened in sudden comprehension, only to be replaced moments later by fresh doubt. "But chief, if they're shielded, why keep firing? Isn't that just wasting time?" The chief shook his head. "No. No defense is absolute. All have a critical threshold. Do you truly believe this turtle's hell can't be shattered?" He barked, "Order them. Fire without restraint." Duzi saluted and immediately seized his radio to contact Sang Biao. They then relayed the directive to all other precinct members, "Spare no ammunition. Fire every round," they carried, concentrating all fire on the shelter ahead, targeting the two women inside. The energy barrier shimmered with rippling waves, like raindrops striking a mirror-still lake. Each impact echoed like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, perfectly measured and inevitable. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu listened to the barrage overhead, their hearts tightening with quiet dread. They feared the energy barrier might buckle under such relentless assault, shattering with a single final hollow crack. As Tian Xiaoyu reloaded the Gatling gun's belt, without even lifting her head, she asked Xianqi, "Anqi, things are looking grim. How long can the barrier hold against this firepower?" Meanwhile, Xianqi gripped her UMP-9 submachine gun and raked suppressive fire at the precinct officers below. Even behind cover, several officers fell to her precise, unrelenting shots. Hearing Tian Xiaoyu's anxiety, Xianqi had no ready answer, only resignation. "We'll take it one step at a time. While the barrier stands, we'll eliminate as many of their combatants as possible. Better to strike than be struck." Tian Xiaoyu finished reloading, pressed her lips together, murmured, "Then we have no choice," and resumed firing. The Gatling's recoil was ferocious. Had their physical conditioning not been drastically enhanced in recent days, neither woman could have controlled it. For now, both sides were locked in a brutal stalemate. The chief burned with impatience, his heart bleeding at the sight. Ammunition poured away, yet the energy barrier remained unbroken. At this rate, their entire arsenal would be spent. The chief muttered under his breath, "Damn it. What kind of indestructible turtle's hell is this? It's taken hit after hit and still won't shatter." Just then, cries of alarm erupted among the precinct officers. The chief looked up, toward the sky. The duel between Chen Dong and the helicopter had reached its climax. Wu Ya stood aboard the helicopter, spraying Chen Dong with furious bursts from his submachine gun. Even if his rounds could pierce Chen Dong's battle suit, which was doubtful. They failed utterly to breach the energy barrier. Wea's thoughts flashed to his elder brother, the one who'd raised him alone after their parents' deaths, Huolong the Fire Wolf. His death had been horrific, his face unrecognizable. At the crash site, Wei couldn't even distinguish Huolong's remains, until he spotted the necklace he himself had gifted still hanging around his brother's charred neck. There amid the wreckage, Wei swore an oath he would tear 10,086 limb from limb to honor his brother's soul. Yet now he couldn't even close the distance. Arg! Wei roared, emptying his magazine at Chen Dong. Helpless fury, Chen Dong mused, puzzled. Why did this crimson-haired eccentric seem consumed by such personal hatred? His hysteria was so extreme that even his comrades instinctively edged away. Wei's frenzied actions aboard the chopper unnerved everyone nearby. Yet Wei was a precinct veteran. No subordinate dared question him. They simply shuffled sideways, keeping careful distance, terrified he might in a fit of rage hurl them from the aircraft. Wei leveled his weapon and bellowed, 10086, you killed my brother. Now you pay with your life. Chen Dong paused, then scoffed coldly. I've killed countless people. How should I know which one was your brother? Enraged beyond reason, Wei barely dodged Chen Dong's counterstrike and scrambled into the cockpit. He'd already learned via radio that the shelter was shielded. Without breaching that barrier, entry was impossible. Evade his attacks and find an opening to strike the barrier itself. Wei commanded the pilot. Instantly, the helicopter danced nimbly through Chen Dong's gunfire. Clearly, the pilot was highly skilled. Chen Dong, AK-47, raised mist repeatedly, frustration mounting with each wasted shot. With assaults raining down from above and surging upward from below, the energy barrier's endurance grew increasingly precarious. Xianqi Tian Xiaoyu and the precinct forces were deadlocked, neither side gaining ground. Chen Dong knew he had to end the aerial threat swiftly, yet fate mocked him. His mood darkened. Just then his AK-47 ran dry. He ceased fire and began reloading. Had it not been for the energy barrier and his reinforced battle suit, such a pause mid-combat would have been fatal. Wei and his crew seized the opening, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the barrier, to negligible effect. Watching Chen Dong painstakingly load round after round, Wei made his decision. Bring the chopper closer, right up to the barrier. I'm planting a charge. The pilot refused outright. Impossible. Far too dangerous. Wei's brow furrowed. Then tell me, do you have a better plan A? Seeing the pilot speechless, he pressed on. No time for hesitation. Descend now. If anything goes wrong, climb immediately. Reluctantly, the pilot nodded and lowered the aircraft. Chen Dong watched the descent, unsure of their intent yet gripped by a deep instinctive unease. He accelerated his reload, then cursed softly, damn it, just one magazine. What a nuisance, having to reload every time. Once this is over, I'll scour the trading platform for extra AK-47 mags, or better yet, hunt down an infinite magazine mod. The helicopter descended rapidly, stabilizing directly before the energy barrier. Wei reached out, touched the shimmering field, and without hesitation withdrew a high-yield explosive from his pack. Boom. The detonation flared violently, momentarily revealing the barrier's full spherical contour before it dissolved entirely. The blast's force was staggering. Even a platinum-tier energy barrier could withstand only a few such strikes. Beep, beep, beep. Critical warning. Attention, survivor system detects severe assault on energy barrier. Immediate intervention required. Barrier integrity has dropped to 60%. The shelter's AI assistant issued a warning. Earlier, the police force had bombarded the shelter relentlessly, yet that barrage had depleted merely over 10% of its energy reserves. Unexpectedly, the explosive device in Crow's hands had just drained more than 20% of the energy at once. Chen Dong sucked in a sharp, icy breath. If Crow still possessed more such bombs, the situation would turn dire. He could not be allowed to continue. Inside the helicopter, though Crow had no idea his explosive device could drain so much energy, he observed the violent fluctuation of the energy barrier the instant it detonated, and thus deduced with reasonable certainty that this strike had inflicted substantial strain upon it. This explosive device had been entrusted to him by the police chief before departure. 2 units in total. There was hope. Once the defensive barrier was breached, the police force would overwhelm him without resistance. Such thoughts raced through Crow's mind. Meanwhile, Chen Dong reloaded his AK-47 and opened fire once more, only for the helicopter to swiftly ascend, evading his shots with agile precision. Chen Dong felt like a caged beast, utterly powerless against the airborne machine. Nor did he know how many such explosives remained in the police's arsenal. Should they launch several more salvos, if their supply proved ample, the energy barrier itself might shatter. Below, the violent oscillations of the barrier drew the attention of both the police officers on the ground and Xianqi's group. Some rejoiced, of others grew anxious. Over the radio, the police chief roared with laughter, Crow, excellent work. Find an opening and deploy the second bomb immediately. Then raising his voice toward the officers below, he commanded men, keep firing. That turtle's hell barrier at shelter 10086 won't hold for long. Beside him, Dosai barked orders at his subordinates, his tone fierce, and commanding Squad 2 leader, bring up the mortars. How many shells remain? 2. Aim them all at shelter 10086 and blast it to oblivion. Xianqi's brow tightened into deep furrows. Though deeply concerned for Chen Dong's safety atop the building, she found herself paralyzed, outnumbered and outgunned by the overwhelming police presence on the ground. After hurling several grenades into the ranks of the police, toppling several officers, she suddenly spotted them hauling forward a mortar. She shouted urgently, Xiao Yu, look, they've deployed a mortar. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yu instantly swiveled the barrel of her Gatling gun toward the mortar, attempting to suppress its deployment. But would the police let her succeed? Even at the cost of several officers' lives, Dosai personally loaded the shell into the mortar tube. Then, a thunderous boom. As the round struck the energy barrier heated, the barrier's energy level dropped another 5%. Smoke billowed thickly. The police officers emerged grimy and disheveled, but the three inside, Chen Dong, Xianqi, and Xiao Yu, remained unscathed, though perilously close to collapse. Should the barrier fall, the Saoloy walls and automated defense systems might buy only fleeting moments. Yet the police had suffered no severe casualties thus far. If they advanced en masse, storming the village, Chen Dong and his companions would inevitably suffer losses. Chen Dong emptied his magazine once more and ceased firing. He believed, already estimated the police's strength as high as reasonably possible. Yet their hidden assets kept emerging: explosive devices, mortars. Was retreat truly inevitable? Abandoning the shelter to flee with Xianqi and Xiao Yu, Chen Dong refused to accept it. As the helicopter descended again and Crow prepared to plant the second bomb, a sudden strategy crystallized in his mind. Another bomb, and perhaps that stubborn turtle's hell barrier would finally crack. Crow anticipated triumph, directing the helicopter lower still. After the first bomb's deployment, shelter 10086 had clearly panicked, firing wildly at them. Yet once the helicopter gained altitude, how easily could it be hit? To Crow, Chen Dong looked like a lamb awaiting slaughter, wearing combat armor, impervious to blades and bullets. A hollow laugh escaped him. What use was it? The police force held other trump cards yet unrevealed. Chen Dong reloaded his rifle, watching Crow draw near the energy barrier, and a faint knowing smile curled across his lips. The most sophisticated hunter often appears first as prey. You see me as quarry, yet do I not see you as mine? In one fluid motion, Chen Dong stowed the AK-47 into his pack and affixed a mechanical grappling claw to his forearm, then aimed it squarely at the helicopter's undercarriage strut. Just as Crow reached to arm the second bomb, he caught sight of the grappling claw hurtling toward them and bellowed, "Ascend, now." He's trying to close in. But even the pilot's swift reaction came a fraction too late. Chen Dong's grappling claw locked firmly onto the helicopter's base. The mechanical claw retracted automatically, yanking Chen Dong upward with brutal efficiency. Officers on the ground watched in alarm as he shot beyond the protective perimeter and opened fire, aiming to shoot him down. Yet the armor rang hollowly with each impact, merely deflecting the rounds. Clearly only concussive blasts or armor-piercing rounds could breach it. Xianqi and Xiao Yu cried out in shock, helplessly watching Chen Dong soar higher and higher. By now the helicopter hung at a lethally precarious altitude. Any fall would mean certain death. Crow had no intention of letting Chen Dong board. He signaled another officer, armed with a submachine gun, to open fire on Chen Dong, while he himself moved to the opposite side, attempting to sever the grappling claw's cable. But one glance nearly made him curse aloud. It was forged iron chain. I despise nothing more than having a gun pointed at my head. At that moment, Chen Dong had already scaled the opposite side of the fuselage, and the officer who'd aimed at him lay sprawled, kicked from the aircraft. Crow twisted his neck, flames igniting in his palms. Shelter 10086. I will make you die. Chen Dong's eyes flickered sharply at the sight of those flames. He hadn't expected this man to be an awakened survivor, and judging by the intensity, the ability was formidable indeed. Had he awakened a pyrokinetic talent? Survivors who reached level 10 might awaken unique abilities, but the chance was rare, occurring only probabilistically. Chen Dong had learned this truth only later. He'd counted himself fortunate to have awakened one himself. In fact, aside from Xianqi, this was the first awakened survivor he'd ever encountered. No, wait, not the first. Suddenly Chen Dong recalled the police officer known as Jin Gang. Back then he'd been stunned by the man's superhuman strength, far exceeding any ordinary humans. Looking back, it was almost certainly an awakened ability. No wonder the police force boasted such exceptional talent. Crow lunged forward, fists clenched, hurtling toward Chen Dong. Die? I'll avenge my brother. Driven by seething hatred, his strike spared no ounce of strength. His blazing fist cleaved the air, trailing scorching flames. Even clad in his combat suit, Chen Dong dared not intercept the blow heated. He evaded, shifting, twisting, sidestepping, then deflected Crow's punch with a precise parry. In swift retaliation, he lashed out with a whip-like roundhouse kick. Though untrained in formal martial arts, his extraordinary physical prowess more than compensated. Chaos itself could fell a master. Yet for the first time, his infamous groin kick failed utterly, blocked effortlessly by Crow. Humph. Base and crude, Crow sneered, disdain dripping from every syllable. Then without hesitation, he drove straight through the center line. A piercing front kick. Having awakened a skill, Crow had clearly reached level 10, his bodily capabilities were anything but mediocre. The impact sent Chen Dong staggering backward. Fortunately, his combat suit absorbed most of the force, leaving him unharmed. Calmly, he brushed dust from the armored plating over his abdomen. That nonchalant gesture only deepened Crow's contempt. Huh, relying on a slab of iron. What kind of strength is that? Chen Dong smiled faintly. If you doubt it, we're one yourself. Crow scoffed coldly. Stubborn to the grave. You'll fall even in that suit. And with that they clashed once more. A veteran mercenary, Crow commanded lethal mastery over countless close-quarters killing arts, pressing Chen Dong relentlessly. Only the combat suit kept him from being overwhelmed. Otherwise the outcome would have been dire. Seizing another opening, Crow landed a crushing blow to Chen Dong's chest. Though the flames seared his ribs with fierce heat, Chen Dong retaliated instantly, driving a sharp kick into Crow's flank. Both recoiled, neither gaining decisive advantage. Chen Dong's pulse quickened inwardly. He hadn't anticipated the sheer intensity of Crow's flames. Even Saloi reinforced armor failed to fully insulate against that infernal heat. Chen Dong drew his military-grade combat knife, blade gleaming in the dim light. Crow, confident of victory, assumed a fighter's stance and mocked, "What now? Can't win barehanded. So you resort to a blade. Shall I let you use just one hand?" Chen Dong snorted. "Enough talk. The hunt isn't over. No one's fallen yet." Crow twisted his lips into a sardonic grin. Flames roared higher around his fists, and he charged. As the knife's tip neared his face, he showed no trace of panic, reaching out calmly to seize the blade barehanded. Then he bellowed. Burn. Instantly, the steel liquefied, dripping molten slag onto the floor. Beneath his armor, Chen Dong's eyelid twitched violently. What in the hell? The temperature was absurd, beyond reason. Chen Dong leapt back, discarding the knife's charred hilt. Unaware, he'd backed all the way to the cockpit. The helicopter pilot struggled desperately to stabilize the aircraft, thrown off kilter by their violent struggle. Suddenly, he felt eyes upon him. Glancing sideways, he met Chen Dong's gaze. Then his neck snapped, twisted clean away. His final thought was a single blistering expletive. Damn, you're fighting fine. Why drag me into this? It was maddeningly unjust. Of course, he never voiced those words. Crow stared in horror, pointing furiously at Chen Dong. Are you insane? The pilot's dead. Do you plan to fly this thing? Chen Dong shrugged. Not your concern. Then with one brutal strike, he shattered the control console. The helicopter lurched wildly, plunging into uncontrolled descent. Crow lunged forward, but the violent tilt hurled him backward, nearly flinging him from his seat. He clutched the armrests, knuckles white. What do you gain from this? We'll both die. At this altitude, impact meant nothing but pulp and gore. Yet Chen Dong merely grinned, wicked, unruffled, certain. Who said I'm dying? Only you are. With that, he drove his boot through the cockpit's windshield, glass exploding outward. 1 foot already outside the cabin, he turned, calm, deliberate, and said, Kid, you're formidable. I can't beat you. I yield. But please, die now. Thanks. Goodbye. From his pack, he produced a parachute and leapt. Watching Chen Dong vanish into the sky like a carefree specter, Crow's eyes bled fury. Chen Dong, I curse your ancestors to the 9th hell. He'd never imagined perishing so ignobly, just as his brother had. He howled, slammed his fists, thrashed helplessly. But it was futile. The chopper plummeted, flared, then detonated in a fireball. Crow was gone. Chen Dong plummeted unbroken. Once clear of the rotor's deadly sweep, he deployed his parachute without hesitation. It was an audacious gamble. The helicopter flew low, making this a perilous low-altitude jump with minimal margin for error. Chen Dong was betting everything that his combat suit would withstand the impact, that his organs wouldn't rupture under shock, that he'd survive, by sheer will and defiance. Yet alternative tactics offered near-zero chance of disabling the aircraft. One truth remained undeniable: Crow was terrifyingly skilled. Especially that brutal military boxing, nearly pinned Chen Dong to the floor. In his former life, Chen Dong had been nothing more than a laborer. Strong he might be, but against mercenaries who killed without blinking or survivors honed in lethal hand-to-hand combat, his lack of formal training left him dangerously exposed in close quarters. True, He could overpower lower-tier survivors through sheer physical dominance. But facing Crow, a top-tier survivor, his deficiency became a fatal liability, amplified to its cruelest extreme. Still, times had changed. Inside the cramped helicopter, firing a gun was impractical. A worse, Crow might seize the weapon and melt it instantly. That would be catastrophic. Otherwise, Chen Dong would have shouted battle cries and riddled Crow with gunfire long ago. Now he descended rapidly above the villa. The descent was too fast, undeniably hazardous. He hooked a foot over the rooftop railing, but momentum refused to relent. Worse, the parachute began collapsing, accelerating his fall. So Chen Dong jettisoned it entirely, grasping the building's facade, clawing for friction, desperate to slow his descent. His plan: to scale the wall like Tomcat in cartoons, clawing upward in one miraculous surge. Alas, Sir Isaac Newton delivered a sobering lesson. Chen Dong halted, briefly, midair, then dropped straight into the garden's vegetable patch. Miraculously, he lived. He emerged from the wreckage of tomatoes and lettuce, shaking his head clear. Surviving calamity, surely fortune awaits. Chen Dong sprinted up the stairs to the second floor of the villa. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu had just watched, hearts pounding, as he leapt perilously from the helicopter and crashed hard into the courtyard. For a moment, they abandoned all thought of engaging the police officers on the ground with suppressive fire and rushed instead to Chen Dong's side to assess his condition. Xianxi immediately activated her healing ability, channeling its restorative energy toward Chen Dong, who sat panting heavily after stripping off his battlesuit. "Are you trying to die? Jumping from that height? You really think you're a superhero?" Tian Xiaoyu scolded him tearfully beside her. "Chen Dong, you idiot. Don't you know we were this close to bursting into tears?" Color gradually returned to Chen Dong's pale face as he grinned sheepishly. "You already cried, okay." Tian Xiaoyu burst into sobs and slapped him hard across the shoulder. Still cracking jokes. Then, fearing she'd hurt him, she whispered an apology. "I'm sorry." Chen Dong brushed it off and said gently to both women, "I'm truly sorry. I've worried you both deeply this time." Xianxi stepped in to ease the tension. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Now let's see how we handle those people down below." Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu nodded in unison. Outside the villa, the police chief and his team stared upward, first at the helicopter careening wildly through the sky, then at 10,086, clad in gleaming silver battle armor, plunging from its open hatch. Their hearts sank in unison. Just as they'd feared, the helicopter plummeted before their very eyes, crashing into the woods beyond the villa compound. The deafening explosion confirmed it. The crew aboard was almost certainly dead. Wyatt was aboard that chopper. Unlike his useless elder brother, who'd reached level 10 without ever awakening a single ability, Wyatt was a promising talent already cultivating the developable Fire Fist skill. And now he was gone. The police chief groaned, inwardly devastated, not only by Wyatt's death, but by the loss of the precinct's last remaining helicopter. Now another far graver dilemma loomed before him. Should they press the assault or retreat? The ground force's ammunition was nearly exhausted, yet still they'd failed utterly to breach the energy barrier. Despair settled over them like fog. With the helicopter now destroyed, the officers' already dim morale darkened further beneath a suffocating shroud of gloom. Their fighting spirit had evaporated. This engagement had been nothing but loss for the precinct, total defeat with no gains to offset the cost. With their strength still intact, immediate withdrawal offered the sole chance for future resurgence. The police chief waved weakly. Retreat. This outcome was wholly unexpected. Even he hadn't imagined returning in utter disgrace. And much of this reversal stemmed from one thing alone: the energy barrier. That platinum-tier defensive system. A piece of platinum-grade equipment that should have belonged to the precinct. The chief seethed, imagining tearing Chen Dong limb from limb. Using my own property against me. That was sheer humiliation. That was precisely what raged within his mind. He prided himself on decades of dominance across the mercenary underworld. No one had ever snatched something from his grasp and walked away unscathed. Not even in this apocalyptic world had anyone matched Chen Dong's audacity. Yet now the chief had no choice but to concede. Pressing forward would risk destabilizing the precinct itself. Supplies could be scavenged again, but if his men died and their gear was lost, the precinct would collapse entirely. Upon hearing the retreat order, Dosai, the Sting, immediately contacted Sang Biao via radio, rallying the precinct's battered remnants for withdrawal. They regrouped swiftly and turned to flee. As he departed, the police chief cast one final searing glance at Chen Dong. "I will return." This time 10086 had merely slipped through fate's fingers. Next time, once the precinct secured superior gear from the old city, they would return with overwhelming force. That would be 10,080 SIXS end. East of the river for 30 years, west for another 30. Never scorn a youth in hardship. His blood burned with fierce resolve. He recalled a young protagonist from a novel, a humiliated youth who after being jilted at the altar swore a 3-year vow with his former fiancée, and ultimately avenged every slight. This time he'd stumbled, but next time, he'd reclaim his honor. Chen Dong and the two women watched stunned as the chief withdrew without warning. It felt like an abrupt halt, like a long, tense prelude suddenly cut short just as the climax began. After all, the precinct had bombarded the villa relentlessly for 20 minutes straight. Without the energy barrier, even Saloy walls would have crumbled under such sustained assault. Yet this fearsome force, fierce enough to reduce steel to slag, retreated when the barrier's power dipped below 30%. Xianxi frowned incredulous. They actually retreated? That's bizarre. By then, every officer outside the villa had vanished. Covering one another, they fled rapidly from the residential complex, not pausing to retrieve vehicles, but sprinting instead to escape Chen Dong's potential firing range. Tian Xiaoyu remained baffled. Even inside the energy barrier, they'd been on edge, yet the precinct simply withdrew. Chen Dong joked lightly, did they run out of ammo? Otherwise, this hasty retreat doesn't fit the chief's style at all. He fell silent, then realized with quiet astonishment that he might have stumbled upon the truth. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu exchanged knowing glances and nodded firmly in agreement. That must be it. Either their ammunition is fully depleted, or so critically low that further expenditure would be reckless. They had no choice but to withdraw. Indeed, if the precinct hadn't been desperate for munitions, they'd never have abandoned the assault so abruptly. This premature retreat clearly signaled external constraints. Chen Dong broke into a slow, sharp smile. If that's true, then I must strike while they're wounded. The precinct had been brazen, marching right to his doorstep to flaunt their might. That insult he refused to swallow. Having deduced their vulnerability, he wouldn't let the opportunity slip. Tian Xiaoyu gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with quiet anticipation. Clearly she sensed his intent and wanted confirmation. Chen Dong, what do you plan to do? He smiled faintly and drew forth his battered battle suit. Pursuit, while victory is still warm. Tian Xiaoyu smiled back. That's called kicking a dog while it's down. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain is impossible. It can never happen in this lifetime. Chen Dong knows all too well that once the police station returns to the central district to recuperate for a while, they will surely become restless again, accounting for both new grievances and old grudges. At that time, if his luck runs out and he fails to acquire other advanced resources for resistance, he might truly fulfill that saying, victory and defeat are common in warfare, great heroes must start anew. What a load of nonsense. He was completely disheartened. I am not Li Xiaoyao. It was also for this reason that Chen Dong did not intend to let the police station off the hook. He made up his mind to set off and pursue them now. Xianxi looked at Chen Dong and said, Old Chen, I'll go with you. No one was clear about what other trump cards the police station might still have. She at least had the healing skill and a UMP-9 submachine gun. Pursuing together with Chen Dong would provide significant assistance. Xianxi naturally thought that Chen Dong would take her along to pursue. However, in the end, it was still Chen Dong who set off alone. Although this great battle ended in their victory, the cost was not small. It was inevitable that someone would want to take advantage of the chaos. Therefore, some people had to stay behind at home. The other survivors in the villa area initially dared not show themselves. Only after the battle between the police station and 10,086 concluded did they quietly sneak out to look from the villa's balcony. A survivor drenched in sweat wiped the size of a soybean sweat bead from his forehead and said, I'm really shocked how fierce those guys were just now. The community streets are littered with shell casings and bullet holes. His companion glanced at him and exclaimed, Dazhuang, don't just look at these bullets. Look over there, but smoking. The survivor, named Dazhuang, followed his companion's finger to where the helicopter had crashed. Smoke and fire still billowed from there, a scene of devastation. Fortunately, it fell on the bare grassland at the outskirts of the forest, preventing a fire. Oh my goodness. Was that the police station's helicopter? Before the fighting began, I saw 2 submachine guns on it, always keeping a wary eye on 10,086. Once the fighting started, it was ferocious. Good heavens. It actually crashed. Dazhuang was dumbfounded. He never expected such an expensive helicopter to crash like this. His companion echoed. Yeah, who would have thought that 10,086 could leave the police station helpless? Charging in with such fervor only to retreat in disgrace, 10,086 truly lives up to its reputation. Chen Dong's name was always resounding. Most people had heard of his lone wolf-like actions, but that was all in the early days. Everyone's resources were scarce and survival was especially difficult. On the other hand, 10086 was relatively fortunate, possessing better firearms. This was information acquired later. It was nothing serious. Just a group of survivors clustering together to survive. Which large team nowadays wouldn't be able to crush them? Therefore, most of them looked down on 10,086, just as they viewed those flashy celebrities of the old world. They couldn't do anything but stir up trouble. In reality, they were just fancy but ineffective. Later, 10086 even managed to steal platinum-level resource boxes from the police station Saturn Ring and drug lord teams. And they could just pack up and leave without a scratch. This made many survivors look at them in a new light. After all, if it were them, they wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. However, most people still believe that 10086 was merely lucky. After all, the subsequent siege by the police station was not made public. The police station members who knew the truth were under strict orders and had been silenced. Thus, the survivors in the villa area were very surprised by 10,080 SIX's performance today. Some even foolishly thought they could take advantage of the chaos. In another villa, a survivor saw Chen Dong leave and began to plot secretly. Though they said they were plotting secretly, they were actually discussing loudly in their own shelter. 10086 has gone out, leaving only 2 women at home. Tisk tisk, those are 2 great beauties, plus they have supplies. Damn, didn't you see just now? Those 2 women were firing at the police station's ground troops with guns. They are fierce tigresses, thorny roses. Do you dare provoke them? And what about that defensive shield? After fighting for so long, how much ammunition can they have left? They are probably on their last legs without any resistance left. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to swoop in and reap the benefits. That seems to make some sense. This group of survivors analyzed a lot and ultimately concluded that 10,086 leaving behind only 2 female companions was a huge mistake. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Xianqi was not unhappy about being left at home by Chen Dong. There were reasons for this. She and Tian Xiaoyu were responsible for quickly charging the energy shield and replenishing the ammunition for the Gatling gun. In the recent ground defense battle, the Gatling gun played a significant role, suppressing the opponent's ability to raise their heads. However, the bullets were consumed too quickly and needed reloading. Just then, suddenly the energy shield came under attack. Was the police station back? They hurried to the window to check the situation outside. However, it turned out to be a dozen survivors throwing grenades at the energy shield. Tian Xiaoyu smirked, seemingly amused, and said, "Anchi, do you want to deal with these blind fools?" Clearly, these people saw them battling the police station for a long time and wanted to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. However, Xianqi glanced at them but felt no interest at all. Why dirty our hands? Let the automated defense system handle it. After saying that, she turned away from the window. The survivors outside the villa saw Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, and their emotions stirred. Damn, they look even better up close. No wonder Chow Chow liked married women. Oh, I finally understand now. But at that moment, the automated defense system was activated and the Gatling gun switched to automatic mode, aiming at the intruders. The outcome was predictable. Meanwhile, Chen Dong, who had gone out, was gradually catching up with the police chief and his team. Sitting in the SUV, everyone was still fuming. Poisonous Thorn looked at the sulking police chief and said, "Boss, this time we simply lacked careful intelligence gathering, which led to our downfall. It's nothing serious. Moreover, we actually posed a tremendous threat to 10,086, nearly killing him." The police chief shot a sidelong glance at Poisonous Thorn and snorted coldly. "Do you need to tell me that? Am I unaware? But he had that platinum-level defensive shell that kept us at bay. Many brothers died and a vast amount of combat resources were wasted, yet we remained helpless against him." Poisonous Thorn felt a cold sweat break out. He never expected his flattery to backfire. But he quickly added, "Boss, that's not the right way to put it. This time we indeed suffered a loss. However, we did not lose. On the contrary, we got a clear understanding of 10,080 SIX's background. As long as we go back to recuperate for a while, you can lead us to develop the old town and gather resources. At that time, returning to deal with 10086 will be a piece of cake." It must be said that upon hearing the seemingly heartfelt flattery from Du Ci, the sheriff's expression softened considerably. No one dislikes hearing kind words. Even though this time he truly returned empty-handed, he felt an undeniable sense of resentment. The police station was the only large team in this city comprised of awakened skill survivors armed with submachine guns, mortars, and even helicopters. With such conditions, gathering the entire team's strength still could not crush the lone wolf known as 10,086. It was simply a great humiliation. The sheriff could not endure such a blow. Upon returning, he would only harbor even deeper resentment towards Chen Dong. This was the first time he felt such intense hatred for someone. Even in the old world, he despised his father for taking reckless risks that destroyed their family. He hated the former leader of the mercenaries for never passing the leadership position to him, while claiming to treat him like a son. It was all lies. But it was never to such an extent of hatred. After all, his father was executed by firing squad, the leader was shot down by him, and they even seized his wife and daughter, leading to a scandalous situation. All previous grievances had vanished. Yet for the young survivor known as 10086, whom he wished to eliminate directly, he had repeatedly failed. This was making it difficult for him to maintain the composure he had cultivated over the years. Was this his destined calamity? Doomsday, noticing the sheriff's relaxed expression, seized the moment to say, "Boss, you need not overthink it. Our police station still possesses strength, though dealing with a lone wolf survivor is child's play. Rest assured, upon our return, we will work even harder to develop the old city district and acquire more resources. Our police station is the strongest team, it will always be, and unifying the entire city is no longer a dream." The sheriff nodded lightly. "I hope so." These words struck a chord with the sheriff. He had always envisioned unifying the city and becoming a local emperor. Doomsday, having followed him loyally for over a decade, knew his ambitions. The shadows in the sheriff's heart completely dissipated, and he felt a renewed sense of grandeur. He was also very pleased to have such a capable right-hand man like Doomsday by his side. Doomsday, once the police station unifies this city, you can call the shots in the central district. Doomsday was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. You will surely succeed, and wherever you go, victory will follow." Boom. Just then a massive explosion suddenly erupted with shockwaves sweeping through. What happened? The sheriff, through the rear window of the vehicle, looked back in astonishment. A large truck carrying many police station members had exploded. At that moment, the sheriff's heart felt like it was bleeding. Those elite members were the very foundation of the police station. Cultivating them again would be extremely difficult. It could be said that every elite member of the police station was built on a substantial amount of ammunition and food. The costs were not something an ordinary team could bear. Even the sheriff felt heartbroken. Now an entire truckload of police station members had directly evaporated. Dozens of them. Dozens of elite warriors had just perished like that. The sheriff was gritting his teeth in frustration. Who was it? Who on earth was it? The truck erupted on the highway, sending up thick smoke. Soon a massive amphibious armored vehicle charged out from the black smoke. This armored vehicle. It was 10,086. The sheriff quickly realized. Previously, during the scramble for the platinum-level resource box in the old city, it was this armored vehicle that caused the helicopter crash. When they were in the villa area, Chen Dong and the others were inside the energy shield and didn't have enough space to maneuver. Now with the environment open, there was finally room to operate. Moreover, after obtaining unlimited cannon ammunition, he was not afraid of wasting it. The sheriff did not expect that 10,086 would be so audacious as to come out and pursue him. Did he really think he was Superman? He had to show him some color. Enraged, the sheriff immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and ordered all elite members to disembark from the truck. He could not allow himself to be hit by the armored vehicle's cannon fire again. If it continued, he would be left with nothing. The police station could not sit idly by, or it had to launch a counterattack immediately. Otherwise, he would truly be seen as a soft target. How could one person dare to pursue over 100? What was he thinking? The sheriff sneered. What if you have an armored vehicle? We still have mortars. After the command was given, the remaining police station members immediately got off the vehicle and spread out. That was a quick response. Chen Dong smirked. He opened fire again, causing a large explosion. But at that moment, Doomsday unexpectedly took out a mortar. How does he still have that? Chen Dong felt a jolt of panic. He quickly reacted and evaded. Bang! The mortar shell exploded with a deafening roar. The armored vehicle's tracks were blown apart, rendering it immobile. Thankfully, it was only the tracks that were damaged. Finding a new set to replace them would restore it immediately. Meanwhile, Chen Dong suffered a slight internal injury. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. However, it was not a big issue. He could just find Xianxi for treatment, and he would be back to full strength in no time. Chen Dong shook his head and continued firing. No effect. The police station members were greatly disappointed. Doomsday also pursed his lips reluctantly, putting the mortar back into his backpack. There was no choice. That last shot had already been the final shell. The sheriff, hiding in the bulletproof SUV, spoke into the walkie-talkie. Everyone be careful to spread out and approach slowly. His armored vehicle is immobile. Seize this opportunity. Previously, during the battle in the villa area, the police station had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, they had gained some understanding of Chen Dong's fighting style and weaknesses. Chen Dong, completely unaware, kept firing, not caring how many he hit. Yet this simple and crude method had led to heavy casualties among the police station members. On the open highway, how many cover options were there? Without cover, they were live targets. More importantly, Chen Dong had unlimited 30mm cannon ammunition and did not have to worry about the consumption of ammo. If they wanted to buy time until Chen Dong ran out of ammunition, it would be an utterly foolish decision. Leave a batch of people to hold the rear, we move. The sheriff decisively ordered. They would leave a few unfortunate souls to cover the main force's retreat. Chen Dong did not want the sheriff and the others to leave. However, the armored vehicle was immobile, and the remaining unfortunate souls still had numerous grenades. He could not charge forward with so many grenades. It was for this reason that Chen Dong was delayed for quite a while by this group of unfortunate souls. A dozen minutes later, only a handful of the officers left behind to cover the retreat remained, scattered, disoriented, and utterly out of ammunition. It's time to end this. Chen Dong sneered coldly, stepping out of the armored vehicle and stowing his backpack. His mood was irrevocably sour. The captain and the others had been gone for some time. There was no telling whether they could still be caught. With escape now impossible, the few remaining survivors stared at one another in abject despair. After a silent mutual glance, they drew bladed weapons and charged forward with a collective roar. Chen Dong let out a disdainful snort. He would never like some fool from television dramas meet a machete with a machete. He raised his AK-47 and opened fire. When the magazine emptied, only one man remained standing, the tattooed brute with swirling floral sleeves. Pressing the rifle's muzzle against the man's chest, Chen Dong offered a faint, chilling smile. "Speak your last words. I'll send you on your way shortly." The tattooed man's eyes flickered. "I bet your gun's empty." Hearing that cliché from the old world, Chen Dong rolled his eyes in weary disbelief. "Indeed, you've won." As the words fell, he withdrew a pistol. "But you've also lost." "What the a?" Snap. The tattooed man crumpled slowly, his face twisted in bitter disbelief. Chen Dong wasted no time. He retrieved a battered Jetta and sped off in pursuit. The captain and his team had abandoned a group of unlucky men without hesitation and fled at full speed. Preserve the mountain and firewood will never run out. As long as they escaped intact, vengeance could always wait. This time, however, Doomsday dared not utter a word. After all, 10086 had charged straight after them. Armored vehicle roaring, overwhelming them, utterly stripping them of dignity and resistance alike. For the captain, it was a crushing blow. Even Doomsday felt a creeping unease. This defeat might truly have to be swallowed whole, teeth and all. Yet he remained baffled. Why was 10,086 so terrifyingly relentless? Bullets flew without pause or restraint, as if his reserves were infinite. And what of injury? Even clad in tactical armor, he shouldn't have endured so much. That suit, upgraded though it was, remained merely a gold-tier defensive piece. In truth, just as Doomsday suspected, the armor could not possibly withstand such punishment. Chen Dong's unstoppable advance was built not on invincibility, but on sheer brutal endurance, absorbing part of every blow himself. Like the legendary 7-injury fist from ancient martial lore, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the foe while suffering 800 in return. Otherwise, why would he have limped wounded straight from the helicopter crash to seek Xianqi's healing? Fortunately, with Xianqi, the team's indispensable healer, by his side, he could afford such audacious recklessness. How much longer until we reach base? The captain's sudden question shattered Doomsday's brooding reverie. Doomsday blinked, then instantly snapped to attention. "Boss, we should arrive in about 30 minutes. Leaving a rear guard had proven highly effective, buying them over 10 precious minutes. Even if 10,086 possessed transport, full throttle pursuit under equal acceleration would make overtaking nearly impossible." The captain nodded. "Good." At that very moment, the driver hesitated, then spoke up, voice tight with apprehension. "Boss, we may need to get out and walk." Doomsday, seated beside him, frowned sharply. "What nonsense is this? Walk all the way back. Say that again, and I'll knock your teeth down your throat." The captain also frowned, but unlike Doomsday, he did not leap to anger. After all, the driver would not speak so gravely without cause. Sure enough, the driver stammered an explanation. "Brother Doomsday, I didn't mean. What I meant is, our fuel is running critically low." Doomsday's expression darkened. "Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've got spare fuel. Pull over. Refuel." The driver obeyed, stopping the vehicle, then joining Doomsday outside to refuel. When fortune turns, even drinking water seems to lodge between one's teeth. As they lifted the fuel cap, both men froze, spotting a long, glistening trail of gasoline stretching back along the road. The tank was leaking. It clicked in the driver's mind. "No wonder. My foot wasn't even on the accelerator, yet fuel consumption spiked. It's been leaking the whole time. Lucky there wasn't a single spark along the way, or we'd have detonated." Doomsday shot the driver a withering glare, half tempted to stitch shut that illumined mouth. They returned to the vehicle and reported to the captain. "Boss, the problem isn't low fuel. It's a leak. I suspect 10,080 SIXS pursuit punctured the tank somehow, maybe during that barrage." Hearing Doomsday's deduction, the captain's pulse quickened with quiet dread. That it hadn't exploded already was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Sang Biao approached. He'd been riding in another cargo truck, saw the captain's vehicle halt, and ordered his own driver to stop before sprinting over. "Boss, what's happening? Why did you stop, eh?" Before the captain could reply, Sang Biao suddenly pointed down the road behind them and shouted, "Danger! It's closing in." Chen Dong had been searching fruitlessly for the main police contingent, nearly ready to abandon the chase. When fate intervened, those few minutes lost to the leaking tank gave him the opening he needed. "Boss, let's take the cargo truck together," Sang Biao urged urgently. But Doomsday shook his head immediately. No, the truck's too slow. We'll be overtaken for certain. And do you recall how the last cargo truck was shredded by gunfire? It's far too dangerous for the boss to ride in one. Sang Biao frowned in frustration. Then what do we do? This bulletproof SUV is leaking fuel. Shall we run back on foot? Their argument escalated. The captain's brow furrowed deeper, his patience fraying under the clamor. Enough. Cease this bickering. Prepare to engage. We cannot evade him now. Doomsday and Sang Biao fell silent at once, bowing their heads in sharp, disciplined assent. Yes, sir. A steel spike pierced the left front tire of Chen Dong's Jetta. Unlike a nail that slowly deflates a tire, the spike slashed a jagged gash straight across the rubber. The sudden lateral skid caught Chen Dong completely off guard. This aging Jetta lacked ABS. Its steering wheel wrenched violently, impossible to control. Though Chen Dong fought desperately to hold a straight line, it was futile. He slammed the brakes and crashed headlong into the roadside barrier. The airbag did not deploy, not because the impact was mild, but because this relic from yesteryear had no airbag at all. At once, law enforcement agents swarmed in and opened fire on the vehicle. Chen Dong had just emerged from the Jetta when boom, it detonated. Chen Dong had no time to mourn. He raised his AK-47 and unleashed a barrage. Officers rushing toward him collapsed one after another. Doomsday screamed in disbelief. What the hell? How many rounds does he even have? It's like an endless supply. Damn it. From the villa defense to the pursuit by law enforcement, the AK-47 in the hands of 10,086 seemed to possess infinite ammunition, each emptied magazine instantly replaced with another. It was utterly demoralizing. A chilling thought crept into many minds. Confronting 10086 might have been a fatal mistake. Yet no one dared voice it in front of the chief. To speak it aloud would likely earn them a bullet from the chief himself. Before 10,086 lifted a finger. At that moment, Sang Biao charged forward. He could no longer bear watching Chen Dong cut down foes like a war god descending from heaven. As he sprinted forward, his body began to harden. 10,086. I am your opponent. Hearing the shout, Chen Dong pivoted and sprayed bullets from his AK-47. Sang Biao mid-rush yanked a shield from his backpack and raised it before him. Yet stray rounds struck his exposed limbs, penetrating only into muscle, failing to pierce through. Another awakened survivor. Chen Dong hurled several grenades. They struck Sang Biao squarely. Yet though bloodied and battered, he kept coming, snarling, fearless, unstoppable. Chen Dong had no choice but to stow away the AK-47. He couldn't risk it being shattered in close combat. That would be an irreplaceable loss. He drew his long and used critical strike tang, sword, and swung, splitting Sang Biao's iron shield cleanly down the middle. Still razor-sharp as ever. Chen Dong was no fool. Otherwise, how could he have risen from poverty in a remote county town to gain admission to a top-tier university? Nor would he have secured a foothold in a metropolis after graduation. That same sharp intellect now manifested in battle, refined during his earlier duel with Wu Ye. Now he applied those lessons in real time. Against Sang Biao, he employed Wu Ye's evasive footwork, retreating steps, swift sidesteps, enhanced by the Tang sword's reach. Sang Biao, a veteran killer forged in countless battles, found himself gaining no advantage. The more frustrated he grew, the more recklessly he pressed, and the more openings he revealed. Chen Dong slipped sideways, evading Sang Biao's right hook, then thrust the Tang sword beneath his opponent's right armpit, and followed with a brutal upward slash. Even with his awakened ability, hardening, activated, Sang Biao could not withstand the blow. His severed arm flew skyward. He clutched the stump mouth agape in silent agony. Veins bulged on his forehead, cold sweat poured down his face. In moments, the ground before him darkened, soaked with blood and sweat. The searing pain forced him to release, hardening. Snap! Chen Dong fired, point blank, into Sang Biao's occiput. Sang Biao fell dead. The chief stood amid his officers, separated from Chen Dong by the width of the highway. Between them lay a makeshift barricade, wooden stakes and barbed wire hastily deployed from their packs. They locked eyes. The air crackled with unspoken fury. Then the chief spoke, ice cold, open fire. His men pulled triggers without hesitation, expending every last round. This battle offered no compromise, only victory or death. Victory meant inheriting all of 10,080 SIXS supplies. Every casualty, every expended round repaid tenfold. Defeat meant collapsing lifeless. No memory, no regret. No bullets left. Toss grenades. No grenades. Fire crossbow bolts. Crossbows spent. Close for melee. Officers surged forward, cleavers raised high. Armor penetration failed. Even standing still, Chen Dong could withstand their blows unscathed, for a time. But such passivity was unthinkable. If surrounded at close range, he'd be swiftly overpowered and bound, helpless like a pig awaiting slaughter. And Chen Dong had absolutely no desire to experience being steamed alive. He redrew the AK-47 and fired again. Officer after officer fell. Within moments, only a handful remained. When Du Ci seized the chaos to charge, Chen Dong reacted instantly, swiveling his weapon, but Du Ci had already closed the distance and lunged, locking him in a crushing embrace. Then white light erupted from Du Ci's body. Something was terribly wrong. Chen Dong struggled, but Du Ci held fast, straining with every fiber, screaming hysterically, "Let's die together." 10,086. Long live the Bureau. Boom. Du Ci triggered his sole use ability, self-detonation. Chen Dong hadn't anticipated such a suicidal assault. What the hell was this? Some kind of kamikaze squad? Unprepared for the blast, Chen Dong absorbed the full force, suffering grievous injury. As smoke cleared, Du Ci had vanished, reduced to ash. Chen Dong lay sprawled on the ground, broken and motionless. Even his indestructible battle suit had failed to fully absorb the detonation. Darkness enveloped him, utterly black. Chen Dong fumbled for a hemostatic agent and sprayed it onto his wounds. The potent formula took effect instantly. The torrent of blood ceased rapidly. "Oh, you survived the blast. I'd assumed you'd be vaporized outright." Still, critical injury is acceptable. Du Ci finally proved useful. The chief approached, slowly halting before Chen Dong, his expression impassive. This outcome had been meticulously orchestrated. The chief knew Du Ci's ability, and knew too that Du Ci would willingly sacrifice himself for the Bureau. For the chief had saved his life. Gazing up at the chief, smug, petty, and smirking with quiet malice, Chen Dong scoffed in utter contempt. The police chief gazed down at Chen Dong with the haughty air of a victor, already regarding him as a captive beneath his feet. What threat could a gravely wounded survivor possibly pose? Yet at that very moment, Chen Dong erupted upward in a sudden explosive burst. His calf muscles swelled with terrifying power. Ignoring the fresh rupture of his recently staunched wound, he seized his combat knife in his right hand and lunged it toward the chief, standing mere inches away. Unfazed, the chief caught the onrushing blade, not by Chen Dong's wrist, but precisely along the knife's steel edge. His palm bled not a drop. Instead, it was thickly covered in calloused ash-gray fur. Watching Chen Dong's stunned expression, the chief savored the moment. Though startled, Chen Dong reacted instantly, releasing the knife and springing backward to establish safe distance. Every core member of the precinct had awakened an ability. That the chief, their leader, was no exception came as no surprise to Chen Dong. At that instant, coarse ash-gray fur erupted across his entire body. Horns, wickedly curved like those of a demon, began sprouting from his temples, and his eyes slowly glowed with a faint, sickly yellow light. Having completed his transformation in an instant, the chief sneered, "You never imagined it, did you? The self-detonation of the venom spike was merely one cog in my grand design. I am its linchpin. I shall tear your skull apart with my own hands." His awakened ability was bestial transformation. Don't speak too soon, or risk having your words slapped back in your face. Chen Dong raised his AK-47 and opened fire. The chief snatched up a nearby railing, using it as cover, and charged forward without hesitation. With a brutal sideways swing, the railing became a club, slamming into Chen Dong with crushing force. He was hurled backward through the air. Damn, it was absurd. At the instant of impact, Chen Dong rolled hard onto the asphalt, gripping the road surface with both hands. Furrows tore across the pavement as he skidded to a halt. Among survivors, awakening an ability was already a rare occurrence, and manifesting a truly potent one depended entirely on sheer capricious fortune. The chief's bestial transformation was nothing short of preposterous, doubling his physical attributes while rendering him astonishingly resilient. Chen Dong even felt his own ability, Veil, suddenly inadequate. It simply did not serve well in such a confrontation. Veil excelled in stealth, infiltration, and assassination, not in heating clashes against physically enhanced adversaries. Facing them directly left him severely outmatched. Chen Dong activated Veil, attempting to close the distance unseen. As Chen Dong vanished before his eyes, the chief finally understood how he had once stolen a platinum-tier supply crate under the noses of dozens. The answer lay in this very ability. Never expected you to awaken one too, though yours is rather useless, isn't it? Invisibility. How fitting, for a rat, ha! The chief roared with mocking laughter. Chen Dong remained unmoved. A true infiltrator never lets external provocation sway his composure. Huh. Seizing the opening, Chen Dong struck with decisive ferocity, only to strike empty air. With effortless grace, the chief spun aside, evading the blow completely. Reveal yourself. You cannot hide. I smell you. To Chen Dong's dismay, even the chief's sense of smell had been heightened. Had bestial transformation elevated his physiology to such a terrifying degree? Chen Dong deactivated Veil and reappeared, his expression grave. He shifted the combat knife in his grip, his mind racing, calculating, probing for any weakness. Witnessing this, the chief grew even more certain of victory. Are you regretting your defiance against the precinct now? Too late. From the moment you refused us, your fate was sealed. I am the sole sovereign of this city. Any who impede my ascension shall perish without mercy. Obey and thrive, resist and die. Do you still fail to grasp it? Chen Dong listened to the chief's solitary, impassioned monologue and felt genuine embarrassment for him. After all that speech, do you want me to join you? Hearing this, the chief assumed Chen Dong had finally broken begging for clemency. Realized my strength only now. Too late. The chief sneered disdainfully at Chen Dong's battered form. Join us. No, 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 I want you dead. I offered you a chance once, you squandered it. Now I will kill you, seize your supplies, and claim your woman. Chen Dong's face hardened into icy stillness. Angry. Haha, what can your anger accomplish? The chief laughed wildly, then drew two combat knives, gripping them tightly. What can I do? Try me and find out. The chief, of course, was unshaken. Indeed, found the challenge laughable. What arrogance could a pitiful wretch, who'd been relentlessly crushed beneath his heel, possibly wield? Try and die. As Chen Dong charged, the chief surged forward with even greater ferocity. He swore, this time, he would stomp Chen Dong into the dust, erasing every trace of humiliation. He had lain sleepless, eaten by shame, his prestige utterly shattered before the Saturn Ring and the drug lord factions. All of it courtesy of Chen Dong. Such degradation was intolerable. His eyes, already tinged amber from bestial transformation, now flushed crimson, consumed by raw, blinding rage. Chen Dong dodged frantically. The chief's assault was overwhelming, like a tiger descending the mountain, pressing Chen Dong into utter helplessness. Yet surrender was unthinkable. Even without an opening, he would forge one. Chen Dong took a direct punch to the head. His helmet's faceplate, reinforced with hardened alloy, warped visibly under the impact. Fortunately, his skull remained unharmed. And in that split second, Chen Dong traded injury for injury, slashing deeply across the chief's abdomen. Even in bestial transformation, the chief's skin had only thickened, not become invulnerable. Still flesh and blood, he possessed vulnerable vital points. The chief kicked Chen Dong away, brushed a finger over the gash, and dismissed it with contempt. Any more tricks? Bring them forth. Where's your gun? Come on, try killing me. To the chief, Chen Dong was now little more than a pet, playful, disposable. He felt no cruelty, only magnanimity. Were it not for his benevolence, Chen Dong would long since have been lining up in the underworld for his sip of Mengpo's soup. Truly, he was a paragon of mercy. Seeing Chen Dong silent, the chief assumed he'd been stunned senseless. What's wrong? Weren't you once so arrogant? Why the silence now? Aren't you the honey badger? Come on, face me, heathen. Amid the chief's exultant mockery, Chen Dong's expression remained unchanged, calm, detached, as he silently raised a finger. 3, 2. Slowly, deliberately, he folded each finger back into his palm. The chief frowned deeply. Have you lost your mind? What dark theatrics is this? Chen Dong said nothing, merely stared at the chief as one might regard a corpse already cold. 1. The moment the final number left his lips, the chief suddenly felt a creeping numbness seize his body. He recoiled in shock, staring at Chen Dong with disbelief. When? How has my body lost all sensation? Could it be that wound just now? Did you coat your blade with anesthetic? The chief was no fool. If he paused to reflect, the source of the problem would become instantly clear. The only moment they had made physical contact was that single slash. There had been no other opportunity. Chen Dong watched as the chief's arms slowly slackened and fell limp, and at last a faint smile curved his lips. You're not entirely dull. So what? I'll recover in moments. A mere anesthetic, its effects will dissipate before I can even blink. Even if Chen Dong attempted to strike during this window, success seemed unlikely. The chief held firm confidence within half a minute his body would neutralize the drug's influence. And even in his bestial form, his defenses remained impenetrable. Chen Dong tilted his head, then removed his combat helmet. Since when did I ever say this was an anesthetic? The chief's expression froze. Indeed, he realized with dawning unease that Chen Dong had never named it. He himself had simply assumed numbness must mean anesthesia. A cold premonition slithered through the chief's mind. Chen Dong withdrew the same dagger, then deliberately licked its edge. This blade is soaked in poison. What a poison on the blade. The chief paled, stricken with horror. No wonder his limbs had gone numb. His insides now burned as if seared by fire. Even his spirit felt drained and listless. Schlick. Chen Dong took another slow, deliberate lick along the blade's back. The chief watched in silence, then erupted into thunderous, dissonant laughter. Ha ha ha, you fool. Knowing full well the blade is poisoned, you still licked it. Chen Dong blinked once calmly. But I have the antidote. The chief fell speechless. Of course, an opponent of such caliber would never commit so elementary a blunder. At that moment his lips began to whiten. His pupils too started to unfocus. Am I dying? A tremor of tension tightened his chest. What kind of poison is this? He had never encountered anything so virulent. Within seconds of entering his bloodstream, it had already scattered his thoughts like ash and wind. It dwarfed even the legendary seven-step viper in lethality. Even as a seasoned mercenary in the old world, experienced, widely traveled, the chief could not fathom its nature. Chen Dong offered a quiet, chilling revelation. Oh, it's a concentrated essence distilled from zombie blood. The chief felt as though 5 thunderbolts had struck him at once. He'd sensed the toxin was no ordinary compound, but he'd never dared imagine it sprang from the undead. After all, contact with zombie blood, or a bite, meant certain transformation into one of them. Now his abdomen bore a gash laced with that very blood. So, he was about to turn into a zombie. Then why wasn't Chen Dong affected? He too had been splattered with zombie blood moments earlier. Wait, hadn't Chen Dong just said he had an antidote? Did he possess antiviral serum, or some other countermeasure? The chief could no longer sustain his bestial form. He hadn't anticipated that one careless oversight would invert the entire battlefield in an instant. Death loomed near. His head swam with dizziness. Instinctively, he felt a gnawing urge to tear into the corpses of fallen officers nearby. The scent of blood, so intoxicatingly rich. He clenched his jaw, suppressing the impulse, and fixed his gaze upon Chen Dong, silent, unmoving. Inside, Chen Dong felt a quiet stroke of fortune. He hadn't expected his vast arsenal of supplies to go entirely unused against the chief. In the end, it was the dagger, drenched in zombie blood, that sealed the victory. How bitterly ironic. Still, he'd gotten lucky. The chief had grown careless and failed to evade. Had he exercised even minimal caution, this collapse would never have occurred. After all, he was a veteran mercenary who danced daily on the razor's edge. Such a lapse was utterly inexcusable. Yet relentless pressure from Chen Dong had coiled frustration deep within him. Finally unleashing his ultimate trump card, bestial transformation, he battered Chen Dong nearly to death and in triumph let his guard slip. Watching the chief's fading vitality, Chen Dong raised an eyebrow with serene composure. At this point, what else do you have to say? I meant your last words. The chief smiled bitterly. 10,086. What is your name? I refuse to die at the hands of an unknown. They had fought tooth and nail for so long, and yet he still didn't know Chen Dong's true name. It was absurd. Though the chief had hunted for intelligence relentlessly, Chen Dong had remained meticulously obscured. Face concealed. Name withheld. Only a designation remained. The chief burned with curiosity. What was his real name? Perhaps that was his final unyielding fixation. After decades of life, this was the first time he'd faced an adversary so overwhelmingly powerful, so utterly beyond his grasp. Perhaps underestimating Chen Dong had been his gravest mistake. Alas, it was too late. Zombie blood coursed through his veins, and death was imminent. Such cruel irony of fate. Hearing the question, Chen Dong offered no evasion, only a straightforward answer. My name is Chen Dong. The police chief was taken aback, unprepared for the name 10086 to sound so utterly mundane. So you're Chen Dong. Go ahead and shoot me. I refuse to become a zombie. The police chief drew a deep, shuddering breath. Proud by nature, how could he ever accept degenerating into a drooling, shambling corpse? Since the course of fate could no longer be altered, he resolved to avert the worst possible outcome. Yet Chen Dong refused. Why on earth should I help you fulfill your wish? I'm no Shenlong who grants wishes after collecting 7 Dragon Balls. Chen Dong fastened his combat helmet and gazed down at the police chief, slumped on the floor, his expression haughty and disdainful. No. Why should I comply with your demands? Have you grown delusional? Chen Dong couldn't fathom a single reason to aid his adversary. After all, they were enemies. The police chief had attempted to kill him repeatedly, and it was Chen Dong himself who had introduced the zombie virus into the man's bloodstream. How could he possibly undo his own actions? He wanted nothing more than to watch the police chief transform into a zombie. Already the man's eyes were clouding over with milky whiteness. Staring at Chen Dong, he stammered, Chen Dong, you, how vicious you are. He felt his muscles dissolving, already beginning to reconfigure. All this was Chen Dong's doing. Chen Dong let out a derisive snort. Vicious. You led an entire mob to ambush me. Was that not opportunistic treachery? Was that not viciousness itself? The police chief opened his mouth, saliva dripping freely as his limbs slipped beyond conscious control. Once infected with the zombie virus, survivors experienced total neural and muscular collapse. Consciousness then vanished entirely, replaced by an inexplicable biological reassembly, reconstituting nerves and musculature into the hollow shell of a shambling, mindless zombie. At that very moment, Chen Dong suddenly smiled. Chief, I have the antidote. Beg me, and perhaps, just perhaps, I'll give it to you. At those words, the police chief's dull, clouded eyes sharpened with sudden clarity. He stared at Chen Dong, his gaze flickering with raw, agonized conflict. In his entire life, Had he ever begged another person? Never. And certainly not a junior. Never. Yet before death, even his resolve began to waver. Would he rather die defiant, only to rise again as a zombie? At the peak of his prime, would such a humiliating and truly be worth it? Even in death, he wished to achieve something monumental, then depart this world with dignity and grandeur. That was his vision of himself, not a clumsy, stumbling zombie who fell flat on its face while walking. Should he beg? After years of relentless enmity, and especially after his ruthless extermination order stance at the Villa District, how could he now kneel? Would Chen Dong even agree? Would he truly produce the antidote? Was it even possible? At that instant, Chen Dong dangled a vial of antiviral serum before the chief's eyes. It shattered the chief's inner defenses in an instant. It was antiviral serum, undeniably real. Though he'd never seen antiviral serum before the moment his eyes fell upon the vial in Chen Dong's hand, an unshakable certainty bloomed within him. This was the serum. This was the cure that could save his life. Completely undone, the chief pleaded without hesitation. Chen Dong, I beg you, give me the antiviral serum. My deepest gratitude, my eternal debt. Chen Dong curled his lip, unimpressed. That's it. Was this what begging looked like? Clearly the chief still hadn't grasped the gravity of his situation. The chief froze, stunned that after swallowing his pride and lowering himself to beg, Chen Dong remained unsatisfied. He'd never begged before. How could he know the proper posture of supplication? By now Chen Dong's impatience was unmistakable, etched plainly across his face. Seriously, you don't even know how to beg for help. After living this long, have you wasted every year on a dog? Stung by Chen Dong's flippant mockery, the chief instinctively surged to his feet, but instantly checked himself, remembering his dependents. Gritting his teeth, he forced a strained smile. Chen Dong, it's my fault. Entirely my stupidity. Give me the antiviral serum, and I'll serve you as ox or horse, without hesitation. Now that's more like it. Continue. Chen Dong nodded, satisfied. So this elder brother could bend and bow, already slipping effortlessly into the role. Lord Chen Dong, if you would deign to spare this unworthy servant's life from this day forward, my life is yours alone. Command me east, and I shall never turn west. All my supplies, all of them, are yours. Only spare me. Don't let me become a zombie. I don't want to die. Master, you are my master. I'll be your dog, your most loyal servant. May I kiss the sole of your foot? The chief had trampled every shred of pride beneath his boots. Before death, such things meant nothing, nor had he imagined he possessed such natural talent for sycophancy. Though the zombie virus advanced steadily, his tongue grew astonishingly nimble, nothing short of a medical miracle. Even Chen Dong felt a quiet flush of embarrassment. He never imagined the omnipotent imperious police chief could shift masks so swiftly. In the old world, he'd surely have been designated a living national intangible cultural heritage bearer. Truthfully, Chen Dong felt no triumph, only irritation at the incessant clamor. He'd once considered the chief a formidable opponent. Even in defeat, he'd assumed the chief's fall stemmed from the system's overwhelming power, not human frailty. Yet the mere sight of the antiviral serum revealed his true nature. He discarded dignity without hesitation, groveling outright. Are you testing officials with these words? Which official could possibly fail such a test? Chen Dong slowly raised his pistol, a sardonic curve lifting the corner of his mouth. The chief panicked instantly. Previously resigned to death, he'd harbored no further thoughts. Now with salvation in sight, how could he face death calmly? Clutching this lifeline, he simply could not let go. The chief dropped from sitting to kneeling, then bowed his head low, striking the ground with his forehead. Father, Dad, my revered ancestor, don't let me die. I beg you, I cannot die. Tears streamed down his face like a condemned prisoner delivering a final tear-soaked confession. I'm a monster. I've done inhuman things. I never should have provoked you, venerable sir. Have mercy. Grant me this one reprieve. Everything I own is yours. Take it all. Just spare my life. Don't let me become a zombie. Chen Dong shook his head and clicked open the pistol's safety. He declared earlier one of them would die. His prior words had merely been mockery, designed to toy with the chief. He'd expected iron-willed defiance, yet instead faced a clown whose resolve crumbled faster than fried rice cools. Indeed, when confronted with life and death, humanity's deepest, rawest self emerges, unmasked and unvarnished. Anything else you wish to say? If not, I'll pull the trigger. The muzzle of Chen Dong's gun pressed against the chief's temple. The chief trembled violently, every limb shaking with rage. He realized instantly he'd been mocked. Chen Dong had never intended to spare him. Rage trembling cold fury. Chen Dong, you son of a bitch. Bang, bang. The police chief was dead, already lifeless from the first shot. The second shot was merely an act of spite. Chen Dong fired again because he resented the chief's final curse hurled at him. The officers stationed at the precinct could never have imagined they would meet such a grim end. left unburied in the open, their corpses exposed to the wilderness. If left undiscovered by zombies, their bodies would still rot under the scorching sun, slowly decomposing into unrecognizable putrid flesh. Picture this: in the dim, in-charged depths of the underworld, a cluster of disfigured, wandering souls gathers, waiting for judgment before their rebirth across the 6 realms. Yama, the king of hell, passes by, recoils in disgust, and snaps, "Damn it! Who let this grotesque rabble in?" Drag them all straight to the animal realm. After the chief's death, Chen Dong swiftly packed all available supplies into his backpack, without pausing to inspect them. He'd have time for that back at the villa. For now, his sole priority was returning to the villa as quickly as possible, to receive treatment from Xianqi. He bore severe internal injuries, and a large explosive wound gaped open in his abdomen. Fortunately, the blast had not pierced entirely through. Such wounds demanded immediate care, and Xianqi's healing ability was indispensable. Just then, Chen Dong spat another mouthful of blood. He found a functioning Santana and drove off. Saturn Ring and the drug lord were both exceptionally well informed. Whoa, unbelievable. The precinct launched a full assault on Unit 10086 and got utterly routed. No way. Is that true? The precinct is the city's premier large-scale team. I believe they wiped out Unit 10086, but that Unit 10086 repelled them. Unless you're drunk, that sounds utterly implausible. Huh. I'm on site, it's real. You're full of it. This reeks of fabrication. Fabrication Hub, share the story you've just invented. Damn right, it's real. Attached image. The survivor who posted the photo was De Zhuang, the same man who earlier debated tactics with his teammates inside his shelter. He had witnessed the entire confrontation, and even saw a reckless survivor's attempt looting only to be swiftly neutralized by the villa's automated defense system. So he uploaded a photograph of the villa district in utter disarray, proving he wasn't exaggerating for attention. Whoa, true indeed. Those figures lying prone are all wearing precinct uniforms. Wow, terrifying. The precinct has suffered catastrophic losses. They'll surely draw the predatory gaze of rival teams now. Unbelievable. Unit 10086 actually forced the precinct to retreat. How vast must its resources be to pull off such a feat? How is this possible? A lone wolf defeating an organized force. Did he deploy missiles? I don't understand, but my scalp is tingling with awe. Survivors debated endlessly. Most remained stunned that Unit 10086 had stood firm against the precinct. Rumors about Unit 10086, claims it owed its success to sheer luck or bullying smaller groups, now crumbled without a trace. Talk about humiliation. Look, Unit 10086 confronted the precinct hidden and emerged unscathed. Is that the behavior of a cowardly opportunist? Meanwhile, the precinct retreated in tatters, its ranks decimated. This battle formally established Chen Dong's reputation across the city, his strength immeasurable. Then someone added, "Whoa, you didn't know?" Afterward, Unit 10086 jumped into a car, AK-47 in hand, and chased down the retreating precinct. They still haven't returned. No one knows their fate. Turns out all I'm missing between me and Unit 10086 is an AK-47. Wake up. Even with an AK-47, there's more: that impenetrable combat suit he wears. They didn't know the suit's abdomen was now torn wide open, requiring alloy reinforcement, not the invincible armor they imagined. Yet they continue to regard it as breathtakingly cool. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of piloting powered armor? Spoken carelessly, heard deeply. From the chat channel, Saturn Ring and the drug lord gleaned 2 critical pieces of intelligence. First, the precinct's elite had deployed almost in full and suffered a crushing defeat. That was excellent news. Second, Unit 10086 was formidable. Earlier, a minor dispute had arisen between Saturn Ring and Unit 10086 over concrete supplies. But it was trivial. United, Saturn Ring and the drug lord could overpower even the precinct, let alone one now crippled. With the precinct thus weakened, wouldn't the entire old town fall under their joint dominion? Strike while the iron is hot and the enemy is broken. Lu Neng and Du Shi immediately agreed, seized their weapons, and prepared to storm the precinct's headquarters. They longed to see the chief's expression upon returning to find his own stronghold razed. Saturn Ring members, get out here. Assemble. Time for a major operation. Lu Neng barked orders to his men and quietly instructed his most trusted lieutenant, Guanquan, bring out the bulldozer. We'll scrape that brick wall clean off. The Saturn Ring team gathered en masse, answering their leader's call, not to plunder, but to redistribute wealth. To overthrow the precinct, the tyrannical landlord hoarding all resources. The Saturn Ring Justice Corps charged forth. Meanwhile, the drug lord's faction assembled. Dushi stood atop a raised platform, eyes blazing as he surveyed his corps lieutenants. Had they not been uncertain of their leader's inclinations, his burly subordinates might have shivered involuntarily. Then Dushi spoke, voice charged with fervor. Brothers, this is our golden opportunity. The precinct has lorded over us for far too long. To claim sovereignty in this city, we must cripple its power. Its current stronghold is surely undefended, or at best guarded by useless riffraff. Now we strike. We obliterate the precinct's nest. Any objections? Dushi finished his speech. His men exchanged glances, silent, searching for cues. You say something? Not me. I'm just a brute. What do I know? Don't look at me. I've got nothing to add. Supporting the boss is all that matters. Then ready. They nodded faintly, then erupted in unison. The boss sees further than any. Brilliant. Whatever the boss commands, we obey. Dushi smiled, satisfied with their loyalty. Excellent. Prepare now. Mobilize our forces. Rendezvous with Saturn Ring, and together, we raise the precinct's ancestral base. Whoever eliminates the most precinct personnel earns a live streaming host as reward. Wow. The boss is magnificent. Damn it, don't fight with me today. I am going to sleep with the female streamer. This was exactly the effect that Dushu wanted to achieve. Only with enough benefits can there be enough motivation. As long as he keeps his subordinates loyal, it doesn't matter if he eats crumbs while they feast. At the moment when Dushu felt a surge of ambition, he received a message from Lu Nong. Dushu, where are you now? I'm all set here, how about you? Hurry up. Dushu cursed inwardly. Lu Ning, this big fool, speaks so rudely. Once we deal with the police station, I will turn around and stab you in the back. Let's see how long you can keep hopping. But now is not the time to fall out. So Dushu simply replied coldly. I'm ready too, let's gather at the previously agreed location. Closing the chat window, Dushu waved his hand. Let's go. Until now, the police station had been a heavy burden on the Saturn Ring and the drug lords. They could only nibble on the remnants. The most unfortunate were those so-called second and third-tier survivor teams. Even in the apocalyptic world, they could not escape the fate of competition. Now the opportunity is rare. It's time to topple this mountain. The police station's remaining members were just some peripheral members without even decent weapons. They didn't even know that the police chief was already dead. The situation was completely one-sided. Facing the bulldozer of the Saturn Ring, they had no way to stop it. Inside the police station building, the panicking officers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Damn it, where are the police chief and the others? Why haven't they responded for so long? Still can't get in touch. I wonder if it's a system issue. Then what should we do? Surrender. Surrender my ass. Do you think they'll let you go? Stop joking around. So do we just fight? What else is there? In this desperate situation, some tried to escape, some tried to surrender, and some resisted stubbornly. But without a doubt, all resistance was futile. Before long, Lu Nong and Dushu shot down the last person, tearing down the police station's flag. In an instant, the two were filled with vigor. From now on, this city belongs to us, the Saturn Ring and the drug lords. The news of the police station's fall quickly spread through the chat channel. Many survivors were delighted to hear it. After all, it doesn't concern them, so they can just sit back and enjoy. The leaders of the medium and small teams sighed. Just as things had stabilized for a while, it might be turbulent again. Chat channel ID 897523. Damn, the police station's base was taken down by the Saturn Ring and the drug lords. The walls were directly bulldozed down, so spectacular. ID 843434. Bro, I advise you to watch your words, funny. The police chief is on his way back. Seems like there aren't too many losses. If he goes back and cleans up the Saturn Ring and the drug lords, and then finds you big mouth, do you think you'll have a good ending? ID 897523. Damn. The police chief doesn't even know who I am. How could he trace my IP? My lord, the times have changed. You can't trace my IP now. I'm the Iron Keyboard Warrior. Hey, Crackle. ID 524554. Damn, you're really cheap. ID 834543. But the police chief is quite embarrassed this time. Not only did he suffer losses at the 10,086, but now he has even lost the base. It's really super awkward. ID 73334. Who says it isn't? Fortunately, the foundation is still there, otherwise he might really get wiped out. Just as everyone was discussing, a special comment stood out awkwardly. ID 346672. Hiss. Brothers, I have big news to share. Don't be scared. I took a long time to calm down myself. ID 652353. Ganlin, hurry up and say it. Don't leave us hanging. Are you trying to say to know what happens next? Please tune in next time. ID 832423. Exactly, don't leave us hanging. Many survivors were quite dissatisfied. Having come to this apocalyptic world, they didn't want to think. They'd rather kill you first. ID 346672. Never mind, I won't argue with you. Do you know the police chief is dead? As soon as he said this, it created a huge uproar. The police chief is dead. ID 356323. How is that possible? The police chief can't die. He is the known top survivor in this city. Who could kill him? Many survivors did not believe it. Although many people did not like the police station, thinking that the people inside were somewhat arrogant. However, one cannot deny that the police station's strength is indeed formidable. Just those 2 helicopters could crush the vast majority of survivors and teams. To say he died just like that, surely that's a joke. ID 923456. You're really asking for death, bro. For fame, you're willing to risk your life. You're even more impressive than Mr. Chen from 91. ID 342534. Bro, quickly withdraw. If the police station people find out, they will really hunt you down. ID 365473. Is this melon guaranteed to be ripe? ID 346672. Damn, my melon is absolutely ripe. You think I'm just talking nonsense? I saw the police station's people die on the road with my own eyes. This survivor happened to ride by on a motorcycle. The brutal battlefield almost made him vomit immediately. Once he calmed down, he saw the police station's uniform and the police station's elite backbone, who had turned into a zombie. He mustered his courage and walked over, looking at the familiar face he had seen many times in the chat channel, and was startled. It was the police chief. So he hurriedly posted it in the chat channel. As a result, these bastards actually doubted he was just trying to gain attention. Damn it, can he not tell the difference between fame and life? Naturally, he only dared to touch the tigers, but after confirming the police chief was dead. ID 456 for 562. Damn it, really is the police chief. The police chief turned into a zombie. How could that be? Did he get attacked by a swarm of zombies? ID 456 3462. Impossible. If it was a zombie attack, how could the others die that way? It's clearly a brawl. Why the police chief would turn into a zombie is a bit hard to comprehend. Everyone was baffled. Why did only the police chief become a zombie? Could it be that the police chief was bitten by a zombie afterward? Forget it. If it doesn't make sense, then don't think about it. ID 3652435. I just want to know who did it. Moreover, with so many people in the police station, they are all dead. Could it be that the Saturn Ring and the drug lords launched an attack? ID 744234. Impossible. At that time, the Saturn Ring and the drug lords were attacking the police station's base. They wouldn't have had so many hands to ambush the police chief. To ambush the police chief, they would have to go all out. ID 233246. That makes sense. But do you think it's possible that it was 10,086? Everyone fell silent. It shouldn't be possible. After all, 10086 is just one person. ID 284356. You're overthinking it. Although 10086 repelled the police chief, that was because of the defensive shield and Wall's automatic defensive weapons. You expect him to go unknown against the police station. That's just ridiculous. No one knew what had happened. Only Chen Dong knew the truth. The death of the police chief also marked the complete destruction of the once invincible police station in this city. Soon everyone will forget about it. By now, Chen Dong had already returned to his villa, where Xie Anshi cast her healing skill. The moment he opened the chat channel, a torrent of discussion flooded in. Reports of the police headquarters' annihilation and the chief's death. He had only just come back. No more than a few hours had passed, yet the news had already spread like wildfire. That the police headquarters' main compound had been dismantled was in fact entirely within Chen Dong's expectations. Such a lucrative prize lay exposed before them. Saturn Ring and the drug lord could hardly resist. Soon, however, Chen Dong grew exasperated as the chat channel's discourse spiraled further and further off course. Why do they all insist I lack the power to obliterate the police force? Do they truly underestimate me? Can't they see that Chen Dong bears the aura of an emperor? Still, Chen Dong remained indifferent. Quietly amassing strength was the safest path forward. At present, the survivor factions of this city posed far less of a threat to him than the ever-advancing zombie hordes. Saturn Ring and the drug lord might prove troublesome, but he would not wait passively for disaster. The old district, he knew, would become one of his frequent haunts. Henceforth, resource turnover would only accelerate. This time, Chen Dong had witnessed it firsthand. Strength lies in numbers. These large-scale survivor teams gathered supplies of genuinely high quality. If he failed to refresh his own stock swiftly, he risked being overtaken entirely. Perhaps striking first would be the wiser course. A thought flickered across Chen Dong's mind. Until now, he had always waited, reactive, vulnerable, perpetually on the defensive. Now at last he realized his true strength. Proactive elimination of threats was not merely viable, it was essential. After seizing the police headquarters' main compound, Saturn Ring and the drug lord maintained an uneasy truce for only a few days. Minor frictions soon bred mutual resentment between the two factions. This was inevitable. Their alliance had formed solely out of shared interest in toppling the police force. Now that the headquarters had been erased from existence and withdrawn from the arena of competition, their natural rivalry surged forth. Thus, they inevitably became each other's greatest adversaries. In the drug lord's office, Snake sat slumped in a lavish leather armchair, swirling wine in his glass with restless agitation, his expression utterly devoid of pleasure. His thoughts were fixed on how to deal with Chen Dong. Saturn ring. He knew inside and out he held them in contempt. With time and the right opportunity, eliminating them would be effortless. What truly unsettled him, however, was Chen Dong, a live grenade poised to detonate without warning. He couldn't even be certain whether Chen Dong would grant them the time needed to explore the old district and secure high-tier resources. Beside him, Smiling Tiger poured Snake another glass. Boss, is something troubling you? Why not share it? Perhaps there's a solution we've overlooked. Huh? Snake blinked, startled. When did you enter? Smiling Tiger winked. I've been here all along. Snake closed his eyes and sighed deeply. I was so lost and thought my mind went numb. He hadn't even noticed his own strategist standing silently beside him for so long. Had Smiling Tiger harbored ill intent, Snake would likely already be dead. Snake voiced his concerns aloud. Sigh. It's that 10,086 again. Saturn ring can wait, but 10,086. He's no ordinary opponent. I have no countermeasure against him, and yet I must live in constant dread. Indeed, a single man who can annihilate the police force's elite. Truly terrifying. Smiling Tiger nodded gravely in agreement. Then his eyes darted shrewdly, and a plan suddenly crystallized in his mind. Boss, I have a scheme to turn him into a citywide pariah. Snake sat upright instantly, his gaze sharpening with anticipation. Go on. Smiling Tiger nodded. We'll allocate part of our supplies to hire a legion of trolls, posing as fervent supporters of 10,086, to wildly exaggerate his prowess, elevating him to near mythic status. Then we'll have them raid others' caches, blaming every theft squarely on him. At this, Snake let out a dismissive snort. So that's your grand idea. Just recycled tactics from the pre-apocalypse entertainment industry. But this is the end times. Murder and plunder are daily norms. How exactly will such theatrics meaningfully affect 10,086? None at all. Though scolded harshly, Smiling Tiger retained his calm smile and replied unhurriedly, Boss, I knew you'd think precisely that. Yet the human heart is both terrifying and fickle. Too many venomous whispers can transform a man into a reviled outcast overnight. This is the apocalypse, lawless, brutal. Only bloodshed can quench the fury burning in people's souls. Once 10086 stands utterly alone, reviled by every survivor in the city, we need only strike a single spark to ignite their collective rage. Snake fell silent for a long while, then clapped Smiling Tiger firmly on the shoulder. Kill the soul, not just the body. I love it. Huh. You'll oversee the troll recruitment. Take whatever supplies you need. As for orchestrating raids, draw freely from our ranks. Snake was thoroughly satisfied with the plan. Once 10086 became the universal enemy and carried vast reserves of loot, even survivors who bore him no ill will would likely join the hunt. Opportunism thrives in chaos. Why not seize a share? In a derelict shop in the central district, several burly men surrounded an elderly man. Old man, hand over your supplies. Trembling against the wall, the old man stammered, Who are you? We're 10,086 loyalists, and we simply despise you. Beat him. In the old district, a small survivor team celebrated exuberantly. After a grueling battle, they had slain a minor zombie cluster, and now stood on the verge of claiming a silver-tier supply chest. Suddenly, a group approached, numerous enough to qualify as a mid-sized faction. They advanced with unmistakable domineering arrogance. That chest is ours. Clear out. The smaller team refused to yield. On what grounds? We bled for that chest. What grounds? Their leader pointed haughtily to the insignia on his shoulder. Because I'm a member of the 10086 Fan Association. If you value your life, get lost. You. Such scenes unfolded nearly everywhere across the city. Even though these trolls performed with laughable clumsiness, openly declaring, I'm a 10,086 supporter, without subtlety or disguise. Their actions still inflamed numerous survivors, and as intended redirected that fury squarely onto Chen Dong. Why don't you rein in your own fanatics? This entire maneuver mirrored pre-apocalypse celebrity scandals, but its consequences were magnified 1,000-fold. Chat channel user 365352. I hereby declare myself an ardent fan of 10,086, effective immediately. I am an army unto myself. How utterly imposing. User 923433. Can you fanatics please vanish? Your stench is overwhelming. User 365352. I refuse. If you doubt me, challenge 10086 to a duel. If you surpass him, we'll swear fealty to you and hail you as our idol. User 834534. Oh, spare us. Surely you don't dare show your face in public if you can't even measure up. User 563786. Are you ill? This is a public channel. Cease cluttering it with your nonsense. User 257455. Are you a troll? Deliberately smearing 10086. User 934523. Damn it. I've had enough. User 934523. I can't abide your mindless rabble any longer. You behave like the petty hollow relics of the old world, boasting and competing in sheer mediocrity. Tian Xiaoyu stared silently at the chat log, lost in thought. In recent days, Chen Dong's fanbase had swelled dramatically. Repeatedly, they gathered en masse in the chat channel, lavishing him with fervent praise, sparking widespread resentment among other survivors. In entertainment industry parlance, confine your enthusiasm to your own circle. Overusing shared resources erodes public goodwill. The situation had now shifted entirely. Chen Dong himself found it peculiar. How without warning had such a legion of devoted fans materialized around him? And their devotion was unervingly intense. Was it possible his personal charisma had simply become irresistible? Xianqi glanced at Chen Dong beside her, grinning foolishly, and rolled her eyes. Still chuckling. You have no idea calamity looms. Chen Dong blinked, bewildered. What on earth could possibly threaten him here in this moment of quiet normalcy? But Tian Xiaoyu, whose intuition with Xianqi ran deep, immediately grasped the unspoken implication. A bold hypothesis stirred within her mind. Chen Dong, don't these fans' behaviors strike you as suspicious? And he shook his head. Suspicious? To me it all seems perfectly natural. Tian Xiaoyu frowned. It's not that simple. I suspect a hidden hand is pulling the strings. Someone has deliberately hired mercenaries posing as fans to sabotage his public image. Impersonating detractors was the most common tactic in the old world's entertainment industry. Yet there's no motive, Chen Dong countered, furrowing his brow in confusion. I'm no celebrity. In this apocalypse, who even cares about public goodwill? Most would share his sentiment. Exactly so. In the apocalypse, raw strength is everything. In public goodwill, utterly superfluous. Xianqi bristled at Chen Dong's obliviousness and jabbed his occiput with her index finger. Old Chen, you're truly naive, blind to the malice woven into this scheme. And Tian Xiaoyu nodded gravely. Sustained execution of this plan will inevitably cast us as adversaries to every other survivor. Already many express open disdain. What comes next remains uncertain. In the apocalypse, human depravity magnifies without limit. They may well unite and move against us. Chen Dong stroked his chin deep in contemplation. The gravity of the matter was undeniable. We must resolve this, swiftly. Peeling back the layers, analyzing meticulously, this sudden surge of self-proclaimed fans was indeed abrupt. On the very day after the chief's death, rumors began circulating, blaming Chen Dong for the police station's annihilation. Initially, reactions were restrained, mere shock and muted admiration. Nothing alarming, yet. Then overnight, legions of zealous fans erupted onto the chat channel, extolling Chen Dong without pause or restraint. Blind adulation. Some even seized the banner of supporter to seize scarce supplies. Others voiced outrage in the public channel. Instantly, they were mobbed, driven into opposition against Chen Dong. At that point, the pattern turned unmistakably sinister. That was likely when the impersonated detractors infiltrated. But who would orchestrate such a calculated, insidious campaign? Chen Dong racked his brain, drawing only blanks. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyu conceived a stratagem. What if I infiltrate their fan group to uncover the mastermind behind this shadow war? Is that feasible? Chen Dong frowned. Tian Xiaoyu replied with quiet confidence, absolutely. Penetrating enemy ranks. I excel at precisely that. Xianqi perked up instantly. In the old world, she'd been a consummate fangirl. This maneuver was second nature to her. Old Chen, rest easy. We'll gather intelligence for you. It was worth attempting. Risk-free. Chen Dong nodded, approving the plan. Just hope those two earnest-looking girls won't betray the revolution and fall prey to enemy corruption. Tian Xiaoyu clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling laughter. Should we succumb to corruption, we'll post your drooling sleep portrait across the public channel, launching you into overnight superstardom. Chen Dong gritted his teeth in exasperation. So, you've been secretly photographing my royal slumber. NN10086 fan support guild user 10,000. Welcome. Let's greet these two newcomers. User 10010, a warm, enthusiastic welcome. Ironically, the guild's de facto leaders were none other than 10,000 and 10,010, Chen Dong's most persistent antagonists. As they put it, having spent so long opposing 10,086, their understanding of him deepened, until ultimately they were captivated by his indomitable character. Hatred carried to its zenith had transmuted into devotion. User 9527. Hello everyone. I'm a devoted fan of 10,086, and I sincerely hope we coexist harmoniously, united in supporting him. Naturally, 9527 was Xianqi. Her opening line alone betrayed her seasoned fangirl pedigree. User 1314. Greetings all. I'm new here. Kindly bear with me. The second newcomer was of course Tian Xiaoyu. They slipped seamlessly into the inner circle, astonishingly effortlessly. Entry required only one question. What color is 10,080 SIXS battle suit? This posed no difficulty. Not for Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu who lived alongside Chen Dong, nor for any survivor remotely attuned to his intelligence. His battlesuit was metasilver upgraded with Saloy. Once admitted, Chen Dong sat between the two women grinning slyly as he scrolled through the guild's lively exchanges. He was stunned to discover the so-called inner circle numbered over 1,000 members. And it was remarkably vibrant, thanks unsurprisingly to generous patronage from the narcotics syndicate. Without such a benefactor, this vast network of imposter fans could never have coalesced so swiftly. Number 893453. So frustrating, why hasn't 10,086 gone out to collect resources during this time? There are no new materials anymore. Damn, he's so cool when he fights. Number 734563. Yeah, especially when 10086 is in battle armor, he really looks like a superhero. I really want to have his child. Number 146534. Have a child. Wait, aren't you a man? Don't say that, I'm scared. Number 734563. Hee, what's wrong with being a guy? Silly expression. Chen Dong looked at the chat initially with a hint of a smile on his lips. However, as the chat became increasingly inappropriate, his expression fell completely. Is this a bunch of perverts? Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu's expressions weren't very pleasant either. It was obvious that they didn't like Chen Dong being talked about this way, but it was also quite cute. Chen Dong secretly felt pleased. Xianqi wanted to type in the group to confront these fans. However, Chen Dong stopped her. Don't just bear with it. I haven't lost any flesh from this. Don't forget the main task, it's too easy to attract attention if you act out as a newcomer. Xianqi struggled for a while, eventually conceding. Alright, I'll just watch them continue chatting. But I'm going to remember their IDs, and if I meet them again, they'll get what's coming to them. Chen Dong smiled and ruffled Xianqi's hair. He felt gratified that Xianqi could defend herself like this. It warmed his heart. Messages in the group flickered rapidly with many people chatting. However, they were mostly useless chatter. After a long while, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. Number 10010. Everyone, this is the internal group of 10,086 fans. Please stop the idle chatter. Number 65533. Then you all should be doing your actual jobs. I was pulled in by a friend who said there was work to do and I could earn supplies, that's why I came here. Number 74534. Exactly, I came here for the same reason, but nothing happened, so I left the group. Number 10,000. If you want to work, message me privately. Huh, work? Private message. Chen Dong felt a bit strange. His intuition told him something was off. Anchi, you guys go message 10,000 privately. Damn it, it's those two again. I want to see what they're up to. Xianqi nodded and quickly sent a private message. Hello admin, I also want to work. Number 10,000 quickly replied. Do you know what kind of work it is, eh? Xianqi was stunned and looked at Chen Dong. Chen Dong stroked his chin, thinking carefully, and said seriously, it should be part-time work, right? I saw them say that if you work you can earn resources, so it must be some job requiring corresponding labor. Xianqi nodded in agreement. Confidently, she sent a message. I know working is just part-time work. Number 10,000 was speechless. Of course work belongs to part-time jobs. But I was asking about the specifics of the work. Clearly this wasn't an introduction from an acquaintance. Otherwise they wouldn't be unaware of the true meaning of work. Sorry, we have enough people working, we don't need anyone for now. We'll look for you next time we need more help. After that, no matter how much Xianqi said, he ignored her. Xianqi looked at Chen Dong with a pitiful expression, somewhat aggrieved. I did what you said, so why is this the situation? Chen Dong also felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. What he originally thought was a simple matter now seemed a bit complicated. He was worried that he might have startled the snake. Tian Xiaoyu then said, Chen Dong, why don't we ask those people who just said they wanted to work? They should know some insider information. Chen Dong's eyes lit up. Right, Xiaoyu, quickly go ask them. Anchi has already startled the snake, so don't stick your head out. Let's lay low. Tian Xiaoyu nodded and found the survivors who had previously claimed they joined the group just to work. Hello. Number 745345. What can I do for you? Number 1314. Handsome, can you tell me what working means? I saw you say in the group that you can earn resources by working, can you take me along? Number 745345. I'm not clear, I don't know what you're talking about. This survivor was very tight-lipped and denied everything. But how could Tian Xiaoyu easily give up? Handsome, I really want to earn some resources. I've been close to starving. Just help me out. At this moment, the other party did not reply immediately, seemingly showing signs of relenting. Tisk, it's not impossible to tell you, but I also lack resources. Adding you means one more competitor, right? You understand, right? As soon as Tian Xiaoyu saw the message, her mouth curved up. Just getting the other party to speak was good, as they were just trying to make a quick buck. Handsome as long as you tell me I'm willing to give you some living supplies. Please. Number 745345 remained unmoved. First, let's trade. I want 10 pieces of bread. Tian Xiaoyu didn't immediately agree, but instead teased the other party's appetite. 10 pieces of bread. That's too expensive. 745345 laughed, thinking that this was indeed a newcomer who had never encountered work before. The rewards for work are much more than just this little bit. I'm offering a fair price, I won't cheat you. Alright then. The trade was completed smoothly. Number 745345. Actually, it's not complicated. Just find number 10,000 and tell him the phrase "the whole internet is black," and he will pull you into another group. Tian Xiaoyu was taken aback. The whole internet is black. It seems that her suspicion was correct. There really was a hidden mastermind. Chen Dong's expression was also grave. He hadn't expected that someone was really going through so much trouble to defame him. Thankfully, Tian Xiaoyu and Xianqi were sensitive to this kind of thing and discovered the problem in time. After closing the chat, Tian Xiaoyu looked at Chen Dong. So what do you think? Should we continue looking for 10,000? Without thinking, Chen Dong slapped his thigh and said directly, yes, we must go. Why not? I really want to know who is plotting against me. And besides, I can't waste those 10 pieces of bread. Tian Xiaoyu chuckled. Okay, I'll go find him right now and join that black group. Number 10,000 was used to being messaged privately. Seeing that it was a newly added ID 1314, he raised an eyebrow. Could it be another person looking for work? Tian Xiaoyu got straight to the point. Hello, I'm here for the whole internet black thing. Oh, a knowledgeable one, straightforward. Number 10,000 didn't say much more. Got it, welcome aboard. Then Tian Xiaoyu received a notification inviting her to join the group. A voice echoed in the group chat, welcome member 1314. Continue today's operation in the public channel. Impersonate anti-10086 trolls. Everyone is assigned. This is my first time impersonating. I don't know how. Can someone guide me? I'm not the boss. Our true employer is the serpent leader of the drug cartel. He funds everything. We're merely hired hands. If you're unsure how to impersonate, consult the internal documentation in the group. In short, we're the mask of a rabid fan and provoke hostility. Exaggeration is encouraged. Understood. What's today's payment? 10 loaves of bread. I heard some are even posing as 10,086 fans to seize supplies. Do we participate in that too? Don't be absurd. We lack such capability. Our sole task is to sabotage 10,080 SIXS public image in open channels. Specialized operations are handled by the cartel's own operatives. The word cartel hung in the air. Chen Dong's gaze hardened, icy and sharp. So it was them. He had never considered himself an enemy of the cartel. In fact, after the police station's destruction, they stood to gain. Yet he had nearly become a pariah, orchestrated entirely from behind the scenes by this very syndicate. And they had expended vast resources to sustain legions of trolls. Though only days had passed, the damage to Chen Dong was already tangible. Just when he'd finally located a vendor selling tank treads for his armored vehicle, the seller spotted the number 10,086 and immediately ignored him. Tian Xiaoyu completed her reconnaissance and left the troll group without delay, turning directly to Chen Dong. Chen Dong, what will you do now? Confront the cartel heathen. Chen Dong sneered. What else? Tian Xiaoyu nodded, offering no objection. Xianqi too burned with indignation. Chen Dong, this time, you must kill them. It's unbearable. Utterly unforgivable. Without hesitation, Chen Dong resolved to settle accounts with the serpent. At the cartel's compound, the serpent and the smiling tiger clinked glasses, tipsy, but eyes alight with exhilaration. That fool 10,086 remains blissfully unaware how soon his world will collapse. Yet even the serpent hadn't anticipated the scale of their trolling campaign's success. Within mere days, 10,080 SIXS reputation among survivors had plummeted. Several victimized groups had already formed a large coalition, mobilizing to launch a punitive expedition against him. Others had begun boycotting all trade, refusing to buy or sell supplies to anyone bearing the 10,086 designation. How could they not rejoice? The serpent extended a finger, tapping it repeatedly toward the smiling tiger in emphatic praise. Smiling tiger, you've earned the highest merit this round. You will be rewarded. Humble and composed, the smiling tiger replied, it is my honor to ease the Lord's burdens. The serpent roared with laughter and drank deeper still. Then boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the revelry. Alarms wailed. Beep, beep, beep. The serpent jolted awake, half-sobered instantly. He drew his sidearm and flicked off the safety, instinct honed by years of combat. Together they strode out of the office. Outside, chaos reigned, their men, weapons raised, aimed trembling barrels at a gaping hole torn into the main gate. An armored vehicle, its treads missing, had blasted the iron gate inward. Its cannon reloaded and fired again. Take cover. The serpent's shout vanished beneath the deafening roar of artillery. Before anyone could react, the vehicle's rapid-fire cannon reduced buildings within the compound to rubble in seconds. Casualties were catastrophic. The cartel's stronghold lay in ruins. The serpent crawled from the wreckage, dazed, suit-streaked, but alive. His lieutenant, the Smiling Tiger, was not so fortunate, crushed instantly beneath a slab of reinforced concrete. Trembling with rage, the serpent retrieved a rocket launcher from his pack. Their ultimate trump card, capable of overwhelming even seasoned fighters. "You bastard." He shouldered the launcher and fired. Shit, that's heavy ordnance. Its armor-piercing rounds could penetrate 500 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Chen Dong instantly retracted the immobile vehicle and deployed the massive shield formerly wielded by Jin Gang. Reinforced with salloy, the shield gleamed anew, reborn. Kaboom! A nearby bungalow vaporized. Simultaneously, surviving cartel members opened fire on Chen Dong. Clad in his fully repaired battle suit, Chen Dong charged forward, holding aloft a shield taller than himself. Clang, clang, clang. Countless bullets struck the shield, pocking its surface and slowing his advance, but failing utterly to halt him. In an instant, he stood before the serpent, whose fingers still fumbled with reloading the launcher. "So, you're the serpent. You're the one who bought trolls to slander me." His eyes, cold, lethal, pierced the serpent's soul. A wave of primal dread surged up from his heels to his crown, freezing him in place. "Damn it, who's really the serpent here?" Let me explain." The serpent stammered, desperate to cling to life. But Chen Dong refused to waste another second. Enough noise. With a wrist flick, his thunderstrike blade slashed across the serpent's throat. The rocket launcher clattered to the ground. The serpent's eyes bulged, wide as bronze bells. "Damn you, 10,086. I hadn't even finished speaking." Chen Dong snatched up the launcher and eradicated every last remnant of the cartel. From the troll chat, he'd learned the truth. These cartel members, not random fans, had posed as his followers to loot, burn, and slaughter survivors for supplies. "Enjoying your roleplay? Let's make it even more thrilling." Bang, bang. Truly, the AK-47 never disappoints. Within minutes, every cartel member lay motionless. Even those who groaned wounded but breathing were irrelevant now. They were merely gasping out their final moments, already dead in all but breath. Next, Chen Dong filmed a short video and posted it to the chat channel. "Everyone, I've been closely monitoring the recent rumors circulating about me. I won't elaborate further, just watch this video. I'm currently at the drug lord's camp. Those raids on supply caches carried out under my fans' names. They were orchestrated by these criminals behind the scenes." Video. Nonsense. What evidence do you have proving the drug lords masterminded this? I suspect you're merely shifting blame. I've lost substantial supplies to your so-called supporters. If you don't provide a credible explanation, this isn't over. Fans. I'm no celebrity. I have no need for fans. Whether such supporters truly exist, I cannot confirm, but I trust they are rational individuals. As for those hiding behind masks to slander me, not only will I hold them accountable, but anyone I encounter will meet immediate retribution. 10086, I'm your genuine fan. Damn it. Chen Dong then uploaded the chat logs from the troll group. Account 10,000 fell silent instantly. Informer detected. Terminate transaction. So you're claiming none of this is connected to you? Then what about our stolen supplies? It never was. Those supplies were seized by the drug lords, not by me, not in any way. And since I've already dismantled their entire operation, shouldn't you be thanking me? From now on, whoever dares commit crimes in my name will face my wrath first, and most severely. The conspiracy against Chen Dong erupted swiftly and collapsed just as fast. He released irrefutable evidence clearing his name. With the drug lords eliminated, the trolls received no payment, and no one willingly labors without reward, especially not to smear a formidable figure like Chen Dong, who would undertake unpaid work, only to incur the enmity of a powerful individual. The troll group disbanded rapidly, and chatter about Chen Dong vanished from the chat channel. As Snake said, this is the apocalypse. Survival itself is a daily struggle. Who has time to idolize celebrities as in the old world? Everything here revolves around interest. Soon Chen Dong's iron-fisted approach bore fruit. Resistance ceased on the trading platform, and he finally acquired suitable tracks to outfit his armored vehicle. After eliminating the drug lords, Chen Dong did not return directly to the Villa District. Having clarified the matter in the chat channel, he immediately headed for Saturn Ring Team's base camp. His intent was simple: eliminate Saturn Ring as well. This incident had utterly eroded his goodwill toward large factions. Compounding that grievance was Saturn Ring's prior refusal to sell him concrete, an old debt now merged with new outrage. A gentleman waits 10 years to avenge a wrong. A petty man strikes back the same night. That Chen Dong waited this long before exacting revenge was in fact an extraordinary courtesy extended to Saturn Ring. Moreover, given Saturn Ring's deep entanglement with the drug lords, he couldn't rule out their complicity. Driving his armored vehicle with grim resolve, Chen Dong advanced upon Saturn Ring's stronghold. He even hummed a tune along the way, until suddenly realizing with quiet unease how numb had grown to life since arriving in this apocalyptic world. Having just slaughtered numerous survivors, he could still whistle cheerfully while rushing headlong to his next confrontation. Dangerous, yet inevitable in this world. There was no alternative. Saturn Ring Base, Mess Hall. Lu Nung sat cross-legged on a long bench, gripping a steamed bun and dipping it into thick sauce before eating. The rich aroma of the sauce filled the air, yet to him it tasted bland and hollow. Moments earlier, had watched Chen Dong's video in the chat channel. Had Chen Dong single-handedly destroyed the drug lord's entire organization. Damn it, he's truly a harbinger of calamity. Anyone who once doubted account 10,080 SIX's true strength, step forward now. Lu Neng was terrified. Earlier, had boasted that once he retrieved high-ear supplies from the old city, he'd make Chen Dong pay dearly. Was it too late to retract that statement? He wasn't foolish. He knew provoking someone of Chen Dong's caliber would mean learning firsthand why flowers bloom so red. Except the red would be his own blood. What on earth should he do? Lu Neng sighed deeply. At that moment, Guang Kuan sat across from him. Had intended to gently advise his leader to lower expectations. Perhaps account 10086 wouldn't even deign to notice their modest resources. But sensing the futility, he simply sighed alongside him. Hey, Lu Ning scowled. I saw you sigh too. Planning a mutiny. What's wrong, Guang Kuan? Is your salary insufficient? Guang Kuan cracked a wry smile. A shrewd man himself, he read his leader's anxiety clearly, yet spoke instead. Boss, I'm racking my brain for ways to deal with that wretched account 10086, for your sake. Lu Ning bit hard into the bun, muttering, that's more like it. Yet inwardly his pulse quickened. Had refusing concrete to account 10086 sealed his fate? Boss, we're doomed. Boss, we're finished. A young subordinate burst into the mess hall, stumbling wildly. Lu Ning kicked him furiously. You are the one finished. Speak up, or shut up. The youth scrambled upright, breathless. Boss, account 10086 is at the main gate, in an armored vehicle aiming straight at us. It's terrifying. Damn it, the worst had arrived. Lu Ning swallowed hard. Exchanging a glance with Guang Kuan, he bolted outside. There stood Chen Dong, clad in battle armor, seated atop the armored vehicle's deck. He held a whetstone sharpening his devastating Tang saber. Spotting Lu Nung and Guang Kuan sprinting forward, he called out loudly, Senior Brother Lu. Long time no see. Lu Nung approached cautiously, stealing a glance at the massive armored vehicle before swallowing again. A thought flashed. Then he bowed obsequiously, Esteemed Master 10086. I've long heard of your legendary prowess. Today marks our first meeting. Must say you're truly extraordinary. Lu Nung lacked scholarly eloquence, yet dared not appear flippant. To force artifice would risk absurdity, a grotesque hybrid of pretense and ineptitude. Chen Dong rolled his eyes. Fortunately, his battle armor concealed his expression, otherwise his composure would have shattered. Such lapses undermined authority. Senior Brother Lu, you're mistaken. We've met before, in the old city during the three-faction standoff. I was present. So this is not our first encounter. Lu Nung naturally remembered the incident. Yet flustered and tense, he had momentarily forgotten it. Though he led a large team, he was after all a hero forged by circumstance. Facing Chen Dong, a ruthless killer who slaughtered entire groups with a single move, he felt his knees weaken. Lu Nung nervously rubbed his bald head and offered an awkward smile. Ah, yes, now that you mention it, I do recall something like that. A true mastermind. You've got quite the memory. My deepest admiration. Chen Dong cast him a sidelong glance, his expression hovering between amusement and irony. Tell me, don't you wonder why I've come to you today? Lu Ning grinned broadly. Of course. I assume Master is paying us the honor of a visit. At that moment, Guang Kuan stood silently beside him. Hearing such an inane remark, Guang Kuan instinctively closed his eyes. Oh, Chief, why lose your wits at the most critical moment? Chen Dong too pressed his lips together faintly. After 2 seconds of silence, he spoke slowly, truly hospitable Chief Lu. Then his tone hardened. Let me be direct. I've come to ask whether your team participated in the drug lord's schemes against me. Lu Ning shook his head vigorously like a child's spinning top. No, absolutely not. Such despicable, unforgivable acts. I'd never stoop so low. Master handled it brilliantly. I've long despised those drug lord alchemists. Your actions were justice incarnate. My full endorsement. It was clear the Saturn Ring team had severed all ties with the drug lord. Chen Dong had already gathered intelligence confirming the two factions had fractured over disputes regarding the division of the police station spoils. Today's visit was merely to verify that truth. Chen Dong hummed softly. In that case, let's discuss the second matter. A look of utter bewilderment filled Lu Nang's narrow eyes. The second matter. He blinked rapidly, then wiped sweat from his brow. Could it possibly be about the concrete? When I purchased concrete from you to construct my underground fortress, Chief Lu appeared rather displeased with me, Chen Dong remarked, voice languid and deliberate. A chill ran down Lu Nang's spine. Mother of heaven, how grudge-bearing can one man be? He forced a smile more painful than tears and stammered, That was a misunderstanding, master. At the time supplies were critically scarce, so prices rose slightly. Please don't take it to heart. Chen Dong tilted his head, observing Lu Nang's nervous fidgeting and clasped hands, and suppressed a quiet inward chuckle. Yet his voice remained cold. Is it amusing? I certainly find no humor in it. When you refused me, then I was so enraged I couldn't even eat. At that moment, even Lu Nang's sluggish mind finally grasped the truth. Chen Dong demanded substantial recompense, or else their camp would be obliterated by that armored vehicle, following the same fate as the police station and the drug lord. With no choice, Lu Nang swallowed hard and asked, Master, what would you have us do? Shall I deliver several thousand jin of concrete? Chen Dong said nothing. Uncertain of his intent, Lu Nang hesitated, then with visible pain added another concession. Master, I'll throw in 50 slabs of salloy. How does that sound? Chen Dong finally spoke. Chief Lu, you clearly understand nothing at all. Lu Nang parted his lips. Understand? Understand what? Chen Dong ignored the question. My estate is rather spacious, but recently tilling the courtyard soil has proven troublesome. I've long heard Saturn Ring possesses an excavator. I'd simply like to borrow it from you, Chief Lu. Saturn Ring had originally owned 2 excavators, one of which had broken down mid-operation. Lu Nang knew full well once spilled water cannot be retrieved. This was no cycle of tap water. It was theft disguised as borrowing. And the excavator, it was Saturn Ring's very lifeline. Hand it over to Chen Dong, and what truly would remain of Saturn Ring? Lu Nang hesitated. Instantly, Chen Dong's brow furrowed in displeasure. So, you refuse to lend it. Then I shall simply seize it by force. Lu Nang cursed inwardly. What's the difference between you and a bandit? Yet he dared not speak aloud. After agonizing deliberation, he turned to Guang Kuan. Guang Kuan, bring out the excavator. Guang Kuan nodded and strode into the camp, returning moments later with the excavator. He understood this was the most peaceful resolution possible. Chen Dong possessed more than enough power to massacre Saturn Ring entirely and seize its assets outright. Better to sacrifice wealth than lives. Just then Chen Dong added casually, Oh, and don't forget the salloy and concrete. Bundle them all for me. Master, wait. Wasn't the excavator borrowed? Lu Nang's heart bled. That excavator was a gold-tier asset. Add several thousand jin of concrete and 50 slabs of salloy, and the wound cut straight to his vital artery. Chen Dong smiled faintly at him. Chief Lu, apology and borrowing are distinct matters. Pray do not conflate them. Guang Kuan rolled the excavator forward and presented the concrete and salloy. Chen Dong accepted his windfall, then departed thoroughly satisfied. Chief Lu, you're refreshingly sincere. I greatly admire that. Expect me again soon. Lu Nang watched Chen Dong climb into the armored vehicle and vanish down the road, then collapsed onto the front steps, hollow-eyed and utterly defeated. It's over. Saturn Ring is finished. As Lu Nang predicted, though Saturn Ring escaped the slaughter that befell the police station and the drug lord, its condition was scarcely better. A major faction required abundant resources, formidable weaponry, and the capacity to seize strategic strongholds, thereby securing ever more advanced supplies. Now, however, Saturn Ring had lost its trump card, the gold-tier excavator. Once word spread among rival factions, opportunistic strikes would follow without delay. Chen Dong's tactic, striking at the very foundation, was more agonizing than death itself. News of the excavator's loss would ripple across the city within hours. Lu Nang even found himself hoping for an early meteor shower, perhaps sparing them the bloodshed altogether. As for Chen Dong, he cared nothing for Saturn Ring's aftermath. Having drawn no blade or fired a shot, he considered himself remarkably reasonable. After all, in the old world, Saturn Ring's slight would have been little more than a minor squabble. But in this apocalyptic realm, vengeance was swift and visceral. In a world stripped of order, a single glance could spark lethal confrontation. Chen Dong often saw survivors erupt into furious exchanges on chat channels, exchanging addresses, then dueling like gunslingers of the Wild West. Yet many others cowered in fear, essentially no different from keyboard warriors of the old world. After all, posturing cost nothing. But if you challenged him to a real-world duel, that would be fatal. Thus, Chen Dong bore no guilt over his actions, though Saturn Ring bled heavily, and might even plummet from the elite tier, overtaken by newer factions. That misfortune was theirs alone to bear. Fortune, after all, had simply turned against them. Returning to the Villa, Xianqi did not wait for Chen Dong to enter the house. She immediately embraced him and praised, Old Chen, what you did today was truly satisfying. Prior to this, they had witnessed Chen Dong directly heading to the drug lord's camp, where he annihilated the drug lord's group without uttering a word, and the video was shared on a public channel for everyone to see. Tian Xiaoyu remained silent, but her eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly viewing Chen Dong as an idol. Indeed, spending time with Chen Dong revealed the charm of this man. Chen Dong met the gazes of the two women and felt somewhat embarrassed. How could you not stare at me like two she-wolves? You're about to emit green light. The two women were speechless. What was clearly admiration in their eyes turned into emitting green light in Chen Dong's words. By the way, Anchi Xiaoyu, have you used the backpack upgrade scrolls I gave you before? Chen Dong suddenly changed the subject. The backpack upgrade scroll, as the name suggests, is used to upgrade a survivor's system backpack. Both the storage capacity and the number of item slots will see an enhancement. The upgrades for the backpack are categorized as beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Every survivor starts with a beginner's backpack. Initially, it is not inconvenient. However, as the survivor's strength increases and the resources acquired become more abundant, the beginner's backpack begins to feel inadequate. Just like the major teams, such as the police station Saturn Ring, the core members' backpacks are generally full. Usually, they are reluctant to entrust them to others for safekeeping. Thus, warehouses are built. Alternatively, transportation tools and large weapons are released to free up backpack space. For these reasons, backpack upgrade scrolls are in high demand. It was during the previous sale of water purifiers that Chen Dong exchanged for one from someone else. He used it himself and upgraded to an intermediate backpack. In this recent annihilation of the police station, the greatest loot he acquired was likely 10 backpack upgrade scrolls. Chen Dong directly used 2 of them to elevate his backpack to advanced. He then handed the remaining scrolls to Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Chen Dong's question, the two nodded. Of course we upgraded. It doesn't require any other materials, just a couple of clicks, and it's done. So easy. After the backpack upgrade, the capacity has greatly increased, allowing us to store more resources in preparation for the upcoming meteor shower. It takes 1 scroll to upgrade from beginner to intermediate, and 2 scrolls to upgrade from intermediate to advanced. 10 scrolls are more than enough for the 3 of us to upgrade our backpacks to advanced with some to spare. Isn't it to prevent you from being lazy or forgetting? Chen Dong chuckled. Just then Xia Anqi suddenly asked with great interest, did the drug lord have any good items? After Chen Dong wiped out the drug lord's team, all the resources, good or bad, naturally fell into his hands. Xia Anqi was very curious about what valuable items the drug lord, one of the 3 major teams, might possess. Chen Dong smiled and ruffled Xia Anqi's hair. Let's discuss it inside. Once inside, Chen Dong drank a bottle of water, then took out a rocket launcher and a seemingly ordinary stone. The greatest gain is this rocket launcher and this stone of divine blessing. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu were not too surprised about the rocket launcher. After all, their home even had a Gatling gun and armored vehicles. Adding another rocket launcher was merely a bonus. They were quite curious about the Stone of Divine Blessing. Stone of Divine Blessing. Does this world really have gods? Can I make a wish to return to the old world? Tian Xiaoyu picked up the dim, entirely green stone and smiled, saying, Anqi, your wish might not come true. Just look at the description. Stone of Divine Blessing. When placed in the backpack, the holder's chances of gaining supernatural abilities increase upon reaching level 10. Xia Anqi let out a disappointed ah. Is that it? I thought it was something amazing. Chen Dong smiled and shook his head. You truly hold a great treasure in your hands, yet remain completely unaware. Such an item is far more precious to us than other things. Indeed, this Stone of Divine Blessing can actually enhance the probability of acquiring supernatural abilities. It's simply outrageous. Many survivors who have already reached level 10 cannot acquire supernatural abilities. Otherwise, they would only gain relatively common powers. However, with this Stone of Divine Blessing, the increased probability of acquiring supernatural abilities could potentially change one's fate. Xia Anqi was fortunate to have awakened her abilities earlier, which is why she had not realized its preciousness immediately. As for whether there are really gods in this world, that is not something they are considering right now. Surviving is the most important thing. However, Chen Dong felt a bit curious. The drug lord's team had such a divine artifact, yet none of them awakened supernatural abilities. He did not know that this Stone of Divine Blessing actually belonged to the police station. The reason the captain did not keep such a valuable treasure on him, but left it at the headquarters, was that there was a key member who was about to reach level 10 staying behind, temporarily entrusted with the Stone of Divine Blessing. Who would have known that so many events would unfold afterwards? The world is unpredictable. The Stone of Divine Blessing passed from the drug lord's team into Chen Dong's hands before it could even warm up. I wonder if new supernatural abilities will awaken at levels 20 or 30. I really look forward to it. Currently, the system's open level cap is still level 10. However, experience points can still be continuously accumulated. Chen Dong has already amassed quite a bit. When the level cap opens next time, he will surely leap several levels. Tian Xiaoyu analyzed. In the short term, the level cap shouldn't open. After all, the meteor shower is about to arrive. Opening levels at this juncture has little significance. At that time, survivors will only be able to hide in underground bunkers to survive. Where will they find the opportunity to level up? Chen Dong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. By the way, Xiaoyu, I remember you are also close to reaching level 10, right? Tian Xiaoyu nodded. When she teamed up with Zhang Zihao, it was a victory just to avoid starving, and they were extremely cautious when killing zombies. After arriving at the villa, a lot happened, and she had not had the chance to accumulate experience. Without hesitation, Chen Dong handed over the Stone of Divine Blessing. You take this Stone of Divine Blessing for now. Tomorrow we will go hunt zombies and help you level up before the meteor shower arrives. With the meteor shower, imminent preparations were urgent.